Chapter 241. However, this also definitively confirmed Shinshir's initial guess about the personal space attached to the black market terminal. Regardless of size, intelligent life forms could indeed be placed inside, as long as they maintained a dormant state similar to a primal energy battery. Shinshir was simply putting all the humans into a dormant state, and then storing them in the personal space of the trading market terminal. Of course, with the technological level of the black market terminal, even the Gus people couldn't see anything amiss. In their eyes, this human warship simply ended its jump abruptly. They couldn't imagine that it was actually just being stored away. After all, warp space expansion or phase storage technology is one of the important Class B technologies, and it's impossible to create space out of thin air. It's merely compressing or expanding existing space. Such technology couldn't be as silent as Shinshir's method. Seamless jump? This could only be seamless jump. Even among A-level technologies, it holds a significant position. It's truly top-tier technology. If the distance and energy consumption are sufficiently powerful, this single technology alone could support an incredibly powerful civilization, perhaps even qualifying it to develop an interstellar society spanning nearly 10 star systems, like the Mud system. Having witnessed this moment firsthand, Quan San's attitude towards human civilization had completely changed. Please believe me, Quan San respectfully and politely stated to Shinshir, our Gus civilization is committed to peaceful development and win-win cooperation. We are the most worthy civilization to cooperate with in this area. Our friendly cooperation will undoubtedly bring enormous benefits to both of us. Although this was only a preliminary indication, as a high-ranking official in the Foreign Affairs Department of the core region of the Gus civilization, his ability to express such an attitude already represented the Gus civilization style. This civilization has always approached powerful civilizations through cooperation. Calling it peaceful isn't wrong. Their cultural style dictates that they, to some extent, abhor direct military attacks. However, Shinshir also understood that in this complex and advanced interstellar society, if refusing military attacks was considered merciful, one wouldn't even know how they died. The Gus land simply avoided direct military attacks as much as possible, but when it came to other means, they were ruthless. However, at least for now, human civilization had superficially fooled the Gus civilization. I personally believe this as well, otherwise I wouldn't have kept the trading market, but as you can see, I must leave, Shinshir said. Of course, everyone is free in the Gus lands. You and every human being are free to choose their own path. Quan San's expression was full of closeness and friendliness. It was as if those threatening words from 10 years ago hadn't actually come from him. But this reality was also a reflection of reality within this galaxy. So Shinshir didn't say much. After bidding farewell to Quan San and those left behind, and activating the Ivan, Shinshir left the land of Gus. Thus, more than 110 years after leaving home, Shinshir embarked on his return journey. To avoid possible tracking, he relied on the Ivan's powerful current navigation capabilities to perform a series of disordered jumps during this voyage, even deliberately taking detours and old routes. He also used future timelines to observe and ensure there were no traces of tracking before finally releasing the remaining humans to return to Earth together. It can only be said that unexpected dangers and crises could arise at any time in this vast cosmos. No one, no civilization, can guarantee that everything is under control. However, for Shinshir, who possessed knowledge of the future, this meant he could largely avoid some underhanded tactics and alleviate some worries. However, when their spaceship approached Blue Star, they received an unexpected surprise. It was intelligence obtained from prisoners of the Dake people in the future world. The flight path of the first Dake army to invade Blue Star. What did possessing this information mean? It meant that the contact time between human civilization and the Mud system could be further delayed. With our current strength, there's no doubt that once we are fully exposed to the Mud system's vision, we will attract the attention of the A civilization, Shinshir easily concluded, reviewing the future information. In the future timeline that had been altered multiple times, the contact time between human civilization and the A civilization had been greatly extended. The first contact occurred in Star Era 635. It's only been a little over 300 years since then. While this gap directly accelerated the development of human civilization, it also accelerated the assimilation of human civilization by the AES civilization. The direct reason why human civilization came into contact with the AES civilization so quickly was that human civilization easily defeated the Dake civilization, demonstrating unparalleled strength and potential. What if it wasn't human civilization that defeated the Dake civilization, but an unknown, or even just passing, civilization? Shinshir murmured to himself. This was the thought that popped into his head at this moment. If it succeeded, the attention of the Dake people, and even the AES civilization, would be drawn, thus preventing, or at least delaying, AES civilization's focus on human civilization. Even if it failed, everything would remain the same. Facing the AES civilization was certainly dangerous, but unlike facing the Voran or Dake civilizations, this wasn't an instantaneous destruction, but a path towards busyness, towards indirect destruction. Therefore, there was no immediate danger, and it could be resolved gradually and slowly. However, before doing that, it's best to back up the development of the future world as much as possible, Shinshur said. Human civilization had already developed to a rather powerful level. Although it had gone astray in its cultural and self-development paths, it was incredibly brilliant in its technological and physical strength. To prevent Shinshur's plan from slowing down humanity's development, it was best to back up the current foundation of human civilization to some extent. Having made his decision, Shinshur arrived in the future world. He entered the body of the sage Shinshur. Secretly initiate Project Fireseed. He orchestrated this project. In reality, such projects have always existed, and are widespread across many civilizations. The so-called Fireseed, in essence, is the rebirth of a civilization. When a civilization faces an unparalleled crisis, Project Fireseed will give human civilization the opportunity to preserve its strength and develop it in the shortest possible time. The most crucial element of the entire project is knowledge. Therefore, given Shinshur's status as a sage, he wouldn't need to expend too much effort to complete the Fireseed project and bring it back to the present. Thus, a massive planet silently entered Shinshur's black market. Its size far exceeded any planetary warship, even surpassing the Cave Heaven. While it possessed some weaponry, it wasn't essentially a warship, rather, it contained the culmination of an entire civilization, including practical devices for various key technologies, the entire cultural heritage of human civilization, and all the technologies and development history of human civilization over the past 3,300 years since entering the Star Age. It can be said that with this, human civilization could restart anywhere and reduce its development time by more than half. Of course, even without this, as long as Shinshur continuously brought technology from the future, he could still significantly reduce the time required. This is why bringing the Fireseed back to the present wasn't considered before. As for now, it's because there's a concern that the future timeline might reverse during this operation. Ready! Attention everyone! From this moment forward, we are no longer human civilization, but the Titan civilization. Shinshur's orders cascaded down from the top. To some extent, we must also thank the human modification technology of interstellar society. For humans who have undergone full-body modifications, as long as they don't actively expose their cultural characteristics or their primal energy world, their identities will remain hidden. Even this warship, Shinshur plans to send to Future Line 1 after this operation, to provide powerful support to the humans of Future Line 1. After completing a series of preparations, the Dake civilization's fleet was now almost upon them. 123 motherships, hundreds of billions of Dake people, and a full 12 Origin Energy Masters. Shinshur stood in the command center, reviewing the reconnaissance data. They have indeed conducted reconnaissance of human civilization. The sheer number of this army is enough to easily destroy the human civilization that has just established its star system fortress. It's important to remember that in the history that had just entered the second future timeline, the Dake people only deployed 3 motherships. Even then, it still cost the sage Shinshur, who had become an Origin Energy Master, a heavy price. Now, however, it has increased dozens of times. Unfortunately, the foundation of human civilization is now also incredibly strong. Dealing with the Dake people is even simpler than dealing with the Voran fleet initially. Make your move. If we drag this out any longer, we'd be very close to Blue Star, Shinshur decisively ordered. At this point, given the Dinka's travel speed, reaching Earth would take approximately 20 years, a considerable distance. Furthermore, Shinshur's attack was conducted under the guise of interstellar pirates plundering energy cells. Even if they suspected a connection to human civilization, they couldn't be certain. Of course, this was also because the Dinka were currently only a C4 or C5 civilization. In the brutal warfare environment of the Mold system, attacks and even destruction were commonplace. They weren't so easily detected by the Ace civilization. And if they could truly conceal human civilization, even Shinshur couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation at the thought. Thus, a massive warship led by a B-class battleship surged out from the mothership, while the mothership entered a concealment phase, instilling fear in the Dinka only as a powerful ghost or a powerful shadow. Only when they realized they had been attacked and lost control of dozens of motherships in an instant did the Daikians react. And they were gripped by deep fear. A Class B fleet. We've been attacked by a Class B fleet. The commander of this Daikyan expedition was a primal energy master known as Ma Jiao, a figure renowned for his ruthlessness and belligerence, and a longtime active participant in the front lines between the Dake civilization and other Class C civilizations. For him, this expedition was merely a mission akin to a vacation. But he never imagined that he would suffer such a fatal blow in an instant. Everyone. Abandon detection systems. Launch a saturation attack covering all directions. Leave no blind spots. Ma Jiao gave the order. He knew perfectly well that the warships capable of launching such a high-level attack without them noticing possessed stealth technology far superior to theirs. Relying on detection systems was futile. This was a war completely unequal in terms of technology. However, the fact that they hadn't been completely annihilated in an instant indicated that they had a numerical advantage. Therefore, a saturation attack could be used to cover the warp withdrawal of some troops. Yes, he was already preparing to escape. In interstellar warfare, the technological gap is the most despairing gap. No matter how powerful one's experience or abilities, they cannot bridge the technological gap. Once they realized the terrifying technological level of their enemy, the only victory the Marasek saw in their eyes was escape. And he also realized the enemy wasn't inflicting devastating damage on their warships, but rather using primal energy methods. This was plunder of intelligent life and the wealth of their warships. Space pirates? Just as Shinshur had initially thought, the Dake people were unlikely to believe these were human warships. The possibility of space pirates was far higher. And according to information gathered in the land of Goose, outside the mud system, there were indeed such constantly wandering, plundering space pirates. Some even plundered within the mud system, and then resold their spoils, including primal energy batteries, back to civilizations within the mud system. However, space pirates reaching the B-class fleet level are extremely rare. Like legends. But rare doesn't mean non-existent. Didn't the Daikians encounter one now? After considering the possibility of space pirates, the Ma Church truly felt despair. Such space pirates are known for their plundering and fleeing, sometimes even plundering an entire civilization. They must possess an incredibly powerful B-class warship, allowing them to escape the encirclement of the AES civilization with ease. Therefore, if they truly encountered such a legendary B-class space pirate force from outside the Mulder system, even reporting back to the AES civilization after their escape would be meaningless. Chapter 242. By the time the AES civilization received the message and was able to free up its resources, this group of space pirates would have already vanished without a trace. Full speed retreat. The Marasek reiterated its core command. Each one who can escape is one less. If they were truly space pirates, they wouldn't aim for total annihilation, because destruction isn't their goal, plunder is. As long as they can seize the majority of the population, they won't care about the minority. Furthermore, they would need to leave people behind to guard the spoils. All these factors combined would allow some of them to escape. Shinshur indeed had no intention of annihilating them. The reason was simple. Once the Dake fleet was completely destroyed en route to Blue Star, all eyes would inevitably be on Blue Star. After all, compared to encountering a B-class fleet of space pirates en route, being wiped out by the Blue Star civilization, which had already demonstrated an unexpectedly rapid development, was far more likely. Destroying the Dake people, or even the Dake civilization itself, was no longer Shinshur's primary objective. Delaying the AES civilization's appearance was. Under this mindset, the human fleet perfectly acted like space pirates, controlling over 90% of the Dake fleet intact. However, about 10% escaped, and even after humanity symbolically dispatched a few warships in pursuit, a small portion still managed to escape. Just the process of these warships carrying the news back to the Dake civilization, which then relayed the message to the AES civilization, and the subsequent investigation, would take at least 100 or 200 years. Once the battle subsided, Shinshur instructed the others to collect the spoils, while he himself eagerly entered the future timeline. He wanted to see what changes had occurred in the future timeline this time. And the result was exactly as he expected. The progress of human civilization had experienced a tremendous setback. Originally, after Shinshur's successful trip to Gus, human civilization's development had advanced further, achieving thousands of key B-level technologies, practically putting them on the verge of becoming a B-level civilization. But now, that number had regressed to around 1,000, barely returning to the level where human civilization had achieved its first victory in Gus. The reason for the regression is simple. The arrival of the support delegation from the AES civilization was delayed by nearly 400 years. Longer than Shinshur had anticipated. This was because he had mistakenly overestimated the position of the Dake civilization within the AES civilization. At this time, the Dake civilization was still far from the top of sea level, and their plight had not attracted the attention of the A civilization. After being plundered by space pirates, the Dake civilization's development was further slowed down. For a long time, they lacked the energy to target human civilization, and even prematurely entered the decline zone. Their strength was far weaker than the original Dake civilization. Although their strength has regressed, it's actually a good thing. A strange light seemed to flicker in Shinshir's eyes. He seemed to have found the right approach. That is, to slow down the A civilization's involvement as much as possible while accelerating the development of human civilization. This isn't contradictory. Just digesting the spoils from the ancient lands, plus the fire seeds traded from future Line 2, would take humanity 1,000 years. In other words, 1,000 years, 1 foot in B rank. If that were truly possible, then the mere cultural invasion of the A civilization would be nothing. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't possibly devour the human civilization that created such a miracle. At this moment, Shinshir felt a sudden, overwhelming excitement at seeing the path ahead clearly. Don't leave these warships and the dinky people behind. I take them all and sell them to Starsea Corporation to repay part of the loan. In the end, Shinshir took all the spoils of war, along with the dinky people who had fallen into slumber. He planned to hand over the warships to the future world of future Line 1. As for the dinky people, he turned them into unremovable energy batteries to enhance the strength of the human civilization in future Line 1. After resolving everything, Shinshir once again embarked on his return journey. The memories of the humans they had taken with them had now been unlocked. Everyone understood the efforts of the past 100 years, and the new generation of humans understood their identity and their impending return to humanity's home planet. This plunged the entire spaceship, and indeed, humanity itself, into a state of excitement. A mere 100 years was not enough time for humanity to forget. The families of all those who had left were finally able to reunite with their loved ones. Even Shinshir felt a pang of longing for his parents and family. Of course, there were also his children and granddaughters. Perhaps even his great-granddaughters had been born by now. However, it must be said that Shinshir's feelings towards these things had become much less intense at this moment. The only people he truly cared about were now by his side. The long passage of time and his unique mission had ultimately changed him. This was the 324th year of the Starry Sky era, and Shinshir had returned to Blue Star once again. After several months of reunion with his family, Shinshir quickly got back into the swing of things. The development of human civilization over the past 100 years has not disappointed my expectations, he said at the highest meeting, his satisfaction clearly conveyed to everyone. Our gains this time are equally rich. The 3.6 billion people we brought back have reached a level above C5 in terms of quality and ability. This is a level of development that can only be achieved in more advanced civilizations, and its effects even surpass the talent cultivation of the primal energy world. However, at the same time, I have also discovered a new threat, originating from a more advanced civilization, a threat stemming from its culture. Yes, Shinshir was prepared to directly reveal the threat of a B-level civilization to everyone. This was also a dangerous move. This will inevitably bring unknown changes to the future. However, after careful consideration, Shinshir still decided to do it this way. To be honest, the help that future Line 2 provides to human civilization has already diminished to an extreme degree. This is not only because future Line 2's strength has declined, but also because everything that human civilization has acquired in the Land of Gus can completely replace future Line 2's role in providing material support for a certain period of time. Based on this, Shinshir could undertake even greater risks. Even if human civilization in future Line 2 were directly destroyed, or even wiped out, in such a risk, Shinshir would still have enough time and ability to change the future. Now was no longer the time to push forward future lines. Rather, more attention should be focused on the present, until a completely new future line was created, a future line where human civilization was incomparably powerful. And after he absorbed these advanced civilizations, including the entire mud system, into the primal energy system, the entire Supreme Council fell silent. Through the consciousness link, Shinshir could easily sense their emotions. It was shock, panic, and contemplation. Given the quality of those present, they could easily perceive the danger involved. It could be said that the danger was no less than that of an invasion war. After all, when human civilization was truly and completely absorbed from its cultural and ideological roots, everything about them would be under the control of advanced civilizations, and this control stemmed from thought. Just looking at the primal energy master's influence and control over his own people was enough to show how terrifying this control was. Perhaps slightly better than the primal energy battery, but still far more tragic. Most importantly, once the new generation of humans is completely captured, the fate of these elders, who still retained some of the cultural consciousness of human civilization, is crystal clear. While the senior members present were processing this information, Shinshur was also observing the changes in the future world. To be honest, he was already preparing to use the power of the Primal Energy Master and his control over the Primal Energy world to erase these people's memories of this part of the world. Yes, he was capable of that. This was the overwhelming power of a Primal Energy Master who had mastered a civilization-level Primal Energy device, a power that advanced civilizations sought to plunder. However, when Shinshur saw the future, he was subtly surprised. Contrary to his fears, even though human civilization knew the A civilization's purpose, it ultimately failed to resist their invasion. The reason was simple. Without the A civilization's help, human civilization's development was severely hampered. They were simply no match for the other sea-level civilizations. In the realm of B-level technology, the availability and strength of support were decisive factors. Therefore, the A civilization did nothing despite humanity's vigilance and rejection. They simply left. However, as time passed, civilizations surrounding humanity began to develop at a rate far exceeding that of humans, posing a significant threat during the sea-level war. This directly led to increasingly louder calls within humanity for the return of the A civilization, until even the sage Shinshur could no longer suppress them. The A civilization then returned to humanity once more. All of this only set back the progress of human civilization once again. Clearly, the A civilization's objective was still achieved. Civilization itself has an instinct to pursue progress. Therefore, the A civilization didn't care about humanity's rejection, because if they wanted to progress, they would eventually come to us. Shinshur clearly understood this outcome based on instinct. Civilizations like the Dake civilization, having reached a certain point, have already reached their limits. When faced with the absorption of the AES civilization, such civilizations would not hesitate much. Rather than sinking into self-destruction in a long period of decadence, it is better to embrace a more advanced and powerful culture. Shinshur looked at the senior counselors in front of him once again. Through the Primal Energy world's control over consciousness, he clearly saw that a small number of people were indeed considering the feasibility of joining the A civilization. Although extremely few, this was only the beginning, and some were already thinking of surrendering. This was enough to demonstrate the unique nature of this war. Joining ACE and becoming an ACE citizen might mean losing some freedom, but it also offered the opportunity to enter a larger stage and gain greater freedom, especially for those who could become Primal Energy Masters. Even though Shinshur deliberately didn't mention it, they could imagine that joining as a Primal Energy Master would likely not grant them the status of a battery, because at the beginning of the integration, these Primal Energy Masters were needed to lead the civilization, and by the time of complete integration, these Primal Energy Masters would probably have already achieved a higher status within the A civilization. This was truly. If Shinshur didn't possess Ling and have unparalleled vision, even he might not be able to guarantee that he wouldn't be tempted. Even according to Shinshur's initial self-perception, if human civilization made a choice different from his, he would be at peace with taking his family away to drift freely in interstellar space, and it seemed that this scenario was unfolding before his eyes. The obstacles to the development of civilization are not just simple military, technological, or cultural barriers, but also various seemingly attractive temptations. It depends on whether you want to be content with your current situation or want to go further and become stronger. Shinshur's consciousness suddenly and slowly entered the minds of each senior counselor. I can tell you very clearly that my expectation for the future of human civilization is not just self-preservation and security, but to embark on a never-ending path, surpassing B-level, surpassing A-level, and even surpassing galaxies. We have passed the time of struggling for survival. Think carefully, everyone. Even if you are content with survival, you must continue to move forward. After leaving these last words, Shinshur declared the meeting over. He not only brought the issue to the forefront, but also stated his position. In fact, Shinshur knew very well that this hurdle was unavoidable. Even in the second future timeline, this was still the case. Establishing a clan system and encouraging the development of branch societies at all levels, while a model to invigorate civilization's growth, also indicates, to some extent, that this model suggests a decline in the civilization's vitality, forcing it to struggle to survive. Shinshur was now beginning to understand the feelings of the Dake civilization in future Line 1. Faced with stagnation, they felt resentment, regret, and helplessness. Shinshur was also beginning to realize this. Perhaps the racial characteristics and cultural potential of human civilization were stronger than those of the Dake, enough to support them in surpassing sea level and developing into B-level civilizations. However, it seemed that this was all there was to it. Without change, The best-case scenario for human civilization would be becoming one of the 19 B-level civilizations within the mud system. But this outcome was clearly not the limit that Ling's immense power should be capable of. Chapter 243. Perhaps Shinshur himself didn't realize it, but even when facing someone of the rancher's level, he felt an inexplicable arrogance. Even though he clearly knew how terrifying the rancher was, and was deeply worried about him, this didn't affect his arrogance. It was a confidence stemming from instinct. He believed that even the so-called rancher couldn't possibly possess the power of Ling. Therefore, if human civilization could continue its continuous progress, it could continue to achieve further development through the time difference brought by Ling. This development should be endless. Shinshur had always believed this. Human civilization possessed the potential to surpass the mud system, surpass the ranchers, and even surpass more powerful civilizations. But now, this potential seemed to be showing obstacles that hadn't been apparent when it was weaker. If the pace of human civilization's development continued to slow, until it had achieved almost nothing in the past 3,000 years, then Ling's role would essentially disappear. There were already signs of this. The gains Shinshur made in the land of Gus were unparalleled, even in the future world 3,000 years from now. Furthermore, the counselors before him were beginning to show signs of complacency and defection. If no changes were made, the future of human civilization was already sealed. Even Ling was powerless to change it. At this moment, for the first time, Shinshur felt grateful for the extremely high position he had built up over the past 300 years. At least for now, after his warning, those wavering counselors changed their minds again, reaffirming their determination to continue their efforts. Part of them agreed with Shinshur's words, while another part revered everything Shinshur did. At this moment, the power Shinshur possessed was enough to determine the direction of the entire human civilization's upper echelons. After the meeting, Shinshur summoned another group of people. Among them were Todd, Yulan, and many other high-ranking human figures, even counselors. They were Shinshur's staunch supporters, and also constituted half of the human decision-makers. We must understand one fact. Even if we submit to the A civilization and abandon our human identity, we will not become our own true masters. Don't forget, above the A civilization are A-level civilizations, and above A-level civilizations are the ranchers. The destruction of the last B-level civilization is indeed long ago, but it is not non-existent. Shinshur stated his central idea in his opening words. We understand that destiny can only be grasped in our own hands, and so can power, someone immediately said. Through the consciousness link in the primal energy world, Shinshur could sense that this person's will was extremely firm. In fact, before the AES civilization appeared and had any impact, the degree to which human civilization was affected was not high. At least not now, including at the recent highest meeting, the vast majority of high-ranking human leaders had not even considered siding with the AES civilization. They didn't even know what kind of civilization the AES civilization was. However, Shinshur had to emphasize this. When we are exposed to the AES civilization, relying on our demonstrated potential and uniqueness, we will inevitably be targeted by them, Shinshur said. At that time, under the gradual infiltration of a more advanced civilization, a weaker civilization will find it difficult to maintain its purity. Completely resisting the AES civilization will bring us even greater disaster. Therefore, to change the future of the mud system members, we must simultaneously pursue two paths. One is to strengthen our confidence in human civilization while simultaneously guiding and evolving human culture to a certain extent. We don't need to evolve our culture to the point of defeating the AES civilization in a short time, but at least, we must have basic resistance capabilities before the cultural war arrives. Everyone's expression was serious, and they memorized Shinshur's words. Clearly, the word war further deepened their impression. The term cultural war is not unfamiliar to human civilization. It appeared particularly prominently during the Earth era, representing an ideological invasion. Although it may not seem as intense and cruel as a hot war, the impact and consequences are no less significant. The cultural wars within interstellar societies are even more brutal. The development of primal energy technology has transformed the once profound realm of consciousness into an immense force, capable of causing destruction no less devastating than powerful interstellar weapons. One can imagine that a complete loss of control over the cultural sphere would be tantamount to surrendering everything, including one's own consciousness, to the enemy. This terror is no less than becoming a primordial energy battery. I know this kind of war is both familiar and strange to everyone. Shinshur's consciousness surveyed everyone. Familiar because we can recognize the essence of this war. Strange because we cannot understand its methods. It seems to exist only on the battlefields of advanced civilizations, and it involves powerful technologies we don't yet understand. However, even so, we must do our best to resist. Another way is to become as strong as possible before this war begins, not just in terms of cultural soft power, but also hard power. Soft power and hard power must be developed simultaneously. These are the two paths Shinshur emphasized. Soft power is hard to predict, but the effects on hard power are quite obvious, which is Shinshur's greatest source of confidence. Imagine if human civilization could reach level B in major technological fields without the support of the A civilization. If so, would human civilization's gratitude, obedience, and sense of belonging to the A civilization still be so strong? The answer is clear. A strong foundation will inevitably lead to greater cultural confidence. At this moment, Shinshur possesses over 2,000 key technologies at the B-level advanced technology level. Regarding hard power, we don't need to rush. We should continue to strengthen our scientific and technological research, and with the help of the various technologies provided by Counselor Shin, we should be able to achieve rapid improvement. However, we can start making some changes to soft power from now on. Shinshur continued. Previous statements emphasized the necessity of increasing strength, further pressuring everyone. Now, it's time to make preventative decisions about the future. 300 years of growth have not only matured Shinshur, but also made him powerful. The Shinshur of today is no longer the young man, with a cheat-like advantage, but virtually no real ability. His knowledge and abilities now surpass those of everyone in human society. Coupled with the experience of the sage Shinshur over 3,000 years, Shinshur has become a legendary leader, truly qualified to guide a civilization forward and create an incomparably powerful one. After completing his initial preparations, while others digested and implemented the information, Shinshur once again examined the future world. The result pleased him slightly. Human strength had increased slightly once more. And unlike the strength gained under the support of the A civilization, this increase was the result of humanity's own efforts. Indeed, if we use breakthroughs in B-level technology as an evaluation standard, in the past, 99% of B-level technology came from the support of the AES civilization, with only 1% originating from the efforts of human civilization itself. Now, that number has increased to about 5%. Although still very small in comparison, its impact is considerable. The most crucial impact lies in propaganda. With this 5% of self-produced technology, the sage Shinshur dared to proclaim that even without the support of the AES civilization, human civilization would eventually become a B-level civilization. And this was indeed a powerful way to resist the culture war. Shinshur's joy didn't come from this mere 4% victory, but from the fact that he had truly found the direction to win this war. 4% meant much more. For one thing, if he were to bring out the Fireseed project from his peak future line 2 at the right time, he could undoubtedly skyrocket that percentage. Those technologies were indeed developed with the support of the ES civilization, but after passing through Shinshur's hands, they became his support. Thus, human civilization steadily advanced in a slow but firm manner. In the 32nd year after Shinshur returned to human civilization, the Star Fortress directly entered the next stage of reform, and began to gradually phase out the Uran civilization. After all, the Uran civilization's technological level was no longer suitable for the new generation of Star Fortresses, and the new generation of technologies, and these technologies that humanity had not yet mastered could not be handed over to the Uran. This already represented a trend of human civilization beginning to completely surpass the Uran. At this moment, humanity's actual level, whether in scientific research and technology, social production structure, or population, has begun to reach the peak of level D and is starting to approach level C in a true sense. This is less than 400 years since the start of the Starry Sky era. To rise from the weakest of the weakest, level G, to level C within 400 years is unprecedented in the entire mud system. While Shinshur's participation certainly played a role, he was also human, thus significantly boosting humanity's confidence and passion for development. And indeed, it was achieved. Under Shinshur's central ideology, human civilization subtly began to promote its ambitions for development, gradually integrating them into its culture. It began to emphasize development, to cultivate strong self-confidence, and to accustom human civilization to its current pace of development. All these changes, all these actions, ultimately manifested in future timeline 2. The appearance time of the A civilization didn't change much, yet human civilization in future timeline 2 continued to grow stronger, with human effort playing an increasingly significant and substantial role in this growth, and the changes in the future didn't just stem from changes in the past. The future itself was also developing. At this point, Shinshur had begun to shift his focus to future timeline 2. After all, he only needed to strengthen control over contemporary society. The development of contemporary society was a high-speed yet slow process, presenting considerable challenges, but not solely his own. However, as the future timeline continued to evolve, its crises also began to emerge. The AES civilization isn't satisfied with its current level and wants to strengthen its friendly relations with us. Shinshur was listening to the findings of Yulan's investigation. Not the contemporary Yulan, but Yulan from 3,000 years in the future. Yes, Yulan from 3,000 years in the future had become one of Shinshur's confidants, second only to Gongchu in the Shin faction. She was also aware of Shinshur's wariness of the AES civilization. But the news she brought wasn't good. Clearly, after several changes to the future timeline, the AES civilization began to pay more attention to human civilization. They'd probably realized that human civilization possessed the power to break free from the trap. And the AES civilization's response was to increase its investment. Shinshur was very clear that the AES civilization was definitely not just a newly arrived B-level civilization. All the existing B-level civilizations within the mud system were ancient, having become B-level civilizations at least tens of thousands of years ago. Over those tens of thousands of years, they had devoured countless powerful civilizations, ultimately accumulating an incredibly terrifying power. You must understand, the AES civilization shared the Milky Way with another civilization. They are true galactic overlords. Such a civilization, even a slight slip, would be enough to give humanity an unparalleled shock in terms of prosperity and power. What they shown before was merely a small test. As for their current attitude, Shinshur sees it as a slight indication that they're getting serious. Should we refuse? Yulan asked. The AES civilization's tone is very polite. They're not denying us a choice. Of course they're polite, Shinshur said calmly. After all, their goal isn't to destroy us, nor conquer us, but to annex and assimilate us. If we refuse, it means trillions of humanity are refusing enormous benefits. How long do you think that can last? Yulan remained silent. Prestige comes from benefits, and it can also be lost from benefits. An individual might be able to refuse a tempting offer with strong willpower, but a civilization cannot refuse indefinitely. Refuse symbolically a few times, then agree, Shinshur finally instructed. He knew very well that the human civilization of future line 2 did not give him the right to refuse, and the title of saint was worthless in the face of such enormous benefits. Chapter 244. Once this point was clear, Shinshur wouldn't simply resist the power of the AES civilization. He even had to play his role to a certain extent. That is, a leader of a civilization unwilling to be swallowed up by the AES civilization, yet utterly powerless to do so. And a has-been leader at that. After all, aside from contemporary society being the root of everything, the foundation of human civilization's development, any other future timeline, any other world, is not indestructible. However, even though Shinshur was prepared, the AES civilization's actions this time were still not as simple as he had imagined. After humanity's initial rejection, the AES civilization surprisingly changed its attitude, becoming somewhat more assertive. They want to integrate the power of the entire Milky Way galaxy and establish a true galactic system. Shinshur was equally surprised when he heard this news. In the future timeline, he no longer possessed the power to foresee the future, and such a thing hadn't happened in tens of thousands of years of historical records within the mud system. The AES civilization actually wanted to unify the power of the Milky Way, or was it cooperating with the Liaotai civilization, which also controlled the other half of the Milky Way universe? This subordinate also finds it strange. This violates the tacit understanding within the mud system. Yulan conducted some investigation, but the results only led to greater unknowns. As he said, there exists a tacit understanding within the mud system that differs from the rules. On the surface, a sea-level civilization possesses considerable self-sufficiency, capable of rebuilding its own civilization and no longer needing to offer its people as tribute. However, in reality, under these rules, sea-level civilizations must constantly wage war against other sea-level civilizations and continuously plunder lower-level civilizations to maintain their own development. This is the tacit understanding. As for Class B civilizations, Shinshur didn't know much. But he believed that Class B civilizations wouldn't be as powerful as they appeared on the surface, truly holding high-ranking positions within the mud system and possessing absolute dominion over their respective star systems. Even if such dominance existed, it would certainly be limited. Otherwise, the rules and regulations wouldn't be so similar across every star system. The current state of the mud system, from the bottom to the top, is partly based on overt rules and partly on tacit understandings. But now, the signs from the AES civilization clearly indicated a desire to break that tacit understanding. Can't we find more information? Shinshur asked. It's difficult. Yulan shook her head, her face serious. As far as I know, this change originated from the management of the Ace and Liaotai civilizations. Even some people within these two civilizations don't know the reason, but their attitude has indeed changed, showing a tendency towards destruction if you don't join. Human civilization currently maintains close ties with the Ace civilization on the surface. However, Shinshur understood very well, or rather, every member of the human elite understood very well. The so-called closeness was merely a facade built on self-interest, and beneath the surface, it remained an adversarial relationship between an intruder and the intruded. Under these circumstances, obtaining intelligence from the management of the AES civilization was indeed extremely difficult. Or rather, almost impossible. And without information about the future, Shinshur had to make a decision. To be honest, this was the first time he had truly experienced the difficulty of being a decision-maker, rather than relying on confidence in the future as he had in the past. He didn't hesitate for long. Both the experience of the sage Shinshur and his own growth told him that in this situation, hesitation was the most foolish thing to do. Quickly choosing a direction and making a decision was the right choice. "We join them, and we be the first to join," Shinshur ordered, standing up as he spoke. "Issue a public declaration that I will once again serve as one of the 5 standing counselors of the Supreme Council." Even with Yulan's mastery of primal energy, he couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. But he quickly nodded, filled with excitement. Yes! He was naturally excited, because this meant that the retired sage Shinshur had once again stepped forward at a crucial moment for humanity, and would once again lead human civilization into the future. And perhaps it was just his imagination. He felt that he saw something familiar in the sage before him. Those were unforgettable 100 years in his life, a time when human civilization, though weak, managed to gain a foothold in the land of Gus, and also the most glorious moment for sage Shinshur. Even if the sage had made some mistakes in the past 3,000 years, if the sage truly regained his former state, he believed that the sage could still lead humanity to a bright future. Just like 3,000 years ago. Sensing the turmoil in Yulan's heart, Shinshur also felt an indescribable emotion. It turned out that in some people's eyes, everything he had done was greater than everything sage Shinshur had done in the past 3,000 years. In that case, it's time to truly begin merging with this incarnation, Shinshur murmured to himself. For so long since the second future line was activated, Shinshur hadn't merged with this avatar because his strength wasn't yet sufficient for a perfect fusion, which would inevitably lead to enormous waste, even depriving humanity of a powerful primal energy foundation in the second future line. However, after more than 300 years, Shinshur's strength was now extraordinary. He had enough confidence to assimilate everything about Sage Shinshur and become even stronger. After all, this wasn't just a simple matter of 1 + 1. And this would also become one of the forces that would help humanity find its way through the enigmatic fog that lay ahead. Yulan carried out Shinshur's orders. As expected, the news that the sage was about to emerge again caused a sensation throughout humanity. In reality, while this avatar of Sage Shinshur wasn't as perfect as Shinshur had been in the first 300 years, it hadn't made any major mistakes either, otherwise, it wouldn't have been given the title of Sage. Sage Shinshur's retirement was actually due to the emergence of the AES civilization, which made him realize his inability to resist. To preserve himself and increase the power of his true body, he chose to cultivate in seclusion. Now, stepping forward naturally attracted immense attention. Some were worried, some were delighted, and some sensed something amiss. Regardless, the Supreme Council convened because of this. This meeting discussed the return of Sage Shinshur's power. When Shinshur once again entered the Supreme Council's meeting space, he felt a strange sensation. In the past, he always occupied the absolute center position, even observing everyone from above. But now, as Sage Shinshur, he didn't feel that way. In fact, he was the one being observed. Dong! The melodious chime of the bell signaled the official start of the meeting. When did this rule begin? Shinshur's voice preceded it. This bell? All the council members paused for a moment. After a long silence, someone finally answered. It was proposed in the year 2112 of the Starry Sky era by the then standing counselor, Lawrence Alfred. After more than 1,200 years of development, it has become a symbol of the meeting's authority. The one who answered Shinshur was Gong Chu. Gong Chu was also one of the 5 standing counselors. His statement elicited reactions from many. Initially, Gong Chu was a staunch supporter of the Sage faction, but after Sage Shinshur chose to retire, Gong Chu's public contact with him decreased significantly. Moreover, as the de facto military commander-in-chief of humanity, Gong Chu no longer needed to bear the label of faction. He himself was one of the highest rulers of human civilization. Therefore, Many speculate that Gongchu will no longer obey the sage's will. This is also the focus of today's meeting. The sage's status and power are undeniable. His return is almost inevitable. The key question is whose position he will replace, and how much support he will garner among the standing council members. Of the 5 council members, besides Gongchu, 2 others are already confirmed to be biased towards the sage. This isn't because these 2 have any connection to the sage, but because, like the sage, they are vigilant and do not want to see human civilization ultimately swallowed up by the AES civilization, even if such swallowing is given the beautiful name of integration. Therefore, if the sage ultimately replaces one of these 2 and enters the standing committee, it means that Sage Shinshur no longer possesses the absolute power he held during his previous tenure. But if he replaces someone else, it means that the sage's return will once again lead the path of human civilization. The key to this decision lies with Gongchu. If Gongchu sides with the sage, the outcome is without suspense. Because even before his return, the sage already occupies 3/5 of the power representing the highest ruling authority of human civilization. Therefore, at this moment, everyone's emotions have become incredibly complex, a torrent of feelings washing over them. In this meeting space where consciousness and emotions are so readily apparent, everyone can clearly feel them. I see, Shinshur said calmly in response to Gongchu's reply, this idea is good, worth maintaining. One of the standing committee members, named Qin, however, began to show slight anxiety. Because he couldn't see through it. He was a staunch advocate of integration. Human civilization's development potential has reached its limit. Even if it refuses the help of the AES civilization, humanity will not have a better future. Instead, it will suffer endless hardship and even destruction because of the refusal. Compared to this outcome, finding rebirth and a new future within the AES civilization is the best choice. Ultimately, in this interstellar world where only profit matters, emphasizing tradition and inheritance is both laughable and pathetic. However, it was a sage who made this choice. This placed immense pressure on him. Therefore, from the very beginning of today's meeting, he displayed a certain impatience, which he made no attempt to conceal. This impatience was particularly pronounced in Shinshur's brief conversation with Gongchu, because he vaguely realized that Gongchu might not have changed at all. And in the next moment, his emotions suddenly shifted dramatically. Not only him, but many others felt the same way. And more people were experiencing this emotional shift. The reason was simple. They suddenly discovered that the highest meeting, built upon the primal energy world, had undergone some kind of change. What had changed wasn't the rules, but the authority. The bell that rang before the meeting began had become one of the highest authorities, meaning that even if all 5 standing councilors agreed to cancel this rule, it still wouldn't work. You left a backdoor in the primal energy world? Qin's transmitted consciousness carried an incredulous emotion, and before Shinshur could say anything, he preemptively denied it. No, impossible. The core of the primal energy world has already undergone countless modifications. Even if you left a backdoor, it couldn't function. How did you do it? Although Qin was a primal energy master, at this moment he could no longer control his emotions. Because he was already certain he had failed. Although he had been mentally prepared for this, after all, he was facing the only sage since humanity entered the Starry Era. However, he wasn't defeated by Gongchu's initial decision, but by this inexplicable reason. You see, since Shinshur brought the primal energy world into human civilization over 3,000 years ago, it has become an indispensable part of human civilization. It not only accelerated the development of human civilization, but also became a vital part connected to every individual. It is the center of growth, the center of authority, and the center of primal energy consciousness. This unique status has even led to its repeated modifications and investments, transforming it from a standard primal energy device into a unique primal energy device exclusively for humanity. It can be said that if anyone can breach the primal energy world, it means they can also easily breach human civilization. Therefore, Qin simply couldn't imagine how Shinshur, with the authority of a retired honorary member, had managed to do it. How on earth did he lose? Can't figure it out? Shinshur's consciousness remained calm, without the slightest joy of victory, because everything seemed so natural. Don't forget, no matter how it's changed, the primal energy world is still a civilized primal energy device. When my primal energy power exceeds the sum of all of yours, as long as you have the authority of a counselor, you are qualified to reintegrate this device into the consciousness world and obtain the authority unique to the supreme primal energy being of your race. Chapter 245. Shinshur's attitude was extremely domineering, and he certainly had the right to be. As he said, civilization-level energy devices, like the primal energy world, were designed from the outset to serve the strongest being within a civilization or race. In the realm of energy, only when the power of the entire race is concentrated in one person can the race's strongest energy be truly unleashed. This is the core significance of civilization-level energy devices. However, while this is the principle, under normal circumstances, this supreme being should be elected from within the civilization, just like the sage Shinshur of the past. But what is Shinshur doing now? He is relying on absolute power strong enough to suppress the energy of all the other counselors. With such absolute power, there is no need for any so-called authority. This situation, which is only theoretically possible and practically impossible, has actually occurred. To put it bluntly, if someone possessed such power, then even without the primal energy world, and without relying on such a primal energy device, they would have the ability and the right to gradually absorb and encompass the entire consciousness of a civilization, and regardless of whether the others accept it, all of this has already become a reality. The emotions emanating from Qin and another surrender-oriented standing counselor were incredibly complex. Compared to feelings of loss and struggle, they were now filled with incomprehension. You possess such immense power, yet it's not entirely correct. Qin seemed to still want to argue. At the dawn of the Star Era, your power stemmed from this very force, but everyone knows the result. When you failed the first time, we suffered a devastating blow. Now, if you fail again, human civilization may face true annihilation. His words stirred a commotion among some counselors. Frankly, in today's human civilization, the majority are either surrenderists or assimilationists. The reasons are the same as Qin's. These people are not traitors to humanity, they simply believe, from a perspective of self-interest and reality, that assimilation into the ES civilization is humanity's best option at this moment, while choosing resistance will likely bring destruction. Reality and self-interest are eternal realities in this vast universe. Therefore, these counselors do not believe they have done anything wrong. But at this moment, Shinshur's consciousness once again penetrated the emotions of every counselor. If my choice leads human civilization to the brink of destruction, then so be it. This crystal-clear consciousness ignited the emotions of the entire meeting. Even Qin now showed disbelief. Simply because Shinshur's consciousness seemed to disregard the life and death of the entire civilization. Is it hard to understand? Shinshur had now regained supreme authority in the primal energy world. The consciousness and emotions of every counselor, and indeed every human within the primal energy world's sphere of influence, were continuously converging upon him. It must be said that human civilization at this moment, whether at the highest levels or among ordinary people, was vastly different from that of 3,000 years ago. But since Shinshur had decided to step forward, he had to do everything he could to guide it back to the right path. At the beginning of the Starry Sky era, when I had just returned to Blue Star, why didn't human civilization choose to submit to the Voran civilization and accept their control and nurturing? Shinshur focused his attention on a particular counselor. Tell me, why? This was a highly senior human counselor. Because he was a first-generation member. Although human lifespan had become infinitely long during the Starry Era, people change, especially their abilities and mindsets. Over 3,000 years, countless counselors have been eliminated for failing to keep up with the times, and countless newcomers have arrived, becoming leaders of human civilization. Yet, a few have remained steadfast, maintaining their connection to and progress of the entire civilization. The person Shinshur was questioning at this moment was just such a person. It's worth mentioning that he was also a proponent of integration. While Shinshur was currently paying attention to him, this man wasn't exaggerating. He conveyed his thoughts, saying that time was different from now. Being turned into a primal energy battery was unacceptable to any civilization. However, integrating into the AES civilization wasn't a bad outcome. We may have lost some things, but we gained much more. This was also the sentiment of many. They didn't even know why Shinshur mentioned the beginning of the Starry Era, because in their view, the two were indeed different. But are they really different? Neither is complete extinction, but both involve losing one's culture and freedom. Why do you feel they are different? Shinshur's voice remained calm, but his attitude was conveyed with unwavering clarity. Or do you think that being swallowed by the AES civilization means not becoming a mere energy cell? Or do you think that becoming an energy cell means not being immersed in false emotions? The counselor remained silent. This wasn't the first time this had been raised. The opponents of assimilation had repeatedly presented their arguments against merging with the AES civilization. This kind of proof has been emphasized since the time over 3,000 years ago, when the sage Shinshur first proposed the crisis of the advanced civilization devouring theory, and various arguments have been presented ever since. What Shinshur is saying now is nothing new. For nearly 1,000 years, this has seemed to be an endless debate, with both sides holding their own positions. However, at this moment, Shinshur wants to convey something new to these future-line human leaders. Something that even the sage Shinshur himself had never said. I can tell you all very clearly that the truly important reason I insist on my stance is only one. Shinshur's calm consciousness began to harden at this moment. The future of human civilization is not just B-level, not even just A-level. We deserve a more brilliant future, not to abandon this future and choose another difficult path of mere survival. This consciousness was clearly conveyed to every counselor, containing Shinshur's confidence and conviction. The emotions in the meeting began to churn once again. That's impossible. The veteran counselor exclaimed again. The potential for civilization's development stems from culture, as well as from institutions and self-discovery. Human civilization has actually reached its limits. Without the A civilization, we wouldn't even be able to truly enter the B-level civilization realm. The superiority of the A civilization's culture has long been clearly demonstrated before us. This isn't just my opinion. It's the conclusion drawn by countless scholars over the past 1,000 years based on reality. If it hadn't reached its end, hadn't reached its limit, perhaps so many people wouldn't be willing to abandon their original culture and accept everything about the A civilization. But this is precisely reality. It is also the key to humanity's choice. However, besides those counselors who completely disbelieved him, some counselors gazed at Shinshur with hopeful anticipation, equally unwilling to give up on further growth. Human civilization has progressed from its Earth-based origins to its current state in just over 3,000 years. What miracles have been created in this process? How many beliefs and glories have been forged? How can it stop here? Those who opposed integration were clinging to this past glory, which is why most of them retained their reverence for the sage, because the sage Shinshur was the sole core of this glory. And now, they yearned for the return of the sage Shinshur, for the return of this glory. Shinshur did nothing more than fulfill their wishes. This kind of potential is hardly a reliable indicator, Shinshur said calmly. By this standard, how much potential did human civilization during the Earth era have to reach level D? Don't forget the various flaws that human civilization once had, yet we still reached this point. Tell me, what did we rely on? An eerie silence fell over the room. But some people's emotions began to grow increasingly fervent. Because the answer wasn't difficult to give. It's because of you. A standing counselor, who sided with Shinshur, answered the question, his fervor undisguised. It's because of Starcy Company. Yes, the so-called potential, under normal circumstances, is indeed difficult to break through. However, the development of civilizations can be learned. The support of the Yes civilization could break this potential, and so could the Starcy Company, representing the power of the sages, and it did. Starcy, didn't it cease to exist 3,000 years ago? Ken asked. Yes, in this future timeline, the Starcy Company's support ended 3,000 years ago. That is, up to Shinshur's development in the contemporary world. After all, this power came entirely from Shurling, and the sage Shinshur did not possess Shurling. However, Shinshur understood that to reignite the motivation of these counselors and regain control of the entire civilization's will, relying solely on a sage who had failed countless times was far from sufficient. The only way to achieve this was through the Star Sea, a miracle Shinshur had created over 300 years. This was his ultimate trump card to play today. The Star Sea did indeed abandon us, Shinshur slowly transmitted his consciousness. As the weak, we have little choice in the face of truly powerful civilizations and forces. This was true of the A civilization, and it was also true of the Star Sea forces. However, there is a fundamental difference between the Star Sea and Ace, and you should all understand that difference. Even Ken became somewhat agitated at this moment. Yes, they certainly understood. The Star Sea never interfered with their development. Nor did it display its own culture. It merely provided technology, devices, and various practical support without attaching any demands or influence. If everything the AES civilization did was to establish sects, recruit disciples, and teach martial arts while requiring disciples to be loyal to and obey their sects, then everything Shanghai did was like parents silently supporting their children from behind the scenes, asking for nothing in return, only hoping that their children could soar to great heights and achieve their full potential. If given a choice, no one would choose Ace. Sage, has the Star Sea finally returned? Some counselors even asked impatiently. Yes and no, Shinshur said. Everyone here understands that history, understands the fundamental reason we overcame the initial difficulties and defeated the Vorin. On one hand, it was my channels, on the other hand, it was the potential we showed the Star Sea. Clearly, human civilization has lost its ambition to advance further. Those standing here no longer possess the fearlessness and drive of the early Star era. This change does not align with the Star Sea's support objectives. They don't want parasites that can only live on them, but a powerful civilization that can constantly struggle to catch up. The emotions present became quite complex once again. Comparison is always a powerful thing. In the 3,000 years since the Star Sea suddenly disappeared, human civilization has become accustomed to everything within the mud system. That is, prioritizing interests. The gradual erosion of human civilization by the AES civilization was seen as a justifiable act, with many proclaiming, AES's absorption is only natural, the law of the jungle is the fundamental truth of the vast universe, the weak must join to avoid extinction, and integration is not surrender, but rebirth, as if being devoured by AES was humanity's ultimate and best destiny. But Shinshur, with the Star Sea that briefly appeared 3,000 years ago, forcefully shattered this self-deceptive facade. When a being with morality far exceeding the average appears, all moral depravity becomes glaringly obvious. At least, many counselors were already considering this. If humanity could continue to grow stronger by escaping AES's erosion, wouldn't that be a better option? Shinshur keenly sensed the shift. He knew that the purpose of today's meeting had been largely achieved. Whether Shanghai returns depends on whether my return can correct this erroneous path. Shinshur concluded, conveying his will clearly to everyone. But no matter what, I will never accept humanity losing its identity. That would make me regret returning 3,300 years ago, because such an outcome is no different from becoming a primal energy cell. Human civilization without culture is worse than destruction. At that moment, all the counselors were filled with solemn respect. They felt Shinshur's determination. And they had to admit it. The sage Shinshur might no longer have the ability to achieve absolute control over human civilization, but as the supreme being of civilization, he absolutely had the ability to utterly destroy it. Chapter 246. Either break through limitations and crises to become stronger, or be destroyed. Ignoring the comparison of strength, human civilization had actually made this choice once before, at the end of the Earth era. Therefore, this time, their choice is still essentially only one. However, Shinshur was also very clear that some things had ultimately changed. He should give humanity more time to prepare for this war, and the decisive battleground was actually 3,000 years ago. Therefore, after delivering a heavy blow to all the counselors at the meeting and regaining supreme power over human civilization, Shinshur's methods began to soften. He did expel Qin from the Standing Council and take his place, but he did not target another counselor from the integration faction. He even sent this counselor to negotiate with the AES civilization, indicating that humanity did not completely resist integration. The AES civilization has become even more powerful for unknown reasons. A direct confrontation with them is impossible. We lack the strength and the means, Shinshur emphasized clearly in a small meeting of Standing Council members. Therefore, we must be prepared to temporarily submit. Once we submit, it will be difficult to change things. One council member couldn't help but remark. The AES civilization is not foolish. In this world, it's impossible for civilizations at this level to change the outcome of a conflict through so-called schemes. Let alone a powerful civilization like AES. Even an ordinary human with an intelligent supercomputer could make the most rational analysis given the existing conditions. The AES civilization couldn't possibly be unaware of humanity's intentions, nor could it afford to give humanity any opportunity for a feigned surrender. However, Shinshur couldn't reveal his trump card for altering the timeline. Therefore, he could only entrust everything to the Starsea system. Don't worry, I already communicated with the Starsea system, Shinshur said. As long as we, the high-ranking members holding power, uphold our bottom line and protect our culture, even if the vast majority of humanity has already integrated, this can still be changed. The others, including Gong Chu, exchanged bewildered glances. This sounded unbelievable and utterly unreliable. But the Starsea company had always acted this way. Since Shinshur, as a sage and a staunch opponent of integration, had such confidence, they couldn't say anything. Because if the sages had already surrendered, humanity would have surrendered long ago, there would have been no need for this whole ordeal. In that case, we must strive for the greatest benefit, Gong Chu suddenly said. That's right, that's the real theme of this meeting, Shinshur nodded. So, our main task going forward will be negotiation, and we have a very clear advantage, our representativeness. Yes, human civilization is representative. Human civilization at this time is not the same as it was 3,000 years ago. Humanity's strength has firmly established itself at the forefront below Class B civilizations. Not to mention the entire mud system, at least in the entire galaxy, there are very few civilizations below Class B that can compare to human civilization. Moreover, human civilization is also the civilization that resisted the most strongly against Class B civilizations. It is also the civilization with the least influence from Class B civilizations. This is all thanks to the sage Shinshur. Because of Shinshur's existence, human civilization has reached this point in a short period of time, becoming unique within the entire mud system. Its sense of identity and pride in its own culture should have reached its peak. Coupled with the long-term unwavering stance of Shinshur, a sage with a profound influence on the entire civilization, human civilization has not actually been significantly invaded by the culture of the AES civilization. Otherwise, it wouldn't have had the choice. Therefore, for the AES civilization, human civilization is one of the most important and most difficult nuts to crack. According to Shinshur, some powerful civilizations that also vaguely know the inside story hope that human civilization can stand up and form an alliance, which could, to some extent, provide the capital to confront the AES civilization. These factors are also one of the reasons why the AES civilization has suddenly become tough on human civilization. Therefore, if humanity really wanted to surrender, it could fetch a good price. The focus should be on technology. We need more technical support, powerful weaponry, and relative independence. Ideally, we should also remove restrictions and quotas on business transactions. Shinshur put forward a series of demands. In ancient times, this would mean giving up being emperor but demanding to be a feudal lord, along with favorable trade, clearly indicating their unwillingness to relinquish the possibility of rebelling and becoming emperor again. These conditions might sound excessive, but in the present context, they are perfectly appropriate. It wasn't just because the AES civilization needed it. It was also because the highest authority in human civilization had shifted. With the sages, staunch opponents, regaining power, the AES civilization found it hard to believe they would surrender unless they offered exorbitant prices. In short, Shinshur was determined to make a killing, then use the profits to replenish supplies from 3,000 years ago, then alter the future, and finally, leverage even greater capital to extract more from the AES civilization. For Shinshur, possessing the time crystal, the most advantageous and correct development strategy had always been the same, endlessly manipulating time. Even facing a powerful civilization, like the AES was no exception. Of course, this was very different from when they first faced the Vorin. The core strategy was easier to define, but the actual execution would be fraught with unpredictable changes and surprises. All of this was a tremendous test for Shinshur. As expected, faced with the demands of human civilization, the AES civilization unhesitatingly rejected them. And further, they tore off the old pretense of civility. This demand is unacceptable. We have another option, to completely destroy you to deter other civilizations. The AES civilization's attitude was extremely domineering and resolute. This was not some bargaining tactic. Shinshur understood the reason. They were worried that other civilizations would follow suit. This undoubtedly confirms that after integrating with the AES civilization, we will not receive equal treatment. Shinshur was not surprised by this outcome. Integration would only mean our unilateral abandonment of everything, but the AES civilization has effectively isolated us from them, which is why they rejected our demands. I'm afraid they originally intended to use us as energy batteries and cannon fodder in their war. Indeed, the last remaining member of the integration faction among the standing counselors was deeply disheartened. He had been the one to negotiate this initial confrontation, so he was acutely aware of the true attitude of the AES civilization. In the past, these integration advocates believed that human civilization could truly integrate into the AES civilization, becoming part of a powerful B-level civilization. But now, that dream was somewhat shattered. The AES civilization would never consider them true AES people, even if their culture might become similar to the AES people in the primal energy world. Let's also reveal our trump cards. The other civilization's suggestions for forming an alliance, Shinshur said calmly. These negotiations can be difficult, but they can also be simple. Both sides have their own trump cards. We just need to show them. Our goal isn't to start a war, nor is it to resolve civilizational conflicts through negotiations, but rather to gain as much benefit as possible. Understood? The others nodded in agreement. Also, we're not in a hurry, they are. Understand? Shinshur added. During this time, he had begun to get used to not relying on that false prophetic ability to cheat, but instead genuinely grasping the direction of the situation through various information. And indeed, he had discovered some things. The actions of the AES civilization revealed anxiety. They were even beginning to escalate towards military threats. Some relatively weaker sea-level civilizations had even been forcibly taken away, or controlled by the AES civilization with absolute force. This shouldn't have happened to the AES civilization, because in a clash of civilizations at this level, force is the least efficient behavior, and only a last resort. At least, In the tens of thousands of years of known history, the Aya civilization had never been seen to behave so crudely. But Shinshur also sensed their impatience. He believed that it wasn't just humanity that noticed. From the perspective of self-interest, the other powerful C-class civilizations in the Milky Way were currently aligned with human civilization. We still need to find a way to obtain more information, Shinshur said, keeping Gong Chu behind after everyone else had left. Send a message to Gong Mo, instructing him to gather information on the other B-class civilizations in the Gus lands. I want to know if the changes are unique to our region, or if the entire mud system has changed. Yes, Gong Chu replied. Human civilization's other trump card at this moment was undoubtedly the foreshadowing Shinshur had left in the Gus lands over 3,000 years ago. In this future timeline, the Gus had actually discovered the hidden truth about humanity. They even knew the location of Blue Star. But this hadn't affected human civilization's existing position in the Gus lands. Because the current strength of human civilization is actually no weaker than some so-called B-level civilizations, and the ancient lands don't entirely adhere to the mud system's ranking standards, they believe that human civilization is barely qualified to join the core area of the ancient lands. If we add the Star C system, which briefly appeared within human civilization but displayed mysterious and extraordinary strength, then the word barely can be completely removed. In other words, the level 6 access and level 6 trading market that human civilization has obtained in the core area of the ancient lands are not based on deception, as initially did, but on genuine strength. Of course, the A civilization also wielded influence within the ancient lands, and it was far more powerful than humanity. However, this was inherently a negotiation with their cards up their sleeve. When Shinshur had the collectors begin gathering information from the ancient lands, he was already revealing his hand to the A civilization. He wanted to buy time while gradually gaining greater benefits. The application of the results of this meeting alone took 30 years. Over these 30 years, the relationship between human civilization and the A civilization gradually became more nuanced. On one hand, to everyone outside the Supreme Council, the relationship appeared to be growing closer. A civilization's support for humanity began to expand rapidly. Every year, more and more A scientists arrived in human civilization with advanced technology and equipment, accelerating humanity's progress towards a Class B civilization. Simultaneously, the Human Federation continuously promoted the friendship of the A civilization. If you were to randomly select a non-counselor and ask them, at least 90% of them would believe that the relationship between humanity and Ace was becoming incredibly close. However, in areas unknown to the general public, the conflict was equally fierce. Over the past 30 years, humanity has continuously emphasized its own culture, with a large influx of antiques into the market. Simultaneously, it has subtly carried out cultural reforms, emphasizing concepts such as it's better to rely on yourself than others, human determination can overcome nature, humanity's future is in our own hands, and living under someone else's roof leads to a miserable end, among others. These cultural shifts have ironically thwarted the cultural invasion plans of the AES civilization, making the integration between the two extremely slow. This is the impact of Shinshur's control over power. However, the AES civilization is not without options. Large quantities of weaponry have flowed into human civilization under the guise of technical support, and AES people are constantly using various means to win over and convert high-ranking members of human civilization. They are even openly and covertly suppressing human forces within the land of Gus. Therefore, in the eyes of the council members, this has been 30 years of confrontation between human and AES civilizations. However, neither side has taken the final step. Human civilization still hopes to gain greater benefits, while AES civilization still hopes to use human civilization as a model or a breakthrough point to devour it. All of this has created the current complex situation. But as Shinshur said, time is on humanity's side. It is the AES civilization that is anxious. After a stalemate of 30 years, Shinshur finally found a breakthrough in negotiations. It was the information obtained by the collector. The land of Gus was ultimately not the territory of the AES civilization. Even though they spared no effort to block humanity's access to information, the collector still managed to find some scattered pieces of information after so much time. This could very well be a rebellion. A rebellion against the ranchers. Chapter 247. The information the collector Gongmo received wasn't accurate, it was merely a bold guess based on some clues. But to be honest, Shinshur was still taken aback when he heard this information. The entire Mutter system was essentially a ranch established by ranchers. From G level to C level, all were exploited by the Mutter system, taking a large number of lives. As for B level, due to a lack of intelligence, the specific situation was unknown, But based on Shinshur's guess, B-level civilizations were also likely exploited by the ranchers to some extent. However, Shinshur had never considered the possibility of these B-level civilizations rebelling against the ranchers. Not only because B-level civilizations were themselves beneficiaries of the Mutter system, but also because, as the founders of the Mutter system, the ranchers' power was unimaginable. This wasn't a system of peaceful development, it was a system of exploitation. Over countless years, countless intelligent individuals from various civilizations have been concentrated in the hands of ranchers. The ranchers, in turn, have undoubtedly used this power to achieve unimaginable gains. From the very foundation of the livestock system, the profits reaped by the ranchers are unimaginable, and the power derived from these immense profits cannot be weak. Therefore, rebellion is theoretically highly unlikely. Unless something happens to the ranchers. How likely is this news? Shinshur couldn't help but come to the trading market to communicate face-to-face with the collector. Not far off. The collector was equally excited. I haven't obtained direct evidence, but I'm 30% certain that more than 10 B-level civilizations, including the ES civilization, are urgently concentrating their forces. This is clearly not just a tacit understanding, but more likely a collaboration. More importantly, these B-level civilizations are very secretive about this operation. If they were acting on the ranchers' orders, they might not be so secretive. Of course, the most important source of intelligence isn't from these sources, but from the faint whispers emanating from the ancient lands. The land of Gus? They gotten involved too? Shinshur frowned slightly. He already knew quite a bit about the land of Gus. This civilization's cultural characteristics favored peaceful development and mutual benefit. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't get involved in any major conflicts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen such a perpetual path. However, if some information was deliberately leaked to the collector, that was indeed unusual. The land of Gus hasn't directly participated recently, the collector said, but the connection between the land of Gus and the Mud system is actually quite close. The main members within the core area basically include all the B-level civilizations within the Mud system. Moreover, the reason they leaked some information to us this time wasn't about human civilization, but about the Star Sea. The Star Sea? Shinshur's frown deepened. Yes, the information I received was, if you have enough strength, this is a good opportunity to get a share. The collector's method of obtaining this information was quite unique, because he hadn't obtained any direct information from the land of Gus. However, he discovered many traces. Many things that appear unrelated to the land of Goose on the surface are, in the collector's eyes, clearly connected to it. It can only be said that places like the land of Goose, though seemingly glamorous, require utmost caution in this matter. All of this led the collector to make the bold conjecture of a rebellion against the ranchers. Find a way to subtly leak this information to the AES civilization within the ancient lands, Shinshur instructed at the end. Regardless of whether the AES civilization intends to rebel, this demonstrates our understanding of internal affairs, and can serve as a bargaining chip in negotiations. Shinshur hadn't forgotten his mission. In truth, if he had a choice, he absolutely wouldn't want to get involved in events of this level. Because what humanity needs most is stable development. However, since it's unavoidable, the only option is to maximize their own interests. He was somewhat nostalgic for the feeling of being a prophet. Even gleaning fragments from the future was far better than making choices based on guesswork. In short, in the following days, human civilization didn't give up on continuing negotiations with the AES civilization, constantly using various means to increase its own interests. This was another relatively long and arduous process. However, as time passed, Shinshur clearly sensed that the AES civilization was beginning to concede. Some conditions that were initially firmly opposed have gradually been softened. For example, a certain degree of autonomy. Before truly merging with the AES civilization, human civilization can continue to develop as a whole, without needing to be fragmented or forced to obey every command of the AES civilization. This is one of the bottom lines that humanity is upholding. Because this means that after merging with the AES civilization, human civilization will not be directly assigned to cannon fodder missions, nor will it be exploited by the energy masters as a group that sacrifices its own energy. Originally, the AES civilization was adamantly unwilling to concede, but now things are different. This concession seems to be the beginning of something. The AES civilization has indicated it can provide us with more comprehensive Class B technology, along with corresponding development equipment. The AES civilization demands that we launch a propaganda campaign against other civilizations and, if necessary, wage war. The AES civilization demands an accelerated integration process. They have agreed to relocate a large portion of their population to human civilization as allies, not subordinates. They allow. One piece of good news after another arrives, mostly concerning technological areas where negotiations have stalled for over 30 years, with neither side willing to back down. But now, it's quite clear that the A civilization is conceding and seeking a faster integration process. They're starting to get anxious. Increase costs appropriately, but also pay attention to their attitude. Shinshur gave the highest directive from behind the scenes. We need to appear extremely greedy, but not so much that it leads to failure. In short, maintain a good balance and probe little by little. He hasn't been idle during this time either. Instead, they continuously brought technologies acquired by future human civilizations from the Aya civilization back to 3,000 years ago. Although these technologies were not actually needed or researched 3,000 years ago, as long as Shinshur brought them, they would inevitably appear in the history of human civilization's development over those 3,000 years. This resulted in the future timeline being constantly changing. Human civilization grew stronger and was increasingly valued by the Aya civilization. Conversely, the preserved culture of human civilization also became more and more complete as its strength increased. A virtuous cycle has begun to take shape in this short period. However, no matter how much time is delayed, there is a limit. When, during a negotiation, before humanity could even change its terms, the A civilization accepted everything, Shinshur knew that the negotiations could not continue. Changing the terms further would clearly indicate an unwillingness to be swallowed up, an unwillingness to surrender. What awaited humanity would no longer be negotiation. The next step would be the beginning of integration. From the time Shinshur returned to the pinnacle of power, made the decision, and began negotiations until now, a full 78 years have passed. This period is actually extremely short for interstellar civilizations, even for the clearly urgency-driven A civilization. However, for Shinshur, who utilized the virtuous cycle of the past 3,000 years, it was extremely important. A crucial statistic is that, in the current future timeline, human civilization has already broken through to the B level in over 3,000 key technologies. However, over 2,000 of these were independently developed by humanity, while less than one-third were related to support from the A civilization. In this situation, the proportion of human culture assimilated actually decreased significantly. This forces the Aya civilization to spend more time participating in the management and development of human civilization in order to achieve its assimilation. And this is undoubtedly a long time. If Shinshur can continue to alter the future timeline, this time might not only not shorten with the passage of time, but might actually continue to lengthen. All of this combined is the foundation of Shinshur's confidence in changing his destiny. However, less than a decade after the negotiations were officially concluded, humanity received news. A civilization that had reached level C and possessed over 1,000 technological breakthroughs to level B was utterly destroyed overnight by the Aya civilization. They already had our example, which diminished the importance of this civilization. Furthermore, the Aya civilization needed to select another civilization for absolute military deterrence. With this two-pronged approach, this civilization was unfortunately chosen. Yuan analyzed at the meeting, her emotions quite tense. We were so close to ending up like that. In fact, this is a warning to us. Yes, the destroyed civilization was not weak either. If they had surrendered first, they could have threatened humanity's exemplary status. At that point, humanity might have been the one destroyed. While these past 70 years have brought considerable benefits to human civilization, they have also created numerous crises. Fortunately, we have now completely weathered them. Next, we proceed step by step according to the terms of the agreement. There's no need for any special actions. We don't need to deliberately hinder progress, nor do we need to speed things up. But besides that, we who are all here will be secretly stepping down from the pinnacle of power, Shinshur said. Now that the integration agreement has been signed, a significant portion of the rights of human civilization no longer belong to them. As part of the agreement, Shinshur, the original staunch opponent of integration, and his confidants must relinquish their remaining power. Clearly, the A civilization didn't trust Shinshur and his associates. Ultimately, Shinshur returned the position to Ken. Ken also received overt support from the A civilization. A series of treaties, a series of restrictions, at least on the surface, humanity's fate seemed to be sealed by being swallowed up. It was as if Shinshur's return to power had merely delayed humanity's fate by a few decades. However, only Shinshur himself understood the extent of change these decades of snowballing had brought to humanity. From now on, I will once again remain hidden in the shadows, Shinshur said to the standing council members. I can assure you that humanity will not be swallowed up. I have enough trump cards. To avoid being targeted by the Ace people, I may be in a semi-disappearing state. As for you, feel free to change your identities. You only need to know that when the scales tip again, that will be your time to choose. This last sentence was essentially addressed to Qin, because it was obvious that Qin, now back in power, would gain immense authority with the support of the Ace civilization. It seemed as if Shinshur had lost. However, Qin had completely lost that confidence, even with the Ace civilization standing behind him. In the end, when only he and Shinshur remained, he said with utmost seriousness, "Sage, the only thing I can guarantee is that everything I've done is for the future of humanity, and all my stances are for the glory of humanity. Therefore, if you truly have a way to reverse this situation, I will inevitably reverse it as well." "I understand, Qin, I always understood," Shinshur said, looking at him with considerable satisfaction. "Although your stance is opposed to mine, I understand what kind of person you are, otherwise, you wouldn't have become a standing counselor under my nose." Qin's emotions shifted slightly. He understood Shinshur's meaning. His greatest rival of the sage was actually chosen by the sage himself? Even though Qin's emotions had become very calm, and he hadn't experienced any unnecessary emotional upheaval due to the transfer of power, his feelings still became uncontrollably complex after understanding Shinshur's words. At this moment, he truly believed that the sage would achieve victory once again. And an even greater victory. By the way, Shinshur seemed to have thought of something and said in a deep voice, "There's another important matter. According to the integration terms, the next step for the ES civilization will be to select primal energy masters to actively integrate into our civilization and culture, transforming themselves into humans and joining our power structure. Do you think such humans have any possibility of obtaining a trading market?" Chapter 248. Qin's emotions underwent a dramatic change. Qin's reaction was understandable. The trading market was undoubtedly one of the most powerful trump cards possessed by human civilization. Not only did it boast powerful functionality, but it also had a strict confidentiality system. Even in the current situation, the existence of the trading market had not been leaked to any other civilization. While it's impossible to leave no trace, the inability to know its specific contents and the inability to plunder it were the inherent attributes of this relic possessed by humanity. But now, outsiders had the possibility of obtaining the trading market. It was truly undeniable. The trading market terminal seemed to have descended upon humanity in a random manner, and could be inherited voluntarily within humanity. This brought the trading market closer to the top of the human power pyramid to some extent, but no one knew exactly how this descendance had occurred. If a person's genes were modified to resemble human genes, and the primal world were similarly modified to be integrated into human culture, would that person be able to obtain the trading market terminal? Or, would that person be eligible to inherit it? If an Eshin does obtain this trading market terminal, according to the rules of the trading market, the person who obtains it cannot reveal its existence to those who do not possess the terminal in any form. This is a deeply ingrained rule of consciousness, even protecting against any external attempts to spy. In other words, the Eshin who obtains the trading market terminal cannot transmit its existence information to the Eshin civilization, Shinshur slowly stated his conjecture. However, such an Eshin will certainly not be content with this. They will use all available means to study this trading market. As for the idea that the Asians would truly submit to humanity simply by integrating into human culture, Shinshur wouldn't even entertain such a thought. Because it's impossible. Let alone an Asian who has integrated into human culture, even a native human would submit to the Asians. Therefore, the actions of any Asians who join will definitely involve trying to seize this trading market. Qin nodded slightly. He also felt that things would change this way. Moreover, he had already grasped what Shinshur wanted to say. "We conducted experiments before," Qin said. "Once someone's original energy world changes, and they abandon their human identity, they will be expelled from the trading market. In other words, to make good use of this trading market, we must preserve human civilization's culture. This might become our trump card against the Asians, or rather, our last spark. The Asian civilization would never give up this trading market under any circumstances. To some extent, putting this trading market in human hands is a pure waste, because humans dare not use it recklessly, fearing discovery. However, the more powerful A civilization could use it even more boldly. Instant teleportation and communication, regardless of spatial distance, would make the A civilization an invincible entity. Therefore, before the A civilization discovers anything about the trading market, they not only cannot completely destroy human civilization's culture, but they must even preserve it. Otherwise, this trading market terminal, whose main server is no longer traceable, will likely disappear as well." "But that's too risky," Qin finally said. "The trading market is our last resort. As long as it exists, our Fireseed project can be easily completed at any time. We even always have an escape route. Isn't integrating into the A's civilization risky? Shinshur looked at him. I know you're thinking, partly integrating into the A's civilization, partly inheriting human civilization, and also inheriting the trading market, but you should know that even if we can escape the solar system, escape the mud system, with development, no place is absolutely safe. According to one of the theorems of interstellar civilizations, the more powerful a civilization, the greater the possibility of being discovered. Because the development of civilization requires resources, external expansion is a necessary path for civilization development. The actions of civilizations like the Uran civilization, which completely isolate themselves with a black curtain, are actually unsustainable. As long as there's no way to create things out of thin air, as long as the law of conservation of energy is still observed, the resources of a star system simply cannot support a civilization's continued development. They wouldn't even reach sea level before having to leave the black curtain to find more resources. And then be found. Let alone a mere 2,000 years, even fleeing for 20,000 years wouldn't guarantee safety. Ultimately, only strength guarantees true safety. Kin remained silent for a long time this time. As a standing counselor for humanity, he was considered a shameful surrenderist by many, seemingly groveling to the feet of the A's civilization. However, from Shinshur's perspective, he clearly understood. A person like Kin could no longer change his original energy world. Once humanity was truly swallowed up by the A's civilization, Kin's only fate would be exclusion, loss of everything, and eventual death. His beliefs and decisions were not for his own benefit. This is fundamentally different from those who are simply selfish and betray civilization. This is also why Shinshur sought him out to discuss these matters. It's too risky, Kin sighed at the end. I still can't accept it, and I won't push for it, but I won't stop it either. When that time comes, stopping it will be meaningless. It won't come to that, Shinshur said. You always been very confident. Kin looked at Shinshur, revealing complex emotions for the first time in front of him. Even when I was very young, I understood the truth of this world, information and probability. So-called miracles are just low-probability events. However, events with extremely low probabilities are considered zero in a single experiment. Therefore, I never believe in miracles, but you always seem to have a way of turning those miracles into a 100% certain reality. If you can't believe in miracles, then believe in me. Shinshur also smiled for the first time in front of Kin. Where did his confidence come from? Naturally, from Ling. 3,000 years ago, he could draw confidence from the fate of future timelines, and in the future timeline 3,000 years later, his information comes from the past, because he knows that no matter how many bad endings occur, he has a chance to reverse everything. The future timelines have already been altered by him far too many times. I will try to do so, Kin finally nodded. This sentence signifies that this once staunch opponent of the sage has now unknowingly become a supporter of the sage. Of course, this is all predicated on him actually witnessing a miracle. After this conversation, known only to the two of them, ended, Shinshur shifted his focus. He disappeared from the future timeline. In fact, decades ago, Shinshur had already absorbed the avatar of Sage Shinshur, fully accepting his power. This resulted in an unprecedented boost to his strength, explaining why he could easily control the primal energy world upon returning to the pinnacle of power. At that time, he truly possessed power surpassing the combined strength of the entire Supreme Council. As a price, or rather, an inevitable consequence, Sage Shinshur had vanished. Whether in the past or the second future timeline, there is only one Shinshur. Therefore, when Shinshur left the future timeline and returned to the past, even the A's civilization could not find this sage. In some people's eyes, only Star C could achieve this. Shinshur once again made contact with Star C, and it was once again confirmed that both human civilization and the A's civilization had made some changes. This was also one of Shinshur's objectives. Next came the continuation of the nested doll approach. He also made a series of adjustments in modern society, the most important of which was accelerating the self-transformation of cultural content. Thanks to the experience of the future world, even though the current technological level of human civilization is far from reaching the level of this racial change, it is already capable of corresponding optimization. Shinshur now clearly understands that in the field of primal energy technology, culture does indeed possess superiority and inferiority. A good culture not only helps individuals quickly solidify their own primal energy world and become primal energy masters, but it can also serve as a powerful weapon in cultural warfare. While proactive offense might rely on military superiority, passive defense depends solely on the strengths and weaknesses of one's own culture. Therefore, standardizing and modifying existing systems has become a necessity for every Class B civilization. This is precisely why their culture possesses such powerful offensive capabilities, enabling them to continuously devour other civilizations to strengthen themselves. But now, humanity has taken the lead in moving in this direction. There's no need to distinguish between East and West anymore. Focus on the East, because we don't need the kind of culture that prays to gods. What we need is to defy the heavens and conquer the gods. Shinshur continuously issued his instructions. Such orders would have been virtually impossible to execute in past and future human civilizations. But in this time period, it's not difficult. Because Shinshur's authority has reached its peak during this period. And according to the cultural customs of Blue Star, what Shinshur is doing is merely another burning of books and burying of scholars, or another war of heretics. With the interests of human civilization so deeply intertwined, this unification, this adaptation to changing times, is only natural. Such changes are also profoundly altering the future world. The most direct change is that the assimilation process of the AES civilization has become exceptionally difficult. Originally planned to be completed in 400 years, the plan was delayed by a full 300 years, becoming 700 years, due to the resilience of human culture. Shinshur could clearly sense that the AES civilization was losing patience with devouring humanity. They were merely using humanity as a model to push other civilizations to integrate, even those that hadn't yet reached the peak of sea-level civilization, showing a somewhat indiscriminate approach. Moreover, it wasn't just the AES civilization. Most of the other B-level civilizations within the mud system were subtly exhibiting this attitude. Undoubtedly, this was advantageous to Shinshur. As long as human civilization wasn't fully integrated, it would continue to receive a steady stream of support from the AES civilization. And as a model, it needed a certain level of protection. The AES civilization couldn't allow anything to happen to this model, as that would warn other civilizations about Shinshur and encourage resistance, thus facilitating integration. Seeing the rapid pace of human civilization's development, while the integration plan for the future world was slowing down due to the influence of the timeline, Shinshur knew this deeply. This comfortable period of benign nesting growth was approaching its limit. A limit that the AES civilization could no longer tolerate. However, by the time the limit was nearly reached, more than 300 years had passed. Now, the irreversible era belonging to Shinshur has reached the 732nd year of the Starry Sky era. After more than 300 years of rapid development, human civilization has completely transformed, not only in the technological field but also in the cultural sphere, and during these 300 years, although the Dake civilization, which had previously been attacked by space pirates, was no longer able to spare sufficient troops to deal with human civilization. Their attention to human civilization had not diminished but rather intensified. Unfortunately, human civilization's strength had already surpassed that of the Dake civilization. Under deliberate restrictions, the Dake civilization discovered extremely little information. Without concrete evidence, their reactions were completely disregarded by the AES civilization. This period of rapid development also had concrete consequences in the future world 3,000 years later. At this time, human civilization 3,000 years later possessed over 5,000 B-level technologies in key fields, and over 4,000 of these technologies originated from human civilization's own development. This directly led to the AES civilization using more forceful and inefficient methods to coerce human civilization into integration. Now, the signing of the integration agreement has been postponed by a full 270 years from the initial signing date. It's now a clause signed 30 years ago. And due to cultural resistance, the initial integration period planned in the agreement is even longer than 1,600 years. Shinshur predicts that when the signing date of the agreement is postponed to the present, something might happen. For example, the agreement might never be signed again. But this is not necessarily good news. The inability to sign means that the AES civilization will not be able to devour human civilization within this time frame, and it also means that human civilization will lose its status as a model. Chapter 249. Shinshur increasingly felt that as human civilization grew stronger, its relationship with cosmic forces became increasingly complex, and the changes to the future became equally intricate, far more complex than initially thought. After a relatively peaceful period of 300 years, the challenge returned. The time when human civilization and the AES civilization signed the treaty in the future timeline was constantly postponed with each shift in the timeline. Finally, this point in time was postponed until it had not yet occurred. The AES civilization no longer has the confidence to annex us in a short time, Shinshur concluded, based on the current situation. Although it's still unclear whether these civilizations truly intend to rebel against the ranchers, they definitely need to strengthen themselves in a short period, Yulan replied, equally serious. Because of the timeline shifts, Shinshur did not resign from his position as a standing counselor for the second time. On the contrary, he not only served as a standing counselor for over 300 years, but also turned the entire standing council into his own faction. Even Yulan, his staunch follower, had now reached this point. But as Yulan said, this is not good news for humanity as a whole. Shinshur is also a staunch opponent of integration. His grasp of supreme power over all human civilization means a further reduction in the possibility of integration for the AES civilization. Moreover, the changes originating 3,000 years ago have continued to spread to this point, and humanity's strength is no longer what it once was. They already possess the capability to independently produce Class B spaceships. Coupled with the continuous support they receive from the Gus land and other Class B civilizations over the past 3,000 years, human civilization had effectively achieved a level of strength comparable to a typical Class B civilization. Of course, they were incomparable to the A civilization, or rather, to any Class B civilization within the Mud system. After countless years of support from the Mud system, the A civilization's strength had already reached its terrifying peak. While its technology might not have reached a completely higher level, its sheer quantity could trigger a qualitative leap. At the very least, human civilization was far from being able to confront the A civilization. Therefore, human civilization's situation began to become extremely dangerous. Once the A civilization decides that it cannot conquer humanity, they might resort to another method, directly wiping out humanity as a threat. In fact, the attitude within the A civilization is already trending in this direction. Therefore, the moment of life and death for humanity has arrived. Yulan continued speaking, but Shinshur remained silent. A uniform silence filled the entire meeting. In truth, everyone knew that if humanity wanted to overcome this current hurdle and break free from the limitations of the AES civilization and even the Mud system, direct conflict was inevitable. Shinshur understood this as well. Everything he had done before, including everything he had done in the past, was merely to make human civilization stronger before this direct conflict arrived. But this is far from enough. Conflict seems imminent. After Yulan finished recounting the situation, a sense of despair began to permeate the meeting. Until Shinshur spoke, it's not time to despair yet. Suddenly, everyone's attention turned to Shinshur. However, we must be prepared to make enormous sacrifices. Sacrifice is inevitable, Gong Chu continued, gazing at his avatar. This is a war against an invincible power. The destruction of human civilization is imminent. No one expects victory without paying a price, but I believe that every human being will follow in your footsteps until final victory is achieved. Everyone except Gong Chu echoed their sentiments. The messages they conveyed were largely similar, all expressing a central idea: to follow Shinshur's will. This was the result Shinshur had deliberately cultivated over the past 300 years. The current predicament was foreseeable, not sudden, especially for Shinshur. He had long known that it was fundamentally impossible to continue developing in isolation until the crisis could be resolved. For the past 300 years, Shinshur had been pondering a way to break the deadlock. He even sent out numerous people to try and find interstellar societies outside the Mutter system, seeking a more powerful force to break the deadlock. But all these methods failed. Then Shinshur realized that his greatest confidence, and the only confidence capable of creating miracles, lay solely in Shurling. Therefore, over a long period, Shinshur had been contemplating how to maximize the accumulation of time until human civilization could create miracles and achieve breakthroughs. He devised various plans, ultimately settling on one. First, we must continue to buy time, Shinshur said. Our trump card for buying time lies in the trading market. Everyone fell silent. Clearly, they had already guessed. We must contact as many powerful civilizations as possible, have them send personnel to integrate into our culture, and then have these people inherit the market terminals, letting them know of their existence and power. For the past 300 years, Shinshur had secretly conducted experiments. Using the technology that altered the primal energy world, he transformed some non-humans into humans, testing whether such humans could obtain market terminals and enter the trading market. The experiment succeeded. Even easier than imagined. These non-humans didn't need to be 100% integrated into humanity. Partial integration, like Ewan, was sufficient. Shinshur didn't even need to transform his physical body, only integration at the primal energy level was required. Ewan can now also use the terminal to trade. What Shinshur wanted to do was leverage the power of the trading market to attract these powerful civilizations, shifting their focus from the potential destruction or annexation of humanity to how to utilize and conquer the trading market. He believed the trading market possessed this allure. This was, in reality, a dangerous and desperate move. A slight misstep could lead to the complete destruction of human civilization. However, if a balance could be achieved, human civilization could hope to gain unprecedented benefits. And these benefits would become the foundation for Shinshur to reverse reality. So, which civilization should we begin with? Someone asked. Everyone knew the danger of this mission. For those unaware of Ling's existence, it was a task where success would be a miracle. However, they also understood that following Shinshur was the last remaining hope for human civilization. The Gus civilization, Shinshur gave a precise answer. The Gus civilization, a powerful civilization independent of the mud system, didn't have a concrete description of its strength. But one thing was clear, even if it wasn't rated A level within the mud system, it was significantly stronger than a B-level civilization like the AES civilization. A good balance requires a center. The Gus civilization was the center Shinshur had chosen. The dispatch personnel quickly set off. Although human civilization was currently under heavy surveillance by the AES civilization, the trading market was something the AES civilization couldn't monitor. With the help of collectors, who possessed market terminals, and were stationed in the Gus lands, humanity could easily transmit messages. Upon learning of Shinshur's plan, the collector didn't hesitate at all. He directly used his authority to contact the higher-ups in the land of Gus, conveying a very clear message. Humanity is willing to integrate into the land of Gus and provide a top-secret document in exchange for its protection. The collector's stance was extremely humble. In the universe, the weak have no right to be arrogant. Even though human civilization is now far more powerful than it was 3,000 years ago, their weakness has been thoroughly exposed, thus diminishing their status compared to 3,000 years ago. You should know that the land of Gus does not wish to interfere in the internal affairs of the mud system. Faced with the collector's request, the land of Gus's response was as expected. Human civilization is indeed a great treasure, but unfortunately, all the benefits it brings cannot outweigh the losses from violating the rules. Therefore, we will not intervene. If the land of Gus were to act so easily, human civilization wouldn't be in crisis, because Shinshur could simply integrate into the land of Gus and gradually accumulate power over time. But as the current response suggests, this is unlikely under normal circumstances. While the land of Gus is indeed powerful, the B-level civilizations within the mud system seem to have coalesced into a single entity. An incredibly powerful, exceptionally mad, and dangerous entity. The land of Gus wouldn't violate the rules of this unified entity for the sake of a single human civilization. However, that's assuming there's no market for trade. Believe me, the benefits that human civilization can bring absolutely outweigh the risks, the collector stated. That requires proof. The land of Gus remained unresponsive. So, the collector provided the proof. Very simple. First, there's the instantaneous teleportation, ignoring distance. The limitations of the market terminals prevent all possessors from revealing any information about them, but they don't restrict basic storage capabilities. Shinshur, for example, when he first arrived in the land of the ancients 3,000 years ago, directly took away a human warship in front of the ancients, demonstrating the power of seamless teleportation, thoroughly intimidating them. Therefore, this ability was already known to the ancients. When the collector displayed it again, it didn't cause surprise. You must have used a powerful relic device to achieve this, not, as previously claimed, supported by a powerful civilization, the ancients said. If you are willing to trade this relic device, we can reach a deal, and I will grant you the protection of a portion of humanity. Not enough, the collector said. Besides, you know nothing about this. I need you to select people of sufficient stature to integrate into human culture. The Gu civilization's reaction finally changed. They sensed the collector's undisguised confidence. They ultimately decided to send a group to try it out first. This wouldn't require any sacrifice. With the Gu civilization's advanced technology, converting the characteristics of the primal energy world for some people wasn't difficult, and wouldn't even take much time. And when this group of Gu's people arrived at the trading market, they were all deeply shocked. An infinitely vast personal space. Teleportation and communication completely disregarding distance. Absolute secrecy? Is it really impossible to detect? This isn't a relic. Its technological level far surpasses any relic discovered before. With our current technology, we probably can't study it. Even if we can't study it, it will lay the foundation for our power. We will become a true interstellar society. A system far more powerful than any other interstellar society. Clearly, anyone could feel the power of this trading market, let alone a civilization like the land of Gus, which could feel its terror. In the vast universe, space and time are always the greatest limitations on the development of civilization. However, in the face of this unimaginable technology, these limitations are so easily overcome, In fact, it is in the hands of truly powerful civilizations that it can unleash its truly terrifying power. Imagine if the rancher possessed this device. He wouldn't need to rely on layers of hierarchy to manage these 9-star systems. He could directly establish a vast empire, a colossal civilization, constantly devouring every newly born civilization while maintaining a high degree of control. Therefore, Shinshirkai was confident he could achieve balance through its allure. Unless a method could be developed to separate this device from human civilization, nothing could be easily done to it. It's important to know that current research suggests the number of terminals it distributes is likely related to the number of human civilizations. And its entry standard can only be human culture. When this group of Gus people left the market terminals, their reaction made the Gus civilization even more attentive. Limited by restrictions, they couldn't reveal what they had seen or learned. They could only repeatedly emphasize phrases like "We absolutely cannot let human civilization be destroyed. We must win over human civilization, and this is the Gus land's once-in-a-millennium hope." However, their energy probing and even consciousness intrusion yielded nothing. The ancient civilization was able to clearly perceive that a primal energy technology beyond their imagination was guarding this secret, and only by integrating into human culture and changing their racial identity could they be qualified to know it. Chapter 250. Thus, driven by self-interest, and with little suspense, the Gu civilization dispatched increasingly more advanced individuals to integrate into human culture. This flow was continuous, and within a mere decade or so, a Gu's person with decision-making power within the Gu's lands arrived in human civilization. Shinshir even personally received this Gu's person at the trading market. He was about to complete the largest transaction, since he took control of the time crystal. Human civilization currently has no trump cards left, Shinshir stated frankly at the outset, displaying his will. You should also know that the human civilization that controls the trading market has the qualifications to cooperate and negotiate with you, at least until you can bypass us and directly control this trading market. Since that's the case, I be direct. This high-ranking Gus man seemed remarkably youthful. He leaned back in his chair, took a sip of fragrant tea like a real human, and said, "I demand that the Gus control over 90% of the personal terminals." Too many, Shinshir shook his head. According to our research, personal terminals still only appear randomly on real humans. Although you have the right to inherit, you don't have the right to own them. This also means that if we want to conceal the number, you simply won't be able to detect it. Negotiations always involve trade-offs. The Gus man's attitude remained unchanged, only chuckling lightly like a human. Your culture is actually quite interesting. I've been somewhat influenced by it, and perhaps I offer you some preferential treatment. Shinshir naturally didn't comment on this. Let alone outsiders, who integrate into a culture, even 100% humanity could completely align itself with another civilization. Therefore, don't expect any preferential treatment. Profit is the only real factor. Our demands are simple, Shinshir said. We need a state-of-the-art interstellar jump system. Note, state-of-the-art. We know you already built this technology to A level or higher, otherwise, you wouldn't have achieved your current status, and would have been torn apart by the civilizations within the mud system. Yes, this was the timeline Shinshir could think of. A time point capable of reversing time in one fell swoop, and even potentially creating a completely new future. That was the Gu civilization's eternal jump system. It included a warp drive capable of covering the entire galaxy, and a jump engine. The Gu's people had indeed invested more effort in this technology than imagined. But this was the foundation of their civilization's existence. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the Gu civilization was, it could never compare to the mud system, let alone maintain such a superior trade relationship within it. It's important to understand that the premise of any transaction lies in its rules, and rules without sufficient strength are meaningless. Shinshir simply stated this, and the Gus man before him easily guessed his thoughts. Humans want to escape the mud system? He said. It's not that I can't understand it, but you must know that human civilization is currently being watched by more than one powerful civilization. Even if we agree to the transaction, you may not actually be able to escape. But if you don't try, there's even less hope. Shinshir's emotions were calm. He simply said lightly, moreover, helping us escape is actually helping yourselves. Other civilizations have already noticed the existence of the trading market. I can guarantee that once they get involved, human civilization will be completely torn apart. If you still want to obtain this device, you better act as soon as possible. Suddenly, the Gu's high-ranking official's emotions shifted. The other civilizations noticed too? How could this be? But he quickly grasped the information behind those words, and disbelief spilled out uncontrollably. You announced it publicly? Have you gone mad? Don't even mention a civilization. Even a single being can go insane when faced with mortal danger. Shinshur chuckled lightly, a hint of pleasure in his voice. Either gamble on a sliver of hope, or total annihilation. Since things have come to this, what can't we do? I predict you have less than 5 years left. When more than 5 civilizations become aware of the trading market, destroying us will become an option to prevent any civilization from obtaining this treasure. If I can't have it, I destroy it. This seemingly extreme approach is perfectly normal among civilizations. If they had more time, perhaps the Goose civilization wouldn't have made such a hasty decision, but would have slowly studied this incredibly powerful relic. But now, their time is running out. Under these circumstances, they simply cannot afford to take the risk. We can bring some humans to the land of Gus, the Gus said. While naivete is one of our human qualities, someone like you shouldn't be so naive even if you become human. Shinshur shook his head. The land of Gus doesn't belong to you alone, and you don't have the strength to deal with the entire mud system. Letting us escape is the best course of action. Anyway, you already taken over a portion of the trading market. You can find us anytime you want, can't you? The high-ranking Guzman fell silent. When everything became clear, it also meant everything became simpler. He had been able to analyze the entire situation in this short time. Then make the best choice. Human civilization will become a great civilization. In the end, he could only leave with these words before departing. Shinshur remained seated, seemingly nonchalant. He knew the plan was nearing success. This filled him with a mixture of excitement and worry, but under the powerful force of the primal force, he ultimately found peace. This time, revealing the trading market's trump card was the only way to secure a glimmer of hope. Next time, we can't reveal Shirling again. Shinshur looked at the now turbulent trading market. He hoped this was humanity's last act of submission. After surviving this, no matter what threats lay ahead, human civilization would have a choice. After this, the Guzman sent several more high-ranking officials with real authority. And, based on the actual situation, they negotiated with humanity time and again. Shinshur appeared very patient. However, in practice, he was exceptionally ruthless. When the Goose people saw the people from the Three Suns civilization in the trading market, they finally abandoned their illusions. Now it wasn't that humans wanted to trade, rather, they needed to find a way for humans to escape. Only if humans could escape undetected could this incredibly powerful trading market be preserved. Moreover, the Goose people planned to use their technological advantage to lay the groundwork and solidify their dominance. When no other civilization can find the weak yet treasure-laden human civilization, the only one capable of finding it, the ancient Seraphim civilization, will possess a tremendous advantage in the competition for trade. However, what the ancient Seraphim could never have imagined was that Shinshur never intended to use this device on future human civilizations. Instead, he planned to bring it to the present. He wanted to use this device to create miracles. As for the possible backdoor left by the ancient Seraphim, how likely is it that a backdoor left by the ancient Seraphim 3,000 years later would have worked the same way 3,000 years ago? Transaction successful. Congratulations, human. When the kind-faced ancient Seraphim before him said this, a huge weight was lifted from Shinshur's heart. He felt a rare surge of excitement. He finally got it. After opening the trading market to these alien races, he finally obtained a powerful device that could definitely be rated A-grade. In interstellar space, the most important thing is still the engine. Shinshur looked at the device already placed in his personal space, unwilling to waste too much time, and even ignoring the many problems that still existed in the future world. He directly returned to 3,000 years ago. He wanted to test the changes this device could bring to the future, to lead human civilization onto a completely new path, no matter what the future holds, in the face of the current crisis. This is a breakthrough beyond expectations. Over 700 years have passed. Over 700 years have passed since the opening of the second future line. Human civilization finally has the possibility of ushering in a completely new future. I hope it really succeeds. Shinshur slowly exhaled, telling no one, not even the modern-day Ewan or the future Ewan, but alone, he went to a remote, unknown location in the solar system and took out the device he had traded for. In that instant, a boom, his entire world of consciousness seemed to be filled with Shirling. It was an indescribable feeling. Time seemed to lose all meaning for Shinshur at this moment. He felt as if he had lived through eternity in an instant, or perhaps lived through an instant within eternity. His primal energy world was rapidly expanding and perfecting, becoming more and more like a real world compared to the initial virtual world belonging to his own brain. Until a certain moment, he discovered that his Shirling had disappeared. No, to be precise, it had completely merged into his primal energy world, becoming one with his soul and consciousness. It was as if this was the moment when this unique device truly began to function. And in what appeared to be only a moment to the outside world, Shinshur opened his eyes again. It seemed that nothing had changed, but only he knew that everything had changed. Everything changed drastically, not just him personally, but all of human civilization. Time truly is the most incredible and powerful force in the entire world. Shinshur looked at his hands. At this moment, he felt he could truly control time, not just gently manipulate it as before. He could choose to freeze time over large areas, or accelerate it. He could even create unique temporal torrents, bringing immense destructive power. He believed that while he might not yet be as strong as the rancher in terms of individual power, he might be able to escape successfully from the rancher's sight if he revealed his time manipulation abilities. But this change wasn't the main one. The bigger change was that Shinshur realized his prophet ability might be becoming truly real. He could now vaguely see the future. Although it was still very short-term, only about 1 or 2 years into the future, it was completely different from his previous prophet abilities. Now, he could instantly discern countless possibilities for the next year or two and easily calculate the future he most desired. For example, with just a thought, he saw the future where Ixiner was pregnant again a year from now. With another thought, this future and its corresponding changes all disappeared, replaced by a vastly different future. This could be considered true control over the future. Although it was only 1 or 2 years now, could he see longer, more detailed futures as time went on? Perhaps one day, he could become a true prophet, capable of leading the entire civilization to absolute victory. This kind of change was enough to excite him. Indeed, humanity's future, my future, is definitely not limited to a mere Class B civilization. Shinshur was certain of this, and then, with a touch of eagerness, he wanted to see Future Line 3. Yes, just as he had initially guessed, the emergence of this galaxy-level engine would lead human civilization down a path completely different from its initial course. And the immense changes brought about by this new path were enough to create a completely new future line. At this moment, Shinshur felt a similar excitement, a sense of anticipation, as he entered the new trading market, much like when he first entered the trading system. This time, the moment he stepped in, Shinshur could sense that everything seemed different. First and foremost was his avatar. Yes, Shinshur's avatar was directly present in this future timeline. An avatar far more powerful and authoritative than the sage Shinshur of the second future timeline. With a mere thought, Shinshur's surroundings abruptly changed. He brought his consciousness into his avatar. Upon entering, he could sense a power far greater than his past self. This feeling is the power of time. Shinshur raised his hand and gently moved it, instantly freezing everything around him. This left him somewhat incredulous, yet filled with even greater joy. He knew that he was now controlling an avatar from the future timeline. Avatars created by the shifting timelines, no matter how powerful in their primal energy, lacked the time crystal, yet this avatar could still wield the power of time. What does this mean? It means that the power of time is not based on possessing the time crystal, but has become a power that Shinshur himself possesses. Chapter 251. This change also proves that Shurling is indeed a life evolution device, a modification of the essence of life, not merely a functional device. Shinshur could easily grasp the benefits this brought, because it increases the power of the avatar. As the strength of human civilization continues to increase, the short span of 3,000 years will no longer bring the overwhelming gap as it did initially. A crucial factor concerning the development of human civilization lies in the power of the avatar born after the timeline split. The avatar couldn't use Shurling before, it was merely an ordinary origin energy master. Let alone obtaining future bargaining chips, even a half-baked prophet couldn't use it. This is why the status of Sage Shinshur, seemingly elevated, was actually diminished. He held the title of Sage, but could no longer determine the development path of human civilization. But now it's different. Shinshur can already see that with the increase in power, Sage Shinshur's prophetic abilities are becoming increasingly stronger, truly becoming a prophet capable of leading human civilization forward. This will make future human civilization even more powerful. Then it feeds back into the past, and then into the future. Those who master time should possess limitless potential. Shinshur slowly exhaled, getting used to the immense power within his current body. Then, to his surprise, he was still in his original room. It wasn't much different from the sage's residence 3,000 years ago, or even in the second future timeline. A smile flickered in his eyes. It seemed that after so many years, he had transformed from a boy full of curiosity about new things into an old man who loved reminiscing. Of course, as his thoughts wandered, he learned from the memories that surfaced in his future self that this place only superficially resembled his past dwelling. In reality, Both the technology and the size of the land were completely different. He was indeed still on Earth. But Earth now was hundreds of times larger than it had been 3,000 years ago. It really has undergone a complete transformation. Shinshur recalled everything that had happened in his memories. When he returned with the star system jump system from the land of Gus, fate had changed. Human civilization, without hesitation, used this incredibly powerful device to cover the star system fortress they had built, along with the entire solar system, within an enormous warp bubble. Then they fled. Yes, in terms of fate, they couldn't avoid the AES civilization, but 3,000 years ago, human civilization hadn't yet attracted the attention of the AES civilization, which gave them a sliver of possibility of escape. Furthermore, the prophetic power emanating from Shinshur grew stronger over time, allowing human civilization to remarkably avoid some crisis. After 400 years, they successfully left the Milky Way and began their ceaseless voyage through the desolate regions between star systems. Far from the mud system and all-powerful beings, they relentlessly consumed all the technology and devices brought by Shinshur. However, this development lasted only 700 years. That is, about 2,000 years after the start of the Starry Sky era. Shinshur's avatar realized that under these circumstances, the development speed of human civilization could not keep up with that of the second future line. Even with advanced technology as a foundation, without the support of the AES civilization and sufficient resources, human civilization's ability to assimilate these technologies was actually reduced. Therefore, after reaching C9 level strength, human civilization, with the help of the powerful relic of the trading market, dispatched some troops back to the mud system, acting as outsiders, constantly trading and even plundering within the mud system. If the land of Gus was an invitation to other civilizations, then human civilization at this time was forming caravans to acquire resources for development from other civilizations. Especially the land of Gus, which served as a crucial foundation for the development of human civilization. For the next 1,200 years, human civilization entered a period of rapid development. However, in the final 700 years, as human civilization's strength steadily approached B-level, it eventually attracted the attention of the mud system. They allowed the existence of the Gus land because it possessed strength approaching A-level and held unknown secrets. Human civilization, however, was different. It did not possess such power. Especially after the mud system finally discovered the original location of human civilization through the Dake civilization, it became certain that immense benefits lay within human civilization. A G-level civilization from Earth's early days, developing to near B-level in less than 4,000 years. Such a miracle is impossible without powerful forces at play. The human civilization in this third future timeline is currently under siege by the majority of forces within the entire mud system. Of course, the entire solar system has been hidden in the vast, desolate regions between star systems for this long period. Shinshur's plan was half successful. Human civilization ultimately escaped the mud system. However, at this point, it essentially lost its potential for further development. Even the most powerful civilization needs endless resources to develop. Large star systems, like the Milky Way, are the concentration of resources. Desolate regions require enormous resources just to transport scattered stars and planets. Not to mention the sharing of technology. If a civilization remains in a desolate region for a long time, its development potential will drastically decrease, ultimately affecting its culture and leading to self-destruction. This is why the land of Gus dared to tread the edge of the mud system. Of course, the power of the trading market also began to truly take effect at this time. Distance was no longer a hindrance to the development of human civilization, but rather the safest barrier, provided, however, that the humans sent out could establish themselves in those resource-rich areas. Now, facing encirclement by most of the mud system, human civilization is basically left with only the land of Gus. Moreover, even within Gus, it is being besieged by the commercial system under its own rules, causing the benefits that human civilization can obtain there to steadily decrease. As expected, the situation in Future Line 3 is far more complex than in the previous two. Shinshur concluded at the end. This was to be expected. As civilization grows stronger, the challenges and predicaments it faces become increasingly complex. However, the overall trend is still positive. After all, hiding in the wasteland, human civilization is no longer at risk of doom in the short term. As for resource scarcity and stagnation, these issues won't truly affect humanity for at least 1,000 or 2 years. At present, human civilization hasn't even had the option to stop its all-out reproduction. And its overall strength and technological accumulation have, in fact, already allowed it to truly enter the B-level realm. Although it's the weakest of the B-level civilizations, incomparable to the established B-level civilizations within the Mud system. But B-level is B-level. The Mulder system's classification of civilization levels is quite comprehensive. A key characteristic of a Class B civilization lies in its leapfrog breakthroughs in numerous crucial technological fields, giving it an overwhelming advantage over lower-level civilizations, even the most powerful Class C9 civilizations. Take, for example, the technology of materializing primal energy. When Shinshur first encountered his first civilization-level primal energy device, he was astonished by this technology, which almost completely changed his understanding of primal energy. Now, human civilization has achieved this technology. Although it's still rudimentary, and not yet ready for mass production, the effects it can produce, when applied as primal energy weapons, and installed on warships are terrifying. Powerful primal energy masters can not only launch primal energy attacks against the consciousness of enemies, but also directly destroy spaceships, and defend against various attacks. It can be said that before this technology was realized, no matter how powerful primal energy was, it was merely a force applicable only to the level of consciousness. However, once its materialization technology was realized, it truly possessed the power to overturn rivers and seas, a force as powerful as those in mythology. Of course, Shinshur had already achieved this power through a purchased Class B primal energy device, but this was entirely different from the fact that human civilization could produce such devices itself. Unbeknownst to many, human civilization had become incredibly powerful, reaching a level that was initially unimaginable. This is the power of time. The crisis facing human civilization in Future Line 3 can be ignored for now, Shinshur concluded after digesting the general history and the current situation within this future line. The most important thing right now is Future Line 2, which has become an independent future line. Shinshur has no intention of abandoning human civilization in Future Line 2. Over the past few centuries, he has actually spent more time in Future Line 2 than in his own era, especially after absorbing the sage Shinshur from Future Line 2, which added to his responsibilities. The same is true for Future Line 1. Moreover, as time progresses, these independent future lines can also play a significant role. For example, Future Line 1 at this moment, although facing the same Class B civilization rebellion event, is still weak, only around C5 level, and therefore has not received much attention, even still resisting attacks from the Dake civilization. Even at C5 level, this level of strength surpasses that of human civilization 3,000 years ago, offering certain advantages for its development. Therefore, the human civilization in Future Line 2, which is not far from B-level, is not to be abandoned. After making his decision, Shinshur withdrew from Future Line 3 and returned directly to Future Line 2. In this future line, the human civilization is still in the stage of using the trading market device to exchange for trade and protection from the Gus land, attracting many B-level civilizations. For a time, human civilization attracted the attention of most B-level civilizations in the entire Mud system. It was truly unparalleled in its prominence. However, for them, without this strength, this prominence only delayed their demise. It's conceivable. When these civilizations realize they cannot change the nature of the trading market and embezzle it, they will choose to destroy this incredibly powerful relic along with human civilization, thus preventing the device from being used by other civilizations, especially the Gus land. While the current human civilization in Future Line 3 has reached rank B, it's not yet strong enough to contend with these established rank B civilizations, Shinshur pondered. However, rank B is a threshold. If human civilization can demonstrate rank B power, perhaps it can gain some influence in the current balance. Also, Future Line 3 is currently only in its initial state. If we can find a way to utilize timeline shifts to strengthen Future Line 3, it might be possible to accumulate its strength in a short period. Regardless, the opening of the new timeline has made the current state of human civilization far better than it was at the beginning. The situation has completely opened up. Shinshur quickly sorted out his thoughts and began to act. He became busy. The task for the current future timeline is naturally to set up the galactic level jump system, preparing for the entire civilization's jump away. Before leaving, Shinshur plans to deliver a decisive blow to the Dake civilization, destroying or even abducting it entirely, erasing as much of the traces of human civilization's existence within the Mud system as possible. Judging from the history of the third future timeline, this will inevitably delay the Mud system's targeting and, to some extent, enhance the strength of human civilization in the third future timeline. In the second future timeline, Shinshur recalls all the human civilization members who were sent out to explore new lands under the long-standing clan system, concentrating human civilization's strength within the increasingly complex solar system. On one hand, These humans abroad are all proud of human civilization's culture and have not been significantly invaded by the AES civilization's culture. On the other hand, this contraction will maximize the concentration of human civilization's power, preparing for future actions. Pulling your fist back before punching again will be more powerful. Meanwhile, these returning human clans all possess trading markets and endless personal storage space. Having developed in the outside world for nearly 2,000 years, these separated clans may not have made significant technological breakthroughs, but their accumulation of basic resources is immense. These are precisely what Future Line 3 needs. As for Future Line 3, Shinshur only did one thing: centralize the device. Centralize the power. Chapter 252. As a true B-level civilization, the human civilization of Future Line 3, while stagnating under the suppression of the Mutter system, still possessed considerable accumulated power. If Shinshur Lai were to define a B-level civilization, it would undoubtedly be mass-produced B-level warships. A warship worthy of the title B-level isn't merely defined by one or two B-level components. It represents a comprehensive breakthrough. From outer armor to engines, from weapons to energy sources. A warship rated B-level, even if only B1, can easily move freely among sea-level fleets, becoming a terrifying ghost assassin. While the human civilization of Future Line 3 has only recently reached B-level, it has already begun full-scale production of B-level warships. Quantity isn't hampered by technology, but solely by resources. This is why, at this level, a civilization's resources become incredibly crucial. With the abundant resources from the second Future Line, the crisis facing the third Future Line has been alleviated to some extent. Under the orders of Shinshur, the human leader with supreme authority, operations have commenced at full capacity. The B-class fleet has become incredibly large, and countless powerful devices are at its disposal. Shinshur plans to take all of these devices to the second Future Line for full armament. Even the first Future Line can provide some resource assistance. While the first Future Line may lack sufficient strength, it can open up trade channels for the third Future Line. Backed by a B-class civilization and leveraging the convenience of the trading market, they can easily acquire vast amounts of resources from other civilizations. As long as the methods and quantities are controlled, they don't need to worry about attracting excessive attention in the short term, especially with the channels from the Land of Gus present. The existence of several parallel universes at different levels endowed human civilization with extremely powerful soft power. This state of full-scale operation lasted for over 200 years. At this moment, Shinshur was in the real world, at home on Blue Star. He had unusually gathered all his acquaintances, friends, and a large group of family members for a 2-week-long feast. The reason was simple. This year marked the millennium of the Starry Sky era. Unconsciously, the Starry Sky era has already reached its 1000th year. Shinshur picked up his wine glass, gazing at the crimson wine, then looked out over the balcony at the brightly lit Star Island, and couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Yes, back in Earth's past, that would have been enough time for several dynasties to rise and fall, Aixina said, standing behind Shinshur in a simple long dress, leaning gently against him. But we're all great-great-grandparents now. Shinshur was rather speechless, but finally just chuckled. The younger generation has its own blessings. According to the laws of modern human civilization, after 4 generations, kinship is automatically severed. The changes in human civilization over the past 1,000 years have indeed been earth-shattering. A person from over 1,000 years ago would absolutely find it impossible to adapt to this era. Many things, including moral customs, are completely different from the past. For example, some people, although very old, look and feel very young, and their new partners are their own offspring. Judging this by past moral standards would undoubtedly be shocking, but in modern human civilization, it has been widely accepted that there's no other reason than that such incidents are indeed quite common. And this gradually impacted the legal system. Ultimately, it led to the law Shinshur mentioned, kinship severance beyond 4 generations. This is just one insignificant example. Countless other examples exist. After all, the pace of human civilization's development is incredibly fast, almost constantly maintaining a high level of progress. While this speed of development brings advantages, it inevitably brings many drawbacks, some of which have even caused social chaos to a certain extent. To some extent, human civilization is not at peace. Over 70 years ago, there was even an assassination attempt targeting Shinshur. Of course, such extreme incidents are extremely rare and entirely under the control of the Supreme Council, or rather, Shinshur. Overall, the situation remains relatively stable. As for this chaos, it's merely a consequence of Shinshur's laissez-faire attitude. After all, This is an inevitable problem brought about by rapid development. Forcibly suppressing it would be counterproductive. Human civilization also needs a certain amount of pressure and crisis to continuously adapt to development and transform. He only needed to grasp the overall situation. Many people are still not used to living far from other civilizations. Xiner suddenly sighed. I talked to a little girl in my family yesterday, and the younger generation prefers to stay in the mud system, in this wonderful land with countless civilizations. I know, this is also the result of my laissez-faire attitude, because these people will have opportunities, Shinshur said. At this moment, human civilization is trapped within a massive warp bubble, in a state of escape from the mud system, and has been fleeing for over 200 years. As they draw ever closer to the wasteland, some information is being selectively released at Shinshur's behest. Even the discontent of some individuals is being deliberately concealed. Because, according to the course of history, once human civilization's main base has escaped the mud system and secured its own safety, it will still send individuals to various civilizations within the mud system to acquire resources lacking in the wasteland through the trade market. Of course, this is contingent on the acquisition of the trade market. Shinshur has realized through the changing future timelines that the trade market will inevitably be acquired by humanity at some point. And he has long anticipated and prepared for this. After all, from future timeline 1 to future timeline 3, the fate of human civilization has undergone a dramatic transformation, especially future timeline 3, which can be said to have completely escaped its original location. Even so, this does not prevent future timeline 3 from acquiring the trade market. Just as this incredibly powerful relic device has long been bound to human civilization. This inevitably reminded Shinshur of the time crystal within him. Back when Future Line 2 had just been activated, Shinshur realized that the time crystal was likely an integral part of the trading market. The trading market's binding nature further led Shinshur to speculate that these two incredibly powerful devices, which had utterly altered the fate of human civilization, were indeed prepared specifically for him. Or rather, for humanity as a whole. Was this a gift from the past, or a destiny from the future? Shinshur didn't know. He only knew that without this thing, human civilization would have been destroyed long ago. Let's talk less about serious matters for a while. Shinshur shook his head, finally interrupting Xiner before she could say anything more. He put his arm around his wife's waist and smiled. Relaxing is also important. Don't forget our original intentions. Original intentions. Xiner's body gradually softened. 1,000 years is enough time to change many things. Finding one's original intentions over such a long period is not easy. It can even be said to be extremely difficult. Many of her friends were no longer the people they once were. Even her best friend, Qin Lan, had stopped singing. However, by Shinshur's side, even after so much time had passed, and so many things had changed, Xiner could still occasionally rediscover her original feelings. This was a kind of happiness for her, or rather for everyone in this era who possessed a near-infinite lifespan. However, the time for relaxation was ultimately short-lived. As time crossed the threshold of 1,000 years, Shinshur once again began his mission. The present reality is actually quite safe, with not much to do. Humanity has been slowly accelerating its development with the help of the future, thus gradually increasing its strength in Future Line 3. Future Line 1 also doesn't require much attention. Having acquired resources from Future Line 3, Future Line 1 civilization is essentially backed by a Class B civilization. Not only has it obtained Level 5 permissions and a Level 5 trading market in the Gus lands, but it also completely overwhelms the Dake civilization. Its own strength and technology are also developing rapidly, steadily progressing towards becoming a Class C9 civilization at a pace no slower than contemporary humanity. As for Future Line 3, its development resumed thanks to resource trading between Future Lines 1 and 2. With the constant changes in the future lines, it steadily approached the level of B2 civilization. It's important to understand that the drug civilization in the real world was still not resolved. To avoid problems, Shinshur only deployed a B-level fleet around the drug civilization, waiting for humanity to truly break free from the mud system before disguising it as an interstellar island to completely destroy the drug civilization, along with its stored data. This change would accelerate the development of humanity in Future Line 3 by at least 500 years, allowing it to steadily advance to B2 and shed its status as a novice B-level civilization. Currently, the truly serious civilization issue lies with Future Line 2. Human civilization is now completely controlled by numerous powerful civilizations. Throughout the solar system, there are more than 10 B-level civilizations with bases and fleets. While humanity retains some autonomy, as a sovereign civilization, this is still an extremely humiliating situation. In Earth's time, This would be equivalent to being divided among various nations. If Shinshur hadn't consistently brought in B-class warships over the past 200 years, proving that he had a powerful, unknown B-class civilization supporting him, the current state of human civilization would undoubtedly be far more dire. A weak B-class civilization is nothing compared to the powerful civilizations within the Mud system, but it is precisely this that allows human civilization to maintain a certain degree of influence within this balanced state. Or rather, they maintain a trump card, a fight to the death. After all, the trading market coveted by numerous civilizations still belongs to humanity. By using this trading market alone, humanity could quickly escape with its remaining spark to that mysterious, unknown Class B civilization, thus severing the trading market's ties with the Mud system. However, this approach is still not sustainable. Shinshur can already vaguely sense that the various civilizations are gradually eroding humanity, constantly reducing the number of individuals within human civilization, while simultaneously increasing their integration into it. Everything is now out in the open. These civilizations must have reached some kind of alliance, and through this slow but effective method, they will gradually replace humanity, establishing their own new humanity, and thereby completely controlling the trading market ruins. Although the entire process may take thousands of years, it is worthwhile for these civilizations. The trading market is absolutely worth the sacrifice. A soft knife can still hurt just as much. Shinshur sighed inwardly after understanding the current situation. While the importance of previously independent future lines seemed to decline rapidly after the emergence of the new future line, the current situation is different. From the perspective of future line 3, and even the development of modern society, resources will inevitably become extremely precious. If the supply from human civilization in future line 2 is lost, the development of both modern civilization and future line 3 will slow down, or even stagnate. Therefore, this situation must be changed. What exactly should we do? Where is the breakthrough? Shinshur's mind raced. Since the other 10 civilizations reached some kind of agreement, the assimilation of human civilization has accelerated dramatically. Even in some already severely affected areas, a migration wave has begun. Every day, large numbers of people rush to these powerful civilizations, enjoying the advantages of early immigrants. Their cultural identity is changing rapidly, and it won't be long before their very being is fundamentally altered from their original, instinctive consciousness. Although many people, especially those who had been exploring abroad and were now being called back, are still holding out, it's easy to imagine that. If they see no hope, this perseverance won't last long. In this current semi-fragmented state, my power is severely limited. The possibility of starting with human civilization in future line 2 itself has become extremely slim. Shinshur Fei analyzed the situation rapidly. Therefore, the only opportunity lies in future line 3, which has the potential for rapid development. However, future line 3's strength is insufficient to allow modern development to break through too many of the historical developmental problems, ultimately returning us to the present. How can we give modern society the power to alter the existing speed of development in future lines? Chapter 253. Over the past 200 years, Shinshur has pondered solutions for future timeline 2 more than once. But ultimately, he's returned to the initial problem. And he hasn't found a way to break the deadlock. Until now. Even though modern society has resolved the Dake civilization, alleviating some difficulties for the development of future timeline 3, the final result is still insufficient to change the fate of future timeline 2. After all, future timeline 2 is currently sandwiched between 10 top-tier B-level civilizations. If judged by the technological level evaluation of the mold system, each one is B9. This is the result of long-term nurturing. A mere B2, or even B3, civilization, even with a little mysterious factor hidden behind it, can hardly accomplish much in this situation. Shinshur knows that future timeline 2 has reached a dead end. He must break out of this timeline and return to the modern timeline and future timeline 3, which are most prone to change. According to the history of future line 3, the merchant corps sent by human civilization into the Mud system suffered a full-scale attack from most B-level civilizations within the Mud system during the last 1,000 years. If we could increase the quality of the merchant corps, making them reach B9 level as well, or appear to be an envoy sent by a B9 level civilization. Shinshur's mind raced. He felt as if he had vaguely grasped something, and it was becoming increasingly clear. Yes, using high-level devices obtained through trade to play the fool and exploit weaknesses was the most practical way to break the deadlock when one's strength was insufficient. Currently, there are only 2 channels to obtain high-level devices, the land of Gus and the civilizations before them. Making a deal as a human civilization is virtually impossible, as they cannot demonstrate their capabilities. Moreover, Aside from the modern era, human civilizations in every future timeline have already exposed their existence and fundamental situation. But what if they used a fabricated identity? Shinshur remained in the second future timeline, but entered the trading market. The trading market in the second future timeline no longer belongs solely to humans. 12 civilizations are gathered here, including 10 powerful B-level civilizations from the Mud System and the Land of Gus. However, in reality, there should be 13 on the surface. And the last one is the disguise of the human civilization in the third future timeline, an unknown civilization that has been continuously providing humanity with a large number of B1 level warships over the past 200 years, even serving as humanity's last resort. I see, this is indeed a way to break the deadlock, Shinshur thought frantically. Moreover, this method cannot be done by anyone else, only Shinshur can do it. Because all the items in Future Line 3 were traded to humans in Future Line 2 through Shinshur. Let's give it a try. Shinshur knew very well that this was indeed the most promising method at the moment. If successful, it would mean the long-awaited return of black market transactions. He half closed his eyes, then immediately changed his identity. Even though the trading market had undergone tremendous changes, only the people acquiring the terminals had changed, not the rules. Under the old rules, it was easy for someone to re-enter the trading market with a completely new identity. He simply blocked all his friends. Even his appearance could be easily altered. Therefore, Shinshur had completely transformed. He presented a mechanically-like body, but the technology displayed by the devices on his body was roughly at the B2 level. There was no other way. Currently, the only technologies he could use for disguise came from the Mud System, the Land of Gus, and technologies developed by human civilization itself. Only human-developed technology could guarantee the authenticity of a third-party disguise, and its level was naturally not very high. Fortunately, he didn't need a high-level disguise. Unnoticed by many, Shinshur, in his disguised identity, arrived at a shop that looked quite mystical. This was because the shop was entirely a tree, a crystal tree. Clearly, this was not the style of human civilization. It came from a civilization that Shinshur had been quite familiar with for a long time, the Three Suns civilization. It was the powerful B-level civilization within the Mud System, renowned for its primal energy technology. Of all the energy devices Shinshur has used so far, the most powerful comes from this civilization. Moreover, due to the invasion of the Three Suns civilization, Shinshur has gained access to even more information. This is a civilization that has essentially abandoned real-world development, focusing solely on energy technology. Their entire home planet has become a crystal tree, existing between energy and reality. This is also a powerful civilization-level energy device that may have reached grade A. Each Three Suns individual actually exists within this tree they named Three Suns, without a physical form. If needed, they can use a transit point to travel to various locations in the shortest possible time, an energy-based warp technology even more advanced than warp drive technology. At this time, a similar transit station existed within the solar system. When needed, the 3-day civilization could, in the shortest possible time, transfer the primal energy consciousness of countless billions of its people here, then materialize it into a massive primal energy device. However, its drawback was that this primal energy transfer could only transfer consciousness. Even including the few materialized primal energy devices, it was still at a significant disadvantage on the battlefield. Perhaps this is why the 3-day civilization didn't actually have much ambition to invade the real world. Their cultural philosophy was to abandon reality and achieve immortality in the primal energy world. However, the 3-day civilization harbored a strong desire for the trading market possessed by humanity. The reason is simple. To the 3-day civilization, the trading market itself was an incredibly powerful primal energy device. It extracted human consciousness and gathered it within this virtual yet real primal energy world, enabling meetings across eternal distances. They even suspected that the trading market's teleportation technology, which completely ignored distance, was the primal energy manifestation of physical objects. This was a realm that, even for the 3-day civilization, remained merely a fantasy, yet it existed so realistically within this relic device. How could this not drive them mad? Of all civilizations, the 3-day civilization was the most eager to obtain this device, and this desire was one of the reasons Shinshur sought them out first. After a brief preparation, Shinshur entered without hesitation. This place is not open to outsiders. But as soon as he entered, multicolored lights swirled everywhere, and countless consciousnesses coalesced into a unified voice, focusing on Shinshur's brain, only to be precisely stopped at the edge of being judged as a consciousness attack. This could be described as showcasing the power of the 3-day civilization to its fullest extent. Shinshur was naturally unaffected. He simply focused on his surroundings. Since entering, he had been in a hazy, gray place, surrounded only by multicolored light. He could sense various presences enveloping him, yet he couldn't see any of them. It had a dreamlike, surreal feel. The rules of the trading place are like this. Once you own a shop, you can't keep it closed forever, Shinshur's consciousness echoed. State your purpose, the collective consciousness of the 3-day civilization said without any preamble. Shinshur had always felt that as civilizations developed, their characteristics seemed to tend towards uniformity. That is, efficiency and rationality. This was true of the ancient lands, and it was also true of the 3-day civilization. At this level, all emotions, even etiquette, seemed to lose their function, especially when facing external forces. As a collective consciousness of civilization, only pure rationality and efficient calculation remained. This also made calculation increasingly difficult. To persuade them, one must, and can only, offer a compelling reason. Understanding this, Shinshur stopped wasting words. I come from the 13th, he said. With just that one sentence, the shop closed its doors. Shinshur knew he had come to the right place. It was an attitude of willingness to listen. The so-called 13th didn't actually have a specific definition, but simply stating it made it clear that Shinshur came from an unknown B-level civilization that constantly traded behind human civilization. Not belonging to the mud system, lacking direction, and not particularly powerful, yet possessing the authority to protect human civilization while maintaining its mystique, and even exploiting human civilization's trust to acquire this incredibly powerful relic device. Purpose? The collective consciousness of the 3-day civilization spoke again, maintaining its concise style. I believe we have the possibility of forming an alliance. Shinshur was unconcerned, efficiently revealing his trump card. Of all the civilizations in the current trading market, only 3 truly understand its value and importance. Us, humanity, and you. I believe you don't understand the risks of continuing like this. Facing such a civilization, even deception requires concrete evidence. Verbal rhetoric is meaningless. That's why Shinshur was too lazy to waste words. He was stating the facts. We object. The 3-day civilization's consciousness was equally straightforward. There is no evidence that compressing human civilization's existence can achieve sovereignty. A certain possibility is that this relic device will disappear along with human civilization. The actions of the other civilizations seemed perfectly reasonable. They were to send their people out to gradually replace the original human civilization in order to completely control the ruins. But there's no evidence to prove this is feasible. At least for now, the new market terminals only benefit those who are 100% human. These alien races, even after transforming their original energy world and becoming human, only have the right of inheritance. Or rather, the right of gifting. Like a master generously bestowing gifts upon a servant. But if the servant wants to seize more of the master's possessions, it's not so easy. This risk was seen not only by the 3-day civilization, but by all other civilizations. Yet they still chose to do so. The reason is simple. If they couldn't obtain it, they destroyed it. All decisions were based on self-interest, both tangible and comparative. Even if this device could bring them immense benefits, if others also obtained it, or even more, then the comparative benefit would become a loss. Therefore, destroying the device became the choice to maximize profits. But the 3-day civilization was different. They saw in this device the hope of more advanced technology, and the future that their entire civilization had dreamed of. Humans trust us, Shinshur stated directly, and only us. Because we are the weakest, and with the power of human civilization, we are fully capable of catching up within a certain time and establishing an equal footing with us. This trust is born from our weakness, and it is also strengthened by our weakness. Trust alone is not enough. The 3-day civilization understood Shinshur's meaning. Whoever gains control of humanity gains the device. The 3-day civilization cannot protect humanity, much less the trading market, because they are within the mud system and cannot possibly contend against 9 powerful civilizations of similar strength, who are familiar with each other. But this mysterious 13th civilization is different. Although they are weak, they are outside the mud system and deeply trusted by humanity. Even now, a small number of humans have already fallen into their hands. The 3-day civilization clearly understands that this is the trump card they use to establish an alliance with us. However, this 13th civilization is far too weak. They can only protect a very small portion of humanity. To truly acquire this device, they must obtain a large number of humans, something no other civilization can currently do. Trust alone is insufficient. We need a powerful warship, at least B9 level, just enough to provide a basic possibility of escape from other civilizations, Shinshur said. Reason? The three-day civilization's consciousness remained emotionless, crisp and cold. "We will provide greater support to human civilization," Shinshur said, "not just be one-level warships, but continuous improvements, increasing human civilization's confidence, maintaining the purity of their culture, and gradually giving them a trump card for escape." This time, the three-day civilization did not respond quickly. Because this was no longer a simple, easily understood transaction. Shinshur was essentially exchanging future promises for immediate benefits. Faced with the silence of the three-day civilization, Shinshur remained unperturbed. He genuinely needed a fleet that was among the top tier even among these powerful B-level civilizations, and he could indeed use such a fleet to continuously distort the status quo of the third future line. Therefore, the deal he proposed was real. Chapter 254. However, a genuine transaction doesn't always guarantee a positive response. While Shinshur's demands might seem insignificant to the three-day civilization, the complex possibilities they evoked led to numerous unfathomable calculations. Therefore, Shinshur couldn't be certain the transaction would succeed. But he wasn't particularly concerned. Because once the direction was found, a successful transaction was inevitable. Currently, the only place he could obtain sufficiently powerful devices was these civilizations. If he failed with the three-day civilization, Shinshur planned to try the Gus civilization, or at worst, the AES civilization. Human civilization ultimately belonged to the AES civilization's jurisdiction. In a sense, all other civilizations were invaders of the AES civilization. Perhaps, by ceasing support for human civilization, he could obtain enough from the AES civilization. If the three-day civilization represented a civilization that didn't want to destroy humanity or the trading market, then the AES civilization represented what doesn't belong to me, nobody can have. When the silence reached its end, Shinshur received an answer that was worse than he had expected, but better than a direct rejection. "We cannot give you our strongest warships, but we can give you a second-tier fleet. In return, you must give human civilization hope. This is the basis of the initial deal." The three Sun civilizations' meaning was clear. They wouldn't agree to all of Shinshur's demands at once, but only a portion, or perhaps a smaller cut. The rest would depend on Shinshur's performance. Shinshur pondered for a moment, then agreed. "As you wish, we will intensify our efforts to help humanity." After leaving these words, Shinshur received a trade request from the three-day civilization. Only then did he realize that he was actually communicating with only one three-day person. But this three-day person was outside the trading market, connected to many other three-day people. In other words, for the three-day civilization, as long as one person entered the trading market, it was equivalent to the entire three-day civilization being within it. It seems that civilizations focused on the development of primal energy technology all share this characteristic to some extent. However, concentrating all consciousness into one should not be the ultimate direction of civilization's development, at least not in line with the development culture of human civilization. Shinshur put aside these thoughts. The human civilization of future Line 3 has entered a completely new realm and has also determined its development direction, balance. Yes, most of the technological development of human civilization comes from other civilizations. From the initial Vo civilization to the later Dick civilization, and then to the AES civilization, even though Shinshur repeatedly changed humanity's destiny and defeated numerous enemies time and again, the influence of these enemies still deeply permeated the development of human civilization, existing forever in the form of technology. In a sense, this can only be considered an indelible mark left by time on human civilization. But this also shaped humanity's character. Balanced, comprehensive, all sorts of similar adjectives can describe humanity. Because humanity doesn't have a particularly outstanding technological field, whether it's primal energy technology, macroscopic technology, or microscopic technology, human civilization has achieved a certain level of development in all areas. Now, this balance seems to be becoming even more pronounced. Shinshur noticed that the warships the three-day civilization traded to him came from many different civilizations, each with diverse characteristics. Indeed, the three-day civilization's development model dictates that they don't need warships. These were all plundered from other civilizations using their powerful primal energy. Shinshur even spotted warships belonging to the A civilization among them. Most were around B8 or B7 level, but there were a very few B9s. While not meeting Shinshur's initial requirements, they were still quite powerful. Such a warship could even inflict significant damage on humanity in the third future timeline. However, their distinct and chaotic characteristics are also a problem. Shinshur originally intended to use this fleet to fabricate a powerful civilization to delay or even eliminate future resistance from the Mud system, but now, By showcasing these civilizations, humanity might receive even more attention. No, he had to change his approach. Shinshur returned to the real world and convened another council meeting. "Gentlemen, we are almost successfully escaping the Mutter system," Shinshur stated unequivocally in his opening remarks, revealing the purpose of their trip. "A new round of support, or rather, a test, from Starsea Corporation is about to begin." Immediately, many people's minds began to exchange information. After all, Shinshur, as always, used Starsea to explain the origins of things he had obtained from other future timelines, which naturally included the incredibly powerful star system jump system from before. It caused a sensation at the time, even at humanity's highest council. Now, the humans at these councils are no longer the ignorant masses they once were. They know that the system Shinshur brought is the same as the one in the land of Gus, and may even be more powerful. If there isn't some mystery they don't know about, then there's only one possibility left. Shanghai has obtained the greatest secret of the land of Gus and optimized it. If that's the answer, it's terrifying. And now, Shanghai has struck again. We've been in the star era for 1,000 years. You should all understand that the stronger we become, the stronger the civilizations we encounter. Shanghai must be even more careful. At B level, the characteristics of a civilization can be manifested in its devices. Therefore, the devices Shanghai is about to provide us are powerful, but they all come from various B-level civilizations within the Mud system. When Shinshur transmitted the information about those powerful warships to everyone, the mental communication at the council fell into a brief silence. Powerful? Absolutely powerful. There's an immense gap between B1 and B9, a gap many times larger than the gap between the most powerful and the weakest nation on Earth during its Earth era, let alone B9. A civilization that has fully reached B3 technology level could easily destroy a civilization that has also reached B level, but is only a B1. To put it bluntly, the fleet that Shinshur brought alone could easily destroy the entire human civilization at this moment. This is still based on the premise that human civilization possesses numerous devices far surpassing its own level of development. Therefore, it's clear that acquiring such a fleet would significantly enhance human civilization's strength, exceeding its own current capabilities. Humanity would truly be worthy of the attention of powerful civilizations within the Mud system, no longer simply crumbling at the first touch, unable even to appear before them. However, everyone understood what Shinshur meant by the test. These warships all originated from civilizations within the Mud system. Some even bore clear markings on their surfaces, and these markings were unalterable. For example, one warship's shape was identical to that of the AES civilization. If this warship were brought into the Mud system, even a sea-level civilization could easily recognize it. Therefore, using such warships within the Mud system would have unpredictable consequences. Suddenly, the exchange of thoughts within the hall intensified. These warships have different characteristics and technologies. It would be too dangerous for them to sail together into the Mud system. It would be better to separate them. But separating them wouldn't provide enough deterrence. Actually, we don't need too many resources from the Mud system in the short term. What we have is enough to sustain us for a long time. There's no need to use these warships. Didn't you hear? This is a test. How can it be a test if we don't use them? It's called a test, but I'm afraid it's just that they're unwilling to use warships with their own unique characteristics to help us. I just don't know where these warships came from, and whether there are any unknown risks behind them. Shinshur listened intently to their conversation. Human civilization had developed to this point, and his existence was undeniably crucial. However, this didn't mean the others were solely reliant on him without any of their own merits. In fact, Shinshur mostly delegated analytical tasks to these people. He merely utilized the advantages of the future world to grasp the overall situation. Only on matters requiring secrecy and unreliable from them would he consider things alone. But now, with the cover of the starry sea, he could gather diverse perspectives. As the discussion and analysis progressed, some things began to become clearer. At this moment, someone began to ask a crucial question. Counselor Shin, were these devices directly plundered from these civilizations? I don't know. Shinshur hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. He knew this was important. If these devices were indeed plundered, these civilizations would immediately associate the humans using them with those who had previously plundered them. But he truly didn't know. These warships were all traded to him by the 3-day civilization, but he genuinely didn't know how they had acquired them. Judging from their components, it's highly likely they were obtained through some kind of transaction. However, the possibility of plunder cannot be ruled out. The key lies in timing. Some events may have already occurred, while others may happen in the future. What Shinshur knew was that these devices had already been processed by the 3-day civilization, and there wouldn't be any issues such as automatically contacting the original civilization or having their specific serial numbers detected. According to the 3-day civilization, these devices were originally intended to be sold off piecemeal to obtain resources. Shinshur's answer undoubtedly silenced some of those present, further complicating the situation. The fact that the future timeline hadn't undergone major changes was enough to prove that these devices weren't very effective. Shinshur hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's not that we have no information at all. These devices seem to have been obtained uniformly from the 3-day civilization. If we want to use them, we should at least avoid the 3-day civilization, and at the very least, not appear directly in front of them." In that case, Yulan spoke up at this moment, why not break it down into smaller parts, establish a decentralized yet unified organization, and then use these devices in the name of this organization? Explain in detail? Through the consciousness link, Shinshur immediately understood Yulan's meaning, and his eyes brightened slightly as he asked Yulan to explain her thinking in detail. The undeniable fact is that these warships originate from different civilizations and are incredibly powerful. This exhibits typical characteristics of space pirates. Therefore, I believe we could perhaps create a space pirate alliance. Under this alliance, we could trade and plunder within the Mulder system, acquiring enough resources for our use and development. A pirate alliance. Many counselors' eyes lit up. This was indeed a solution. It would prevent the warships from being too concentrated and thus wiped out, while also preventing them from being too scattered and rendered useless. They could be dispersed to gain benefits in various locations, while simultaneously possessing a unified and powerful backing. If such a pirate alliance could truly be established, it would undoubtedly be able to fully utilize these devices and achieve considerable growth. With a general direction in mind, everyone's thinking broadened. Perhaps we can be bolder, not just fictional, but truly establish such a pirate alliance, even recruiting many others, even many civilizations. That's right, the Mud system has no shortage of homeless strongmen. Then these warships can't be used by us alone. The Uran civilization can be trusted. Some of them are definitely willing to voluntarily inscribe their obedience seals. One Uran civilization alone isn't enough. We need to win over more other civilizations. Perhaps we can form a 7 pirate kings-like entity, with 7 races distributing these warships, and then recruiting other scattered pirates, providing them with weaker B-class warships. How do we ensure these people won't desert after obtaining the warships? Voluntary primal energy seals are a good method, but they also require close ties of interest. The general direction is there, but the details still need to be carefully considered. As the counselor's discussion continued, Shinshur's focus had shifted away from the meeting. He was focused on the future of Future Line 3. From the moment everyone began discussing the Pirate Alliance plan, the third Future Line witnessed the biggest change in over 200 years. Chapter 255. The instant Shinshur's consciousness returned to his avatar in Future Line 3, he understood the immense changes in human civilization in Future Line 3. Its raw power alone had reached B3 level. Even Shinshur hadn't anticipated this outcome. It's important to understand that when technology reaches this level, the pace of development inevitably slows down considerably. This is an inevitable trend in the process of exploring the truths of the universe. Therefore, after reaching B level, achieving further progress in a short period becomes extremely difficult. The more likely scenario is stagnation over a long period. And how long has human civilization in Future Line 3 been in development since the Earth era? Only a little over 4,000 years. 4,000 years to reach B3 level. Even Shinshur, with his cheat-like abilities, was astonished. Normal development simply couldn't achieve this, so there's only one explanation: plunder. Plunder technology. Plunder people. Plunder devices. Only by building upon plunder could such a miracle be achieved. Considering the reasons for this timeline shift, Shinshur seemed to see the future. And when he studied this history in more detail, the situation was exactly as he had expected. Around the year 1300 of the Star Era, when human civilization had completely escaped the Mud system and entered the desolate regions beyond the Milky Way, a plan was born: the Space Pirate Project. Human civilization gradually cultivated members from 7 different races. These included not only humans and aliens, but also the Daikians. Yes, the Dake civilization had vanished by this time, and these Dake people were the last remaining spark. However, the humans who later destroyed the Dake civilization were astonished to discover that, due to the Dake people's inherent hunter culture, their acceptance of the shift from hunter to prey was remarkably high. While not all of them were Dake, after realizing that human civilization was the very prey they had once fought, many Dake people, driven by intense internal conflict, submitted. The voluntary inscription of their primal energy steel seals was enough to erase any possibility of feigned surrender. Therefore, the Dake people were chosen as one of the 7 pirate kings. In this vast expanse of space, the Pirate Alliance, bearing its name, relentlessly plundered within the Mud system. Their footprints covered every star system within the Mud system, and their prey included countless individuals. Even powerful B-class civilizations were sometimes their prey. In less than 2,000 years, the Pirate Alliance's reputation became a new legend within the Mud system. And this, in turn, brought immense profits to the human civilization behind it. Of course, these powerful B-level civilizations within the Mud system have naturally attempted to suppress them. After all, pirates are an inescapable force in the vast universe, especially within the Mud system, where this phenomenon is even more pronounced. Regardless of level or grade, countless individuals from every civilization have tried to escape this oppressive system, to escape their despairing past, and then eke out a living through plunder in the vast cosmos until their demise. Therefore, over the countless years, some have considered building such an alliance. However, under the overwhelming power of the Mud system, these people all failed. In fact, even relying on this batch of B7 and B8 class warships would have been difficult to succeed. After all, these were merely items that a 3-day civilization could easily produce. However, the trading market possessed by human civilization played a terrifying role within the Pirate Alliance. As long as each pirate crew had one person capable of using the trading market, in the most critical situation, all warships and all personnel could be urgently teleported anywhere via the trading market. This was something that no anti-teleportation system could solve, and even the most powerful primal energy weapons could not affect consciousness clones already inside the trading market. The Pirate Alliance truly achieved appearing and disappearing without a trace. Of course, there were losses. However, before the Mud system truly took things seriously, the Pirate Alliance ultimately achieved gains far exceeding losses. Even the resources and equipment of B-class civilizations were plundered by the Pirate Alliance numerous times. The entire alliance is gradually becoming stronger, and relying on the resources gained from it, the strength of human civilization is constantly increasing. As far as Shinshur knows, the resources human civilization has already acquired are enough for them to develop to the B4 level within 2,000 years. This is truly unexpected, Shinshur muttered to himself after learning all this. In his view, the truly terrifying aspect of the Pirate Alliance is not simply its resources. It's that it has begun to tap into the terrifying potential of the trading market within the galactic social system. Yes. From the very beginning, Shinshur was acutely aware that the trading market was the perfect foundation for establishing a truly powerful interstellar social system. The Gus land, simply by virtue of its trading platform, had continuously developed, even reaching the level of an A-grade civilization. The convenience of the trading market possessed by human civilization was terrifying, even more domineering. Even the rules of the Gus land didn't explicitly require other civilizations to assimilate into their culture. Instead, they required the slow infiltration of other civilizations' cultures through seemingly fair and just rules. However, the current state of the trading market in Future Line 2 has proven that this trading market isn't just for humans. Any other civilization that can integrate into human culture can use it. It's practically a natural interstellar social system. If human civilization reaches the level of the ranchers, capable of suppressing other civilizations, then with the existence of the trading market, they could even achieve a more stable and efficient system than the Mud system. The Pirate Alliance is already a prototype. This realization excited Shinshur as well. Humanity's future shouldn't be limited to Grade B. Now that the direction is set, we should start preparing as soon as possible. However, the third future line isn't all sunshine and rainbows. Even after calming down, Shinshur could still see the dangers within the history and current state of the third future line. The Interstellar Pirate Alliance's ability to achieve this level of development was partly due to the high-level warships and trading markets Shinshur brought, but also because it seized a favorable opportunity. Indeed, some civilizations have emerged within the Mud system. At least for the time being, these B-level civilizations have been quite active, with many actions violating the rules of the Mud system, and they haven't been interfered with by the 3 mysterious, unknown A-level civilizations, who seem to have vanished without a trace. Regardless of whether these actions are truly rebellion or simply orchestrated by the ranchers, the Mud system has been quite chaotic for some time, with many powerful civilizations paying little attention to a small alliance. However, a clear trend is emerging. As time goes on, this turmoil seems to be reaching a certain balance. Perhaps it's impossible to return to the initial state, but as long as these powerful civilizations devote even a little attention to the Pirate Alliance, they can still pose a significant threat to the entire pirate alliance. We must seize the time and secure this period of open space, Shinshur resolved. He had memorized the history that first occurred 3,000 years ago, and could easily identify areas for improvement. For example, one of the original 7 kings of the Pirate Alliance, over 2,000 years later, succumbed to the allure of the mud system and rebelled against human civilization, inflicting the greatest loss in the Pirate Alliance's history. Now that Shinshur knows this, he naturally won't repeat the mistake. That race has lost the chance to become one of the 7 kings again. Another example is the time when a raid was ambushed, resulting in heavy losses. Another example is a relic device called the Simulation Core, which could powerfully aid the development of human civilization. Shinshur plans to seize it beforehand. For example, in short, as time goes by, Shinshur is confident that he can learn from future experiences to help human civilization avoid some detours, which will undoubtedly accelerate its growth. Besides, he can also try to obtain more resources from Future Line 2. Let Future Line 2 become a pseudo-interstellar system. Perhaps it can increase a lot of experience, and it's also a treasure trove. Shinshur felt his mind was completely open. It was as if he wanted to try all sorts of things. Therefore, in the following period, he directly ordered the human civilization of Future Line 3 to build B3 level warships, weapons, and devices on a large scale. He needed to take them all. Nominally, it was to exchange these large quantities of low-level devices for more advanced devices from the Starsea Interstellar Society. However, Shinshur's status in Future Line 3 far exceeded that of Future Line 2. Even without this nominal authority, he could still easily mobilize the vast resources of the entire human civilization of Future Line 3. He no longer needed to rely on antiques to trade for a few devices, as was the case initially with Future Line 2. This is the impact of Shinshur's growing personal strength. Moreover, as he continuously makes amends for his mistakes, his position within human civilization will inevitably become increasingly powerful. Although we don't know the exact status of the rancher within their own civilization, perhaps one day Shinshur can achieve a similar level. That is, his very being becomes part of civilization. Another 100 years have passed. As civilization continues to grow stronger, the efficiency brought by time becomes increasingly cumbersome. In these 100 years, Shinshur has only made amends for 2 mistakes in contemporary development, changed the production direction of Future Line 3, and initially strengthened support for human civilization in Future Line 2. Aside from that, not much was accomplished, and no major changes occurred. However, a predictable and significant event was drawing ever closer. Shinshur even had a premonition that this event would be a major turning point. The trading market was finally about to appear in modern society. For the past 1,200 years, this incredibly powerful device had remained a trump card in future timelines. And the timing of its appearance had constantly changed. In the initial Future Timeline 1, the trading market first appeared more than 2,000 years into the Starry Sky era. A lucky human happened to enter the core area of this relic, or rather, the core server, and set various rules there, including, but not limited to, that this device could only be possessed by humans. In Future Timeline 2, the trading market appeared several hundred years earlier, and the specifics were largely the same, except that the rules of the trading market changed slightly. For example, it could change appearance, a function not found in the black market of Future Timeline 1. As for Future Timeline 3, it was not significantly different from Future Timeline 2. Of course, the time and place for acquiring the trading market have changed. It's important to understand that in the third Future Timeline, human civilization had already moved the entire solar system far away from the Mud system, and even far away from the Milky Way galaxy, yet the trading market still ultimately appeared within the solar system. Regardless of the future timeline or the changes in human civilization, the trading system always appeared in humanity's hands, delivered to their doorstep. This time, it was finally the modern era's turn. As long as the modern era controls the trading market, then all trading markets in future timelines built upon the modern era will remain unchanged. According to historical records, this trading market appeared near the moon in the 1321st year of the Starry Sky era. It was discovered and entered by a soldier. Since then, trading terminals have begun to randomly appear in people's minds. That soldier, like the discoverers in Future Timeline 1 and Future Timeline 2, disappeared without a trace, presumably vanished forever. Shinshur memorized the entire historical process. This is the latest history, meaning it will soon be a reality. Even the soldier's itinerary appeared on Shinshur's personal terminal. Just like in history. This soldier was simply traveling to the Jupiter defense line for a troop rotation in his personal spacecraft, and happened to pass through that area during that time. To be honest, this was the first time Shinshur had paid attention to the person who initially discovered the ruins. From the perspective of all humanity, this person, through his sacrifice, secured for human civilization one of its greatest assets, the trading market. The significance of his sacrifice surpasses even that of all other human sacrifices made today. If the trading market were open to the public, this person would undoubtedly be forever remembered by all humankind. Therefore, Shinshur naturally has no intention of altering this history. He will, as recorded in history, aboard the Yuan, witness and record this momentous occasion from afar. Chapter 256. Initially, Shinshur did consider sending other, more trustworthy individuals, or even going himself, to probe the market and modify its fundamental rules. But ultimately, he abandoned the idea. The matter was simply too significant. The rewards were disproportionate to the risks. Moreover, his initial attempts hadn't yielded any changes, and Shinshur dared not take any further risks. He hadn't even chosen to tell that person about it, but no one could guarantee that being mentally prepared would still qualify him to enter that mysterious, unknown area, since the three known timelines all occurred when the first contact was completely unknown. With such a mysterious ruin, anything could happen. In short, as time passed, Shinshur located the soldier. He was piloting a miniature personal spaceship, roughly C1 level. This type of spaceship was considered standard among military personal spaceships in modern human civilization, and under Yuan's watchful gaze, it was perfectly clear, and she couldn't possibly detect anything. Based on past information, although the soldier had never actually experienced real war, he performed exceptionally well in simulated warfare. His love and loyalty to human civilization were also above average within the Legion. This is probably why the trading market was entirely controlled by humans, and the rules set were completely subordinate to them. That should be about right, Shinshur said. Then, he watched from a distance, neither too close nor too far, as the soldier's ship approached the area. Under Ivan's scan, that area was completely empty. No mysterious space, no curvature fluctuations whatsoever. It was utter emptiness, indistinguishable from over 99% of the universe. However, before Shinshur could even marvel at the power of this mysterious ruin, he and everyone watching widened their eyes in shock. Because nothing had happened. What's going on? Shinshur's voice echoed throughout the entire Warship's communication network. His mood instantly soared to the brink of disaster. He immediately confirmed the time and location, and then realized that, without him altering anything, this crucial point in time had deviated. He had to go to the future. At this moment, Shinshur was even incredibly worried that humanity in the future timeline would no longer have a trading market. Such a worst-case scenario would be devastating to human civilization. However, in the instant Shinshur's consciousness communicated, everything seemed to have changed. Shinshur clearly sensed that the power of time enveloped his entire body, his consciousness seemed to be infinitely extended, and time in the surrounding area, and even the entire universe, was infinitely delayed. Finally, for the first time, Ling encompassed his entire body, not just a part of his consciousness. In this unknown realm of absolute time, Shinshur arrived at a mysterious space. A hazy, gray space. Seemingly boundless, yet before him stood an immense altar. An indescribable grandeur emanated from the mysterious bronze altar, evoking a sense of antiquity and magnificence, as if thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years of history had converged here. Shinshur couldn't describe this feeling. But he knew very well that the change in time, his arrival here, was all inevitably related to Ling. Yes, Shinshur murmured to himself, as if he had already understood the reason for this change. The biggest difference from that history is that it is me standing nearby, not my avatar. The avatar doesn't possess the condition of Ling. Clearly, there is some connection between Ling and the trading market. Once Shinshur roughly guessed the reason, his initial unease quickly subsided. Because he believed that Ling, including this device, would not harm him. If it were harmful, then everything in the past would be meaningless. Shinshur began to examine the bronze altar before him. The reason he recognized it as an altar was simply because its shape was almost identical to the altar of heaven in the Eastern Kingdom's Forbidden City on Blue Star. Both were circular, upward-sloping steps. However, this altar wasn't made of white jade, but rather a single, massive piece of bronze. Shinshur walked up step by step. He could clearly see patterns drawn on the bronze steps beneath his feet. And they weren't complex, nor profound. In fact, they were quite easy to understand. He saw a person among a group of people creating fire with wood. He saw an old man in a forest, often eating white grass. He saw a person leading many people to dig a river, leading it to the sea. And he even saw two clans fiercely battling on the banks of the mighty Yellow River. Human history, the history of the Eastern Kingdom, Shinshur murmured to himself. Yes, everything recorded on this bronze altar was crystal clear. These patterns didn't contain any magical power, but they clearly recorded stories and histories familiar to every person in the Eastern Kingdom. Therefore, the existence of the time crystal, and even the existence of the trading market, was indeed related to humanity. Was it humanity that became incredibly powerful after countless ages? No, that would lead to an unsolvable paradox. Future humans created the time crystal, and it was precisely because of the time crystal that human civilization became powerful and achieved that future. So, in this cycle of time, there must be extra time crystals, or perhaps time crystals were born out of thin air. With uncertainty and confusion, Shinshur took the final step onto the steps. In an instant, a rhombus-shaped phantom appeared before him, or perhaps a rhombus-shaped void, but this void reflected endless galaxies. It wasn't just a simple starry sky, but countless densely packed spiral galaxies, encompassing the entire universe. Without a doubt, this was Shurling. Or rather, a reflection of Shurling. Its appearance was like a key. Shinshur could clearly feel the enormous altar beneath his feet rapidly awakening. It was an indescribable, magnificent aura, directly assaulting Shinshur's consciousness like a vast sea of stars, simultaneously impacting his body. This body, which had undergone countless evolutions, seemed to receive an indescribable strengthening at this moment. Shinshur even felt like a cultivator in a fantasy story receiving a profound enlightenment, clearly feeling his body being constantly cleansed by a warm and powerful force, along with his spirit and will, which were also rapidly increasing. This power was similar to primal energy, yet seemed far superior. But this was undoubtedly a tremendous gift. The unknowns are increasing. Shinshur felt his thoughts were clearer than ever before, enjoying yet bewildered amidst this constant, transformative change. Finally, this unknown enhancement ended. At the same time, a screen appeared before him. Detected that you possess the complete key to the multi-time-dimensional trading device. You are now granted the highest level of access. You will have the authority to change all settings except the underlying ones. Please utilize this device effectively to save human civilization from extinction and ensure its continued progress. Highest level of access. Shinshur clearly felt that his personal trading market terminal had changed at this moment. It had become more complex and more powerful. It was as if it had completely merged with him. There was no need to apply to the terminal system. With just a thought, he could use all its functions instantly. This feeling was somewhat similar to the primal energy device, but seemed far more powerful. He couldn't even describe it. But one thing is clear. This time, it was indeed a huge surprise, a gift from an unknown entity. Not only had his strength and power been comprehensively enhanced, but more importantly, he could now control not only the trading market in the present timeline, but also the trading markets in other timelines. What did this mean? Shinshur immediately thought of the trading markets in future timeline 2, which had already been occupied by the other 10 powerful civilizations. Now, he could expel all these forces, strip them of their personal terminals, and even confiscate everything stored in their personal spaces. The trading market now has a true official body and a real backer. Thank goodness I came. Shinshur slowly exhaled, but his emotions were filled with an indescribable excitement. He had originally planned to launch a counterattack by human civilization against the mud system. And now, his confidence, his chances of victory, were no longer just an improvement. They were on a completely different level. It's time to go back. Shinshur glanced at the altar again. Although he still didn't know how the altar came to be, or how Shurling and the trading market came to be, this space was now bound to his personal space. This wasn't containment, but fusion. Its greatest feature was that Shinshur could come here at any time, greatly ensuring his safety. Perhaps, he wouldn't need to stay in the civilization anymore. This thought suddenly surfaced in Shinshur's mind. But right now, he should quickly make arrangements and announce the beginning of a new era for human civilization. With a thought, Shinshur reappeared in the outside world. Time flowed again at this moment. No one noticed that Shinshur had vanished into the cracks of time and become completely different. They were still frantically searching for the mysterious space that Shinshur had spoken of should have appeared in. No need to search anymore. Shinshur's consciousness instantly entered everyone's minds. Everyone fell silent instantly. They didn't even realize they had fallen silent until after they had. Some even felt fear. As a master of primal energy, Shinshur certainly had the power to suppress everyone in primal energy, but just now, they hadn't felt any suppression at all. Everything seemed natural, without a trace, completely effortless. Counselor Shinshur, he truly lives up to his reputation. Some people sighed inwardly, but ultimately dared not ask further. They could only return to base under Shinshur's orders. However, some, unable to wait any longer, approached Shinshur. Has something changed? Should that soldier be recalled? You said this would be the greatest opportunity for human civilization, but nothing has happened. Shinshur had made considerable preparations beforehand to find the lucky individual in human civilization with a personal terminal as soon as possible, even revealing some information to the Supreme Council, telling them it was a powerful relic that had coincidentally appeared in the solar system at this time, detected in advance by the Star Sea, but still belonging to humanity. Now, however, the situation had clearly changed. This made those who had been extremely hopeful somewhat uneasy. Indeed, some changes have occurred, but I have obtained the ruins, Shinshur said, silencing everyone. These ruins are of paramount importance. Even the Supreme Council cannot keep them public. I will select 20 counselors from different fields to participate. The counselors fell silent, vaguely realizing that this turn of events was likely a good thing. Previously, Shinshur had explicitly stated that he might conduct a covert investigation of the entire civilization, but now it was unnecessary. This could only mean that Shinshur had gained deeper control over the ruins he spoke of that will overturn the future of human civilization. In the second future timeline, this change might have caused considerable unease. However, in the current contemporary timeline, this was not a problem. Because Shinshur's influence, having never made a mistake, had reached a terrifying level. In fact, there was no need to further deepen his influence through such means. 20 counselors were quickly selected. This included Todd and Yulon, but it wasn't just limited to counselors close to Shinshur, it encompassed various fields, essentially representing a microcosm of humanity's highest council. You should know what the greatest and most universal difficulty in the development of civilization is in the universe. Shinshur asked a fundamental question. Counselor Shin, its distance. The crowd answered readily. This was a question even a 3-year-old knew. No known civilization can truly solve this problem. They can only compress and shorten this boundless distance to the maximum extent possible through different levels of technology, but they cannot truly eliminate it. Even powerful ranchers cannot instantly reach a civilization. Chapter 257. It could be said that the greater the power, the more knowledgeable Shinshur was about the civilizations and ecosystems within interstellar space, the more astonished he became by the immense power of the trading market. This power differed from the power possessed by Shirling. Time is a profound and mysterious realm. Even powerful civilizations struggle to grasp its depths. Therefore, this was simply a completely new and unknown domain, much like the initial encounter with primal energy, a completely new world. Stepping into it would bring about a radical change, and its mystery and power were unimaginable. However, the trading market dealt with space. This was a domain that powerful civilizations had already mastered. Technologies concerning curvature, dimensions, and phases, the technology of cosmic space was becoming increasingly sophisticated. But it was precisely because of this that the trading market seemed all the more terrifying, because it was utterly unimaginable what kind of technology could transport objects so silently and effortlessly, regardless of distance. What were its transport limits? Where were those seemingly infinite areas within each person's personal space? Having a partial understanding was always more terrifying than complete ignorance. However, this issue is no longer just for Shinshur to ponder, it can shock many more people. You're right, it is distance, but now, we possess the power to overcome distance. Shinshur said no more. He couldn't say anything more. He simply raised his hand, and the interfaces of their personal terminals appeared in the minds of the 20-odd elected counselors. A consciousness device? That was everyone's first reaction. In reality, by now, everyone has a personal terminal installed in their consciousness, more discreet, more efficient, and possessing various wondrous powers, making it the best choice for a personal terminal. So the initial reaction wasn't particularly surprising. Until they began to learn about the device, and even personally visited the then undeveloped trading market. What kind of ruins are these? An infinitely large personal space. How is this possible? I haven't gasped in ages. With such a treasure, humanity should be invincible. Human civilization has developed rapidly for over 1,000 years, completely different from the ignorant Earth era. But at this moment, these powerful primal energy masters seem to understand the feelings of Earth-era humans facing spaceships. Because they weren't much different now, this thing was truly beyond imagination. With technology developed to this level, it could be said that human civilization rarely had unattainable fantasies. But even now, the trading market still felt like facing a myth, a legend, a dream come true. This emotion was amplified infinitely within the consciousness link, clearly perceived by Shinshur. But Shinshur didn't find the astonishment of these highest levels of human civilization surprising, because his feelings were similar. especially when recalling that bronze altar. To be honest, the bronze altar didn't feel like a science fiction product to him at all. Instead, it seemed to be full of mystery. Moreover, this wasn't a mystical system like the Cave Heaven, a mere facade created with advanced technology. It was a different kind of mysterious power, truly beyond technological comprehension. Especially, Shinshur gradually sensed that after the altar's enhancement, he was now entirely different. It wasn't just about increased strength, speed, or primal energy. It was an indescribable transformation. And it wasn't just his imagination. The best proof was his greatly enhanced control over time. At this moment, Shinshur could truly manipulate time within a certain range, enough to encompass a small spaceship and easily inflict massive damage. Of course, after separating from the time crystal, he seemed to have weakened considerably, but he was still very strong. To some extent, this was one of the reasons why human civilization in the future timeline had changed so drastically. A sage who remained powerful even without the time crystal could bring immense benefits to the entire human civilization. It could be said that by mastering the timing and the trading market, Shinshur truly possessed the capital to challenge the ranchers, rather than merely harboring the self-comforting confidence of "I will definitely be strong in the future." Alright, Shinshur interrupted the other study of the trading market. "I will decide who gets to access the trading market, but the number of slots is limited, and each slot is crucial to civilization. Having access to the trading market means taking on heavy responsibilities. Now, who among you is willing to go to the land of Gus? And who is willing to become a pirate?" Controlling the trading market is equally important to the interests of human civilization. Putting aside other factors, the fact that Shinshur could freely choose who to give his personal terminal to was far better than the past. The previous randomness, while increasing fairness, also wasted a great deal of resources. Some people simply lacked the capital for large-scale transactions, and their inherent weakness made them more focused on their own interests. After all, status determines perspective, and environment determines mentality. But now it's different. Shinshur, from the outset, could concentrate the power of the entire civilization, maximizing the potential of the trading market. Currently, the trading market only has 100 initial slots. The efficiency of new personal terminal slots appearing depends on the total population of the civilization, or rather, the amount of original power. Therefore, while continuously strengthening the civilization's power, each slot is extremely important. It cannot be wasted. After Shinshur's statement, the people before him suppressed their incredibly excited and dreamlike emotions, and began to study how to fully utilize this powerful weapon. Everything seemed unchanged. However, Shinshur still vaguely sensed a shift in the mindset of these counselors. This was to be expected. While humanity, under Shinshur's leadership, had defeated one enemy after another, developing to its current level at an unimaginable speed in a very short time, human civilization's confidence and pride were actually quite low. Shinshur was even less confident than during the Earth era. The reason was simple. Human civilization, in this interstellar space, was ultimately incredibly weak. Whether in history, talent, strength, or even culture, they were nothing compared to other powerful civilizations. Even their only redeeming quality, their rapid development, was obtained through a plea from Star C by their counselor, Shinshur, and they even had to undergo so-called tests. This weakness was the stark reality before them. So where did their confidence and pride come from? They were different from Shinshur. They didn't possess, from the outset, the unimaginable, transcendent power of Zhurling, surpassing all civilizations, the mud system, and the ranchers. But now it was different. The trading market had given them this confidence. This was a power that even the mud system, even the ranchers, never possessed. Cultural confidence, it seems, can be built little by little from the top down, Shinshur finally thought to himself. Having clarified the methods by which B-level civilizations, and even higher-level civilizations, devour other civilizations, Shinshur gained a stronger understanding of cultural confidence. Why didn't his avatar become an assimilationist like some counselors? Naturally, it was because he possessed sufficient confidence. Confidence that human civilization's achievements were far beyond B-level. Confidence that human civilization would one day surpass the entire mud system. This confidence was the best weapon in the war of cultural invasion. For the next several years, Shinshur continuously adjusted the development direction of human civilization based on the emergence of the trading market and his complete mastery of its power, especially in establishing a preliminary pirate system. This was no simple matter, because the establishment of the pirate alliance required the participation of other civilizations. Coupled with the heavy involvement of the trading market, the entire system became quite complex. Currently, Shinshur can only continue to use the Star C name, attributing the ability to easily and seamlessly transfer large amounts of matter entirely to Star C. This has fooled some people, allowing him to barely establish a system. As the initial pirates began to gravitate towards the mute system, Shinshur finally turned his attention back to the other future timelines. It's important to understand that the new direction brought by the pirate system isn't limited to the present and the third future timeline. The benefits from the other future timelines are equally considerable. Trading markets exist in every future timeline. That means every future timeline can be plundered. Let's start with the second future timeline. Shinshur seemed to ignite with ambition. For a long time, humanity, including him, had been forced to play the subservient role against the overwhelmingly powerful Ace civilization. They could only hide and laugh. Even knowing Ace's treacherous intentions, they could only lure the wolf into their den, even drawing the entire pack into the second future timeline, hoping they would fight amongst themselves for food to ensure their survival. Was it frustrating? For a weaker civilization, it wasn't really frustrating. Within the mud system, countless civilizations were far more frustrated and miserable than humanity. However, for Shinshur, who possessed the time crystal, it was indeed incredibly frustrating. But now, the roles of hunter and prey were about to change. Shinshur's mindset was completely different. If Ace wanted to swallow humanity, then Shinshur would make the entire Ace civilization, and even the entire mud system, the fertilizer for humanity's ascent to the throne. After settling matters in the modern world, Shinshur, with a thought, went directly to future line 2. He quickly entered the trading market using his 13th identity. The supreme authority in the trading market wasn't limited to new future lines. It could also be used in past future lines. This was Shinshur's primary source of confidence in future line 2. His second source of confidence, of course, was future line 3, which already possessed B3 strength and was approaching B4. The transaction with the Three Sun civilization could now be completed. Gong Chu, come see me. Don't let anyone discover you. Shinshur contacted Gong Chu directly in the trading market. Gong Chu arrived quickly. Upon seeing Shinshur's new appearance, he was also momentarily stunned. However, Shinshur only slightly released some of his primal energy aura, and Gong Chu, possessing the primal energy steel seal, immediately confirmed Shinshur's identity, even going further and guessing many things. My identity will represent the Star Sea, Shinshur said in his first words. And next, I will give you a batch of B3 level weapons and equipment free of charge. You must arm all our own people. By the way, what percentage of our own people are left? About 30% left, Gong Chu said, his mood still quite low. These B-level civilizations' plans have never stopped. Every day, large numbers of humans choose to abandon their human identities and completely join these civilizations. Many even turn against their former comrades, aiding these civilizations in their cultural wars. It truly had a remarkably high effect. But the effect wasn't due to the benefits these people touted, but rather the fact that so many chose to surrender, choosing to abandon their human identity. Now, more and more people are beginning to believe that human culture has reached its limit, no longer able to support the continued development of civilization. For someone like Gong Chu, this situation is likely a more severe blow than defeat. This number is already quite good, Shinshur said rather optimistically. You must understand, this war hasn't just begun. We've been invaded by the AES civilization for thousands of years, and we resisted for thousands of years. Given the enormous disparity in strength, the fact that we still have such a large proportion remaining is enough to prove our resilience, ranking among the top even within the entire mud system. I wavered. Gong Chu's emotions gradually sharpened. Because what Shinshur said was also a fact he knew. Just now, he was mostly influenced by the desperate situation. Sage! Gong Chu suddenly explained, a mere B3 level device isn't enough to alter the power. However, starting as B1 and now becoming B3, this rapid advancement might give the remaining people precious confidence and perhaps buy us more time. Although human civilization has lost a full 70% of its population in a short period, this cultural invasion is different from a thermal invasion. It doesn't collapse faster as it progresses. On the contrary, the defenses strengthen as time goes on. This final 30%, while not all of them staunch supporters of human civilization, are at least those who refuse to abandon their human identity. Chapter 258. Shinshur nodded. Those who choose to abandon their human identity shouldn't be taken too seriously, he said calmly. This is also a process of natural selection. I believe that once we overcome this hurdle, the entire human civilization will undergo a fundamental cultural transformation, perhaps even breaking through its original limitations. This wasn't just consolation. It was indeed Shinshur's original thought. Future Line 2 has now become an independent world line, an independent universe, and cannot be altered by timeline changes. This means its cultural deficiencies have lost the possibility of being gradually remedied at their source. Under normal circumstances, the development of this civilization is highly limited. But now, Shinshur sees a glimmer of hope in this crisis. Of course, an even greater change that Shinshur hadn't noticed was his confidence. After all, the crisis hadn't just appeared, but Shinshur only realized its magnitude now. This is because Shinshur now truly has enough confidence to lead human civilization out of its predicament, and even break through the bottlenecks of its culture. Shinshur's newfound confidence also influenced Gong Chu. In Gong Chu's eyes, it was as if the legendary, almost omnipotent sage Shinshur had returned once more. Gong Chu didn't know if this was just his imagination, but courage and hope had been unconsciously rekindled within him. Get to work, Shinshur instructed, then directly traded the first batch of warships and equipment to Gong Chu. However, he could already imagine that this sudden acquisition of such a massive device from the mysterious 13th civilization, while unable to disrupt the current balance among civilizations, would be enough to put some on alert. If not handled properly, humanity would be in danger. Fortunately, Shinshur didn't expect these devices to be of much use. His primary purpose in providing them was simply to complete the transaction between the three civilizations. The first transaction was complete. Wouldn't the second be far behind? No amount of B3 level devices could compare to having a powerful B9 level civilization as an ally. At least an ally to maintain humanity's existence and development. Therefore, when some devices began to appear among humanity, Shinshur once again went to the three civilizations' shop. Or rather, their base. Upon entering, the voices of collective consciousness immediately reached Shinshur's ears. "You've done a good job. With this batch of devices, we can slow down the progress of our plan to replace humanity." The three civilizations' communication seemed to contain some kind of language. It is clearly their own language. While conscious communication has, to some extent, transcended the limitations of language, allowing the direct transmission of one's intended message to others in a very short time, this does not mean that language has completely lost its function. After all, most intelligent life forms still rely on their own unique languages for their thought processes, and efficient languages can also be integrated into conscious communication. However, despite having altered their consciousness and become human in spirit, they still communicate using their own language. This alone reveals the core of these outsiders. They only care about the trading market, not humanity. Therefore, Shinshur felt no affinity towards these three-day civilizations because of their words. It was all just a transaction. And from his perspective, it was a form of deception. Because the trading market had no possibility of belonging to them, a fact that Shinshur, having gained full access to it, understood perfectly. "I come to complete a further transaction," Shinshur stated directly. "This time, I need some truly top-tier equipment, and in return, I can provide humanity with further warships and weapons, at least B4 level." The warships they had previously obtained from the three-day civilization were only around B7 or B8 level. While warships of this caliber could roam freely and fearlessly within the B-class civilizations of the Mud system, they were clearly far inferior to those long-established and powerful B-class civilizations within the Mud system. Even disregarding the vast difference in size, the technological gap alone was enough for these civilizations to easily eliminate these warships. In fact, in the present timeline of Future 3, almost all of the Pirate Alliance's losses stem from these B-class civilizations. It's conceivable that only when the Pirate Alliance possessed truly top-tier warships, coupled with a trading market, could they truly pose a threat to these B-class civilizations, and truly step onto the stage of the Mud system. Therefore, this objective, this transaction, is extremely important. However, it is clearly not something that can be easily accomplished. This transaction cannot be completed. The three-day civilization's response was exactly what Shinshur expected. Even B4 level devices cannot fundamentally change the situation of human civilization, and our goal is not to save human civilization, but merely to buy enough time. In this respect, there is not much difference between B3 and B4 levels. Therefore, there is no reason for the transaction to proceed. Shinshur was silent for a moment. The three-day civilization's previous transaction clearly indicated that it was only a preliminary deal, but now, the other party clearly has no intention of continuing the transaction. Or rather, the other party wants to make a judgment based on the actual situation. B9 level warships mean that they are the active warships of these civilizations. Once given away, they could potentially threaten them on small-scale frontal battlefields. In the current chaotic situation, the balance is relatively fragile. Therefore, theoretically speaking, such a B9 level fleet that does not belong to them has the potential to break the balance and thus threaten them. Of course, This possibility exists only theoretically. In reality, it's extremely unlikely. If a specific probability could be calculated, it would likely be a terrifyingly small number. In short, a clear threshold exists between the possibility of it existing and the impossibility of it existing. However, Shinshur wasn't entirely without options. He never intended to solve the problem easily. If that were the case, he would soon be free from the threat of these powerful civilizations. Fortunately, his biggest trump card this time wasn't the so-called B3 class warship or strength, but authority. Authority in the trading market. Shinshur was prepared. Since that's the case, then let's not make this deal fall through. However, this will lower our evaluation of your credibility and affect other transactions. I hope you can understand, Shinshur said calmly, while releasing a hint of primal energy. After all, your stance on further transactions in the last deal was seriously inconsistent with your current stance. The 3-day civilization remained silent. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have paid any attention to these words. They would have simply taken it as an expression of resentment. Although it's very rare for such emotions to be revealed in communication at this level, different civilizations have different cultures, and they wouldn't have cared. But now, they were silent. The reason was simple. Ultra-high-quality primal energy. Yes, the primal energy Shinshur was displaying was only a very faint trace, so faint that even an ordinary human could emit it. However, in the face of the 3-day civilization, whose foundation was primal energy technology, even this faint trace spoke volumes. It was an extremely powerful force. Its quality was even greater than that of the strongest beings in their civilization. It should be noted that the 3-day civilization's understanding of primal energy technology surpassed that of all the B-level civilizations within the Mud system, so they understood even better what this primal energy meant. This meant that the mysterious 13th being before them possessed extremely high personal mastery of primal energy. Information refreshed. The collective consciousness of the 3-day civilization frantically processed its internal workings. It refreshed its information on the 13th civilization, comprehensively re-recording its strength and technological background, and conducting a thorough analysis based on the current situation. Ultimately, it concluded that there was a greater than 55% probability that the other party came from a primitive primal energy civilization, and a 35% probability that it belonged to a powerful civilization that had been destroyed/damaged/weakened. While conducting intensive calculations and analysis, the 3-day civilization no longer remained silent. They needed to obtain more information from Shinshur. Faced with a primal energy master far more powerful than expected, most probing was meaningless, so the collective consciousness of the 3-day civilization directly asked, "Are you from a primal energy civilization built on powerful but primitive primal energy technology, or from a former A-level civilization?" Shinshur did not reply, but in a very short time, he had clearly discerned the difference between the two answers. Having undergone the baptism of the bronze altar, his personal strength had reached a completely new level. In terms of primal energy mastery alone, he was even confident he could take on any individual from a Class B civilization single-handedly, even though he wasn't entirely clear on the extent of primal energy technology development within Class A civilizations. However, no matter how the Three Suns civilization analyzed the situation, they could never have guessed the possibility presented by the bronze altar. This is the advantage of information. Information advantage is the greatest trump card that allows for successful deception even in this level of communication. The two options offered by the 3-day civilization have very clear advantages and disadvantages. If it were a primitive energy civilization, like the children of the Earth civilization that once appeared in the Mud system, but was destroyed by the rancher himself, it would likely be highly vigilant, even targeted, by the entire Mud system. Shinshur already knew that powerful energy possessors represented enormous benefits within the Mud system. The value of an energy master who had lost their home planet was equivalent to a C-class fleet, and the stronger they were, the more ruthless they became. This was clearly evident in the history of the children of the Earth. Shinshur's current energy proficiency was probably not much weaker than the strongest among the children of the Earth civilization, but firstly, he lacked the support of an equally powerful civilization, making him powerless to deal with these powerful B-class civilizations. Secondly, if he were to once again provoke the rancher's personal intervention or attention, he would also face enormous risks. However, the potential gains are equally substantial. Aside from anything else, this identity alone gives Shinshur ample justification for trading large amounts of advanced technology without fear of being exposed, a crucial factor in its success. Furthermore, his powerful primal energy capabilities serve as a foundation for manipulating market access. In short, the risks are immense, but so are the rewards. Conversely, Choosing a weakened A-level civilization carries significantly less risk, as such civilizations pose little threat to the civilizations within the mud system and lack the same allure. Therefore, Shinshur must carefully consider this option. He didn't hesitate for long before making his decision. We've chosen a path drastically different from yours, and from most civilizations. We once even believed that planets were everything, and the universe was nothing but a lifeless void. But that's in the past. Now, we need to address the shortcomings of this other path as well, Shinshur said calmly. Yes, he chose the former path. The reason was simple. This was, after all, Future Line 2, to put it pessimistically. While this independent timeline was equally important and contained immense benefits, even the complete destruction of human civilization wouldn't be an insurmountable defeat for Shinshur or for humanity in other future lines. It could be said that this future line was born for adventure. Perhaps it was somewhat cruel for the countless humans in this future line, but Shinshur clearly understood that without taking risks, the possibility of this future line's destruction was equally high. Therefore, there was no reason to hesitate. If the rancher dared to come, he could take this opportunity to gather more intelligence about this cosmic overlord. If he didn't come, or if other unforeseen events occurred, he could seize the chance to obtain even more crucial information. For example, Shinshur had long suspected that something major might happen to the Mutter system at this point in time. And would this unexpected event truly lead to the rebellion of the 10 B-level civilizations? At this moment, beneath Shinshur's calm exterior lay a burning anticipation. And the 3-day civilization did not disappoint Shinshur. We want to establish a new trade. The 3-day civilization's attitude had clearly changed, and they made no attempt to hide this. Chapter 259. Although Shinshur didn't receive definitive information, he could confidently guess that a primitive, energy-based civilization that had reached a certain level was still a valuable asset, even for someone like the rancher, and at the very least, contained immense potential profit. If that weren't the case, the rancher wouldn't have needed to intervene personally. Because, according to Shinshur's understanding, a civilization like the children of the Earth, with its highly unbalanced development of energy technology, while powerful in the energy field, even capable of contending with a B9 level fleet, still had an insurmountable gap in strength compared to the mud system. This gap wasn't in quality, but in scale. The word primitive in primitive civilization alone was enough to illustrate its weakness in production capacity. Furthermore, energy technology, as a technological field built on idealism, inherently lacked significant advantages in productivity. Therefore, even if the children of the Earth could contend with B-level civilizations, like the A civilization and the 3 Sun civilization for a period, they absolutely could not sustain such a conflict indefinitely. As time goes by, or even without time, victory will still belong to the mud system simply because of its sheer size advantage. But as the supreme ruler of the mud system, is it really necessary for the rancher to personally lead the expedition? The answer is obvious. Therefore, the rancher's expedition must have had a reason, and this reason is most likely to be a warning to the civilizations under his control. According to the mud system's records of that war, the rancher didn't even mobilize an army. The actual fighting was entirely the work of one person. While this certainly promotes the rancher's powerful image, a deeper analysis might also indicate a disconnect between the rancher and the powerful civilizations within the mud system. This understanding is the main reason for the 3-day civilization's change of attitude. Having grasped the intricacies, Shinshur's confidence in the upcoming transactions grew even stronger. However, he was also very clear. A change of attitude didn't mean he was easily fooled. He needed to provide more proof. His personal strength alone could only serve as proof of his change of attitude, not proof for the upcoming transactions. Shinshur felt as if he had returned to the state he was in when he first entered the trading market over 1,000 years ago. Everything was so unfamiliar. As a weakling, he had to carefully hide himself in mystery and the unknown, and then do everything in his power to obtain what he wanted. This feeling was so dangerous, yet so alluring, because it represented immense benefits. Because of your earlier refusal, my conditions have changed, Shinshur said. This is the price we must pay to reveal more information. You should understand that once we demonstrate our mastery of primal energy, our trading partners will no longer be limited to you. Of course, the representative of the 3-day civilization responded. We will let you know that the 3-day civilization remains your best trading option. Negotiations had begun. Shinshur demanded more benefits, and the 3-day civilization agreed. Because, as Shinshur said, even if the other civilizations didn't want human civilization to survive for long, or even want to preserve this powerful trading market, everything changed in the face of a powerful primal energy civilization, as long as the 13th civilization represented by Shinshur demonstrated even greater benefits. The 3-day civilization acknowledged this. Since that's the case, then listen to our offer, Shinshur said slowly, gathering all his primal energy at that moment. We have already mastered a portion of the technology of this trading market. With just these words, powerful primal energy surged wildly in this void trading space. Everywhere, primal energy manifested in 7-colored light. Given the primal energy attainments of the representative collective of the 3-day civilization, it was naturally impossible for them to be unable to control their emotions and primal energy. However, this was the 3-day civilization statement, demonstrating their shock and respect for the offer Shinshur had made. This left them no choice but to make such a statement, because it was all too easy to guess. What is the trading market? It's something that 11 powerful civilizations, including the land of Gus, have researched for hundreds of years, yet besides its incredibly advanced technology, they have found almost nothing else. The technology of the trading market seems to have surpassed their comprehension. It is precisely for this reason that some civilizations are willing to destroy it rather than allow it to fall into the hands of other civilizations. The larger, more core interests were invisible, but the threat was already imminent. But now, that seemingly indestructible and immense interest had been partially revealed in Shinshur's simple words. Proof? The burning passion in the consciousness of the 3-day civilization hadn't subsided in the slightest. We haven't been able to uncover much about the teleportation technology of the trading market, but it is indeed implanted, controlled, and even has its rules established through primal energy technology, Shinshur said slowly. If we compare spatial teleportation to hardware, then primal energy technology is the software, and the primal energy technology we possess is already sufficient to support us in altering some of its rules, and usurping some of the underlying rules. The most powerful lie in the world is one that replaces a portion of the truth with another, then inserts it into a larger truth. Shinshur has always done this. Therefore, this statement is also half true and half false. The true part is obvious. The hardware and rules of the trading market, as Shinshur said, do indeed belong to different technological fields. This is the most common way to combine technologies, and even if Shinshur didn't say it, the 3-day civilization, along with other powerful civilizations, could guess it. The key lies in the false part. Shinshur used his newly acquired authority to replace it with the lie of altering the rules. This constitutes the entire true truth. Proof. The 3-day civilization's words remained simple. But what they demanded was completely different from before. It was something truly capable of driving them, all other civilizations, and even the more powerful A-level civilizations, mad. Shinshur was unambiguous. We discovered a privilege built into the underlying program of the trading market, one that no one can currently control, trading prohibition. Shinshur's words had barely faded when a message from the trading market was directly transmitted to the consciousness of the representative of the 3-day civilization's personal terminal. You have been prohibited from trading for 12 hours. The unit of measurement used here had been translated into the time unit used by the 3-day civilization, but the time was indeed 12 hours in Earth's time scale. Clearly, this was the 13th being demonstrating their control over this new privilege. It really was new access. This was unmistakable proof, and incredibly exciting proof. The trading system, which had been as stubborn as a rock before them, had indeed been partially torn apart by this mysterious 13th entity. Regardless of how they had torn it apart, it was still a breach. What do you desire? The 3-day civilization became increasingly decisive. Our conditions remain unchanged, but what we offer will depend on the quantity you provide, Shinshur said, letting the 3-day civilization name its price first. A fleet sufficient to crush the 3 civilizations currently in the solar system. That was the price the 3-day civilization offered. At this moment, the solar system was essentially occupied by powerful civilizations from the Mud system. Each civilization had a massive military force stationed in the solar system, maintaining a fragile balance between them. Of course, these military forces were merely maintaining a fragile balance through continuous troop increases. They were not the strongest forces of the civilizations behind them, not even a 10th or a 100th. However, this was already a level that even the 3-day civilization could not ignore. Therefore, the price offered by 3-day civilization was extremely high, even exceeding Shinshur's initial expectations. Clearly, this included the previously promised higher price. But frankly, it was the value Shinshur had demonstrated that justified the price. Not enough, Shinshur said softly. His original expectations had indeed been met, but new expectations, like flames, continued to expand. A lie is still a lie, and this kind of transaction couldn't last. Therefore, every transaction should maximize profits as much as possible, until the lie becomes the truth, or until he no longer needed the lie. Name your price. The 3-day civilization's response remained brief. At this moment, even an ordinary person, let alone Shinshur, could see the 3-day civilization's undisguised urgency. Besides what you mentioned, I also need B9 level energy devices, including offensive and defensive ones. Furthermore, I need B-level technology. Whatever it may be, the more the better. After Shinshur finished speaking, even the 3-day civilization, despite their urgency, fell silent. The 3-day civilization wasn't particularly skilled in fleet design. Their mention of a fleet was, in effect, an indication of their unwillingness to share their civilization's equipment. But that was exactly what Shinshur wanted. And the benefits this would bring to the energy civilization were unimaginable. It was a different path within the same field. The 3-day civilization was completely uncertain about the potential consequences of handing over their equipment to this civilization. However, on another level, since Shinshur dared to make this request, he must have some trump card that he believed would suffice for them to agree. A simple shift in perspective would reveal just how massive that card was. The silence continued. Shinshur continued to wait. He remained calm. His expectations had already been met, and whether the rest of the deal went smoothly or not, he had already made a huge profit. It was like initially exchanging a cheap USB drive and free pirated movies for a spaceship. Do as you please, I already profited. Finally, the silence was broken, and the 3-day civilization's response brought a smile to Shinshur's face. We agree, but what can you offer? I can reveal a crucial piece of information first. Shinshur's smile was undisguised, and as he finished speaking, the transaction blockade previously used for proof was simultaneously lifted. However, the representatives of the 3-day civilization paid no attention, because their entire consciousness was focused solely on Shinshur's clear words. The underlying force that constructs the rules of the trading market is not the primal energy you understand, but another kind of primal energy. Another primal energy. What does this mean? How is it possible? The representatives of the 3-day civilization, along with all the 3-day consciousness entities behind them, were now plunged into an indescribable bewilderment. It was like, during the Earth era, a top-tier programmer on Blue Star suddenly discovering that the underlying code of a program didn't use any code form they recognized. But this couldn't be explained simply by higher technical levels, because the entire program was clearly installed on their computers. How could it possibly bypass the computer's underlying code? Or even the binary hardware foundation? The 3-day civilization was certain of one thing at this moment. They needed more information. If all of this was true, it might be a completely new world that shattered the theorems. It would be like telling the Earth-era Blue Star people that Newton's theorems were actually wrong. Only at this point did the 3-day civilization realize that their trade ban had been lifted, and the implications of this small action were crystal clear. Without much waiting time, the trade request was sent to Shinshur. This was undoubtedly the largest transaction Shinshur had conducted in the more than 1,000 years since acquiring the time crystal. Countless incredibly powerful warships, and countless equally powerful primal energy devices. This power might not be enough for human civilization to defeat any of the B-level civilizations within the Mud system, but it was enough to elevate human civilization from its ant status. It gave them the capital to take a bite out of these previously unattainable powerful beings. Primal energy originates from consciousness. A smile crept into Shinshur's eyes, and he then gave the 3-Sun civilization what they wanted. You have proven that consciousness can influence reality, and primal energy can manifest as matter. But have you considered that primal energy can not only manifest, but perhaps also has the potential to change the material world? After saying this, Shinshur actually turned around. He walked leisurely towards the door. He appeared to have already completed the transaction. However, the 3-Sun civilization did not stop him. They had given up a massive fleet, given up their civilization's existing equipment, and all they received in return was this simple sentence. Whether this transaction resulted in a loss is uncertain. Chapter 260. Only Shinshur and the 3-day civilization truly understood the immense value of Shinshur's words. It wasn't a direct provision of a specific technology, but rather a direction, a development path for powerful technology originating from a mysterious ancient civilization. It's important to understand that as technology advances, its development becomes extremely difficult. Without a clear path forward, continued rapid development is virtually impossible. Straying onto the wrong research path is commonplace. Sometimes, exploring the possibilities of a technology requires enduring countless failures, wasting countless hours and resources. From this perspective, newcomers to a civilization's development often possess a significant advantage. For example, human civilization, in its current state, has almost never encountered such a civilization because all its technologies can be derived from future humans and even other more powerful civilizations, providing them with a clear direction or even directly acquiring the technology itself. Without this convenience, relying solely on human development, humanity might not even have reached the D level. And what Shinshur was offering the 3-day civilization was precisely this direction for future development. Even if this direction is not clear enough, or even as thin as a single sentence, if it points directly to technology at the level of the trading market, then its value is immeasurable. In a sense, this is why civilizations like the AES and the Goos were collecting relics and devices on a large scale. Even if they cannot deduce the technology from these devices, at least they can see the path to the future from them. Of course, for the 3-day civilization, this transaction might not be a loss, but Shinshur would definitely make a killing. These were top-tier warships and weapons. The result was as expected. When Shinshur returned to modern society and retrieved these warships from the eternal solar system, the third future timeline changed once again. Human civilization strength had indeed made a significant breakthrough, but this breakthrough wasn't overly exaggerated. This was because human civilization had already reached its peak. Acquiring more resources and more comprehensive technology through these warships wouldn't lead to further breakthroughs. This is also a manifestation of time trading reaching a certain level. At this level, the development of civilization is no longer significantly related to the resources of the future world. Even if they possess more, they couldn't digest them. Shinshur knew that he no longer needed to bring things from the future world to the modern world. He had already enjoyed the benefits of time for the time being. Unfortunately, before strength is still insufficient, Shinshur sighed softly. Human civilization, 3,000 years later, has only entered the Star Age a little over 4,000 years ago. To achieve such accomplishments in such a short time is an unimaginable miracle for any other civilization. However, this is still insufficient for Shinshur's goals, and for the crisis humanity faces. At least, the crisis in future Timeline 2 has only been alleviated. Therefore, with the exhilarating period of unparalleled advantage essentially over, the remaining task is to find a way to persevere. Time is undoubtedly on humanity's side. A mere 1,000 years is still far too short for human civilization. Next, Shinshur began frequently traveling between different timelines again. Except for one time avatar capable of independent action in future Timeline 3, all the other time avatars in future timelines had been absorbed by Shinshur, gaining greater power and, consequently, greater responsibility. However, the most stable world remained the modern world. As the foundation of everything, the development of the modern world was the most important and perfect. Human civilization had completely left the Milky Way galaxy, and was continuously venturing into the desolate depths of space. Avoiding all other civilizations, and hiding themselves where no one could find them, was the primary task of contemporary human civilization. With the continuous trial and error in future Timeline 3, coupled with Shinshur's increasingly powerful prophetic abilities, the possibility of making mistakes was virtually non-existent. Human civilization was foreseeably becoming an unfathomable ghost. Of course, hiding oneself did not mean stagnation. As the main force of development, the Pirate Alliance had begun to improve and, with its personal terminals for the trading market, had penetrated deep into the mud system. Shinshur did not initially send the Pirate Alliance to attack those powerful B-level civilizations. There was no need for it. For a long time to come, human civilization will not lack technology or powerful devices. What it lacks are basic resources and sufficient human labor. And these are enough to plunder weaker civilizations. Furthermore, warned by historical data from future Line 3, Shinshur abandoned those civilizations that had reached C9 level and were beginning to attract the attention of B-level civilizations, instead setting his sights on weaker civilizations. Attacks, plunder, and then vanishing like ghosts. Even though the Pirate Alliance is still in its infancy, more and more resources are converging on human civilization at a speed and efficiency far exceeding when humanity itself was mining within the solar system. If technology brings quality, then resources bring scale. And for human civilization at this moment, the greatest value brought by scale is population size. It seems we need to learn from the UN. Shinshur prepared to find a safe place to stop his voyage and hide the entire solar system. Only in this way could he freely develop his population, instead of having to restrict population growth like the Gus people to prevent their entire Yohang star system from becoming overcrowded. Fortunately, humanity doesn't need to constantly travel to actively approach other civilizations for trade, so he only needs to hide humanity. He doesn't need to maintain constant travel. In a boundless, desolate region, countless times larger than a star system, hiding a star and a civilization isn't particularly difficult. Of course, before that, humanity must first fill the solar system. The project of population growth has once again become a top priority in the history of human civilization. However, while this certainly brings more advantages for the future, a mere 3,000 years is insufficient for this quantitative change to transform into a qualitative one. It can only be said that a much longer future is needed. Corresponding to the real world, Future Timeline 1 is also focused on frenzied development. They did not choose to escape the mud system, nor did they need to. This future timeline did not receive the same attention as the others, and they were not even qualified to participate in the potential fusion within the mud system. They have yet to make contact with the AES civilization. While weak, it was also safe. With the support of the other future timelines, it embarked on a stable and rapid development path. Simultaneously, leveraging its inconspicuous nature, it consistently gathered information on other sea-level civilizations for Shinshur, directly contributing to the Pirate Alliance plans in the Modern World Line and Future Timeline 3. No matter how those civilizations imagined it, they could never have imagined that their intelligence had been leaked in a parallel universe without a Pirate Alliance. As for Future Timeline 2, the most precarious of all, its development path for the foreseeable future was only one thing: extreme cowardice. Surrounded by 11 incredibly powerful civilizations, each capable of utterly destroying them, Shinshur dared only use the mysterious identity of the 13th even when providing support, and the same applied to contact and trade with other civilizations. For the civilization as a whole, it seemed that only survival was its sole objective. Even development was completely neglected. All benefits were difficult to obtain. Therefore, this future timeline could not possibly do anything under the guise of Sage Shinshur. However, this does not mean that Future Line 2 is unimportant, because the identity of 13th has already brought huge benefits to it, and even established a unique alliance with the Three Suns civilization. All the high-end forces of the other future lines can only come from this future line. Although the changes brought about by the timeline shift to Future Line 3 are fading, the top-notch devices can still play a huge role. However, acquiring top-tier equipment relied almost entirely on Shinshur's personal abilities. Human civilization stagnated during this period, awaiting its rebirth. In this sense, Shinshur actually spent the most time in Future Timeline 3. He not only possessed the most powerful strength among all future timelines, but also the most exciting variables. Here, Shinshur and the Pirate Alliance controlled by humanity were no longer powerless against the terrifying mud system. On the contrary, thanks to the equipment traded from Future Timeline 2 and the powerful capabilities of the trading market, Shinshur was even able to inflict significant losses on many civilizations within the mud system. This was a rare experience for Shinshur. He even became somewhat fascinated by it. Unbeknownst to him, over 500 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The further along the timeline progressed, the longer Shinshur spent on Future Line 3. He had been there for a full 70 years, and this extended period had its reasons. For over 70 years, Shinshur had personally been circling the A civilization, keeping a close watch on it, constantly challenging its dominant authority as part of the Pirate Alliance. He wanted to deepen his understanding of the A civilization, gather information related to it, and continuously erode its power. Finally, he would use the A civilization as a breakthrough point to announce humanity's formal entry onto the mud system stage. Guangyang, the A civilization's ambush is just a decoy. I'm certain your location is safe. Now, bring out your fleet and devour this small fleet. Shinshur ordered the commander of another fleet thousands of light years away through the trading market's communication channel. This was already the year 4842 of the Starry Sky era. Future Line 3. Shinshur devised an extremely bold strategy, using 1/3 of his B9 class warships as bait to test the strength of the A civilization. Over the decades, he discovered that the A civilization's strength seemed to be constantly declining, or more accurately, constantly migrating. Initially, facing the Pirate Alliance's initial provocation, the A civilization's reaction was overwhelming. As the overlord of the Milky Way for nearly 50,000 years, the A civilization's strength was completely beyond imagination. Even in the vast universe, their warships would be considered enormous. At that time, Shinshur could only quickly store his entire fleet in his personal space, trade it to Gong Chu, who was far away, and then, relying on his control over time and perfect coordination with Ivan in Future Line 3, successfully escape the encirclement. Anyone in the mud system, except for the rancher, would have faced certain death in that situation. However, that battle also propelled the Pirate Alliance's reputation to its true peak. But this wasn't Shinshur's main focus, because he quickly realized that after that, the A civilization could no longer muster the same strength to face the Pirate Alliance's provocations. Initially, Shinshur thought this was because the Ace civilization believed that even this force couldn't defeat the mysterious pirate alliance, thus abandoning the pointless attrition. But as Shinshur's understanding of the Ace civilization deepened, he quickly discovered that this possibility was actually quite low. The previous encirclement wasn't the Ace civilization's strongest force. At most, it was only a slightly more serious effort. Logically, they should have used a stronger force to make up for the previous failure, not simply given up. Furthermore, the Ace civilization seemed to have slowed down its cultural invasions of other civilizations, as if no longer caring about the outcome. In addition, the Ace civilization's homeworld region seemed to have become increasingly silent in recent decades, a fact that could be discerned from clues among surrounding civilizations. Then, it seemed this wasn't just happening to the Ace civilization. According to reports from the rest of the Pirate Alliance, other B-class civilizations appeared to be experiencing varying degrees of stagnation. These examples and current situations gave Shinshur the feeling that they were focusing most, if not all, of their energy on other things, so even when faced with the bites and blood-sucking of mosquitoes, they weren't taking swift and decisive action to wipe them out. Therefore, this bold probe was undertaken. If the Ace civilization wasn't as Shinshur expected, even with personal spaces, there wouldn't be enough time to take all the warships. After all, to place warships into a personal space, every intelligent life form within must first be in a dormant state. And the probe did indeed yield results. Although the specific reasons were unknown, it was clear that in this region, around his home planet, the Ace civilization's defenses seemed to be at a level unimaginably weak in the past. Chapter 261. A major upheaval must have occurred within the Mud system. Although this had been suspected for some time, Shinshur was now absolutely certain. After all, for a powerful civilization like the Ace civilization to weaken to this extent was almost unimaginable. How powerful was the Ace civilization? Its sphere of influence practically spanned the entire Milky Way. And it wasn't just a simple existence. Much of its power was concentrated in phase space, like a curvature bubble. They were like the monitors of the universe. Even an ordinary person could easily become the ruler of a star-domain superpower-level cosmic civilization. And having grown over tens of thousands of years on top of this powerful position, even disregarding technology, their sheer size was unimaginable. What kind of upheaval could have forced the Ace civilization to abandon its home planet, its very foundation, unless it was a civilization like the Gus civilization, which developed as a spacefaring civilization? Even a powerful civilization like the Ace couldn't possibly take everything from its home planet. They would inevitably be forced to leave behind, or even destroy a large number of devices. This is a tremendous loss for a civilization like Ace. Moreover, whether their departed forces migrated or were destroyed remains unknown to Shinshur. However, he does know that humanity's opportunity has arrived. Instead of rushing to investigate, he first convened a Supreme Human Council through the trading market. It's worth noting that this trading market was no longer what it used to be. Whether in name, nature, or definition, it differs greatly from the black market trading market in the original Future Line 1. Humans respectfully refer to it as a holy land. Yes, there are no superfluous titles or prefixes, just the simple word Holy Land. After all, since Shinshur seized supreme authority over the Holy Land, he abolished the rule of its autonomous and random distribution to any individual in human civilization, replacing it with the practice of Shinshur personally distributing all personal terminals. While this inevitably leads to many people losing the opportunity to change their fate, it also greatly concentrates the power of human civilization. Top members, high-ranking officials dispatched abroad, research elites, military generals. Every human entering the Holy Land undergoes careful screening, with strict scrutiny of their personal abilities, loyalty to human civilization, and needs from the Holy Land. As a result, the Holy Land becomes a center of power and influence within human civilization, and maximizes its intended function. For example, right now, despite being deeply embedded within the Mud system, Shinshur was able to gather intelligence from the high-ranking members of human civilization in the desolate lands without delay, sharing first-hand information from the front lines, and making crucial decisions concerning the entire human civilization in the shortest possible time. As stated above, the Yes civilization is continuously weakening the defenses of its home planet's region, and currently, no signs of attack have been observed. The cause of this phenomenon does not lie within this star system, Shinshur briefly announced to everyone. They were not currently communicating through a mind link, but rather conducting a face-to-face meeting in a large conference room. This type of meeting hadn't been seen in human civilization for a long time. While it lacked the advanced convenience of a consciousness link, holding one occasionally allowed for a nostalgic reminiscence. Moreover, although communication within the Holy Land was unimpeded and everything seemed to materialize, many devices were actually only for display, not for use. Therefore, the style became increasingly ancient, and over time, a retro trend emerged among the upper echelons of humanity. At this moment, someone deliberately raised their hand to speak, following the old rules. If the information is confirmed, could we launch a targeted intrusion and try to plunder all the devices and data left behind by the AES civilization? This direct statement revealed the core purpose of the meeting. What Shinshur, or rather, human civilization, needed to do at the moment was not to uncover what had happened within the mud system. They were far from being qualified to participate in such matters. Making themselves stronger was what they needed to do. And this clearly shows that the biggest opportunity arising from the weakened defenses of the A civilization's homeworld is the acquisition of a large number of A civilization devices. Not through trade, not through gifts disguised as support, but by taking them by force. That's right, it's about taking advantage of their misfortune. I do have this idea, Shinshur said without hesitation, but this obviously can't be accomplished overnight. The biggest problem right now is that the A civilization might rather destroy everything they can't take with them than leave us anything. Shinshur's words were rather tactful. This isn't a maybe, it's a certainty. The A civilization would never feel regret over devices they couldn't take with them, much less give them away to other civilizations. They would never allow any weaker civilization to increase their potential threat. Shinshur was certain that if he showed even the slightest interest in these items, the A civilization would swiftly and decisively destroy them. Destruction is always easier than creation. This is the biggest problem this meeting needs to solve. Some counselors have already begun a quiet discussion. Should we concentrate all the Pirate Alliance's forces and charge it all at once, taking as much as we can? It's difficult. The defenses of the A civilization may have indeed weakened considerably, but even so, they're not at a point where we can be easily rushed. In a critical moment, how much time do we have for a charge? That's right. I suspect the A civilization has already planned ahead and planted bombs on all the devices they can't take with them. In that case, obtaining those devices is almost impossible. That's possible, but not necessarily. The A civilization doesn't appear to be evacuating in an orderly fashion. In fact, they seem somewhat panicked. If the reasons behind their actions change rapidly, they might not be able to execute the plan you described. As the discussion progressed, things seemed to become clearer, but instead of bringing more hope, it brought more difficulties. The counselors all frowned slightly, making no attempt to hide their emotions. They once again recognized the power of this Class 18B civilization. Even in the chaotic, route-like evacuation, no opportunity was given to the weaker to scavenge. However, no matter how difficult the problem, as long as there is a possibility, it can always be found. Could we seek help from other civilizations? Or rather, cooperate? The one who spoke was a counselor named Yi Dai. Yi Dai was a half-human, who became a counselor 1,400 years ago, and has successfully maintained his position ever since, relying on the rise of the Pirate Alliance. He possessed unique abilities in foreign negotiations, and the many non-human civilizations within the Pirate Alliance all relied on Yi Dai's department for intelligence analysis and negotiation control. Therefore, it was understandable that he first considered a third-party factor. It sounds good, but there's no suitable target, another person echoed. Civilizations capable of helping us might not care about these things, and even if all the civilizations that care came, they might not be able to do anything. Ultimately, the civilizational gap within the mud system is too severe. This counselor's last sentence aptly summarized the biggest difficulty in finding partners. Because of the continuous annexation by B-level civilizations over a long period, the civilization gap within the mud system is extremely large between C-level and B-level. Besides these B9-level civilizations, only C9-level civilizations remain. This is why the Pirate Alliance can wield such power within the mud system, almost like a legend. Under these circumstances, finding a suitable third party is indeed impossible. But Yi Dai couldn't possibly be unaware of this. Since he brought it up, he naturally has his reasons. That's what we believe, and the ES civilization likely believes the same, Yi Dai said. Therefore, even if we summon a third party to invade and plunder, the ES civilization won't be alert enough to destroy everything left behind. But if we can hide a civilization truly qualified to help us among them, perhaps there will be a chance. Have you all forgotten that there are a whole bunch of civilizations in the Gus lands that, while lacking the strength, possess some high-level warships and devices just like us? A silence fell over the room. Many people's eyes brightened slightly, deep in thought. Yi Dai's words seemed to have indeed found a suitable third party. Even within the Gus lands, there are no truly B-level civilizations. After all, Those with that strength are either high-level partners of the Gus lands, or have already been absorbed by them. However, this doesn't mean these civilizations are truly without threat to the ES civilization. Or rather, a single civilization might not be a threat. But each civilization, more or less, harbors some valuable resources. If we could gather all these civilizations' forces, the number of participating civilizations would be enormous, greatly increasing the likelihood of information leaks. That's right, the ancient lands also have a trading market for the ES civilization. It's not entirely impossible. The trading markets in the core areas generally don't concern themselves with those in the outer regions. Most importantly, we don't need your Ling to gather the troops. We can directly use the Holy Land for teleportation, catching the ES civilization completely off guard. We should also gather the remaining sea-level civilizations, using the name of the Pirate Alliance as a convenient cover. Even the A civilization won't give up until the very end. We do have a chance to fight back. Even if we don't succeed completely, we can at least make a killing. As the discussion progressed, a rough plan actually began to take shape. Shinshur sat in the main seat, rarely speaking, but the slight smile on his lips was enough to show his delight. Because they had indeed found a plan that could potentially make them a fortune. I thought it would take at least 6,000 years for human civilization to be able to directly confront these established B-level civilizations. But if we succeed, we might be able to significantly shorten that time, Shinshur thought to himself. Indeed, the speed of human civilization's development could be said to have almost reached its limit. Technological reserves, population growth, resource growth, every aspect had reached its peak. However, reaching the limit of its own development speed did not mean that its own strength growth had also reached its limit. While we may not be able to design and manufacture a warship production line ourselves, if we could acquire a complete one, wouldn't we be able to start producing advanced warships? And if we had enough weaponry, wouldn't we be able to equip a truly powerful fleet? In any case, a successful plunder of the A civilization's homeworld would bring invaluable wealth to human civilization. This operation is not only a golden opportunity to strengthen our power, but also a golden opportunity to solidify the prestige of the Pirate Alliance. Shinshur concluded, looking at everyone. Therefore, everyone should not see this as a mere chance to make a fortune, but rather as a major turning point, the beginning of our human civilization truly stepping onto the high stage of the mud system. I hope to see a sufficiently comprehensive, detailed, and powerful plan. Yes. All the counselors stood up, their expressions ranging from calm to fervent, or a calm masking suppressed fervor. Especially veteran counselors like Todd and Shinfeng, who had served since the Earth era. Once upon a time, humanity, facing the mud system and the AS civilization, was like an ant gazing at the stars, like a fish staring at the ocean, an unimaginable, insurmountable chasm. But now, humanity had the right to invade the AES civilization's home planet and trample this galactic overlord, who had reigned for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years, underfoot. Even if this was merely opportunistic looting, its significance was immeasurable. Moreover, if opportunistic looting was possible, could a direct assault be far behind? For at least 1,000 years, they hadn't encountered anything so exciting and anticipated that the entire consciousness world trembled. In the following period, the entire high command of human civilization in Future Line 3 began targeted actions. Don't be fooled by the simple words spoken at the meeting. Something like this was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Just finalizing the plan could take hundreds of years. This is only because the existence of the sacred site saves humanity a great deal of time. Otherwise, it might not be completed even in 1,000 years. The transmission of information and the back and forth travel for setup alone would consume a tremendous amount of energy. Chapter 262. Therefore, only human civilizations possessing powerful relics, like Holy Lands, have the potential to accomplish something like this. But even with Holy Lands, it's still no easy feat. Humanity must meticulously plan every detail from scratch, especially regarding the participants. Some uncertain civilizations can only be informed a short period before the operation begins, ensuring no information leaks to the AES civilization beforehand. As for the crucial ancient land, Shinshur entrusted it to the collector. It wasn't that he was unwilling to go personally. But in this era, the collector had been deeply involved in the ancient land for thousands of years. He understood which civilizations might participate, how to persuade them all, and ultimately, how much power could be acquired. Combined with exploration of the AES homeworld region, he calculated the probability of success. So much so that at the most critical point, Shinshur had to personally summon the collector to inquire about the relevant matters. I calculated the civilizations in the outer regions, the collector of Future Line 3 said, still maintaining his elegant demeanor. Although every peripheral civilization with level 5 authority possesses some B9 level warships or weapons, these are their lifeblood, their biggest trump card in the competition within the peripheral rules. They wouldn't use them unless there were tangible benefits. Even if they did, frankly, they'd be no different from our pirate alliance. So, this plan is doomed to fail from the very beginning? Shinshur said this, but his expression remained calm. Not so, the collector shook his head, predictably. In this plan, the most important thing isn't those civilizations, but the many civilizations in the core region. The initial plan excluded those civilizations for fear of leaks and unrest. However, we actually have a time lag. The shortest time it takes for news to travel from the land of Gus to the home planet of the AES civilization. As long as we act within that time, our actions will be faster than the leak. Shinshur nodded slightly. The trading market, or rather, the Holy Land, is humanity's advantage in such attacks. Moreover, the significance of this operation goes beyond that, the collector continued. You must understand, the AES civilization isn't the only one retreating. Many B-level civilizations within the Mud system are doing the same. If we succeed greatly in this operation, will the AES civilization, which suffered losses, participate in our next attack? Shinshur understood. Don't assume that just because they are among the 18 B-level civilizations within the Mud system, they will necessarily be harmonious with each other. Conversely, according to the intelligence Shinshur obtained from the 3-day civilization of Future Line 2, the relationships between these B-class civilizations are also fraught with hostility. The collector's intention is clear. By using profit to incite these civilizations to raid each other's bases, human civilization, possessing the key holy sites, can reap the greatest benefits. There might even be an opportunity to get these powerful B-class civilizations to join the Pirate Alliance. This is entirely possible. In fact, as long as human civilization has the strength to control the holy sites, no civilization can refuse their immense convenience. But that's the good side. Shinshur didn't share his elation. He could easily see the difficulties. We harvested the wealth of the AES civilization with the help of other civilizations, and now the AES civilization is joining us to harvest the wealth of the next B-level civilization. This means that every participant could become the next target. How long can the restrictions on information transmission last? A greater possibility is that these civilizations within the ancient lands will reach an agreement, complete the exchange, or even turn their attention to us. The power of our holy land will be partially exposed in this event. In the worst-case scenario, that's certainly a possibility, but the worst-case scenario is simply abandoning the operation. The collector had clearly considered the difficulties Shinshur mentioned, but he had also prepared a contingency plan. Even if we abandon the operation, we can still gain certain benefits by acting on our own. Moreover, when these civilizations realize they cannot restrict our existence, they might very well engage in even greater struggles for profit. Shinshur nodded slightly. It's enough to have a worst-case scenario in mind. You will play a crucial role in this operation, Shinshur said with a smile. If it succeeds, you might become one of only 5 standing counselors. My lord, my ambitions lie elsewhere, the collector chuckled, but shook his head. It's quite good to stay in the land of Gus. No matter how good the land of Gus is, it can't compare to home, Shinshur said, unusually serious. Perhaps you've been in the land of Gus for too long, and subconsciously you've forgotten the development of your home planet. I ask you, when one day human civilization's strength even surpasses that of the land of Gus, what meaning will your remaining there hold? What help will you provide? The collector felt a chill run down his spine. He was somewhat dazed. He remembered arriving in the land of Gus, believing that human civilization needed strong support, and that such support would be most easily obtained from the land of Gus. Nearly 2,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Even with the existence of the Holy Land, 2,000 years was still an incredibly long time. Lord Shinshur was right. His impression of his home planet, his homeland, had indeed diminished. So, human civilization was already qualified to discuss what lay beyond surpassing the land of Gus. Have I already been assimilated? The collector's mood was bitter. Can you tell whether you've been assimilated or not? Shinshur's expression returned to calm, his tone gentle. The reason I chose you was because of your burning passion for human civilization, especially the culture of Earth's era. I believed you had the ability to maintain your purity far from our home planet, and in a place far more powerful than humanity. Therefore, I didn't doubt you. But remember, our home planet is where you truly belong. Unlike the other future timelines, the human civilization in Future Timeline 3 escaped the Mud system from the very beginning, hiding in a vast, desolate land. Therefore, there was no crisis of extinction. The collector naturally had no need to flee with the cultural heritage of human civilization to a safe place. Therefore, his arrival in the land of Gus was not spontaneous, but rather received from Shinshur. Ordinary people don't stay in the land of Gus for long, they rotate every so often. However, the person in charge can't do that. Too frequent changes would affect the interests of human civilization in the land of Gus. That's why Shinshurkai chose the collector. The other collectors in the future timeline are enough to prove his inner strength. Even now, Shinshur didn't believe the collector had wavered. He had simply been away from home for far too long, to the point of feeling apprehensive about returning. The collector, at this moment, had also regained his composure, and under the powerful force of the primal force, had found his inner peace again. If that's the case, then I will naturally return. A bright smile graced his dashing face. Let alone surpassing them, even a mere exchange of favors wouldn't be enough for the land of Gus to have a permanent counselor stationed there. You know that's good. Shinshur said nothing more, simply waving his hand. Go and prepare, act cautiously. I need a detailed report. Yes. The collector replied in a deep voice. For human civilization, this defeat was undoubtedly a significant loss, but not yet crippling. But for the collector, defeat would slow down his return home. Even for this reason alone, the collector would not allow himself to fail. Shinshur's words and promises had completely ignited his inner drive. This time, it didn't take much time. While intelligence gathering was equally arduous, collecting information from within the Gus land was far easier than investigating the vast amounts of information on ordinary civilizations within the Mud system. Just 13 years later, an incredibly detailed report was submitted to Shinshur. Somewhat unexpectedly, the plan revealed that a full 20 Class B civilizations were willing to participate. 20. How many Class B civilizations were there in the core area of the Gus land? Even counting the 18 Class B civilizations within the Mud system, plus humanity, and a small number of civilizations that seemed to originate from outside the Mud system and were hidden in the desolate regions, there were only 24. Including the ancient lands themselves, that means only 5 civilizations haven't joined? Shinshur, after reviewing the details of the plan, finally understood how the collector had managed it. It's actually quite simple. He had to sever ties to the permanent presence of these civilizations within the ancient lands, separating them from their core entities. In other words, the spoils of this operation would be delivered to the ancient lands for free. In other words, these spoils would most likely belong to the people within the ancient lands, not to their respective backing civilizations. A mere region of the Iya civilization's homeworld, having evacuated most of its inhabitants and been divided among so many forces, might be insignificant to these powerful civilizations. However, for the permanent presence of the ancient lands, it represented immense benefits, enough to alter their competitive advantage within the ancient lands. Unable to stop the operation, to avoid their own weakening, they naturally had no choice but to join. Even more ludicrously, if it weren't for the unanimous opposition of the other participating forces, even the permanent representatives of the Iya civilization within the ancient lands wanted to participate. He naturally did everything in his power to prevent these forces from invading his home planet, but unable to stop it, he also feared that if the invasion succeeded, they, the only ones, who hadn't participated, would be relegated to the bottom of the land of Gus. Even these powerful civilizations cannot avoid the conflict between individual interests and civilizational interests. This was Shinshur's biggest takeaway after reading the entire report. Disagreement is not necessarily conflict. Seeking greater benefits when circumstances are unchangeable is a natural choice for intelligent life, unrelated to culture or civilizational style. It's simply the instinct of intelligent life to pursue profit. But now that the collector has solved the most difficult part, the operation has become simpler. Shinshur even felt a bit impatient. Operation Plunder, officially launched. He issued the directive in his capacity as a standing counselor, and it was quickly passed by the Standing Council and the Supreme Council. Immediately afterward, the behemoth that was now a B4 level powerhouse, human civilization, began its full-scale operation. Although the Pirate Alliance and the Goose Land Alliance were the main forces, human civilization itself still bore the most important responsibility. In addition, the Mud system, especially the various participating cannon fodder forces in the galaxy, played a unique role. Within a short period, more and more civilizations began to converge near the home planet region of the ES civilization through the Holy Land. The first to arrive were the cannon fodder forces. In reality, however, they were all civilizations at least C7, with C9 being the most numerous. A count revealed a staggering 700. 90% of the C9 civilizations within the jurisdiction of the land of AES have arrived, Shinshur remarked, looking at the incredibly dense green dots on the star map, somewhat astonished. This was a serious provocation against AB9 civilization. Don't be fooled by the fact that these civilizations, like the Dake civilization in Future Line 1, are undisputed hegemons in their respective star systems. Compared to the AES civilization, they are no different from ants. The vast gap between C9 and B9 is clearly visible here, plain for any civilization to see. Even a civilization like the AES civilization, with its defenses severely weakened, is not someone these rabble are qualified to challenge. Their status as cannon fodder couldn't be clearer. Yet, the vast majority of civilizations still came. For them, this is their only chance to save themselves. Gong Chu's voice sighed softly in Shinshi's ear. Even in Future Line 3, this standing counselor in charge of military affairs remained Shinshi's loyal and absolute supporter. He too was gazing at the star map before him, his steady voice resonating. These civilizations have, to varying degrees, been invaded and corrupted by the ACE civilization in the realm of cultural cognition. Even with ACE civilization clearly showing signs of trouble, this corruption is difficult to reverse. Therefore, if they still fantasize about maintaining their heritage and independence, then they need a war like this. To tell themselves, to tell everyone within their civilization, that the ACE civilization is not truly so perfect and powerful. Chapter 263. Shinshir naturally understood Gong Chu's meaning. The predicament these civilizations faced was almost identical to that of human civilization in Future Line 2. They knew full well the consequences of the so-called support from the ACE civilization, yet they were utterly powerless to stop it. Even many of their own kind had accepted reality in a state of despair, even convincing themselves to strive for assimilation into the ACE civilization. But in reality, who truly wanted to abandon everything, especially their culture? When presented with this opportunity, even just as an experiment, few civilizations would completely refuse. Of course, Shinshir also understood that this alone wouldn't be enough to get so many civilizations involved. There were many other crucial reasons. For example, they wanted to use this opportunity to probe the true strength of the ACE civilization. Humanity wasn't the only one to discover the problems with the ACE civilization. These C9-level civilizations might not have received more detailed information, but they could still glean something from ACE's recent actions. Not to mention, the Pirate Alliance explicitly pointed out ACE's weakness when inviting these civilizations. If this is true, then regardless of whether they can profit from it, it's a crucial matter. It could even impact the entire interstellar civilization ecosystem within the Milky Way. Besides this, there are other reasons. For example, the civilizations that participate will naturally form an alliance when facing the Mud system and many other issues in the future. Even if the Mud system doesn't collapse, this alliance has a natural vested interest. Therefore, civilizations that don't join are likely to face a dire situation. Add to that the Pirate Alliance, a clearly powerful and threatening force. This ultimately led to the current situation, which is quite logical. Originally, these sea-level civilizations were merely serving as decoys and cannon fodder in this operation. However, looking at the dense green dots on the star map, Shinshir suddenly had other thoughts. If the future of human civilization is to establish an interstellar system of the scale of the Mud system, it cannot be supported by a single civilization. It will inevitably require the support of countless civilizations, and the more the better. Only with a large number of civilizations combined can it be called a true interstellar civilization society. But where would so many civilizations come from? In the past, Shinshir hadn't considered this question. After all, in this vast universe, there is no shortage of various civilizations. But now he wondered, if all the civilizations within the Mud system could be brought over, could it rapidly advance human development? Don't think these civilizations are useless just because they are weak. Their greatest use is that they represent potential and, more importantly, endless resources. Moreover, it seemed to have other uses as well, though Shinshir was currently unaware of all of them. After a moment's thought, he decided to utilize it regardless of its usefulness. Pass down the order, take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen ties with these civilizations. There's no need to establish any explicit connections, just strengthen them. Yes! Shinshir's order was quickly implemented. Although he only uttered a simple sentence, countless elites would devise comprehensive plans based on it. This is the power of a great civilization. Currently, the entire human civilization's strength is concentrated on this operation. Humanity has mobilized over 100 million B4-class warships, weapons, and devices from the solar system, and countless lower-level equipment. Aside from resources used to support other future timelines, this operation has practically exhausted all of humanity's reserves. After all, humanity has only recently entered the B4 realm. And this quantity, this strength, far exceeds the combined total of these C-class civilization alliances. They are simply hidden, unknown to others. As mentioned at the beginning, they are merely cannon fodder and a cover. Such an unprecedented commotion, occurring at such close range, naturally cannot be concealed. At least the forces within the A civilization's homeworld region have definitely detected it. As time goes on, the probes from the A civilization are becoming more numerous and frequent. Activate the anti-detection plan, Shinshur decisively ordered after their numbers reached a peak. Next, countless probe ships of the A civilization were discovered, destroyed, or even captured by the well-prepared pirate alliance. Even probes in the field of primal energy technology were countered. The pirate alliance's strength was on full display. Whether the A civilization was frightened is unknown, but at least those C-class civilizations were filled with immense fear. While they didn't expect to play a significant role in this war, deep down they might have considered probing the power of these established B-class civilizations. This brief exchange far exceeded their expectations. If the pirate alliance hadn't intervened, they wouldn't have even known they'd been thoroughly investigated. Some civilizations had even had their collective memories altered, been captured, and had numerous warships and powerful individuals destroyed without their noticing. This technological gap was so vast that even calling it a crushing defeat would be an insult. It was a complete dimensional reduction attack. Does the pirate alliance really need us? Some civilizations couldn't help but wonder. Furthermore, some considered retreating. This was actually a sign of fear. Since humanity had invited them, there must be something they needed them to do. If they hadn't hidden those advanced warships among them, they might not have been able to break through the AES civilization's detection so easily. However, after sensing these civilizations' thoughts, Shinshur simply went along with this change and used it to his advantage. You may not have played a significant role in this war, but can't you really see the purpose of our invitation? Yulan, representing the Pirate Alliance, conveyed her message to every participant. A simple reminder was enough to steer their understanding in the direction they desired. These civilizations either suddenly realized or confirmed their suspicions. The Pirate Alliance intends to become the new dominant civilization in this star system. Inviting them here is both to help them undermine the reputation of the old overlords and to establish their own prestige. Once this understanding was confirmed, these civilizations actually calmed down. Indeed, the Pirate Alliance has a bad reputation, and many of these civilizations have even been plundered by it. But would the reputation of the Mud system and the A civilization be any better? Leaving aside the hidden dangers behind the A civilization support, the Mud system's early conquests and exploitation were a nightmare many civilizations could never forget. In contrast, the Pirate Alliance was at least open about their actions, and only needed resources, seemingly uninterested in turning them into energy batteries. Of course, the main reason was that they were powerless to resist. If this operation succeeded, this star system might truly be under the control of the Pirate Alliance before the A civilization's main force returned. Humanity didn't give them much time to prepare. This battle was all about timing. No one knew if the A civilization's departing forces would return, but even if they did, by the time they received the news, the battle would already be over. Humanity, as the overall commander, issued battle orders in the name of the Pirate Alliance. The content was very simple. Inspect your warships, inspire your warriors, charge in. This made no attempt to conceal their cannon fodder status. Even as cannon fodder, the mere fact of invading the homeworld of the AES civilization was enough to ignite the passions of many, making their lives worthwhile, and silently, warship after warship appeared on the battlefield like ghosts. Those were participants from the Gus civilization. These forces were the true main force. We will take the lead in breaking down the energy defenses. The Three Suns civilization, adhering to its consistent style, saw its colossal crystal tree continuously shrinking in space, seemingly attempting to guide the rampant and chaotic energy on the battlefield with its powerful energy technology. This was indeed unique to them, and it laid the foundation for their formidable foundation as the pinnacle of B-grade energy technology. In just one exchange, all participants confirmed that the defenses of the A civilization's homeworld were indeed extremely weak. Faced with this sudden attack, far exceeding their expectations, the A civilization didn't engage in a full-scale defense, but rather a full-scale retreat. Much of the dust annihilated in space wasn't from external attacks, but rather from the destruction within the A civilization itself. They were desperately destroying their own systems, but would the invaders allow them to succeed so easily? Realizing their weakness, all participants ruthlessly intensified their invasion, almost without hesitation. Shinshur even witnessed numerous strangely powerful relic devices being used. While these devices couldn't achieve the same effect as the human holy sites, they were definitely the trump cards of these participating forces. Faced with profit, Every civilization displayed fanaticism. Even the weaker C-class civilizations were now charging forward recklessly, using all their technology and devices with unrestrained and frenzied abandon. In a battlefield of this scale, even just scavenging wreckage and fragments would be a huge gain for them. If they could acquire complete equipment or even a complete warship, it would instantly widen the gap between them and other Class C civilizations, and become their greatest trump card for preserving the flame of civilization. The vast battlefield, stretching for hundreds of light years, had already reached a fever pitch in a very short time. Every instant, the technological achievements of intelligent life over thousands of years were ruthlessly destroyed. Even Shinshur was witnessing a war of this scale for the first time. However, no matter how vast or magnificent, when reflected on the star map, it was merely the dissolving of countless points of light. Chen Feng, you're in charge of those escaped warships from the A civilization. What they still want to take away rather than destroy under these circumstances is what truly matters. Understood? The Pirate Alliance had already laid an ambush at every spatial node within thousands of light years, and they had expended considerable effort to deploy extremely high-level node warp detection devices. Once the A civilization's escape route was discovered, they could use the Holy Land to mobilize a powerful force to encircle and annihilate it in the shortest possible time. To some extent, this is something only human civilization can do. Other civilizations, even if they are envious, firstly, they cannot prepare in advance like human civilization, and secondly, they lack the ability to quickly mobilize forces for interception and annihilation. Normally, a powerful civilization like the A civilization, if it wanted to escape, would be difficult for anyone to stop. This demonstrates just how powerful the Holy Land truly is. Its previous use as a trading market was simply a desperate measure. Gongchu, we can slow down the main battlefront a bit. Let those forces lead the charge as much as possible. We can start sending out our hidden warships to mop up the battlefield. Don't forget our ultimate goal, Shinshur ordered again. The battlefield appears one-sided at first glance, but Shinshur clearly understands that completely conquering the AES civilization will take at least several decades. Furthermore, he noticed that the attacks from the other B-level civilizations in the ancient lands were highly targeted, suggesting they knew exactly where the valuable resources of the AES civilization were hidden. There was also clear competition among them. Shinshur even witnessed the Three Sun civilization silently taking control of another civilization's warships. They thought no one knew, but after being strengthened by the bronze altar, Shinshur's primal energy had undergone a transformation. It was no longer a difference in quantity or device technology, but a more fundamental change. He even planned to inform the controlled civilization, believing it would further complicate matters, and with his global perspective and the largest number of warships, he could easily take advantage of the situation. With the AES civilization already at the mercy of the enemy, the nature of this war had changed. Or perhaps it hadn't changed, but the essence of a feast for the beast had become more apparent. However, without a doubt, as the host of this banquet, human civilization is bound to grab the biggest slice. I wonder if the AES civilization, which has dominated the galaxy for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years, ever imagined that it too would one day be invaded. Shinshur's eyes were filled with a smile. Chapter 264. It must be said that although he was only dealing with a significantly weakened, and arguably largely withdrawn, homeworld of the A civilization, Shinshur still felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration. The A civilization had indeed exerted immense pressure on him for a long time. This was something that the initial Voran fleet and the Dake civilization could not compare to. Both the Voran fleet and the Dake civilization, after 3,000 years, were insignificant, and Shinshur didn't even need to do much. Humanity alone could defeat them. But the A civilization was different. This was a truly insurmountable peak for human civilization. Even with 3,000 years of history, there was no sign of being able to defeat the A civilization. It had even surpassed the limits of human civilization's autonomous development. Even Shinshur, the sage of the second future timeline, had once felt despair. Shinshur was also lost for a long time, unsure where to break through. However, the past uncertainty had truly vanished today. Regardless of the immense benefits of conquering the homeworld of the AES civilization, the sheer significance of it was enough to excite Shinshur. Even the current human civilization might struggle to comprehend Shinshur's feelings. On the other hand, if the humans of future Line 2 knew of this moment, they would undoubtedly be even more overjoyed than Shinshur. Commander-in-Chief, Yulan, responsible for overseeing the follow-up, addressed Shinshur's emotions at this crucial moment. The AES have surrendered en masse, but they surrendered to us, not to any other forces. Oh! Shinshur was somewhat surprised. Do they know who's orchestrating this operation? That's right, they know very well. Someone must have contacted them, and it's very likely representatives from those civilizations in the ancient lands, Yulan said. There are just too many eyes and ears. Shinshur shook his head, this time not so surprised. While they were on the same side, they were far from being staunch allies. As long as the ES were willing to pay, obtaining information from them was incredibly easy. However, he also understood why the ES made such a decision. Firstly, the Pirate Alliance was the weakest. Yes, even though the Pirate Alliance had provided the largest number of warships, weapons, and equipment, it was obvious to anyone with eyes that these warships and weapons weren't produced by the Pirate Alliance itself, but came from other civilizations, and a large portion even belonged to the ES civilization. On the contrary, the large number of B4 class warships revealed the true strength behind the Pirate Alliance. In that case, the Pirate Alliance needed these prisoners more. Whether it's the technology they possess, the equipment they have, or even the secrets they hold, these are all enormous interests that the Pirate Alliance must value. This also provides these captives with the possibility of being exchanged for resources. Conversely, if they fall into the hands of other forces, the best outcome would likely be imprisonment, or even being used to create energy batteries. As for those sea-level civilizations, they have no right to participate in the distribution of captives. Allowing them to scavenge some wreckage would already be the greatest compensation they could receive. So, after understanding the reason, Shinshur didn't mince words. Accept it all, Shinshur ordered. Send those with personal terminals from the Holy Land to take it. Don't let a single one escape. Yes. In this way, the vast majority of the profits from this operation would truly fall into the hands of human civilization. Of course, the other participating forces wouldn't be willing to accept this. Shinshur could already foresee that, as the news spread, the other B-level civilizations would likely be preparing actions against the Pirate Alliance. But what did humanity have to fear? With Shinshur's order, the atmosphere on the entire battlefield instantly underwent an imperceptible change. This area belongs to our 3-day civilization as spoils of war. The 3-day civilization statement hadn't even finished when they saw the devices in the area, including the Eshens within, begin to disappear in large numbers. And their technology was simply unable to detect what kind of technology this was. Just like their behavior when they arrived. They couldn't even probe it. Instead, the profits that should have belonged to them were flowing out frantically. The same thing happened in many other places. So much so that representatives of these civilizations had to unite and approach Shinshur. Your actions are a betrayal of the Alliance, and you will pay the price. These civilizations were certainly not foolish enough to make meaningless threats. Their threats directly concerned their next actions, including not only a targeted crackdown on the Pirate Alliance, but also attacks on the homeworld regions of other civilizations. However, Shinshur showed no fear. The scales of power have already tipped, Shinshur calmly and coldly revealed the truth. After digesting the spoils of this operation, we won't need you for the next one. The alliance is over. What follows will be a feast exclusively for the Pirate Alliance. After leaving this direct declaration, Shinshur didn't hesitate and immediately ended the conversation. He then ordered the already prepared humans to collect the spoils with all their might. This was because the AES people's choice had exceeded his expectations. But as he said, once they fully absorbed the power here, human civilization would have the strength to take on the rest of the civilizations on its own. And what could these representatives of various civilizations stationed in the land of Gus do? They could do nothing. By the time their message reached back, it would all be over. Therefore, Shinshur didn't need to say much to them. A firm stance was enough. Only at this moment did the threat posed by the Pirate Alliance possessing the Holy Land truly manifest itself within the mud system. Speed up. Shinshur ordered again, even urgently summoning most of the people with Holy Land personal terminals from their home planet. Even some high-ranking counselors were now rushing to the front lines. Clearly, the representatives of the other civilizations had no intention of simply acquiescing. While the Pirate Alliance was in action, and with the Encirclement and Suppression Alliance nearly exhausted, some powerful civilizations even turned their guns on the Pirate Alliance. In a short time, some human warships were indeed destroyed, and many people were killed. However, the remnants of the AES civilization quickly joined the fray. This time, they sided with humanity. We were the very culprits who broke through their defenses, yet these people would rather help us now than trust their former allies, Shinshur observed, devoid of joy or sorrow. This is interstellar space. We used to hate this cold, hard reality of self-interest, but as we grew stronger, I discovered that this reality is simply wonderful. This seemed to be Shinshur's reflection, but it also represented a momentous turning point. From this moment on, human civilization was no longer a weakling struggling under the cold reality of interstellar space. On the contrary, They had become beneficiaries of this cold reality. This wasn't a story of the dragon slayer becoming the dragon itself, but a legend of the weak becoming strong. For the next decade or so, Shinshur focused on the battlefield, which had largely stabilized, his eyes fixed on the immense profits to be made. Warship production lines, equipment production lines, complete production chains, elite scientists, and all sorts of advanced technologies. The AES civilization has indeed begun preparing for migration, and has already migrated most of its members. However, what it has left behind is an unimaginable treasure trove for human civilization at this stage. It can be said that while human civilization itself is still only at the B4 level, its true strength is enough to confront B6, or even B7, civilizations head-on. However, this is contingent on the cooperation of the AES people who have been recruited. The factories belong to them, the researchers belong to them, and even the various technologies need to be decoded by them, otherwise, humanity might not even understand them. The Asian people's choice was not wrong. Although humanity was the instigator of this operation and the culprit in conquering their home planet, theoretically harboring deep hatred, they could only secure more benefits in human hands. Faced with interests, so-called hatred was insignificant. Summon the Namur Emperor of the Asian civilization to see me, Shinshur ordered at the end of the battle. The Asian civilization was an imperial system, with the emperor as the supreme ruler. However, they had more than 20 emperors. Normally, all the emperors resided in their respective kingdoms, considering their own national interests. But in crucial moments, they maintained a high degree of unity, combining all forces. This was actually similar to the parliamentary system of human civilization. The difference was that human counselors were mostly responsible for only one area, while these emperors, within their respective empires, were responsible for everything. However, the core was still very similar. All of these methods were used to maintain the high degree of unity and healthy internal competition within the civilization. Emperor Mar was the last emperor remaining here, and also the one who made the crucial decision to surrender to the Pirate Alliance and human civilization at a critical moment. In a way, human civilization should thank him, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to obtain the benefits they have today, far exceeding their original expectations. However, in the cold interstellar society, there is no emotion. So when Shinshur saw the once glorious emperor of the AES civilization, he showed no reaction, even though he knew this emperor could have utterly destroyed human civilization with a mere flick of his finger. The defeated king greets the great venerable one. Mal displayed none of the dignity befitting an emperor. He wore simple human clothing, and even knelt on one knee before Shinshur according to human custom. Shinshur remained silent. He scrutinized the man. The AES people, in appearance, were very similar to humans, even in height. If one had to point out a difference, it would be their light blue skin, adorned with star-like markings. These markings were not innate but etched. According to AES custom, the denser the markings, the higher the status. Like the man before him, his markings resembled a vast starry sea, dense, shimmering, and even radiating a mysterious and profound light. This represented his supreme imperial status. Even though there were more than 20 other Asians of similar status, they were all equally supremely noble. Moreover, their strength was equally formidable. Shinshur could clearly sense the vast and boundless primal energy deliberately displayed by the other party, coupled with a unique primal energy device. Even a master of primal energy standing before him would likely be completely controlled in an instant, their consciousness, memories, and even emotions utterly reduced to puppets in the hands of another. This was the ruler of a B9 level civilization. It could even be said that this opponent was stronger than Shinshur had originally anticipated. However, at this moment, the opponent knelt before him, while he looked down at him from above. "Get up," Shinshur said calmly. Mar was about to say something, but the next moment, he found himself already standing. Although there was no outward change, Shinshur could clearly feel the turbulent waves surging within his consciousness. To be honest, Mar had accepted his status as a prisoner, but he hadn't completely abandoned his dignity. He simply believed that the dignity lost in defeat could be temporarily hidden, and he firmly believed that he would eventually regain his freedom, even reclaim everything he had lost. This was also the reason he chose to surrender to humanity. According to intelligence, the Pirate Alliance was likely backed by a civilization of around B4 level. Their strength wasn't great, but they likely possessed a powerful relic. This relic granted them the ability to seamlessly jump across unknown spaces, and this ability was the fundamental reason for the fall of their home planet. Besides that, this civilization was utterly insignificant. Surrendering would not only earn them respect, but might even give them a chance to rise in power, and further seek control of that powerful relic. Even if that wasn't possible, given time for the main force to recover, there would be ample opportunity to reclaim everything from this weak civilization. That's how it should have been. But now, what did he see? The other side had been able to silently invade his mind and control his actions. At this moment, Mar was even somewhat bewildered. He naturally understood what this meant. It meant the other side could easily control his will, and naturally, could control all the AES. The so-called request for reinforcements from the main force was, from the very beginning, a delusion, a joke. Chapter 265. In reality, let alone a B9 level civilization, even a D-level civilization would be capable of using a core intelligent computer with computing power far exceeding that of carbon-based lifeforms to assist in the operation of the entire society, and in strategic calculations, virtually eliminating the possibility of drastic errors. The schemes and intrigues of the Earth era are largely ineffective in the interstellar age. However, no matter how powerful the computing power, it must be built upon sufficiently complete information. Without information, no matter how much you calculate, you will find it difficult to arrive at the correct answer. Mar is currently facing this situation. He believes that by surrendering to the weak pirate alliance, he can gain sufficient autonomy by relying on his primal energy. Even if his remaining forces are strong enough, nominally surrendering, in reality, a mere pirate alliance cannot control their strength. In this way, he not only has a great deal of freedom, but also a very high degree of operational control. Therefore, Mar does not consider this a defeat. Even his kneeling just now was the same. Only in the final part of the scheme, when the remaining forces gradually retreated, did they retain the initiative, and he remained the victor. He even had a chance to acquire the terrifying teleportation ability of the Pirate Alliance, an ability that even B9 level civilizations like theirs would envy. According to the calculations, this should have been the case. The probability of deviation was so small as to be practically impossible. Yet it still happened. Mar simply couldn't imagine that such a powerful figure existed behind the Pirate Alliance. Yes, pure primal energy control cannot be maintained forever. This is one of the universally acknowledged truths of the universe. But maintaining it for a period of time is not a problem. The opposing side only needs to control the entire surrendered Asian population for a short period, enough for them to digest everything they have surrendered. In other words, what should have been a path advantageous to Asian, even leading to a resounding victory, has ultimately resulted in the Asian creating a terrifying and powerful enemy. Once the opponent has digested everything they possess, they can use that terrifying, seamless teleportation technology to attack the remaining forces of the retreating B9 class civilization, then snowball their power, potentially becoming the enemy of the entire mud system, and the initial snowball of all this was shaped by him. "We lost," Mal murmured. After the initial shock, his emotions were difficult to sway. He didn't even intend to ask anything more, because he knew he would soon lose his own consciousness. Any words would be meaningless. "You have indeed lost. Since that's the case, then accept reality." Shinshur narrowed his eyes, but didn't rush to control the other party. He casually asked what he had always wanted to know. "So tell me, why did you retreat? What exactly happened within the mud system?" Mar didn't say anything, only silently looking at him. Although no consciousness was transmitted, his attitude was already revealed in his eyes. The meaning was clear. As one of the emperors of the AES civilization, he could lose, but he would not admit defeat. Therefore, even if it was meaningless, if someone wanted to know something, Shinshur should investigate it himself. Shinshur shook his head. The next moment, a vast surge of primal energy swept in, mercilessly penetrating Mar's soul, and Mar trembled violently in his last moments of consciousness. This isn't primal energy at all. Before he could utter his final words, his consciousness was distorted, becoming incredibly docile. But Shinshur knew this was only temporary. He would have to continuously reinforce and monitor Mar to ensure he hadn't broken free of control. This was actually why Shinshur hadn't been willing to act initially. After some kind of modification to the bronze altar, he could feel that his primal energy seemed to have begun to deviate from the realm of primal energy. This was why he could easily control a supreme being like Mar from a B9 level civilization, but it was undoubtedly a huge secret. Once leaked, the entire mud system, and even the land of Gus, would likely search for him frantically. Just look at the 3-day civilization in Future Line 2. A mere, simple statement can acquire a vast amount of top-tier equipment. How much more so when this is a path laid out before us? While not as powerful as Ling's, it's still information capable of driving these still-lost civilizations mad. We must keep a close eye on March. Shinshur looked at Mar, gritted his teeth, and subjected the other's consciousness to layer upon layer of sealing and modification. He understood, however, that no matter how careful or vigilant he was, this transformation was only temporary. The best approach was to digest the spoils of war, render Mal useless, and then execute him. Only then could he be absolutely certain of success. Speak, Shinshur asked again, what exactly happened within the mud system, and why did you evacuate? Mal, now respectful, and completely forthcoming, answered without reservation. Master, we didn't evacuate, we went to provide support, he said. Support? Shinshur raised an eyebrow. Yes, the mud system is currently at war with another interstellar system tens of millions of light years away. The fighting on the front lines is fierce, and we must move as much of our production lines from our home planet to the front as possible. Mal's answer caused Shinshur to fall into a brief silence. Wrong, completely wrong. He had always believed this was an internal problem within the mud system, even suspecting it was a rebellion by these B-level civilizations against the ranchers. But he never imagined the threat would come from outside. Another interstellar system. Although it had long been suspected that the vast universe couldn't possibly contain only the mud system, and that other civilizations and interstellar systems must exist in the unknown distances, past human civilizations couldn't even resist the mud system, let alone be qualified to explore the universe beyond it. But now, he finally had the answer, information about another interstellar system. So, the rancher and those 3A-level civilizations are on the front lines? Shinshur asked. Yes, Ma-Er replied. Actually, as early as 13,000 years ago, we discovered traces of another system. They are very different from us, but equally aggressive. After more than 10,000 years of mutual probing, we determined our policy of hostility. What we are fighting for is all the civilizations that have emerged in the interstellar space, attempting to unite all civilizations in the entire universe into one. This shared goal determines that there is no basis for cooperation between us. We are naturally hostile camps. Shinshur understood. It seemed that when civilizations developed to a certain level, they began to seek unification among different civilizations. The rancher was certainly one of them. That's why he adopted a livestock farming system, attempting to integrate the ranchers and mud's culture into these civilizations while they were still weak, laying the groundwork for eventual integration and unification. But now, the ranchers seemed to have a competitor. However, over 13,000 years ago. So, that B-level civilization that the rancher personally dealt with. Shinshur thought of this information. Yes, they were surrenderers. They contacted the opposing forces early on, and were ultimately executed by the rancher, Mal replied. Indeed, no wonder there hadn't been any reports of the demise of a B-level civilization for tens of thousands of years, yet one occurred only a few thousand years ago. Tell me everything you know. Yes. Mal began to recount everything he knew in detail. Another interstellar civilization originated from a galaxy extremely far from the Milky Way. However, compared to the other galaxies controlled by the mud system, it was quite similar. This is why the AES civilization was one of the most aggressively reacting civilizations in the last 1,000 years, because it was located near the front lines of the battlefield. That interstellar civilization, according to its translation, was called the Thousand Alliances. It's quite simple to understand. In essence, it's an alliance of countless civilizations. Judging from the name and superficial concept, it seems much more docile than the rancher's livestock, but according to Mal's account, this is not actually the case. Within the Thousand Alliances system, every civilization that develops intelligent life is monitored from the moment it is discovered. Once it begins exploring the universe, the Thousand Alliances will send a representative to incorporate the entire civilization into the system in the name of the Thousand Alliances. Looks good, right? But the first thing to do upon incorporating it into the system is to destroy its original institutions. All those in power will lose their original status, and everyone within the civilization will be assessed by the Thousand Alliance and ranked. Those with higher ranks will become the new rulers, and the hierarchy will be strict. Lower-ranking individuals will have no standing before higher-ranking individuals, akin to slavery. Undoubtedly, the so-called high-ranking individuals are simply those who are more accepting of the Thousand Alliance's culture. In other words, from the moment a civilization joins the Thousand Alliance, it no longer belongs to its original civilization, but will be subject to intense interference and assimilation by the Thousand Alliance. Compared to the mud system's breeding system, it's simply a matter of one being an external, forced change, and the other an internal, forced change. In any case, the core purpose is the same: to destroy the civilization's original independence and integrate it into the interstellar system. However, while the superiority of the two systems is difficult to compare, there is a certain difference in their hard power. The mud system has a slight advantage under higher level power, but overall, it is clearly at a disadvantage. According to Mal, on the front lines, the Thousand Alliance is using a large number of cannon fodder troops to tie down their elite forces. Of course, these so-called cannon fodder troops are actually at a B level within the Mud system. Therefore, the Mud system's recent unfavorable situation has forced them to transport various production lines and equipment from their homeworld to the front lines, even accelerating the annexation of C9 civilizations and rapidly arming them as B-level civilizations before deploying them to the battlefield. Clearly, if Shinshur of Line 2 hadn't used the trading market to lure these civilizations, this would have been the only fate for human civilization. One wonders what those humans who surrendered to those civilizations with high hopes, even altering their own consciousness and cultural understanding, felt upon learning they were about to be sent to a fierce and brutal battlefield as cannon fodder. However, at this moment, Shinshur no longer cared much about those who had abandoned their humanity. His eyes seemed to gleam as he finally learned these secrets. Because he saw an opportunity. A tremendous opportunity. With powerful enemies on the outside, the Mud system, while not entirely defenseless, certainly didn't have the energy to focus on its internal situation. This gave human civilization the opportunity to profit from the war. Moreover, a war of this scale, if not foreseeable, would not end quickly. If human civilization seized the time to develop, there might still be a possibility of making a fortune on the battlefield. A war like this might not erupt for hundreds of thousands of years, Shinshur thought frantically. The opportunities were simply too numerous. You see, he has 3 future timelines. That means wars between interstellar civilizations are simultaneously unfolding in all 3 timelines. Add to that the convenience provided by the Holy Land, and if used well, human civilization could thrive. However, after careful consideration, Shinshur had to suppress his emotions for the time being. Because it wasn't the right time yet. According to the information provided by Mal, even B9 level civilizations weren't faring well on the front lines. If they didn't understand the nature of cultural assimilation and the consequences of defeat, they might not be willing to risk their lives on such a battlefield. As for lower-level civilizations, they were merely cannon fodder. The 1,000 alliances were filled with a large number of B5 and B6 level cannon fodder. Countless civilizations had been destroyed in this war. Even with the Holy Land, human civilization at this point probably wouldn't gain much advantage. Therefore, they still needed to become stronger. The things we need to do right now don't need to change, but we can find ways to utilize the other future timelines as well. Shinshur glanced at his gains again, and finally decided to snowball the snowball even further. Undoubtedly, the Mud system within Future Line 1 and Future Line 2 is also embroiled in fierce warfare. Many civilizations have been forced to relocate to the front lines, leaving their rear vulnerable. While the human civilizations in these 2 future lines are relatively weak, with the aid of Future Line 3 and the Holy Land as their foundation, even seizing just a portion would be an immense gain. After the war, convene the Supreme Council. We must speed things up, Shinshur decisively ordered. With Mar under his control, this campaign of encirclement and plunder was effectively nearing its end. They gathered all the equipment and people they had ultimately plundered through the Holy Land in a specially chosen desolate area. Chapter 266. This specially chosen location was naturally not near Blue Star at this moment. It was another place far away from humanity's home planet. Although human civilization appears very strong at this moment, even capable of scheming against powerful civilizations like the AES civilization, Shinshur was not complacent because of this achievement. He clearly understood that humanity's strength lay in its sacred sites and, even more so, in its secrecy. As long as no force could find the location of humanity's home planet, no force could completely destroy human civilization. And time was definitely on humanity's side. Therefore, concealing the home planet remained of paramount importance. Not to mention the AES people, whom they could only forcibly control, even alien races that genuinely submitted to humanity, such as the Urun, did not know the true location of human civilization. Even within human civilization itself, very few people knew, or rather, the number of those who did was steadily decreasing. In the end, it was very likely that only Shinshur would know the location of Blue Star. This shows the importance Shinshur placed on concealing the solar system and Blue Star. However, he hadn't returned for a long time. At this moment, he too had arrived at the location where the prisoners of the AES civilization were being held. This will become an important base for human civilization, he said, gazing at the vast civilization rapidly being established before him. More and more devices and forces will be added later, and perhaps its strength will surpass that of humanity's home planet for a very long time. And it will also descend into chaos for a very long time, Todd added from behind Shinshur. Then it depends on your abilities. Shinshur turned his head. I officially appoint you as the highest-ranking person in charge of this base, Todd. For the next several thousand years, your responsibilities will be paramount. Todd was stunned. Clearly, he hadn't considered this situation at all. As the first person representing the Eastern Kingdom's officialdom to contact Shinshur, after more than 4,000 years of development, Todd was no longer just a negotiator. Now, he was one of the most senior members of the highest council of human civilization, and also one of the most accomplished in the field. For thousands of years, he had painstakingly followed in Shinshur's footsteps, barely managing to keep up. Whether it was Yulan, who appeared hundreds of years after the Starry Sky era, or the Collectors and Gong Chu who emerged later, each of them was highly valued by Shinshur and made invaluable contributions to human civilization. Even Shin Feng, another senior member, surpassed him in both personal strength and dedication to civilization. Therefore, by all accounts, this heavy responsibility shouldn't have fallen on his shoulders. Your task isn't to suppress everyone here. I have Shin Feng assist you with that. Your job is management. For a very long time to come, I need this place to be humanity's largest logistical base, with a continuous stream of powerful devices being supplied to humanity from here. Do you understand? Shinshur looked at him, his gaze steady. Yes. Todd reacted, his tone becoming firm. Regardless of Shinshur's reasons for making this decision, he felt Shinshur's trust in him and, more importantly, the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. I'll be stationed here for the next while, so you need to get to work as soon as possible, Shinshur emphasized at the end. Time is of the essence. Yes. Actually, Todd was mistaken. Perhaps there were indeed people more suitable for him within human civilization, but he possessed one quality that others couldn't match: confidence in human civilization. Or rather, most of the people who survived from Earth's era to the present possessed this quality. They had witnessed firsthand the miracles created by human civilization under Shinshur's leadership. From its initial weakness, a level that could perhaps be easily conquered with a single D-class warship, to its current vastness, grandeur, and power, this civilization completely defied logic and imagination. One could even say that if the ranchers were to descend upon them now, they wouldn't easily despair. After all, what difference was there between the arrival of the ranchers now, and the arrival of the Voran fleet over 4,000 years ago for human civilization, and someone like him was best suited to deal with these powerful prisoners. As for Shinshur's statement about stationing troops, it wasn't just a casual remark. At the very least, control over a powerful figure like Mar was entirely dependent on his presence. For the foreseeable future, he needed to continuously strengthen control, identify patterns, and minimize any potential problems. In the third future timeline, he couldn't see too far into the future. Without this prophetic ability spanning 3,000 years, Shinshur's cautious approach was almost unavoidable. At the same time, he also needed to urge construction to begin as soon as possible, then gather all the warships and head to the next target. Although they hadn't anticipated an attack on these powerful B9-class civilizations, they had still dispatched personnel with personal terminals to investigate and harass their homeworlds early on. This now conveniently served their purpose, otherwise, they might not have been able to gain any more time. Approximately 40 years later, a powerful fleet bearing the banner of a pirate alliance launched a surprise attack on the homeworld of another B9-class civilization. According to Mars intelligence, this civilization had also moved its homeworld to the front lines, leaving behind only a large number of immovable devices. During this direct assault, these devices once again fell into human hands. Another 30 years passed, and the pirate alliance split into two groups, attacking the two B9-class civilizations. The snowball had begun to roll. For centuries, since their attack on the homeworld of the AES civilization, the pirate alliance's reputation had resounded throughout the entire mud system. Even a frontline force was preparing to return to annihilate them. However, after attacking the homeworlds of 12 B9 level civilizations, the pirate alliance seemed to realize the danger and vanished without a trace in a short time. This was a complete retreat. Returning to this logistics base now, the scale was completely different. Everywhere one looked were massive production plants, almost planetary in size. There was hardly any transportation, all raw materials were directly input through personal terminals, minimizing time and maximizing efficiency. Even the Three Sun civilization's energy production lines had been plundered in large quantities, including billions of Three Suns people working as laborers. Human civilization's current development is still only at B4 level, but its true strength is already approaching B9. Given more time to develop, even in direct combat, civilizations like AES wouldn't be allowed to exist. Even Shinshur, looking at the intelligence gathered after centuries of plunder, couldn't contain his excitement. Finally, this stage has been reached. While development will still take a long time, and while the current strength is extremely fragile, strength is strength, and it has reached this level thousands of years earlier than he expected. We are finally qualified to truly step onto the stage of this universe, Shinshur murmured to himself. Yes, only with this level of strength can one be considered qualified to step onto the interstellar stage, qualified to enter the vortex of the universe. Even if this only happens in a certain future timeline, it is still a moment worth remembering for human civilization. And the next step is integration. Shinshur didn't bring a large number of devices from this future timeline back to 3,000 years ago, because it wasn't necessary. The benefits of timeline alteration had already been largely maximized. Even if more were brought in, it would only change the war of encirclement and suppression launched hundreds of years ago into a situation where human civilization single-handedly conquered the homeworld of the AES civilization. No further alterations would be sufficient. Even rapidly arming people 3,000 years ago with massive amounts of equipment wouldn't significantly change the future timeline, because this crucial opportunity in the future timeline stemmed from the escalating war between the Thousand Alliance and the Mud interstellar systems. Gaining power before this opportune moment wouldn't be helpful. Unless, of course, the power of human civilization from 3,000 years ago could be elevated to a level ahead of schedule. But that's virtually impossible right now. Even B9 level strength isn't truly his own. Ultimately, with civilization having developed to its current stage, the meaning of time is constantly being redefined. 3,000 years is but a fleeting moment, not enough to accomplish much. Right now, just assembling these combat supplies and absorbing these resources to form maximum combat power in the shortest time will require at least several hundred years. During these several hundred years, Shinshur doesn't intend to do anything, nor can he. He needs this time to truly arm human civilization to B9 level. Next, it's a period of focused accumulation. Shinshur took one last look at the vast factory base before him, letting his emotions settle as well. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it's already the year 5112 of the Star Era in Future Line 3. For the past few centuries, Shinshur has spent most of his time in Future Line 3, only occasionally offering guidance on the development of human civilization 3,000 years ago to prevent minor detours. Aside from that, he visits Future Line 2 more often. But he hasn't done much. At this time, in Future Line 2, the form of human civilization has completely stagnated. This is because, as the war between the Mud system and the Thousand Alliance system continues, the importance of the holy sites possessed by human civilization has become increasingly prominent. A rumor has begun to circulate within the Mud system that this incredibly powerful relic may very well be the key device for the Mud system to achieve victory in the war. This argument clearly makes sense, especially after civilizations like AES discovered that this device could directly connect the front lines and the rear. It's important to understand that if they could truly master this device, they wouldn't need to relocate their home planet. They could concentrate greater power at a single point in the shortest time, gaining a warp advantage, and then expanding it at will. They were already stronger than the Thousand Alliance in terms of high-level power. Therefore, realizing that the number of personal terminals for this relic device was decreasing significantly with the decline in the primitive human population, these civilizations even stopped further assimilation and absorption of humans. This allowed human civilization to retain its last 10% of its population over the past 1,000 years, and even began to recover rapidly, quickly returning to 20% of its pre-millennium level. This is also why Shinshur didn't do much more. He continued to provide comprehensive support to human civilization under the mysterious identity of the 13th, successfully gaining the gratitude of most humans. However, he never went too far, as human civilization was clearly already on the verge of collapse, and any deliberate actions by him would only plunge it into crisis. However, recently, Shinshur had to increase his attention to the second future line. The reason was simple. According to intelligence provided by his ally, the 3-day civilization, a class of civilization's forces had withdrawn from the front lines, and were heading straight for the solar system. Starlight Civilization, Shinshur murmured the name of this civilization. It was clearly a literal translation of the name, Starlight, and just the name itself seemed to convey the power of this civilization. The Class A civilizations are the most powerful within the Mud system. The specifics of the ranches remain unknown, but the strength of these 3 Class A civilizations was once glimpsed in the records of these Class B9 civilizations. These 3 Class A civilizations were established alongside the Mud system. According to historical records from these Class B9 civilizations, approximately 550,000 years ago, 3 powerful civilizations emerged in this star system. At that time, the concept of interstellar society did not exist. These 3 civilizations did not bind themselves to other weaker civilizations, but instead developed independently, maintaining their absolute power. Until they made contact. Everything changed. Each civilization's strength posed a significant threat to the others, and war seemed to be the only option, a war between three enormous civilizations. According to records, even at that time, they were already the overlords of a star system, possessing at least the strength of a Class B civilization as currently assessed. Subsequent history becomes blurred. Even though Shinshur captured a large number of devices, and people from 12B9 level civilizations in the third future timeline, he couldn't find any historical information about what happened next. All he knew was that after that, the rancher appeared out of nowhere, unified three civilizations in one fell swoop, and then established the mud system, seemingly becoming the overlord of the entire universe from that moment on, a position he maintained until the discovery of the Thousand Alliance system nearly 10,000 years ago. Chapter 267. In other words, the three Class A civilizations, including the Starshine civilization, were actually super civilizations that existed long before the mud system was truly established. Even though information about Class A civilizations is scarce, this alone is enough to demonstrate their terrifying level. It's likely that the so-called Class A isn't actually a level of strength, nor is it a detailed division from A1 to A9. It's merely a title belonging exclusively to these three civilizations, and also a symbol of their power completely surpassing all other civilizations. Therefore, when he heard that a team dispatched by a Class A civilization was heading towards the solar system, Shinshur felt a slight sense of unease. Because even though humanity currently possesses the overt B9 level of military power, its actual strength is still only B4, and it's not yet qualified to contact a Class A civilization. The only saving grace is that the Class A civilization that appeared is in Future Line 2, a timeline that is already broken away from the main timeline and become a relatively independent universe. Even if human civilization in this timeline were to be completely wiped out, it wouldn't be an unbearable pain for Shinshur. Perhaps, this is an opportunity to learn about A-level civilizations, Shinshur murmured to himself. To be honest, he actually had some doubts about the high degree of similarity in strength among the other B-level civilizations. Whether it was the A civilization or the Three Sun civilization, which developed main energy technology, their technological development was in completely different fields, but their strength was extremely similar. If the A civilization and the Three Sun civilization were to fight head-on, it would definitely be a draw, and neither civilization would show a clear advantage. What's even stranger is that this convergence only applies to military strength. Aside from military strength, there are still significant differences in technological levels. In some areas, the 3-day civilization is clearly far superior, while in others, the A civilization is also significantly superior. However, when it comes to balancing military strength, an unexpected equilibrium is reached. If only the 3-day civilization and the A civilization were like this, it could be a coincidence. However, all the other B9 level civilizations are roughly the same. To call this a coincidence is probably impossible. Perhaps the answer can be found in this A-level civilization. Thinking this way, Shinshur increased his attention to this impending A-level civilization, even focusing his attention on the second future timeline. Finally, about 30 years after receiving the news, the Starshine civilization appeared. This short time frame far exceeded Shinshur's expectations. Even for the B9 class civilizations with the most advanced warp technology, traveling from the solar system to the front lines would take at least 300 years. This extended travel time was a major reason why these civilizations relocated all their homeworld production facilities to the front lines. If it were only 30 years, then in the context of interstellar warfare, there would be no need for relocation at all. It seems that there is indeed a significant technological gap between A-class civilizations and these B9 class civilizations, Shinshur easily concluded. To avoid arousing suspicion, he maximized the power of his avatar, making it almost equal to his main body. After being strengthened by the bronze altar, he encountered no one whose individual strength could compare to his own. However, facing the mysterious and powerful Starshine civilization, it was difficult to maintain this composure. Finally, a silver-white warship appeared on the outer edge of Blue Star's atmosphere. This warship was unlike any warship Shinshur had ever seen or guessed. It was simply too ordinary. Yes, ordinary. Long and narrow, silver-white, with two raised sections in the center. If it were cut in two evenly, it could even be mistaken for two ships sailing on the seas during Earth's time. Such a design completely contradicted the necessity of interstellar travel. Not to mention A-level civilizations, even D-level, and even E-level civilizations often didn't use this traditional ship shape. And it wasn't large either. It looked at most slightly larger than an aircraft carrier from Earth's time. Could this be considered a return to simplicity in the interstellar era? Shinshur couldn't help but mutter to himself. But after actually seeing the Starshine people, he found himself speechless. Simply because they were so incredibly similar. So much like humans. Up to now, Shinshur couldn't remember how many extraterrestrial intelligent life forms he had seen. There were all sorts of life forms that appeared bizarre to human standards, and many humanoid life forms, all possessing limbs and torsos, facial features, and a distinct structure. But no matter how human-like an extraterrestrial life form was, it was always clearly different from humans. For example, the Starshine people's fiery red hair that seemed to express their emotions, and their eyes that were noticeably larger than humans. The AES could also be considered humanoid, but their sky-blue skin was distinctly different. However, the Starshine people before him didn't have that. At least not at first glance. Dark eyes, fair skin, long limbs, even their lips were red, and their noses were so similar. So similar that it was almost like seeing a human. No, that's not right. Shinshur suddenly realized. If the Starshine people really looked like this, why did other civilizations have no reaction upon seeing humans? Perhaps they changed their appearance specifically to come to the solar system and control the Holy Land, maybe even altering their genes. Not to mention an A-level civilization. Even a D-level civilization could easily do that. But according to the information Shinshur obtained from the prisoners in Future Line 3, these civilizations had indeed never seen the true form of the Starshine people. Shinshur narrowed his eyes slightly. There were many speculations, many possibilities, but he also foresaw that he seemed to be encountering truths he could never have imagined before. Regardless, the Starshine people, surrounded by the rest of the civilizations, had arrived on Blue Star. They had arrived before Shinshur. Yes, as the de facto supreme rulers of human civilization, and also the central civilization of the Holy Land, or rather, the trading market, Shinshur was inevitably required to stand before this Starshine person. However, he neither knelt nor submitted. Shinshur simply stood calmly, silently observing them. The emotions of the representatives of the other civilizations were already becoming increasingly difficult to control. Shinshur's attitude was undoubtedly provoking them. It was as if, after 1,000 years of control, they couldn't even control the ruler of such a weak civilization. Normally, this wouldn't matter, but now, it felt like a direct challenge to the Starshine people, revealing their incompetence. Some things cannot be changed no matter how advanced a civilization becomes. But before they could do anything, the Starshine people spoke. They didn't use telepathy. They spoke in the ancient human language. Your strength far exceeds my expectations. The Starshine people, with their red lips and white teeth, seemingly a young man, appeared to be smiling, but it also confirms for me that this trip will yield unimaginable gains. This appearance, it shouldn't have been deliberately created, right? Shinshur asked, his first question hitting the nail on the head. No, it was indeed deliberately made. The Starshine man shook his head, but his next words resonated deep within the hearts of everyone around him. But it wasn't me who made it, but our Starshine ancestor from hundreds of thousands of years ago. We believe that this appearance would bring us closer to the culture of the ancient ruined civilization, and also closer to their power. Shinshur wasn't as shocked as the others, but he fell silent. Because he completely understood the shock of the others. Ancient ruined civilization. You see, whether it's these B9 level civilizations or the Gus civilization, their development path, a crucial route to their advancement, is the excavation and research of ancient artifacts. Even some seemingly useless artifacts contain principles that far exceed the limits of the cosmic principles these civilizations have mastered. It was as if the civilization that created these ruins was a great civilization beyond imagination, surpassing all existing civilizations. If the development of human civilization followed in the footsteps of these pioneering civilizations, then the development of these powerful civilizations was following the existence of the ruined civilization. Even A-level civilizations, in their view, were merely following in the footsteps of the ruined civilization, taking a slightly longer path. And now, the Starshine people stood before them, telling them that the human form would allow them to get closer to the power of the ruined civilization. This single sentence contained a secret that had never been revealed by an A-level civilization for hundreds of thousands of years. Some civilizations were even uncertain whether, in tens of thousands of years, all intelligent life in the entire galaxy would have only one appearance: humans. So, does this weak human civilization have some kind of connection with the ruined civilization? The Eason couldn't help but ask. This was also one of the emperors of the AES, named Bailuan. Shinshur had obtained information about this AES emperor from Future Line 3. His outward appearance was primarily one of gentleness and benevolence, and the solar system was within his territory. This was why he adopted a support approach towards human civilization thousands of years ago. However, this so-called benevolence was merely a means of assimilating and annexing other civilizations. The question he raised now caused the other representatives to change their gaze towards Shinshur and towards humanity. That's obvious, the Starshine Man nodded without hesitation. The relic device discovered here by humanity is extremely rare and powerful, even for us. Its high degree of integration with human civilization is enough to prove the connection between human civilization and the relic civilization. According to our speculation, the entire human civilization may have been shaped and developed from this device left behind by the relic civilization. After meeting this human named Shinshur, I am even more certain of this. Only an existence like the relic civilization could allow such a powerful individual to emerge from such a weak civilization. Shinshur remained silent. The situation seemed to have exceeded his expectations, yet it also seemed not. He had originally prepared to resist, let the Avatar escape, and then retreat gracefully. With the Holy Land's backing, he was confident he could escape, demonstrate his powerful personal abilities as a threat, and combined with the Holy Land's importance, he could extricate himself, preserve the human race, and then, as the 13th, intervene again. He could even use his personal strength to influence the Star-Sea interstellar system, continuing to use its influence. It was a win-win situation. But unexpectedly, before he could even begin his actions, the Starshine people had already imagined the whole story. A story that even he couldn't completely deny. Ishur Ling and the Holy Land both originated from that ancient civilization, then perhaps human civilization really was shaped by that ancient civilization, and possibly even reshaped according to its original culture, Shinshur thought to himself. He hadn't forgotten that when he truly controlled the trading market, the bronze altar was inscribed with the history of humankind. From the earliest Swearan, Tishanong, and even the history of Yu the Great controlling the floods, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, all were engraved on it. This was clearly human history. But it was also something left behind by a remnant civilization. To say that this remnant civilization was also a human civilization, and that it guided the people of Blue Star according to its own culture, leaving behind the time crystal and the trading market, seems entirely plausible. What is this? Is the best conjecture the closest to the truth? I only ask for the continuation of humanity, and if possible, to ensure its strength, Shinshur said, looking at the Starshine Man before him. These are my demands, and my hand is laid out here. What about you? All negotiations are compromises between each side's cards and needs. Shinshur was now playing his cards open. At least in the eyes of all the civilizations before him, he was playing his cards open. I want to rule all of humanity, to become the true ruler of humanity. Emperor. Supreme Being. The Starshine Man's emotion surged for the first time, a fervor as vast as the starry sea. I will learn your culture, I will change my own world of consciousness, I will see myself as a true human being, even leading humanity to unparalleled glory and power. Isn't this what you crave? Being able to do these things, I naturally have the right to replace you, even surpass your position. For beings of this level, such fervent and vivid emotion is almost impossible. But it happened. Moreover, it made the rest of the civilizations, and all those present, whether it was the Emperor of the AES or the Supreme Counselor of the 3-day civilization, envious. Chapter 268. The Starshine Man's words revealed much crucial information. The most important point was that human civilization's culture was very likely deliberately crafted by the legendary ancient civilization. This alone was information beyond imagination. That's why the representatives of the other civilizations were so envious of this Starshine Man. Because he would be qualified to truly grasp the truth about human civilization, and the ancient civilization he might encounter. Even without that, even just having complete control over human civilization's trading market would still be unimaginably powerful, and this enormous profit was about to fall into the hands of this Starshine Man. But what would they gain? These powerful civilization representatives had probably performed countless calculations in an instant. No one was naive enough to believe that the Starshine Man was simply indifferent to the secrets behind his words. Therefore, this must contain some kind of calculation. And what they could easily imagine was further submission, or even support. However, setting aside these people's thoughts for the moment, Shinshur remained calm despite facing the fanatical Starshine people who declared their desire to rule all humanity. After all, he knew that even if they achieved their goal and truly became the king of all humanity, they could not control the Holy Land. Holding the supreme authority of the Holy Land, he was already, to some extent, invincible. I can agree to your demands, even support you, Shinshur said, but I demand oversight, and even, for a certain period, authority exceeding yours. I need to represent the people to determine whether you are truly loyal to humanity. Otherwise, you could only seize human civilization from us by force, seizing a human civilization that may no longer belong to humanity, or even to the ancient civilization. Shinshir's attitude perfectly matched his current status. Even his coldness was perfectly appropriate. After all, Shinshir was currently loyal to humanity, yet somewhat disheartened by the face of these more powerful civilizations. All his goals and needs were solely for the strength of human civilization. Such a leader wouldn't hesitate to relinquish power for the sake of human civilization's strength. Just as he had initially stated, Shinshir was, on the surface, and in the minds of those before him, completely open his hand. Therefore, this Starshine man didn't haggle. He also understood that to truly control humanity while preserving human culture, and even gain acceptance in the trading market, he must first truly consider himself human. I agree, he smiled. I have already declared my separation from the Starshine civilization and my integration into human civilization, along with my own unique forces. Is that enough sincerity? Upon hearing this, Shinshir even felt a shock from those around him. It was disbelief. If it were merely an ordinary Starshine person making such an announcement, it would hardly elicit such a reaction. Clearly, while they didn't know the true appearance of the Starshine people, they understood the identity of the newcomer, a being akin to a prince within the Starshine civilization. It wouldn't be surprising if such a being altered their own consciousness and cultural affiliation simply to conquer human civilization and control the trading markets. Everyone present did just that. But he actually said he wanted to renounce his Starshine identity and join human civilization. Even if it's just nominal, it's shocking enough. Don't underestimate the power of nominality. In the world of primal energy, a nominal identity represents self-awareness. This means that from this moment on, this Starshine person truly considers himself human, and this is recognized by the Starshine civilization. Otherwise, he would have no chance of bringing his forces back. Sincerity isn't measured in a moment, but in its duration and long-term impact. Shinshir, like someone truly disheartened and numb, maintained a high degree of calm even in the face of such terrifying words, speaking with remarkable composure. Everything I've done is for the strength and prosperity of human civilization. If you can achieve that, then even if I oppose it, you will still be the supreme and sole leader of human civilization. I will show you. The Starshine man nodded with satisfaction. By the way, you can call me GD from now on. That's my human name. I know G is a noble surname in your culture. GD had clearly done a lot of preparation, never revealing his original name, but instead announcing a completely new one. However, what he didn't know was, Shinshir, whom he saw as numb, powerless, and only a stepping stone to the throne, was actually filled with immense joy. If it weren't for the powerful energy from the bronze altar suppressing his emotions, perhaps everyone present would have noticed his joy. Yes, he almost burst out laughing. What's so funny? A windfall. After hearing about the arrival of an A-level civilization, Shinshir intended to extract as many powerful resources as possible from them. Perhaps these vastly different resources could truly allow humanity 3,000 years ago to break through the limits of development, reshape the timeline, and achieve a leap in development. He originally thought this would require careful planning, and even involve a certain degree of risk. But to his utter surprise, the Starshine people had brought him everything he wanted, even seemingly worried about rejecting it. This wasn't a matter of not seizing the opportunity, it was as if a mountain of opportunities had been delivered right to his doorstep, and all he had to do was choose how to grasp them. Emperor G, I remember this, Shinshir said, suppressing his emotions with a blank expression. I don't care about your status or power. Since you've chosen to join humanity, I have the right to test and command you. Do you understand? Of course, Emperor G replied confidently. As long as it's for the development of all humanity, I will obey all arrangements. His mastery of primal energy was equally formidable, perhaps even the most powerful Shinshir had ever seen. But this mastery was currently advantageous to humanity. If you want to deceive the remnant civilization, you must first deceive yourself. Since that's the case, you should already know humanity's current predicament, Shinshir said, his outward appearance remaining calm, but his tone was icy cold, perfectly embodying the attitude of a supreme leader of humanity, who distrusts, but is forced to accept the other party's power. That's right. The Emperor's confidence grew even stronger. He turned, his dark gaze sweeping over the representatives of the other civilizations, raising his voice, even his consciousness trembling. I will, as the savior of humanity, reclaim the freedom and dignity that humanity has lost. You should understand what I mean. These beings from galactic superpower civilizations, each a king ruling over vast territories, exchanged bewildered glances. Was the Emperor going to drive them all away? No. If he wanted to drive them away, there was no need to reveal this in front of them. After leaking such crucial information, driving them away would be meaningless and even increase the risk of further leaks. With their powerful analytical abilities, everyone easily understood the Emperor's true purpose. "You want to annex us," said the representative of the Three Suns civilization, and countless Three Suns beings' consciousnesses trembled within the message he conveyed. "If you want to understand it that way, there's nothing wrong with that, but I prefer to call it an opportunity I'm bestowing upon you." The princess's consciousness also displayed its unreserved power, a vast primal energy surging wildly in this space region. "Don't you understand? Human civilization holds the secrets of the remnant civilization. Truly abandoning your original identities and joining human civilization is the only path to truth, the only shortcut. Moreover, I don't need your entire civilization to do this, I only need those of you present, a part of you. This will become an even greater opportunity." If Shinshur had said these words, these people would have thought he was insane and would have scoffed. But since the princess had spoken them, and especially since she had already taken the lead in doing so, it was a true opportunity. Even without complex calculations, the most basic and simple analysis was enough to easily understand how profitable and worthwhile it was to gamble a small portion of their civilization's strength on an opportunity for deep contact with the ancient civilization. Driven by the principle of prioritizing profit, there was almost no hesitation. All the civilizations agreed. They would no longer join humanity merely for the sake of the trade market. They would genuinely try to see themselves as human, and begin to think and act from the perspective of human civilization's interests. As a result, all eyes were now on Shinshur, because they realized that at this moment, Shinshur, the highest leader of human civilization, had become the highest leader under a vast power in this solar system. At least, the nominal highest leader. Even Shinshur himself felt somewhat incredulous. He had endured countless arduous battles, and a long period of vigilant control in Future Line 3, barely managing to master his power, only to have it so dramatically surpassed in Future Line 2. However, Shinshur didn't remain in a daze for long. He made a decision almost instantly. He had to find a way to maximize the benefits. "On behalf of all humanity, I welcome your joining us, and will announce to all humanity that we recognize your human identity, and include you all in the Supreme Council of Humanity," Shinshur stated decisively. According to the constitutional rules of humanity, newly joined counselors need to convene a Supreme Council meeting to introduce the new counselors to the entire council, clarify their powers, and resolve differences. And right now, there is an even more important task: to discuss and determine the next important developments for human civilization. "There's one more thing," Emperor G suddenly said, "to announce my appointment as a standing counselor." Emperor G's joining humanity wasn't truly about wholeheartedly working for the benefit of human civilization, it was more about pursuing his own interests. This included his own position. He could tolerate Shinshur, the current leader of human civilization, temporarily sitting above him in name, but this tolerance had its limits. If human civilization were an imperial system, and Shinshur were the current emperor, his first action would likely be to force Shinshur to abdicate in his favor. Because this is the power that an emperor should possess under an imperial system. However, humanity is not such a system. "You should know that the position of a standing counselor isn't something I can decide alone," Shinshur said calmly. "It requires a vote from all counselors, and more importantly, a compelling reason." "That's all right," GD replied, clearly well prepared and possessing a deep understanding of humanity. "I will present reasons that the other counselors will find difficult to object to, and the justifications will be more than sufficient. However, the moment I become a standing counselor, I will initiate a reform of the human power structure and implement it as quickly as possible." Clearly, GD made no attempt to conceal his ambition for power. Just as he himself stated, his goal was to become the supreme ruler of human civilization. And according to the current power system of human civilization, there is no such thing as a supreme ruler. Even Shinshur is not an emperor, but merely one of the 5 standing counselors. As for Shinshur's unique rights, they were only acquired with the support and trust of the other standing council members, and most of the council members. Of course, if Shinshur wanted to become emperor, he could. With his current prestige, changing the system, whether through a council vote or public approval, has a considerable possibility. But he hasn't done so. And he's now glad he hasn't, because it means that if GD wants to become the sole emperor, he must follow the proper procedures. First, become a standing council member, then launch a national referendum. Each step cannot be accomplished simply through force. He must genuinely contribute to humanity, and then use that to gain the trust and acceptance of all humankind. This entire process is unavoidable. Future Line 2, This time it's truly going to change drastically. Shinshur has come to this realization. Indeed, this was the case. As the starting point of this cataclysmic change, when Shinshur announced via nationwide broadcast that delegations from 11 civilizations, including the Gush civilization, had joined human civilization, the entire solar system erupted in excitement. It wasn't just humans who were excited, even individuals within these civilizations were abuzz. Because in this announcement, they were clearly separated from their original races and forced to join human civilization. Chapter 269. It's important to understand that in this universe, with its advanced primal energy technology, what defines one's race is not genes, nor physical appearance, but rather the world of consciousness formed within one's own mind. This includes one's cultural identity. For some lower-level civilizations, changing their cultural identity, altering the composition of their world of consciousness, is virtually impossible. Therefore, their race is fundamentally unchangeable. Otherwise, countless people would likely frantically try to escape their weaker civilizations and flock to those of more powerful ones. No matter how powerful a civilization is, it will always have a need for a certain number of individuals, creating a spontaneous flow. However, the primal energy world of consciousness prevents this from happening. The technology to change one's cultural identity is not so simple, even within the realm of B-level civilizations. Otherwise, races like Evans wouldn't be so rare. Even if these B9-level civilizations could use methods to change their cultural identity on a large scale, it wouldn't be so simple for individuals. It would be like receiving an order from above, forcing the people below to betray their country without question or reservation, becoming traitors to the entire nation. Let alone a higher-level civilization betraying and siding with a lower-level civilization. Even if a lower-level civilization were to join a higher-level civilization, many people would find it unacceptable. This is the case with the remaining 10% of humanity's population at this moment. One can imagine how agitated the many individuals in the solar system, originating from a B9 level civilization, and even the Goose people, who are nearly A level, must be at this moment. Even their powerful primal energy cultivation couldn't suppress this restlessness. For them, their initial mission was simply to obey the orders of their civilization's higher-ups, to come to the solar system to guard an exceptionally powerful relic device, nothing more. They weren't asked to betray their original civilization and join such a weak human civilization. This led to a degree of chaos throughout the entire solar system. And at the center of this chaos, humanity undoubtedly became the target of everyone's attacks. In just a few months, over 100,000 primitive humans have been killed or wounded in conflicts with other alien humans, the counselor in charge of public affairs reported to Shinshur. Don't underestimate these 100,000. The remaining human population is already extremely small, and most are concentrated in their own settlements. Furthermore, the solar system currently operates under the highest rule of human law. Intentionally harming others will result in extremely severe punishment, a reality firmly established and unwavering within the upper echelons of society. Under these circumstances, the occurrence of this level of conflict speaks volumes about the extent of the chaos. It's important to understand that even the weakest humans are now a true Class B civilization. The quality of their individuals is unimaginable for lower-level civilizations. With their average level of primal energy cultivation, they are unlikely to lose control of their emotions. In other words, all conflicts only arise after careful consideration and confirmation that they are unavoidable. Shinshur hasn't even witnessed a significant deviation between the will of an individual and the will of the civilization for a long time. In his long process of governing the civilization, he has become accustomed to absolute obedience, as if everyone in the civilization has become a component in a sophisticated machine, maintaining the vast yet precise, efficient, and unified operation of the entire civilization. Anyone who violates the law will be dealt with according to the law, Shinshur ordered. Yes. The counselor acknowledged and left. But less than 10 minutes later, he returned. Counselor Shin, he said, his voice tinged with helplessness, your order to enter the freezing procedure was proposed by Counselor GD. He believes that human civilization is currently in a special period, meeting the criteria for activating special period laws, and requires a Supreme Council meeting for revision. Shinshur's expression remained unchanged. In fact, he could easily see that the current chaos was influenced by GD and others behind the scenes. It was obvious. According to human laws and culture, murderers would be deprived of their lives, and in severe cases, they might even be turned into energy batteries for a certain period, enduring conscious pain. Under such strict supreme laws, even if some people were mentally prepared to escape to the universe and become wanderers, their numbers couldn't possibly reach this level. It must be because the wavering at the higher levels affected the analysis and decision-making at the lower levels. However, he couldn't think of a reason for doing so at the moment. GD and his group's goal was clear: to quickly gain supreme authority over humanity. However, without altering human civilization and culture, they needed the support of the vast majority of existing primitive humans. It was obvious that outsiders, who had only nominally joined human civilization and hadn't changed their cultural identity, would not gain the Holy Land's approval, and would not contribute to GD and his group's ultimate goal. Therefore, theoretically, their role shouldn't be to exacerbate the chaos in human civilization, but rather to step in and quell it. To put it another way, the other side should also appease the primitive humans. But what they're doing now? Shinshur narrowed his eyes. Initiate a vote among the Standing Council members, he said, reject the application for special period legal coverage, and simultaneously push for the enforcement of the law. The Supreme Council hasn't officially convened yet, GD, and the others are just ordinary council members. Theoretically, during this period, given Shinshur's prestige among the Standing Council members, he could do whatever he wanted. There was no need to pay attention to the opinions of the ordinary council members. However, to his surprise, the vote among the Standing Council members also failed. I see, Shinshur understood, and he sighed inwardly. The consciousness of the Standing Council members has been influenced. Of the current Standing Council members of future line 2 are absolutely loyal to him, plus himself. Theoretically, there should be no possibility of the vote failing, yet it still happened. This could only mean that these guys used primal energy technology to influence another Standing Council member. Not Gong Chu, it must be another one. No, although the other two have some ideological differences with him, they are generally aligned with him, and would not possibly reject this decree. The other party directly affected 3 people. This is the tragedy of the week. While it's true that a necessary condition for becoming a human counselor is possessing great mastery of primal energy to prevent such an important position from being influenced by enemies, or even potential entities, let alone a standing counselor, the strongest primal energy power doesn't necessarily guarantee the highest position, but the highest position certainly implies the highest level of primal energy power. However, this highest authority was clearly much weaker than the combined highest authority of all civilizations, led by Emperor G. Initiate the self-awareness verification procedure for the Standing Council members, Shinshur said again. Freeze all permissions. He could initiate the verification procedure and freeze all permissions of the remaining Standing Council members when he suspected they were no longer able to maintain their self-awareness. This was why Emperor G and his group, despite controlling 3 Standing Council members, hadn't used their positions for anything. But Shinshur knew he had already fallen into a disadvantageous position in this power struggle, because Emperor G's goal had been achieved. That was to convene a supreme meeting as soon as possible and analyze and discuss the current chaotic situation there. Otherwise, Shinshur could easily drag this out for decades, or even a century. Considering what Emperor G had said earlier, clearly, the other side has made ample preparations to directly obtain the status of a standing counselor at this supreme meeting. The breakthrough point is likely the current chaotic situation. Currently, the strength of the outside humans is far superior to that of the original humans, and if left unchecked, this situation is likely to escalate. If the Emperor uses this as leverage, even if Shinshur still opposes it, the other side may still gain the consent of some counselors. Not to mention, if even standing counselors can interfere with consciousness, what about ordinary counselors? If the review process for ordinary counselors is reinstated, it will cause the highest management system of all humanity to collapse beyond the danger threshold, automatically activating the highest level doomsday alert program. At that time, the situation will be even more chaotic, and in such a chaotic situation, the outsiders with superior strength and technology will undoubtedly have the greater advantage. After all, the so-called doomsday alert procedure is designed to help the most powerful individuals or forces quickly rebuild order when it has spiraled out of control. It can only be said that the ruling class of a powerful civilization is truly worthy of their reputation. Not only did they become familiar with all of humanity's high-level systems in such a short time, but their interconnected actions left Shinshur with virtually no room for choice. However, although the situation seemed dire, Shinshur still believed he was at a disadvantage, not already defeated. The reason was simple. The opponent's core objective, becoming a standing counselor, had not yet been achieved, and Shinshur still had a chance to stop it. Although I participated in the construction of the system, I have held a near-imperial leadership position for thousands of years. It's perfectly normal that I can't compete in the clash of institutional rules, Shinshur muttered to himself. It seems I can only return to my old profession. What is Shinshur's old profession? Of course, it's cheating. Even after leading the development of human civilization for thousands of years, Shinshur still clearly recognizes that his strength is inseparable from cheating. While he couldn't use the time crystal in the future timeline, after a long period of modification, Shinshur could now still utilize a portion of its power. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes slightly. An indescribable power emanated from his body, flowing from his will. If, at this moment, even among these 3A-level civilizations, top-secret detection equipment were pointed at Shinshur, perhaps some traces could be detected, a mysterious power built upon primal energy, yet seemingly transcending it. But it's clear. Faced with Shinshur, a being with extremely powerful primal abilities, GD, and the others wouldn't engage in unreliable surveillance. Even if they did monitor him, Shinshur, the true prophet at this moment, could easily detect it. This is a completely different feeling from the false prophet created using future timelines. Shinshur felt as if his consciousness was struggling to navigate another time dimension that only he could explore. Streams of information surged from dimensions full of branching points, a terrifying flow of information formed by countless possibilities of the future, including fragmented sounds, incomplete images, and countless complex signals. What Shinshur had to do was painstakingly summarize and organize, finding the information he needed within the fixed future timeline he was exploring. Currently, he could only explore the future within a few years. Further into the future, all information was fragmented. Fortunately, with the efforts of GD and the others, the Supreme Conference would likely convene soon, falling within the time frame that Shinshur could carefully observe. So that's how it is. They really have a lot of people under control. As expected, high-level confrontations ultimately boiled down to a clash of information. Under the power of time, Shinshur gradually understood everything. When he opened his eyes again, the confidence brought by his newfound power filled his heart. Just like countless times before. This time, he was determined to give humanity's enemies a huge surprise. The Supreme Conference proceeded as planned. It was still within the consciousness link. After setting aside their physical appearances, deep within the consciousness link, it was impossible to tell that there were more than a dozen extraterrestrials. These powerful beings from various civilizations, who had come to the solar system, had already altered their consciousness and cultural identity in order to possess the personal terminals of the holy sites. The thought processes they displayed during the transmission of consciousness seemed indistinguishable from human consciousness. However, everyone present knew very well. These people's stance was not purely on the side of humanity. Perhaps they were temporarily swayed by the allure of the ancient civilization, but if the situation changed one day, they would not hesitate to change their current stance. Therefore, many counselors inevitably revealed their anxieties. However, according to the original rules of the Supreme Council, all counselors were required to maintain a certain degree of openness in their emotions, which made these anxieties even more uncontrollable. Perhaps no one could have imagined that one day aliens would enter this meeting, representing the highest mission and glory of human civilization. Even if this might be beneficial to humanity, it was still an unspeakable insult to the members present. Everyone is here. Therefore, the meeting officially begins. Shinshur's consciousness rang out at this moment. As calm as ever, with unwavering composure. In that instant, the anxieties in the hall vanished rapidly. Because the counselors realized that the one hailed as a sage seemed unchanged. Chapter 270. Although Shinshur has actively suppressed his influence within human civilization to a certain extent, it is undeniable that over these long millennia, his influence has remained extremely high. Even at its lowest point, when Future Line 2 first appeared, Shinshur still held a reputation as a sage. At least openly, no one dared to contradict his decisions. In the current Future Line 2, after numerous Future Line shifts, Shinshur's prestige, while not comparable to that of the Shinshur who possessed the Time Crystal 3,000 years ago, has still reached an incredible level. The Uncrowned King. This title fits Shinshur perfectly. Therefore, at this special moment, when everyone in this special environment felt Shinshur's consistent demeanor, it was indeed a great boost to morale. Although Shinshur currently does not actually possess the absolute authority that comes from never making a mistake, it is still effective. The change in the atmosphere in the hall, at this moment, is the best proof. It wasn't just the primitive humans who underwent changes, even the outsiders experienced the same. At the highest meeting, letting go of one's emotions, pressing the honesty button, and ensuring that all expressed feelings and conveyed consciousness came from one's own heart, this was enshrined in the highest law of human civilization. As long as GD and the others remembered their purpose, they had to abide by the laws and regulations of human civilization at this stage. This was the first and most fundamental step in cultural recognition. Therefore, at this moment, everyone could clearly sense the solemnity on these people's faces. Clearly, although they seemed to possess power far exceeding that of human civilization, and even their mastery of primal energy far surpassed the average level of the human elite, they still could not ignore the sages of humanity. At the very least, the sages' mastery of primal energy was in no way inferior to theirs, and was even enough to threaten Emperor G. Whatever the reason for this, the reality before them was that, under the rules of human civilization, Emperor G and his group not only did not have an absolute advantage against Shinshur, but were even at a certain disadvantage. Shinshur's reputation and strength accumulated over thousands of years had already made him, to a certain extent, representative of human civilization itself. This clear understanding further amplified the confidence of many primitive human counselors. Emperor G and his group probably could not have imagined that Shinshur's mere appearance would seem to have reversed the entire situation. Let's begin with the first item on the agenda. Shinshur, acting as the moderator, still had his voice echoing throughout the conference room. It's Counselor GD's application to become a standing counselor. Yes, although this council meeting was destined to have many things to do, this was indeed the first item in order. However, this order was not immutable. I believe the most serious issue at present is the conflict between the alien humans and the primitive humans. A counselor's voice came through. I request that this matter be discussed and resolved first. Shinshur knew at a glance that this counselor was being controlled by GD and his group. But he didn't say anything, because his own intention was also to resolve this matter first. Let's vote, Shinshur said. The vote was swift, the application was approved. Discussions began on the conflict between the original humans and the newly arrived humans. This matter is actually quite simple to resolve, GD said. I can simply become a standing counselor. The vast majority of the current immigrants are individuals from the Mud Systems Advanced Civilization Council. These people have a natural respect for A-level civilizations. If I become a standing counselor, their acceptance will be much broader. With the support of other methods, it will be enough to suppress all their resistance, even forcing them to quickly accept their new identities, transform their consciousness, and change their cultural identity. Their inclusion will be enough to make human civilization stronger in a short time. GD made almost no attempt to conceal his purpose. But it had to be admitted. This was indeed the best solution available. Every counselor present could clearly discern the logic behind it. First, the fact that Emperor G and his followers, along with their respective individuals, have joined human civilization and become part of it seems to be an established fact, and one that aligns with the current interests of human civilization. Without this fact, it would mean that these civilizations could easily overturn the table, and human civilization, with its strength, would only be more vulnerable in their presence. Allowing their inclusion at least allows for the maintenance of a semblance of dignity, and a prolonged period of existence, and even development. And since their inclusion is a fait accompli, it would be difficult to prevent Emperor G from ascending to power. Putting aside other factors, the number of these outsiders might eventually surpass that of the primitive humans, and this massive influx would inevitably increase their representation in the highest council. At that point, the primitive humans might actually become a minority. Therefore, amidst the emotional fluctuations, it was clear that some people had already accepted the situation. The reason no one spoke out in agreement or opposition was simply because they were waiting for Shinshur's voice. This was also a manifestation of Shinshur's authority. And at this moment, Shinshur did not choose to remain silent. You want to become a standing counselor, I don't object in principle, but you must make corresponding contributions, Shinshur said calmly. For me, the strength and development of human civilization is the core objective. Being a standing counselor is a good bargaining chip. If you don't offer sufficiently substantial benefits, I will not grant you this position. These words practically brought the previously clandestine exchange of benefits to the forefront. Even some counselors were somewhat surprised. The position of a standing counselor is an immense honor, representing the pinnacle of power and responsibility within the existing system of human civilization. Over thousands of years, this system has become almost sacred in the hearts of most humans. Even with the brilliance of the sage Shinshur overshadowing the other standing counselors, each one still holds a position of immense respect from most humanity. And yet, at this very moment, Shinshur, the sage, speaks of treating this sacred position as a commodity to be traded? Don't you think that saying these words is beneath your dignity? The emperor's consciousness seemed to contain a certain anger. I admit, I have selfish motives, and I never denied it. However, my interests, my goals, are intertwined with the interests of all humanity. At least until my goals are achieved, I will consider myself a true human being. It is you who, because you might lose your supreme power, begins to slack off? Imposing restrictions on me and demanding more from us is detrimental to the entire civilization. GD's words were undeniably sharp. Because he was right. If he came for the power of the relic civilization, or even its culture, then his interests must align with those of human civilization. Because he needs to truly see himself as human, genuinely contribute to human civilization, and even deepen his identification with human culture. Only in this way can he possibly gain the relic device's approval, and this is only the first step. As long as the relic civilization remains unchanged, his attempt to change it will continue. Perhaps at some point in the future, he will choose to integrate the entire Starshine civilization into humanity. No, to be precise, into the relic civilization. In this case, for the sake of humanity, he shouldn't be stopped. However, Shinshire's consciousness sighed softly. This scene was the same as one he had foreseen in the future. You keep saying you're acting in the best interests of all humanity, but clearly, the imperial system doesn't align with humanity's interests, Shinshire's consciousness conveyed. You should understand why, despite having enough prestige to become emperor, I haven't done so, and instead only hold the position of one of the standing counselors? The Emperor Ji was briefly silent, but quickly gave his answer, because you don't care about power. In ancient human culture, this might be commendable, but times have changed. Not to mention you, everyone present, even myself, who cares about power. What I seek is simply to follow in the footsteps of ancient civilizations, to understand more of the truths and mysteries of this universe. This is an instinct that arises at a certain level of life, a need higher than seeking power. I always believed that if you became emperor, it would only benefit human civilization, not harm it, so I won't hide my first goal. Beautiful words. Leaving aside Shinshire, many council members at the meeting seemed surprised. Their perception of Emperor Ji slightly altered. Because lying was forbidden in a meeting. And having opened their minds, and let their emotions run wild, everyone could sense Emperor Ji's inner thoughts. It was a kind of frankness. A frankness even more profound than the consciousness he conveyed or the words he uttered. Indeed, as Emperor Ji said, he didn't care whether the powerful civilization was human or star-spirited, he simply wanted to witness the appearance of a higher level of civilization, to pursue the mysteries of the universe. This differed from some people's initial perception of him, as someone who seized human civilization to gain a powerful trading market. It must be said, Emperor Ji had adopted an overt strategy from the very beginning. Everyone knew his origins, knew his purpose, but whether driven by self-interest or emotion, it was difficult to refuse. Shinshire was actually the same. He knew perfectly well that the appearance of the Empress would inject tremendous vitality into future Timeline 2, and that after a certain period, human civilization in future Timeline 2 might even become the most powerful of all future timelines, perhaps even surpassing future Timeline 3. However, he still couldn't easily relinquish everything. Because he wasn't just a sage of future Timeline 2. If he so easily gave up his position as a standing counselor, or even his supreme authority, it would become extremely difficult for him to transfer the technology, resources, and devices of this Class A civilization to other timelines. In the past, he was able to do so because he was a sage, a standing counselor, the highest leader of the civilization, not to mention, without putting some pressure on Emperor Ji, he might not contribute much to human civilization. With the support of an A-level civilization, he only needs to give a little, which might be enough to gain the trust and support of the entire civilization and become its true leader. Therefore, the sage Shinshire of the second future timeline might not have a conflict of interest with Emperor Ji, but the sage Shinshire of the 4 timelines definitely does. A very crude attempt to avoid the main issue, Shinshire said. You say your interests align with humanity's, and I believe that, but this alignment is merely a compromise under the existing conditions. It's not pure, and that's my biggest concern. For example, why were the 3 standing counselors who were absent today subjected to consciousness review? How many of the counselors present have already been influenced by you? Even those individuals outside who initiated conflicts against primitive humans, how many of them are following your will? People who don't even respect the most basic rules of human civilization, I find it hard to believe you won't lead human civilization into an abyss of no return. Emperor Ji remained silent for a considerable time this time, because he noticed a change in the atmosphere in the meeting hall. Those who had already sided with them, or even those who were somewhat inclined towards them, suddenly became wary. Many even began self-examination. This made Emperor Ji realize that there was something he hadn't yet grasped. What was it, however? While he couldn't understand it, he wasn't without options. After all, it was only natural that the other party would bring these things up, so he was prepared. What you're saying, we didn't do it all, Emperor Ji said calmly. I can assure you we didn't do any of this, including those 3 standing counselors. We didn't need to, because if you laid out the conditions, anyone could see the benefits of making me a standing counselor. Therefore, I suspect you did it, your purpose being to stop me, which aligns with your interests and selfish motives. Under the meeting structure, everyone was surprised, even somewhat horrified, to discover that Emperor Ji wasn't lying. Suddenly, most of the attention fell on Shinshur, as if trying to discern something from him. But Shinshur remained calm. In the future he had envisioned, this turn of events completely exceeded his expectations. And this was their trump card, their ultimate weapon. Seeing this scene unfold, Shinshur couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, the higher the level of civilization and individual, the more powerless words become. All confrontations ultimately come down to the strength each side possesses. Chapter 271. Maintaining honesty within the Supreme Council is actually quite simple. It's not some sophisticated technique, but rather a basic one. Early on, when Shinshur first entered the trading market, he recognized this ability. It allows one to completely reveal their inner truth, allowing others to sense and confirm that this is reality, not some false pretense. In other words, any intelligent being who clearly understands the existence of primal energy can easily utilize this ability. This is what Shinshur often refers to as the honesty button. The button is held by each individual, and is only effective for themselves. When you press it, everything you say, every thought you convey, originates from the depths of your own heart, and is accepted by others. This miraculous ability, seemingly engraved in primal energy and conscious instinct, is even considered a crucial reason for the rapid development of civilization. Because when civilization develops to a certain level, hypocrisy and lies begin to destroy it from within. And consider this. When the leaders of a civilization are all wholeheartedly dedicated to serving the entire civilization, and this dedication permeates the entire civilization from top to bottom, then the continued development, optimization, and efficient progress of the civilization becomes understandable. At the very least, it raises the upper limit of civilizational development to a certain level. While achieving Class B civilization might not be so easy, Class C civilization will be the future that most civilizations can foresee. It is precisely because of this fundamental ability, almost like a universal theorem, that it is seen by most as an unchangeable, fundamental rule, akin to a universal truth. Therefore, even at B9 level, no one can manipulate the honesty button. Shinshur's previous negotiations with the Three Suns civilization both involved ensuring the transactions were free of lies and fraud. However, in reality, Shinshur witnessed its failure for the first time in history. Even though he had foreseen this in his brief prediction of the future, seeing it in person still left Shinshur somewhat incredulous. Empress Ji had truly succeeded. She pressed the honesty button and uttered a lie. Is this also a manifestation of the strength of an A-level civilization? Empress Ji's words drew many eyes to Shinshur. Even among the primitive human counselors, many began to doubt whether Shinshur was the one who attacked the three standing counselors. They were certain Shinshur possessed this ability. Given that their initial intentions were all for the sake of human civilization, if Shinshur truly did this, even with his millennia-old authority, many would still question his actions. After all, this was an unprecedented era, and the transformation of sages was not entirely impossible. Shinshur's silence seemed to be the clarion call for the Ji Emperor to continue his attack. Actually, after gaining a deeper understanding of the history of human civilization, I always felt something strange. The Ji Emperor's tone was as calm as Shinshur's. Why are you able to gain the absolute trust of most humans? I'm not denying your achievements. Without you, there would be no humanity as we know it, that's undeniable. But isn't it strange? Your interests, your abilities, the reason you accomplished everything, your reliance, it's not human civilization itself, but the mysterious, unknown, and untouched Star Sea system, that's its name, isn't it? In my view, you make no attempt to conceal your identity as the representative of another powerful force. If that's the case, then what difference is there between your identity and mine in terms of the entire human civilization? You helped humanity for 5,000 years, and I can help for the next 5,000 years, even 10,000 years, 50,000 years. GD's lengthy discourse resonated deeply within everyone's hearts. It clearly articulated his doubts and his attitude. Indeed, perhaps GD wasn't truly human, but in reality, no one could guarantee that Shinshur was. The mystery of the Star Sea, accompanying Shinshur's rise to power, permeated the entire development of human civilization. Humanity's respect for Shinshur largely stemmed from his repeated acts of saving humanity, yet the power he used to save humanity came from outside of humanity itself. In that case, GD could do the same. Under the constraints of the meeting structure, everyone could clearly sense that some were beginning to waver. Civilization had developed to this level, granting them the status of counselors, and making them among the most powerful figures in human civilization. However, The counselors present were not the politicians commonly perceived, at least not purely politicians. Politicians solely driven by self-interest, and their own stance could not have reached such a position without the ability to directly examine their own conscience. But precisely because of this, before the Supreme Council, the interests and future of human civilization were the paramount considerations. Everything else had to take a back seat. This naturally included Shinshur. Emperor Ji clearly understood this, which was why he was confident that Shinshur, despite accumulating 5,000 years of history, could still become a standing counselor in such a short time. His ability to lie by pressing the honesty button, the enormous interests he was bound to, coupled with Shinshur's weakness in the star sea system, made victory seem assured in a short period. Even Shinshur couldn't help but marvel at his power. Unfortunately, Shinshur was ultimately a cheater. I said, I never denied you because of your identity, nor did I prevent you from becoming a standing counselor. Shinshur's consciousness transmitted, as calm as ever. Because my power also comes from other systems, it's not necessarily any purer than yours, and current human civilization doesn't even have the right to talk about purity. Profit is the most important thing. Then why stop him? GD didn't speak, but it seemed everyone understood his doubts. First of all, your contributions to human civilization are insufficient, including the current chaos within human civilization. Most of the benefits you offered are future benefits. Exchanging future benefits for present power does not conform to the rules and interests of human civilization. If you want to become a standing counselor, you must make us clearly certain that you are genuinely committed to doing everything in your power to improve the interests of human civilization. Shinshur said again. I sincerely serve the interests of human civilization, GD continued. This is my stance. I will do everything in my power to bring everything I possess, everything I can control, and even everything I cannot yet control but hope to control, to human civilization, adding potential to its great future. These words, too, pressed the button of honesty. Everyone could clearly feel his sincerity. There was no wavering whatsoever. It was a pure and noble human heart. Many counselors began to waver again. Although no one interrupted, the atmosphere in the hall seemed to have completely sided with GD. After all, Shinshur rarely brought support from the Sea of Stars anymore, while the G Emperor could bring much more. For the greater good of humanity, changing supporters seemed logical, especially since they hadn't forgotten Shinshur. The sage remained one of the supreme rulers of human civilization. Under these circumstances, this betrayal was easily accepted by the counselors present. Until Shinshur spoke. It was a real speech, not just a thought. You're just lying. While a connection of consciousness is sometimes more efficient than language, in conveying emotions, ancient and primal language is far more powerful. Even without any outward expression of emotion, everyone could feel the anger emanating from those resounding words. Moreover, the immense consciousness, like an exploding star, swept over everyone in that instant, penetrating deep into their consciousness, shaking their souls, even causing their primal instincts to surge and shrink as if they had encountered a terrifying nemesis. And Shinshur's voice continued. A mere feeble trick, yet you dare to deceive all of human civilization? Now, before my wrath, repeat what you just said, and let us see your true heart. Shinshur's immense consciousness showed no sign of waning. Instead, it surged ever more intensely. Amidst the terror and shock, everyone present could clearly sense the Empress's emotions. It was fear, and even more so, disbelief at being so bluntly exposed. And it wasn't just that. Shinshur's consciousness was, after all, directed at them, as if effortlessly tearing away their disguises at this moment, forcibly revealing much more of what lay deep within their hearts. Such a weak civilization, if not for the favoritism of the remnant civilization, would be utterly insignificant. Once I conquer humanity, I will establish true starlight. They actually believe in a consciousness originating from within? Laughable and pathetic weaklings. There's no need for deep thought. Conquering this civilization is effortless. Just let them see the inner thoughts they want to see. Sages of the weak? No resistance whatsoever. Each thought, each emotion, revealed the Emperor's disdain for human civilization. Everything he had said before was a complete lie. Some counselors were both angry and ashamed. The world they lived in was a world without lies. When someone capable of lying arrived, no matter how powerful they were, they would still be subjected to a dimensionally inferior attack. This wasn't entirely their fault. But it was enough to ignite their anger, and the Emperor was completely stunned. A surge of intense emotions welled up within him, not because of the exposure. In fact, even if he were exposed, it would merely be an acceptable defeat for him. He felt neither shame nor dejection. But what truly stirred his emotions was the power of this native, from a weak civilization before him. Back when he first met Shinshur, He could tell that Shinshire's mastery of primal energy might not be weaker than his own, and at that time he was already extremely surprised. But today, at this moment, he saw it clearly. Shinshire's strength was not just not weaker than his own, it was clearly many times stronger. But how could this be? A civilization barely reaching B1 level? How could it possibly produce such a powerful being? Could it be that the ancient civilization has already chosen its true successor? Just as GD was about to say something, another consciousness resounded. This is the power of the 13th. The representative of the Three Suns civilization seemed to have witnessed something of unparalleled fervor, their transmitted consciousness brimming with intense emotion. Absolutely no mistake, I've seen it before. Yes, the 13th is the Star Sea system. The Three Suns civilization had heard of this power before. It was what Shinshire had said when he made a deal with him as the 13th. Primal energy can not only manifest, but also alter reality, directly influencing it. Everything Shinshire had just done, although still merely a clash of consciousness, still left traces for the Three Suns civilization, which had grasped and continuously studied this statement. If this is truly the case, then the connection between the existence of the 13th and the Star Sea is immediately clear. And this scene had also been predicted by Shinshire long ago. Yes, Shinshire saw many possible futures, some of which involved his own choices. What he did was simply choosing the most advantageous outcome from among them. The 13th was Shanghai. It was Shinshire who had previously made a deal with the three-day civilization. It seems my words to you have indeed brought you considerable gains, Shinshire sighed. This statement left the three-day civilization with no further doubt. So, you are not only a sage of human civilization, but also the spokesperson for Shanghai? The representative of the three-day civilization was filled with regret. Your Highness, it seems someone had already noticed this civilization chosen by the relic civilization and chose the same path as you, only 5,000 years earlier. I see. The Emperor's consciousness suddenly expanded, focusing intently on Shinshire's consciousness. He understood everything. Everyone present understood everything. The Star Sea behind the sage Shinshire also came for the sake of the remnant civilization, and they were even more intelligent. They didn't personally intervene, but chose a primitive human as their representative. I initially thought the Star Sea was insignificant, and the so-called interstellar social system was just a false lie, GD said slowly, her emotions no longer calm. After all, what right does someone who can't even withstand a mere B9 level civilization have to call themselves an interstellar social system? But I truly didn't expect you to be so powerful in the field of primal energy technology. Since they understood human civilization, they couldn't possibly ignore exploring the Star Sea. However, the lack of intelligence was enough to lead to fatal mistakes in this level of confrontation. Chapter 272. This is why Shinshire said all clashes ultimately come down to strength itself. Shirling is his greatest strength. Although Shirling cannot be directly manifested, it can be used in various other ways as a form of external strength. The existence of Shanghai is a prime example. After all, no one would question the existence of a force that possesses knowledge, ability, and even the capacity to utilize various technological devices. And under Shinshire's foresight, and even deliberate guidance, the current situation has been successfully skewed towards the outcome he desires. The G Emperor has already acknowledged his defeat this time, and reaffirmed the status of Shanghai, or rather, Shinshire. Putting everything else aside, just this incredibly powerful primal energy technology, combined with Shinshire's status, already qualifies Shanghai to directly confront the G Emperor on the limited battlefield of human civilization. Therefore, this defeat was not unforgivable for Emperor G. Although he lost, failing to obtain the position of standing counselor and creating numerous obstacles for himself, he discovered a formidable enemy. Compared to a greater defeat, this was still acceptable to him. Alright, I admit it, Emperor G said again. I did think before that bringing some benefits to humanity would be enough. After all, humanity is far too weak. The growth achieved over the past 5,000 years could be completely surpassed with only a small contribution. However, now that you exist, humanity will indeed become a crucial battlefield. I will truly integrate into human civilization, and do my utmost to ensure that human civilization reaps the greatest benefits. You should understand, Shinshire's emotions returned to calm at this moment. Your credibility is bankrupt. At least for now, no one will easily believe what you say. I know, so I will prove it with concrete actions, starting with the next topic. I will integrate all the warships, all the population, all the devices, and even all the knowledge I can control into human civilization, and respect the rules and rights of human civilization. I think this action should be enough to prove what I say. GD offered an action that no one could refuse. Now, he truly only had two choices. To step aside and abandon his human identity, but given the current situation, it would be difficult to gain the approval of the relic devices, let alone further uncover the secrets of the relic civilization. Therefore, he only had one choice left. That was to truly integrate into humanity. Without reservation. At least until he got everything he wanted, he had to be without reservation. Only in this way could he gain an equal status with Shinshur. The idea of easily obtaining the desired status by giving a little something, as before, was no longer possible. The other council members were equally excited, even somewhat in an uproar. To be honest, while they were previously furious at Emperor Ji's dismissive attitude towards humanity, they hadn't actually imagined that Emperor Ji and his forces would truly integrate into human civilization. The difference between annexation and being annexed lies simply in which side takes the lead, isn't it? According to Emperor Ji's current statement, this means that they, the council members, will also have the power to mobilize those incredibly powerful forces that Emperor Ji has joined. This is truly helping humanity as a whole, not controlling it, just as Shinshur has done for thousands of years. As for Shinshur, he naturally has no objections, because his goal has been achieved. Now, they not only possess the full power behind the Ji Emperor, but they also have the real ability and the right to use and mobilize it. Only by achieving this goal can Shinshur use the Ji Emperor's resources to help other timelines. If you had done this earlier, you would be qualified to become a standing counselor today, Shinshur said calmly. However, considering your credibility is ruined, you must wait until you have truly accomplished everything you said before you have such a qualification. It's just a lack of information, the Ji Emperor said nonchalantly. It seemed he didn't care about today's major mistake at all. Shinshur believed this wasn't feigned. This being from an A-level civilization was by no means incompetent. For him, as long as the goal was achieved, everything else was insignificant. Even if he hadn't brought these things up before, it was simply because he hadn't considered it necessary. However, many more clashes were yet to come. With multiple timelines at his disposal, and a trump card like Ling, the appearance of the Ji Emperor presented Shinshur with an unprecedented opportunity, one he was confident he could fully seize. Let's move on to the next topic. Shinshur skipped over the previous one, as if to say, that's the end of it. And thereafter, the Ji Emperor and the other outsider council members acted like true human counselors, actively participating in all the issues raised at the meeting. Even when faced with conflicts of interest with their past, they unhesitatingly chose the interests of humanity. For example, consider the handling of those involved in the recent conflicts. According to human laws and regulations, anyone who maliciously harms others will be severely punished. Those who take lives may even face cruel punishments ranging from the death penalty to being used as a nuclear energy battery for a period before being executed again. Based on their own interests, or even short-term, immediate interests, these individuals should actively try to exonerate these people. This would garner more support from their own people. And the reasons are easy to find. A mere special handling is necessary during this special period of integration would suffice. At the very least, the phrase for the long-term unity of human civilization would be enough to persuade a significant number of legislators. However, these people did not do this. Quite the opposite. They vigorously pushed for punishment, wholeheartedly upholding existing laws and regulations of human civilization. Their attitude even seemed to have shifted from serving human civilization to serving primitive humans. It must be said that this tactic did indeed change the perception of many legislators, even if it was feigned. But if this attitude can be maintained indefinitely, then they are truly respectable human counselors. Thus, after this meeting, Future Line 2 was completely transformed. Powerful devices originally belonging to various B9-level civilizations were gradually transferred to human civilization in a very short time. Some powerful individuals were even forced to accept the authority of their human superiors. Under the guise of making an example of them, these outsiders had no choice but to compromise, even submit. The status of primitive humans was growing rapidly. Those primitive humans who had previously sided with other civilizations were now filled with regret. They never imagined that, after all the hardships they endured to leave human civilization, they would ultimately return, and in a significantly lower capacity. This back and forth resulted in heavy losses for everyone. As for Shinshur, he hadn't actually seen the full benefits, but he had already gained a tremendous amount. Information from the Starshine civilization. Shortly after the Ji Emperor announced his true entry into human civilization, he readily released the information database he brought. It not only contained a wealth of intelligence from the Starshine civilization, but also various unimaginable technological materials. Moreover, much of it wasn't so profound as to be unusable by human civilization. In fact, Not only human civilization, but also other civilizations that had joined human civilization benefited considerably. And Shinshur, possessing the highest authority within human civilization, naturally had the right to obtain this. He copied it all. And immediately, he transported everyone to the modern world of 3,000 years ago. Convene a supreme conference. We must accelerate our development. Shinshur directly convened a supreme conference again, within the modern world of humanity 3,000 years ago. The purpose of the conference was simple yet crucial. It was to utilize the technological information of an A-level civilization to replan the development path of human civilization. I have obtained a batch of important data from an A-level civilization, of course, from the Star Sea. Shinshur's words stunned everyone at the conference. For a long time, Shinshur had been dedicated to shaping the Star Sea system into a powerful force capable of rivaling the Mud system, but he hadn't yet demonstrated it. While support for human civilization has been continuously escalating, the level of support has slowed in recent years, especially after humanity left the galaxy. But now, what did they hear? Technological information from an A-level civilization? There are only 3 A-level civilizations within the Mud system? We haven't done anything, some counselors said, somewhat alarmed. Why are you suddenly providing such massive support? We haven't done nothing, Shinshur said, his tone laced with undisguised pleasure. Have you forgotten the effects of the Pirate Alliance's establishment and the Holy Land? Although still weak, it's already the embryonic form of an interstellar society with unlimited potential. In other words, for the Star Sea, we gradually evolved from being an investor to a collaborator. Increased support is only natural. This explanation was barely acceptable to the human counselors present. But only barely. Having entered the Star Age for over 2,000 years, with their growing understanding of interstellar space, their attitude towards the Star Sea has become increasingly complex. Because it was too extravagant. Everything Shanghai possessed could have been done in a more efficient and advantageous way for the other party, instead of the current situation of constantly providing support with virtually no benefit. Not to mention, the sage Shinshur was deeply involved. The more they gained, the more unease arose alongside their joy. This unease had even gradually become difficult to conceal within the highest council. Shinshur naturally sensed it. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, actually, as our strength has increased, I come to understand a little about the Star Sea's purpose. This thought immediately caused a stir in the hall. Everyone's emotions fluctuated unusually. Was the Star Sea's purpose finally about to be revealed? To be honest, their feelings and stance towards the mysterious Star Sea were extremely complex. After all, if it weren't for the Star Sea, and if it weren't for Shinshur who brought its support, human civilization would have been destroyed in the face of the initial crisis. Later, with the Star Sea's continuous support, it grew stronger at an incredible speed, even successfully escaping the Milky Way and the Mud system with the help of the A-class star system jump engines invested by the Star Sea. So much. They had gained so much from the Star Sea. And what had they given the Star Sea? Almost nothing. Few people believed Shinshur's initial reason for the loan now, because they hadn't seen him repay it at all. If they weren't so dependent on the Star Sea, and if Shinshur weren't the intermediary, this question would have been raised long ago. Not mentioning it doesn't mean they don't care. Now, are they about to know the answer? After the initial surge of emotion, with the time Shinshur deliberately allowed, everyone's emotions gradually calmed down. Everyone's attention was focused on Shinshur. Whatever the answer was, at least for this moment, knowing the answer was what they wanted. This answer is related to the Holy Land. Shinshur used the honesty trick he learned from the A-level civilization. Actually, when I first learned about the Holy Land from Shanghai, I was equally surprised. You should all understand the Holy Land's power, even to the point that a powerful interstellar society, like the Mud system, absolutely cannot ignore it. So why would they tell us about such an ancient relic device, and let us obtain it? Some counselors, who knew the inside story, even felt a primal urge to hold their breath. Clearly, they had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Why? Because only humanity can acquire the Holy Land. Shinshur's consciousness resonated within everyone's hearts. Our human civilization is not like ants in this endless universe, perhaps in terms of strength, but culturally, we are the most unique. This uniqueness was established as early as the Earth era. This time, Shinshur didn't leave the others with a world of uproar and shock. He directly revealed the information he had also obtained from an A-level civilization, from the G Emperor, and from the Starshine civilization. Our culture, our appearance, are very likely consistent with the mysterious ancient civilization. Our birth may even be related to them. And Shanghai already knew all this from me. This is the answer you all been seeking. Chapter 273. Strictly speaking, what Shinshur said wasn't false. It was genuine information he obtained from an A-level civilization. In fact, he himself had this suspicion. Was the birth of human civilization truly related to this remnant civilization? Was it their spark? Or was there some other connection? After all, by now, he was basically certain that Ling's appearance in human civilization, in his hands, was no accident. The fact that the Holy Land would inevitably appear in human hands in any timeline was enough to prove this. This undoubtedly meant that human civilization was indeed special, not just an insignificant, ordinary civilization in the endless universe. While revealing this information was a spur-of-the-moment decision, it was also a decision Shinshur made after careful consideration. After all, as humanity's strength continued to increase, humanity needed this encouragement, and the so-called Star Sea needed a reason to advance further. In a sense, what Shinshur said wasn't a lie. Because the Star Sea was the incarnation of Ling, and Ling's appearance was indeed due to the special nature of human civilization. At this moment, the highest council was initially filled with shock, followed by excitement. Everyone was thrilled. Whether it was Mued, Shanghai, or even the Thousand Alliance, these incredibly powerful interstellar civilizations, no matter how powerful they appeared, could not compare to the Relic civilization. And the human civilization that could be associated with the Relic civilization suddenly seemed to possess an extremely high degree of specialness. Just like when Shinshur first obtained Ling, this was a confidence gained based on a greater power. The answer has been revealed, but we must still understand, Shinshur's consciousness suppressed everyone's voices. No matter how powerful our foundation and mystique, it can only be built upon strength. Compared to those powerful civilizations, we are still weak, even forced to hide in this desolate region, drifting alone. This is not humanity's future. We should all continue to strive for true strength one day. The support we have now is the greatest opportunity. I demand that the entire civilization be mobilized, developing with all our might based on this data. I will also acquire as many powerful devices as possible for human civilization. Let me know what you need as soon as possible. Yes. Everyone responded. High spirits. For Shinshur, this already satisfied his need for a reward. Yes, the future timeline had once again undergone a significant change after a long absence. The technological data of a Class A civilization would be of unimaginable benefit to human civilization. After all, to the Starshine civilization, even a Class B9 civilization would be as weak as a child. A generational gap had already emerged. History has shown everyone that, from a higher perspective, even a small leak can bring immense benefits to those at a lower level. This is precisely the case now. With the technological data of a Class A civilization, human civilization could even drastically alter its original technological path, making it more efficient and useful. This, reflected in the future 3,000 years from now, would reshape the history of human civilization once again. When Shinshur arrived in the third future timeline, he was astonished to find that the strength of human civilization could no longer be simply analyzed using the hierarchical system of the Molt system. Because while human civilization might only be rated B4 in some technological fields, it surpasses even B9 level civilizations in others, particularly in the highly practical field of warfare. This directly led to a change in the events surrounding the Pirate Alliance's raid on the homeworlds of other civilizations within the Mud system. Now, in Future Line 3, human civilization, without relying on anyone else's help, single-handedly wiped out almost all the homeworlds of B9 level civilizations in a very short time. This caused the universe of Future Line 3 to boil over completely. As the news spread, the Pirate Alliance's momentum resounded throughout the entire Mud system region, even reaching the Thousand Alliance's civilization on the front lines. They seemed poised to become a third party in this interstellar war. Of course, currently, the Pirate Alliance's displayed military strength is only around B9 level, but thanks to its Holy Land surpassing A level, it possesses the power to influence this war. The current situation here seems to be something we can utilize. After understanding the changes in Future Line 3, Shinshur's mind began to stir. At least for now, the human civilization in Future Line 3 is the most powerful of all future lines. Perhaps the human civilization in Future Line 2 will become even more powerful after fully accepting GD and others, but ultimately, it won't be entirely under Shinshur's control. It will be influenced by GD and others, preventing him from acting recklessly. Therefore, Future Line 3 has become the ultimate opportunity. An opportunity to intervene in this interstellar social system war. After a moment's thought, Shinshur decided to convene a supreme meeting. This was, in fact, his third consecutive supreme meeting. 3 different timelines, 3 different universes, yet all crucial meetings capable of altering the course of entire civilizations. It could only be said that when the time was right, the snowball could easily roll. When the numerous counselors from the third future timeline gathered in the Holy Land, Shinshur didn't mince words, but stated directly, the entire known universe is currently experiencing unprecedented turmoil. A fierce war between two powerful interstellar social systems is a rare occurrence, even occurring only once every few 100,000 years. But we have encountered it, and we have the strength. I believe we are also entitled to reap greater benefits. The plundering of these B9-level civilizations is merely the first bite of this enormous pie. The truly fertile and abundant land lies on the fiercest battlefields at the front. Shinshur's words were undeniably simple and direct. However, no one objected. Even though every counselor could see the risks involved, Shinshur's position in Future Line 3 was absolute. Given the strength of human civilization, his leadership was equally unshakable. Therefore, everyone actively discussed the matter. I believe that if we want to fish in troubled waters on this battlefield, we must fully utilize the advantages of our holy land. Otherwise, relying solely on our warships, we might have a chance to fight a B9-level civilization, but against an A-level civilization, we'd be no different from playing with toys, said Gong Chu. As the standing counselor in charge of military affairs, Gong Chu naturally analyzed the situation from the perspective of military strength. This was merely a basic understanding, but it was also the most fundamental tone of this operation. This meant that human civilization must do everything in its power to avoid direct confrontation with other forces, instead becoming a ghost that flickers in this war, sucking blood to grow stronger. Shinshur naturally agreed with this tone. We need to prepare for war comprehensively, but initially, the smaller the population base, the better. I plan to take an elite squad and set off alone aboard Ivan, Shinshur said. As a sage, he had actually not participated in war for a very, very long time. Even during the previous siege of those B9-level civilization homeworld regions, Shinshur only commanded from the command interface, basically never stepping onto the battlefield. But that wasn't out of fear, but simply because it was unnecessary. In fact, for human civilization at this point, taking a single spaceship and taking the entire army was not much different. This was the benefit of completely controlling the Holy Land and bringing it under the control of the civilization's political system. As long as the home planet is fully prepared, Shinshur has the ability to unleash the entire fleet in the shortest possible time. Not to mention, he also possesses the most powerful primal energy cultivation and the most powerful UN battleship in all of human civilization. Therefore, no one objected to the sage's risky advance. The matter was thus settled. Next, all the counselors began discussing the details. Everything else was fine. It could be gradually perfected over time. However, a disagreement arose on a crucial point. We should focus our activities primarily on the Mud System region, one counselor insisted. After conquering the homeworld of the Mud System's B9-level civilization, we acquired a wealth of intelligence, deepening our understanding of it. This informational advantage allows us to operate with ease in the Mud System region on the front lines, seizing every opportunity to gain benefits, an advantage that the Thousand Alliance cannot match. Based on current information, this war is clearly fought across 3 star systems. The distance between them is extremely long. Given the strength of human civilization, even with holy sites, it would be best to focus on only 1 star system battlefield. Then the question arises. The 3 star system battlefields are all enormous. One is dominated by the Thousand Alliance, another by the Mud System, and the third is a continuous, indiscriminate battleground, each with distinct characteristics, reflecting the current equilibrium of the stalemate. So, which should human civilization choose? The counselor who spoke earlier clearly wanted to choose the area where the Mud System held an advantage, but the others had different opinions. Don't forget, we only know about B9-level civilizations, while the main force on the battlefield of the Mud System is actually those 3A-level civilizations. The other counselor's voice was filled with composure. This greatly suppresses the advantage you mentioned, but conversely, according to known intelligence, the civilization hierarchy within the Thousand Alliances isn't that vast. There are numerous intermediate levels between B9 and A level alone. There, we won't have trouble finding suitable targets, nor will we face excessive danger. Some counselors chose the area where the 2 sides clashed most fiercely. The advantage of the Mud System lies in its advanced strength, while the advantage of the Thousand Alliance system lies in its sufficient number of grassroots civilizations. I think either one could be advantageous to us, and either one could be disadvantageous. Given this, why don't we choose the most intensely contested area? Don't forget, we're going to fish in troubled waters this time. If the waters aren't muddy enough, where will we find the opportunity to fish? It's fair to say that it's rare to see such heated debates on major issues at the Supreme Council these days. But this time, a decision was indeed difficult to make. Ultimately, it came down to insufficient information. If there were enough information from the front lines, then a complete model could be built, big data could be used for rapid calculations, and then the most advantageous location could be chosen. But now, Shinshur understood that continuing the debate would most likely mean the issue would be passed on to him. Only he had the authority to make the decision. Therefore, after a moment's thought, Shinshur ended the discussion. I go to the Thousand Alliance. At this stage, our primary task is to gather as much intelligence as possible. We already know quite a bit about the Mud system, but the Thousand Alliance is completely unfamiliar to us. No matter where we go, we need to obtain intelligence from the Thousand Alliance. Therefore, let's go to the Thousand Alliance first. Shinshur's idea had actually been raised by a counselor before, but hearing it from an ordinary counselor was clearly different from hearing it from Shinshur. And so the decision was made, moving on to the next topic, the allocation of the entire civilization's military forces. It was foreseeable that the entire Supreme Conference would last a long time. However, the advantages brought by the Holy Land were on full display in this place. Shinshur had already embarked on his journey aboard the Ivan, while traveling through the Holy Land. Even the key participants were decided en route, and then directly traded to Shinshur through the Holy Land. It's been a long time since I traveled through space alone with you like this, Shinshur remarked, sitting in the captain's chair of the Ivan, looking at the warp bubble environment outside. Indeed, it had been a very, very long time. This time, even AI Xiner from Future Line 3 didn't come. In fact, since acquiring the Holy Land, Shinshur had fewer opportunities to see his wife. AI Xiner had also become a member of the council, and had her own things to do. If they missed each other, they could meet directly in the Holy Land. No matter how far apart they were, they could be intimately connected at any time. It must be said that this feeling of almost ignoring distance was indeed powerful enough. While not available to every human, it still brought immense convenience to a small minority. Captain, Ivan appeared in her human form beside Shinshur. Would you like something to eat? Some fresh Earth-type beef from Blue Star, please. I heard those guys are boasting about perfectly replicating the taste of grade A beef from Earth's era. Perfect, let me check it out. Shinshur's first words were a taste of home. Not only people, but all other objects also defied the constraints of time and space. Furthermore, if someone with a personal terminal were brought along, they could even use the Holy Land to return directly to Blue Star. This also directly eliminated the psychological risks that might arise from long-distance, long-duration interstellar travel. Chapter 274. Of course, this function was somewhat redundant for Shinshur, as he could directly travel to other timelines. This long journey wasn't difficult for him. As time progressed, the remaining core personnel arrived one after another. This dispatch team was quite unfamiliar to Shinshur. They weren't the veterans he knew, and even the several counselors with personal terminals were largely unknown to him. However, their strength was outstanding. This was normal. Human civilization had long since become enormous, and among its hundreds of billions, even nearly trillions of people, there would inevitably be a large number of elites. It could be said that Shinshur was somewhat nostalgic, so he mostly interacted with the older generation. However, he also took advantage of this rare opportunity to experience his status firsthand. These personnel even displayed a kind of pilgrimage-like excitement when boarding the UN. I learned from history books that Ms. Evan was the first extraterrestrial to transform into human culture, and she made indelible contributions to you all during the crucial juncture in dealing with the Dake civilization. One counselor stood ramrod straight, his words brimming with respect. Even though they knew Evan wasn't constantly watching them, being there at this moment still felt like being in a sacred place. This feeling didn't come from faith, but from the history of their own culture. In my opinion, neither the Mud system nor the Thousand Alliances system is entirely reasonable, another counselor said. He was a scholar of systems and institutions. Even our Pirate Alliance is the same. Such systems are established merely to give an advantage to a few civilizations, without any way to guarantee the long-term interests of the entire system. However, this isn't because these interstellar societies lack ability, but because they are limited by distance and time. But we, with our Holy Land, don't have such limitations. You're right. The topic seemed to have suddenly shifted. This point has actually been discussed before. Counselor Yulon raised this argument back in 4882. He believed that the problems faced by the Mud system and other interstellar societies were essentially the same problems faced by the ruling class in our pre-information age agricultural era on Earth. The vast distances and inconvenient travel made them fearful of the potential risks in remote areas. The best solution was class-based oppression, at least to prevent the unleashing of the potential of the lower classes. The interstellar age is no different. If a system is too active and too lenient, it's likely to gradually spiral out of control. But we are different. With our Holy Land, we can establish a special system based on the Holy Land as the foundation of our power, not only maintaining oversight of the entire region, but also posing a direct threat. During the long voyage, conducting some academic research and discussion seemed like a good way to pass the time. Therefore, these discussions were actually the norm during this period. However, what they didn't know was that although Shinshur hadn't directly participated, or even appeared before them, he was actually gradually keeping a close eye on things. I never imagined that human civilization would reach the point where we're already discussing the specific systems of an interstellar society, Shinshur muttered to himself. The Pirate Alliance could be seen as a prototype of an interstellar society, but it's only a prototype, applicable only to the current specific circumstances. Clearly, it cannot be used as a foundation to truly establish a pirate system. However, Shinshur, as the highest-ranking figure in human civilization, hadn't actually seriously considered this issue, because it was too early. But now, he was heading to the second interstellar social system he knew of, a system with a very different structure from the Mud system, which seemed to naturally lead the conversation to this point. Shinshur also realized that perhaps it was time to start thinking about this issue. Unlike the counselors currently discussing the matter, Shinshur had certain concerns about the Holy Land, Shurling, the relic civilization, the relic devices, and even the connections between different future timelines. He didn't want to build the entire interstellar social system that human civilization was about to establish upon these things, because he didn't know where these things came from. Moreover, all of this rested on his shoulders. Once he did, it meant that his safety would directly determine the future of human civilization. If one day he grew tired of this life and couldn't leave human civilization, once he left, the entire interstellar social system established by human civilization would collapse completely in an instant. Shinshur didn't want that. This necessitates careful consideration of how to manage relations with other civilizations, and what kind of interstellar social system to establish. Hopefully, he will gain something upon reaching the front lines. Time passed slowly during the long voyage. As human civilization grew stronger, time seemed to stretch out continuously, at least for now. For any human civilization in any timeline, doing anything required a considerable amount of time. With Shinshur's support, Future Line 1 has completely defeated the Dake civilization and become a Class C civilization, embarking on a legitimate path to power within the Mud system. Shinshur hasn't invested heavily in Future Line 1's human civilization. During this period of war, excessive strength or outstanding performance could attract attention and lead to danger. Of course, Shinshur hasn't been idle. While this period of war isn't suitable for public display, it's perfect for covert development. Shinshur also took the time to integrate Future Line 1's trading system, the Holy Land, abolishing the original black market system and bringing all personnel with personal terminals into the civilization system. Those who disobeyed or violated regulations had their personal terminals confiscated or were severely punished. After fully integrating the Holy Land's resources, Future Line 1 indeed gained the right to profit from the chaos. They are rapidly developing themselves amidst the quagmire of war, like a giant crocodile. Shinshur believes they will play a crucial role at a critical moment. As for the second future timeline, human civilization is rapidly absorbing and digesting everything brought by Emperor G, which will undoubtedly be a long process. Modern society is also in the midst of a full-scale development process. The revision of development plans has changed many things, even involving a transformation and reform of the entire civilization. However, under Shinshur's powerful authority and absolute control over the Holy Land, this enormous transformation is steadily and firmly moving forward. At least until Shinshur produces a more powerful Class A device, modern society doesn't need to pay much attention, and the third future timeline won't experience another major shift in its world line. Finally, in the 5731st year of the star era of the third future timeline, the Evan arrived at its destination, the Mat system. For the Evan, now a Class A civilization, hundreds of years of travel represent an unimaginable distance. This is a system so far away that it's difficult to directly observe even from within the Milky Way. Its size is approximately 2.3 times that of the Milky Way, making it an exceptionally large and mature system. This means it contains a vast number of stars and planets, the very food for civilization in the universe, the cornerstone of its development. At least, barren areas with very few stars are unlikely to give rise to civilization. Naturally, this has become one of the largest battlegrounds that the Mud system, and the Thousand Alliance system would never overlook. However, currently, within the MAT system, the Thousand Alliance holds an absolute advantage. Even the name MAT is a translation of the Thousand Alliance, supposedly the name of a great figure from the early days of the Thousand Alliance. Coverage system at full power. From now on, everyone must wear emergency hibernation devices and keep them operational at all times. Reconnaissance teams disperse. In case of an emergency, even self-destruction is preferable to capture. Shinshur issued a series of orders. Warships appeared around the Ivan, then quickly warped away, only to be re-released in new locations. They dispersed in a manner virtually impossible to detect. However, the entire group maintained a close connection through the Holy Land. Shinshur himself wasn't without a mission. In fact, his mission was the most important, because he was the only one in the entire human civilization who possessed absolute primal energy power, capable of extracting vast amounts of information from the minds of intelligent beings on the battlefield. We begun to detect some warships, and we can even spot battlefields currently engaged in combat. Shinshur had been staying in the captain's cabin, closely monitoring the reconnaissance of the surrounding area and the information relayed back by other teams. At this moment, he was focused on a battlefield where combat was taking place. Shinshur was very familiar with the Mud System warships. They were the style of the AES civilization's warships. Their technological strength seemed to be superior to their enemies, yet they were clearly at a disadvantage, which was different from what he had imagined. Normally, when the technological gap reaches a certain level, numbers become meaningless. Even if they couldn't win a direct confrontation, a quiet retreat was still easy. The so-called ghost term was based on this theory. But the current situation was different. The beings besieging the AES civilization were bizarre creatures, not warships. Yes, creatures. They appeared in various forms, clearly serving different functions. Shinshur even saw a colossal, humanoid being, its body alone half the size of Earth. It had a face, features, a torso, and arms, except for its lower body, which wasn't legs but a massive base. It wasn't much different from a human. However, this incredibly large creature seemed to be able to easily change the curvature of its hands, each swing precisely interrupting the warp drives of the AES civilization's warships. It wasn't a complete obstruction, but rather a disruption. One AES civilization warship was even torn apart by this interruption, most of its parts annihilated under curvature, irreversibly transforming into radiation photons and disappearing. It was this bizarre creature that trapped the AES fleet, which could have easily retreated, in a desperate situation of being surrounded. Moreover, the large creatures at the forefront of the attack were also very strange. Even when destroyed head-on by powerful high-energy weapons, they would reassemble themselves in an extremely short time, seemingly endlessly. The reassembly process appeared to involve a kind of primal energy transformation technology. At least from Shinshur's current observation, these reassembled parts appeared to materialize directly from the void. Besides this, there were many other rather mystical technologies. For example, a creature that looked like a giant shark seemed capable of short-distance teleportation, dispersing at the moment of teleportation. Each time, it seemed to suicidally teleport to an AES warship, launching an attack on its interior upon overlapping. This could even penetrate the phase armor. This is their spore weapon. Shinshur uttered the term. This was intelligence relayed by the other human forces, a special weapon widely used by the Thousand Alliance in this battle. According to them, this creature-like entity is actually composed of a special kind of primal energy spores, a bio-like being born from primal energy. It can materialize and etherealize, achieving a dual attack on both the material and primal energy worlds. Even more surprising is that, despite the technology's apparent maturity, the Mud system, whose theoretical technological level should be slightly superior to the Thousand Alliance system, is completely unable to manufacture this primal energy spore weapon, let alone find a countermeasure. The Mud system personnel suspect that the production of this extremely numerous and functionally repulsive weapon utilizes devices from the ancient civilization. That's why it's so troublesome and mysterious. And Shinshur, at this moment, indeed felt it was a difficult situation. To inflict significant damage with this weapon, a dual attack combining powerful primal energy and material weapons is necessary. The AES civilization did indeed employ this method, but it's difficult to control in situations where outnumbered opponents. If the numbers were greater, this might not be the case. However, the current situation is one of even greater disadvantage. These spore weapons are being continuously replenished, Shinshur said, narrowing his eyes. His power, now different from primal energy, allowed him to detect something difficult to discern. Around the recombined spore weapons, something resembling a primal energy death line was hidden within the phase, maintaining a high degree of consistency with the curvature fluctuations. Even if the AES civilization's fleet were to come personally, they might not be able to detect it. Chapter 275. After observing for a long time, Shinshur could only reach a conclusion similar to that of the mute system. Behind this technology, there should be traces of an ancient civilization. Because this power based on primal energy clearly surpasses the current understanding of primal energy in the universe. Otherwise, even an A-level civilization wouldn't have been unable to detect it. He truly didn't know just how powerful the ancient civilization was. Being powerful to this extent was one thing, but its footprints seemed to be spread throughout the entire universe. It should be noted that although the Thousand Alliance and the Mute System were at war, the distance between them was actually not close. In fact, it could be said to be exceptionally far. After all, the two systems had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, continuously exploring new star systems, and only made contact in the last tens of thousands of years, demonstrating the vast distance between them. But even at such a great distance, traces of an ancient civilization could be found. Putting these thoughts aside for the moment, Shinshur turned to consider his next move. Finally, he decided to observe more carefully. If the discovery only reveals the supplementary threads behind these spore weapons without providing a solution, then the discovery is essentially meaningless. At the current level of human civilization, it's uncertain whether a countermeasure weapon can be developed. Shinshur began mobilizing his forces, disregarding the possibility of exposure, inching closer to the battlefield while observing the threads. What appeared as dead lines from a distance were, in close proximity, dense, sizable energy lines, almost perfectly synchronized with the curvature of space. Even Shinshur had to maintain complete focus at this moment. As time passed, he vaguely seemed to see the convergence of these energy lines. It was an extremely small phase space bubble, only a dozen square meters in size, hidden very deep. Undoubtedly, it wasn't some technology beyond comprehension, but merely a camouflage technique within our understanding. The reason it could remain invisible to the Ace fleet was simply because it was so small. In wars where planets were often on the scale, this size was utterly insignificant. Perhaps an A-level civilization possessed the technology to detect it, but for a civilization of Ace's level, it would likely be extremely difficult. Shinshur seemed to understand why the Ace fleet was launching large-scale coverage attacks on open areas. It seemed that in the increasingly fierce wars of the past 1 or 2,000 years, both sides had developed targeted tactics. With a slight shift in his mind, he made a decision. We maintain surveillance, maintain distance, and deploy the Ghost fleet to cover the surrounding area, ensuring its protection. I will completely surround this battlefield, Shinshur decisively ordered. This was, in fact, the first time the Holy Land had been used in war. With just 20 or 30 individuals possessing personal terminals, each aboard a small warship, concealed themselves in the surrounding area. At crucial moments, they could rapidly mobilize a massive fleet directly from their personal spaces, even deploying large quantities of protective equipment and weapons of war. Because of the lack of warp jumps, at the same technological level, they might not even be detected by the enemy. Moreover, setting aside the disadvantaged AS fleet, the Thousand Alliance's strange primal spore weapons don't seem to possess strong detection capabilities. In short, Shinshur's target was only the Thousand Alliance. Now that he had discovered their hidden tracks, he didn't mind playing the victim. While instructing the others to quickly deploy troops, using the Holy Land's advantages, he kept a close watch on the battlefield, using his special sensitivity to primal energy to maintain constant monitoring of the ultra-small phase space. The whole process, though seemingly simple, would take at least several years on the scale of interstellar warfare. Yes, even what appears to be a simple small-scale skirmish takes years to complete due to the constant pursuit and defense. Fortunately, Shinshur was already used to it, and with his current abilities, even working tirelessly without sleep, his mind racing, he didn't easily tire. Time flew by. The battlefield unfolded exactly as Shinshur had predicted. The Ace fleet seemed to have neither received the reinforcements they expected nor managed a successful breakout, nor were they fortunate enough to hit the enemy's hiding place. Their small fleet of over 1,000 warships was like meat filling tightly wrapped in dumplings, just waiting to be cooked, with virtually no chance of escape. Shinshur also noticed that the Thousand Alliance seemed to be avoiding direct damage to Mute's warships or weaponry as much as possible. They often forced the enemy to the last moment, bypassing the warship defenses and attacking the soldiers inside directly, their operational plans mirroring those of the Pirate Alliance. Clearly, for this kind of war, destruction and slaughter were not the primary objectives, plunder was. It seems that even these advanced civilizations, which have greatly liberated their productive forces, still face resource shortages in the face of such a high-intensity war, and they dare not easily abandon or destroy even the enemy's weapons. This is actually a boon for us, Shinshur muttered to himself. Since they intend to be the Oriole stalking the cicada, the best outcome is not just to devour the mantis, but to devour the cicada as well. Ready. Shinshur seized the opportunity and decisively gave the order. At that moment, warships appeared silently, accompanied by a continuous stream of various devices. These included targeted area of effect destruction devices, anti-warp systems, and even energy devices targeting intelligent systems, a variety of devices covering hundreds of different aspects. To some extent, this is also a drawback of the diversity of advanced civilizations' technology. Fortunately, for human civilizations that use methods to plunder the technology of other civilizations, there are almost no weaknesses. On the contrary, there is a high probability that they can exploit the enemy's weaknesses. Initially, the human force's actions remain completely undetected thanks to the Holy Land's protection. However, as warships and equipment continued to be deployed, their concealment became increasingly difficult to maintain. Even after realizing they were surrounded, the Thousand Alliance's actions seemed unchanged. They're confident they can easily escape our encirclement, a military advisor said to Shinshur. Commander-in-Chief, I feel we might be able to catch a significant fish this time. Otherwise, there's no reason why ordinary Thousand Alliance troops could be so composed. In military operations, everyone addressed Shinshur as Commander-in-Chief. This wasn't a job requirement, but simply a tradition. Humanity's first interstellar war was won by Shinshur, who led the fleet as Commander-in-Chief. Therefore, for the soldiers, this title signified a legend that had continued from the first interstellar war to the present day. Shinshur nodded slightly. He remained focused on the small spatial bubble. As the staff had said, even though they had discovered they were surrounded, the bubble hadn't changed at all. Its position remained unchanged. It even continued its relentless, unhurried pursuit of the remaining AES ships. Finally, the last AES ship, having lost all its intelligent life, would become a wandering ship in the universe if left unchecked, until it was discovered or destroyed in spacetime. Action! Shinshur decisively ordered. The next moment, according to plan, an invisible attack descended upon the location of the spatial bubble. This was actually a location far from the center of the battlefield, making it difficult for the Acer to spot, but it was completely invisible to Shinshur, who was already watching closely. The attack occurred as expected. Faced with warp drive weapons, once discovered, the space bubble could no longer be maintained. This technology seemed to only offer advantages in concealment, lacking strong defensive capabilities. At this moment, what was inside was directly exposed. It was a black sphere of moderate size. Its surface was smooth, extremely round, and at first glance, it seemed to be infinitely close to the perfect sphere, immediately reminding Shinshur of his first spaceship. But clearly, this wasn't a warship, and what appeared to be liquid metal wasn't liquid metal either. In the next instant, all the spore weapons active on the battlefield dissipated, transforming into primal energy spores that rapidly converged towards the black sphere along the mysterious route in Shinshur's eyes. Finally, centered on the black sphere, a truly colossal entity appeared in the void. It was an interstellar monster, its size hundreds of times greater than that of Earth. Its shape resembled a giant fish, seemingly adrift in a true ocean in this boundless universe. Shinshur had no doubt that it could swallow Earth whole, and with just a slight sway, this terrifying form instantly dissolved into the void. It wasn't warp drive. The anti-warp system detected nothing. However, Shinshur keenly observed it. Rather than a leap, it's more accurate to say that it utilizes the properties of primal energy to directly ignore the laws of matter, rapidly moving along a specific primal energy node. The only saving grace is that this method of movement isn't as exaggerated as the speed at which the consciousness avatar is retracted. It's even slower than the information transmission speed of the 3-day civilization's consciousness. At least it won't disappear into the encirclement in the blink of an eye. Activate the primal energy weapons, Shinshur ordered. In fact, he didn't even need to speak, as the human fleet was already prepared. Based on the battle they had just witnessed, primal energy weapons were far more effective than other weapon systems against these mysterious primal energy spores. However, primal energy weapons are usually designed to target the primal energy worlds of intelligent individuals, rarely targeting large-scale primal energy manifestations like this. Therefore, their effectiveness is obviously limited, which is why the MUD system's technology is at a disadvantage here. The MUD system has always placed great emphasis on the development of primal energy technology. At this moment, it seemed to confirm the Thousand Alliance's composure even amidst human encirclement. The enormous fish-like monster, though being chipped away layer by the energy weapons, showed no sign of slowing down, relentlessly breaking through in one direction, seemingly poised to escape the encirclement. Indeed, technically we're not much better than the AES fleet, Shinshur observed clearly. If it weren't for their sheer numbers, and the fact that the enemy's energy spores weren't inexhaustible, the enemy wouldn't have needed to break through at all. They could have even worn them down bit by bit, just like they had done with the AES fleet before. However, Shinshur still had his trump card. Evan, take me to intercept them, he calmly ordered. The next instant, the Evan began a high-frequency warp drive, rapidly pursuing at a speed far exceeding even the enemy's ethereal flight. This time, they finally sensed the enemy's panic, because their speed suddenly increased. This speed of travel, even exceeding the speed of light, was clearly not without cost. Its size was rapidly decreasing. To be honest, this made Shinshur even more interested in the technology the other party possessed. This thing is practically an all-purpose device. Shinshur's will was firmly locked onto the other party. As the distance closed and the other party's methods increased, he was able to see more. It can directly materialize into a physical form to launch attacks. It can affect curvature. It can become ethereal and travel at faster than light speeds, and now it even seems to be used as a highly efficient energy source. Shinshur also roughly understood why Muad was so certain that this special weapon was related to the ancient civilization and its devices. The technological sophistication involved was simply beyond compare. It reached a level that even A-class civilizations hadn't yet mastered. If this was something the Thousand Alliance had independently developed, even if it was a chance discovery, a gift from the will of the universe, the technological level accompanying the entire research process would be enough to easily defeat Mud. It's like a certain country on Earth developing continental cruise missiles. Who would believe that such a country couldn't develop rockets? Unfortunately, they encountered their greatest nemesis. That was Shinshur himself. Although I use primal energy in an incredibly efficient way, it's clearly still no match for me after being doubly enhanced by the bronze altar and the time crystal. With a thought, an invisible force seemed to sweep across the entire Ivan, and even the Ivan was completely unaware. The entire warship, like a cannonball, crashed into the still enormous fish in a single jump. If humanity hadn't had absolute faith in their sages, they would likely have thrown themselves into disarray. After all, they knew absolutely nothing about the opponent's technology, abilities, or trump cards. Under such circumstances, the possibilities were unimaginable. If it were a reckless suicide squad or cannon fodder, that would be one thing, but this was the highest leader of humanity. However, Shinshur naturally had his trump cards and confidence. Moreover, this was merely an avatar from the future. If it was lost, it could be recreated. It was a perfect opportunity to test it out. Chapter 276. While he might not have a significant advantage in direct combat, in terms of self-protection, even the arrival of the rancher wouldn't pose a significant threat to him. In fact, even the members of the Thousand Alliance hadn't anticipated this. Where did this fleet come from? So ferocious? This spore weapon possesses extremely strong corrosive properties against all intelligent life. It's a deadly primal weapon in itself. Let alone actively charging in. Even an A-class warship wouldn't dare let such a weapon get close. Therefore, this scene completely exceeded their expectations. But the next moment, they were shocked to find that the enemy had vanished. Yes, completely vanished, as if by a sudden, silent teleportation. Then, in the next instant, they found their surroundings abruptly changed. They were now completely stripped of their protection, and a black sphere had abruptly appeared in space. What happened? The person in charge of this special Thousand Alliance spaceship, whose appearance was also very similar to a human, was now trapped in enemy hands, yet could only remain silent, unable to make any correct choices. Because he couldn't comprehend the situation before him. All the instruments were completely oblivious. Even with the warship self-checking function reduced to its lowest possible frequency, down to the limit of time's recording capacity, it still couldn't detect what was happening. It was as if the entire world had suddenly experienced a rupture. This was only to be expected. Probably no one could imagine that someone in this universe could control time, even to the point of stopping time within a specific region. Yes, Shinshur simply controlled time in this area, then separated the special warship from the incredibly powerful energy spores. On a typical battlefield, I can't do much beyond self-preservation, but your fighting style is completely countered by me. Shinshur looked at his spoils, feeling a sense of accomplishment. After being strengthened by the bronze altar for over 1,000 years, his control over time had drastically changed. It was no longer like before, where even a slight touch of the time dimension would leave him exhausted. At this moment, in terms of individual strength alone, Shinshur even possessed the courage to confront the rancher head-on. However, individual strength is the most tragic thing in the universe. Even an energy master capable of threatening an entire fleet relies on the power of an entire civilization and an extremely powerful energy device. Even though Shinshur wields time, and his influence could cause a powerful tremor across all known civilizations in the universe, it still wouldn't be very effective on the interstellar battlefield. This was, in fact, Shinshur's first time making a move. Who could blame him when his opponent controlled the entire battlefield with just a small warship and a handful of people? Aren't you coming out? Shinshur's voice penetrated directly into the sphere of consciousness. At this distance, the opponent's defenses were utterly incapable of resisting his power. If he wished, he could directly control them. However, Shinshur had other plans, and had no intention of directly controlling these people. A moment later, the warship slowly melted away from its center, revealing its interior. That was the real warship. It was also spherical, but its surface used B9 level phase armor, and was equipped with a warp drive, and various weapons. Although its design style didn't belong to any civilization within the Mud system, its powerful performance was still evident. It was clear that this was likely a warship developed by this civilization itself. As for the outer shell, it was probably also a form of primal energy manifestation technology. Its function was obvious: to conceal itself and avoid detection by powerful primal energy reconnaissance technology. However, judging solely by the warship itself, it was at most a B9 level vessel. Shinshur didn't know its ranking within the Thousand Alliance. In fact, he had silently penetrated into the other party's consciousness world, only to discover a tight primal energy defense, a suicide device that would destroy everything instantly, whether probed, controlled, or spoken out voluntarily. It seems the warriors within the Thousand Alliances are also suffering greatly. Are you reinforcements from the Mud system? A person who appeared to be the leader stepped forward first. He didn't seem to have undergone full-body mechanical modification, retaining some of his original, natural form. Although he had a humanoid body and limbs, he had gills on his face, clearly indicating some kind of intelligent life form that had long lived underwater. Shinshur also noticed that the 100+ intelligent beings inside the warship seemed to come from more than 30 different races. This proportion surprised him secretly. It's important to understand that even in integrated warfare, such a large-scale hodgepodge is unusual. While all are intelligent life forms, and share many commonalities, they also differ significantly in many other areas. This would make it extremely difficult for such a diverse force to integrate, and there's a high probability of internal conflicts arising during long interstellar journeys, let alone when facing various enemies on the battlefield. The advantages are negligible, while the disadvantages are numerous. However, the Thousand Alliance must have its reasons for this arrangement. You are prisoners now, and you have no right to question me, Shinshur said without displaying any intimidation or coldness. Because there was no need. He had already discovered that the 100+ intelligent life forms before him were all Origin Energy Masters, and their strength was not weak even among Origin Energy Masters. In terms of sheer numbers, only a C9 level civilization within the Mud system could likely field such a force. As a master of primal energy, threats are indeed the least effective method. Shinshur needs to be straightforward, revealing his true intentions and handing over his cards. Negotiations between masters of primal energy are often relatively simple. You should have already tried. You can't extract the information you want from our minds. Therefore, we still have the right to negotiate. The primal energy consciousness of the person who stepped forward conveyed this message to everyone present, including their own people. And my civilization is the first requirement for negotiation. Of course, you can refuse, or even kill us all outright. I cannot predict your possible actions. You're right, Shinshur nodded. Everyone evacuate, take these people with you. He wasn't planning to waste time here with this person. Staying in one place for too long on this battlefield was quite dangerous. Taking them away would give him ample time to obtain the information he needed. So, at his command, all the warships, including their fixed equipment, began to rapidly retract and evacuate. The near-limitless space provided to each personal terminal owner by the Holy Land once again proved crucial, demonstrating the Holy Land's immense power. Shinshur also noticed that when the operation began, the emotions of these not-so-weak prisoners fluctuated slightly. It was surprise and horror. Although they were trying their best to control themselves, Shinshur's strength was ultimately far superior to theirs. Perhaps the security measures within their consciousness were a little tricky, but at this distance, penetrating their consciousness to observe their emotions was simple. Only when the massive human fleet was reduced to the island remained did Shinshurkai face the prisoners and slowly say, "First, answer your questions. We are not part of the Mud system. To be precise, we do not belong to the Mud system." With that one sentence, under Shinshur's observation, The emotions of the people before him fluctuated even more violently. Your weapons are very similar to those of the mud system. The leader wasn't disbelieving, but simply demanding more evidence. This is merely our disguise, Shinshur said calmly. We don't want to reveal our information so quickly, but we are closely monitoring your battlefield. After all, we already have some understanding of the mud system, but we still know nothing about you. Proof. The leader's emotions seemed to waver slightly, but his outward demeanor remained impassive. He clearly realized that the person before him was far stronger than himself. He might not be able to hide his deepest emotions in front of this opponent. If that were the case, then the opponent's strength and primal energy technology were indeed terrifying, because their consciousness worlds contained self-constructed barriers that would activate at the slightest possibility of information being revealed, and the opponent had just managed to observe their emotions without triggering the barrier's activation. The proof is simple. Care, is that your name? Shinshur narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly sensing that the ripples beneath the opponent's seemingly unbreakable consciousness world had widened further. Finding their names is clearly much harder than finding their emotions. If I'm not mistaken, you hidden those primal energy weapons deep within your consciousness, and their creation wasn't without cost. You must have sacrificed your own people to barely control these weapons, built upon the lives of your races, using your status as primal energy masters. No wonder you come from different races, different civilizations. People like you are probably high-level cannon fodder for the Thousand Alliance, a special force created from the lives of numerous weaker civilizations. Shinshur further revealed the truth they were trying so hard to conceal, then watched with amusement as their emotions surged once more. The greater the fluctuations in their minds, the more flaws they revealed to him. However, despite deliberately displaying such a mysterious and powerful demeanor, Shinshur was still quite astonished by the Thousand Alliance's methods. No wonder they could suppress the mud system despite having a lower level of cutting-edge technology. The reason lies in these primal energy spore weapons. Within the mud system, those qualified to serve as cannon fodder in this interstellar war between civilizations are at least C9 level, and even then, they don't qualify as cannon fodder. As for weaker civilizations, their only role is probably to contribute their energy as primal energy batteries. But the Thousand Alliance is different. A significant portion of the members of this primal energy master squad, which had just annihilated thousands of ES civilization warships, came from extremely weak civilizations. How weak? Within the mud system, they would be at the D level, or even E level. This is terrifyingly weak. A D level civilization's members defeating a B9 level fleet? In the mudder system, even Shinshur would find this absurd. But the facts are undeniable. It's all because of these primal energy spore weapons. If Shinshur isn't mistaken, these primal energy spores reside within countless individuals of a civilization, absorbing primal energy and growing through consciousness. Only primal energy spores cultivated in this way can be controlled by the civilization's primal energy masters. In other words, the Thousand Alliance can utilize a large number of low-level civilizations to create weapons powerful enough to threaten a B9 level civilization. This alone gives them a decisive numerical advantage. No wonder civilizations like ACE are so eager to relocate most of their homeworld's production facilities and defensive forces to the front lines. The logistical, production, and logistical pressures of this war have all fallen on the mudder system side. At this moment, having revealed the Thousand Alliance's greatest secret, some of these people were already losing control of their expressions. What horrified them even more was that although their opponent had clearly probed the intelligence information in their minds, even pushing their emotions beyond their control limits, the protective mechanisms in their conscious world had not yet activated. They were still alive. But they were deeply terrified of being alive. I'm starting to believe you're not the mudder system. Care remained expressionless, but a bitter feeling, even one that a primal energy master couldn't control, welled up inside him. If a powerful third party truly appeared, the war would become even more difficult and complex, regardless of who ultimately wins. But as long as the war continues, their civilization, their race, will pay a heavy price. The weak never want the war to continue, because they gain the least but suffer the greatest harm. Just this little thing, and the mudder system has been fighting you for so long without noticing? Shinshur was somewhat surprised, and didn't try to hide it. They won't find out. Only we're on the front lines. All preparations are being carried out in the rear. Even if we're captured, the mud system can't breach our mental defenses, and there's no question of betrayal, Care said rather readily this time. Because for them, this level of information is easy to guess. Chapter 277. Shinshur had a general understanding of the situation. Although these people were special weapons widely used by the Thousand Alliance, and playing a crucial role on the battlefield, Their creation remained a secret to the Mutter system due to the Thousand Alliance's high level of secrecy. However, after quickly considering the matter, Shinshur couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. This secret seemed important, but in reality, it wasn't very useful. As Akar had said, these people had already become users of the spores in the rear, so even if they knew the function of the primal energy spores, unless they could attack the Thousand Alliance's rear, they couldn't stop the production of primal energy spores. However, if he could obtain some samples, he could probably trade some good things from the Mutter system. With this thought in mind, Shinshur simply stretched out his hand, and the next moment, something resembling a black mist appeared in his hand. Akar was even more horrified. This cluster of primal energy spores was extracted from his consciousness without his knowledge. This couldn't be described as merely a matter of strength. The opponent's mastery of primal energy, even their primal energy technology, far surpassed his understanding. I can tell you, we don't belong to the Mud system, Shinshur said directly after a moment's thought. Of course, we don't belong to the Thousand Alliance either. We are a third party. Our reason for being here is to obtain sufficient benefits. Shinshur wasn't worried about this information getting out, because he hadn't intended to hide it in the first place. It was impossible to hide. While they could disguise themselves as part of the Mud system, after all, many of their warships came from the Mud system, that would make trading inconvenient. Simply plundering on the battlefield wouldn't yield anything truly valuable. Akar, at this point, wasn't surprised at all. In fact, he felt a slight sense of relief for his situation. If they fell into the hands of the Mud system, they would likely have no chance of survival. What do you intend to do with us? Akar asked. I need more information. Perhaps you can join us. Shinshur reached out and crushed the black mist in his hand. While the restrictions within your consciousness are sophisticated and powerful, removing them is not difficult for me. I suppose you, as cannon fodder, have little loyalty to the Thousand Alliance. This was just a spur-of-the-moment decision, nothing serious. In fact, through this encounter, Shinshur had gained a deeper understanding of his current primal energy strength. After all, his previous advantage over the princess didn't explain much, but now, the limitations that the Mute system hadn't been able to overcome in such a long war had been easily broken by him. Perhaps his raw strength still couldn't compare to those truly top-tier powerhouses, but his soft power had far surpassed them. To use an analogy, Shinshur is now like a cultivator in a high martial arts world. His cultivation level might not be as high as those who have broken through the void, but he is a cultivator, and his profound understanding is basically overwhelming. Now that he has clearly identified his advantage, he should make good use of it. Shinshur believes that a large number of people like Akar before him will make the right choice in the face of self-interest. In fact, Akar and the others were indeed slightly pleased at this moment. They were all from weaker civilizations within the Thousand Alliance. Although they had been forced onto the battlefield, they sought only the greatest possible benefit under duress. On one hand, they wanted to avoid the Thousand Alliance's defeat and becoming batteries within the Mold system. On the other hand, they wanted to prevent their own civilization from suffering too much damage and facing decline or even extinction in this war. And now, wasn't this an opportunity to gain profit? If you can really remove our restrictions, could you allow them to continue existing but not function? Akar's mind raced, and finally, he suddenly asked this question. This made Shinshur narrow his eyes slightly. You want to go back and become our spy? He had already seen through the other party's intentions. Yes, only by returning can we gain the greatest benefit for you and for ourselves, Akar said. On one hand, our civilization is still under the control of the Thousand Alliance. If we disappear, our civilization will suffer even greater persecution. On the other hand, we are merely cannon fodder within the Thousand Alliance, possessing little knowledge of crucial information. However, we have access to other cannon fodder. If you are willing to support us, perhaps we can rapidly grow stronger. This was the thinking ability of the Primal Energy Master. Their ability to think beyond that of a quantum computer allowed them to always find the path to the greatest benefit amidst seemingly chaotic circumstances. At this moment, Akar was no longer just thinking about survival. He was also thinking about gaining greater benefits. Yes, being an undercover agent was indeed risky, but wasn't being captured risky too? If things continued this way, they and the civilization behind them would be completely exhausted by this war, and the outcome wouldn't be much better than being an undercover agent. At the very least, being an undercover agent would greatly increase the chances of sending the fire seed out and ensuring its survival. This is the thought process of most Origin Masters. Everything is for the sake of their people. After all, an Origin Master who has lost their civilization will not only lose the potential to continue growing stronger, but also the meaning of life itself. As for whether Shinshur will agree, you see, this wouldn't be a loss for them. Even if it didn't work out, they would only lose a few cannon fodder prisoners. As for being exposed, it was bound to happen sooner or later anyway. Although they were here to fish in troubled waters, they weren't here to be accomplices. Shinshir's goal was to become a truly powerful third party, who could benefit from both sides. I can impose another restriction on you, Shinshir said, and give you some autonomy. You can activate this restriction to protect yourselves whenever you wish, but the duration cannot be too long. Once it's removed, your words and actions will still be restricted, and only in this way will you be less likely to be discovered. That's enough. Ikar made no attempt to hide his delight. This is much better than I expected. Cannon fodder like us, aside from periodic checks, nobody pays any attention to us normally. Inscribing such a restriction within the world of consciousness isn't actually a particularly sophisticated technique. Its difficulty lies in its destructive potential. Even the slightest movement will cause it to explode. That's why it's so troublesome. Defusing a bomb is always countless times more difficult than making one. But for Shinshir, it's very simple. He currently possesses power far greater than primal energy, not to mention, he can control time within a certain area. In a world of absolute stillness, he can defuse the restriction however he wants. Shinshir even planned to conduct thorough research and make modifications to recruit more people later. Starting with cannon fodder for profit seemed like a good idea. Thinking further, these civilizations might become the foundation once human civilization established its own interstellar social system. Finally, Shinshir led these people on their research. And during this process, he also delved deeper into their memories to learn more about the Thousand Alliance. The entire process went very smoothly. After all, it was within their consciousness world, and having someone else assist them was always much more convenient. As Shinshir learned more, he began to realize that the Thousand Alliance was indeed different from the Mutter system, yet also remarkably similar. Just as the name suggests, the so-called Thousand Alliance truly consisted of 1,000 civilizations. Yes, only 1,000. As for the weaker civilizations, they were not qualified to join the Thousand Alliance, they were merely appendages, or slaves, of one of the civilizations within the Alliance, and did not even enjoy independent rights. To make a comparison, it was like a D-level civilization in the Mutter system. From politics to military, from culture to economy, everything was strictly controlled. For example, the civilization of Ilka originated from a naturally habitable planet in a binary star system. However, before they even entered interstellar travel, and while still a feudal civilization, spaceships descended from the sky, directly destroying their upper echelons. Then, all the rights of the remaining people were strictly hierarchically classified and controlled. How meticulous. Every single action, yes, everyone has a chip implanted that controls their body. From their thoughts to their actions, everything is restricted by the chip and managed centrally by AI. This is the most common method the Thousand Alliance uses against weaker civilizations. Of course, there are other methods. But all methods serve one purpose, control. Using the pretext of joining the Thousand Alliance for better development, they forcibly control all the rules of weaker civilizations, and force them to accept all the rules of the Thousand Alliance. If it weren't for ensuring their original energy cultivation, they might directly control their minds, but that would be even more painful, or rather, pain itself is the benefit the Thousand Alliance desires. This is remarkably similar to the Mud System's approach. They deliberately leave behind the hope of resistance, the root of suffering, in order to obtain better original energy batteries. The only difference is that the Mud System chooses to brutally destroy the culture of weaker civilizations, and then rebuild, while the Thousand Alliance chooses to proceed slowly, gradually assimilating these civilizations through long-term control. Like the Mold System, the Thousand Alliances also offer these civilizations hope for advancement. By gradually growing stronger, they can acquire more resources, and unlock more rights that rightfully belong to them. The ultimate goal is to become a member of the Thousand Alliances, and then, in turn, continue to exploit the weaker ones. Shinshir did the math. The minimum threshold for becoming a Thousand Alliance civilization is roughly B5 to B6. However, it seems there are no absolute rulers, like ranchers within the Thousand Alliances. Shinshir believes that even becoming a member of the Thousand Alliances will inevitably involve higher levels of competition, and even assimilation. These things, however, were beyond the comprehension of the cannon fodder before them. Even the strongest among them, Ilka, came from a civilization roughly equivalent to C6 level, a civilization with a strict hierarchy and clear distinctions. Ilka, however, had already reached the highest level within that civilization, being one of its most esteemed individuals. This was why he had begun to transcend personal rights and interests, and start considering the future of the entire civilization. Speaking of which, these origin energy masters before them were essentially the overlords of their respective civilizations. On this interstellar battlefield, emperors are everywhere, and kings are less than dogs, Shinshur thought to himself, understanding that this was because the level of warfare within this interstellar social system was extremely high. Back in the first future timeline, an origin energy master would have been enough to be the savior of human civilization, but now, they were merely cannon fodder. It's over. You may leave. After obtaining everything he wanted, Shinshur modified the restrictive seals on these people, releasing them directly. However, he left a few behind. He still needed to study the origin energy spores. In reality, Shinshur didn't place much hope on these undercover agents. Otherwise, providing them with a personal terminal would undoubtedly be more suitable for infiltration, or more simply, sending a human with a personal terminal to replace one of them. But Shinshur didn't do that. He needed these people to first prove themselves. Prove their worth. Next, I should explore a higher level, Shinshur said, looking at the star map. He already knew that unlike the Mutter system, which directly deployed 18B9 level civilizations to the war, the Thousand Alliance system hadn't truly sent its own high-ranking officials, but rather a large number of cannon fodder created by weaker civilizations. It was true that those 18B9 level civilizations were indeed powerful, not only technologically but also in terms of sheer size. This was growth achieved over countless years by draining resources from lower-level civilizations within the Mutter system. Those currently deployed to the battlefield were likely individuals from other civilizations that had been absorbed, assimilated, and ultimately joined civilizations like Ace. But the level of the warships and weapons was undeniable. A large number of powerful devices filled the entire battlefield. Among them were even those exceeding B9 level. Clearly, the Mud system had released a certain amount of powerful technology to these B9 level civilizations for this war. This is probably one of the reasons why civilizations like Ace were so actively involved in this war, even going so far as to relocate their homeworlds to the front lines. However, it is precisely because of this that it has value for humanity and trade. Let's go visit our old friend. Shinshur directly pointed to the Mud system's defensive position on the star map. Since he didn't have many cards to play, he shouldn't be stingy. There was no other choice but to give up what he had. Moreover, intense warfare is in the interest of third parties. Since the Mud system was at a disadvantage on the battlefield of this star system, Shinshur naturally wanted to help his old friend. Taking a small reward for his efforts wouldn't be unreasonable. Chapter 278. Although the Mud system is at a disadvantage here, it still occupies a considerable area, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to resist indefinitely. At least 1/3 of this star system is within the Mud system's monitoring range. However, it's not a clear-cut division. Rather, they are intertwined. Although human civilization has developed to a very powerful level, frankly speaking, this level of warfare is still incredibly vast and unfamiliar to human civilization. Most commanders of human civilization, including Shinshur, actually find it difficult to broaden their perspective to the entire battlefield. Just looking at the star map, it's extremely complex. And at this moment, they are heading to a Mud base deep within the Thousand Alliance system's sphere of influence. Calling it a base is a misnomer. It actually covers an area spanning over 7,000 stars, with the largest distance exceeding several hundred light years. The Mud system has control over all nodes within this area, and any warship that approaches and attempts to jump without permission will be subjected to devastating concentrated fire immediately. Even Shinshur dares not simply rush there recklessly. Even going invisibly would be inappropriate. There must be A-level civilization equipment supporting them there. As for using time manipulation abilities are ultimately too limited, and they cannot be exposed. They can only be used appropriately under conditions where the enemy can be assured they won't notice anything, like just now. Otherwise, once it's discovered that he can control time, forget about taking advantage of the chaos. It's even possible that the Thousand Alliance and Mud will cease hostilities and join forces to deal with him. We use warp drive to get there. Once we arrive, I infiltrate alone to scout the area and look for opportunities. Shinshur finally chose the safest option. It had been a very long time since he acted alone. After all, it wasn't an honor for a civilization leader, but rather a disgrace. However, in the current situation, his personal strength was indeed one of humanity's strongest trump cards. What followed was a voyage lasting over 100 years. Shinshur was still somewhat unaccustomed to this travel time, but once humans with personal terminals began to disperse to various locations, this period would be shortened. Given the size of this star system, it would take at least several hundred, even 1,000 years. However, he made full use of this time. He spread human traces out, gathered more detailed information about the battlefield, and even managed to annihilate a Mutter fleet that had just defeated the Thousand Alliance, acquiring considerable battlefield intelligence about the Mutter system. Finally, they arrived at their destination, a star system called Theophi. This was the forward base of the Mutter system, a single star system with 18 large planets. 3 of them have been terraformed into habitable planets, while the rest have been converted into warship fortresses. There are hundreds of warship production factories alone, and a large number of warships are continuously sent to the battlefield from here. Shinshur drifted alone in space, gazing at the dazzling yellow star before him, his mind filled with intelligence information related to this system. According to the information, this place, as one of the most important frontline bases, is managed by personnel dispatched by an A-level civilization, Starlight. The other 18 B-level civilizations each sent their own factories, troops, and soldiers, making this place somewhat resemble Blue Star in Future Line 2. However, there were no pitifully oppressed humans. All civilizations existed on an equal and harmonious footing. Shinshur chose a life-bearing planet called Hardy and easily integrated into it. This was also why he came alone. He believed that if he wanted, he could easily integrate into even an A-level civilization. After all, for someone who controlled time, no matter how tight the defenses, it would be difficult to detect his presence. It doesn't feel like a frontline battlefield at all, Shinshur remarked as he walked through Hardy's city, observing his surroundings. It was a very well-constructed city, its overall style a pleasing blend of white buildings and greenery. The buildings weren't densely packed, although many were scattered throughout the space. The sunlight still reached most corners. Even the various intelligent life forms passing by showed no sign of the impending war. Instead, most were cheerful and happy, with many even leisurely enjoying the sunshine. I see, there are many newborns. Shinshur seemed to realize something. A significant portion of the population in this mortal world were recently born. This meant that the Mud system wasn't just sending soldiers from the rear, but directly promoting the reproduction and birth of a new generation of intelligent life on the front lines. To promote this more efficiently, certain living conditions needed to be guaranteed. It truly lived up to its reputation as a war that would last for thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of years. This made things much easier. There should be an underground trading place here. Shinshur didn't spend much time obtaining information from the minds of some people, and then arrived in front of a grand and brightly lit building. This was a marketplace, filled with a large amount of daily necessities, from everyday enjoyment to daily activities, and even a considerable amount of protective equipment for civilians. From the surface alone, it didn't look like a black market at all. However, the information Shinshur had obtained clearly revealed everything here. Information trading, where is it? He stopped an ES person. To be honest, in this place filled with 18 civilized races, seeing ES people felt surprisingly welcoming. After all, they were the civilized race he knew best. Even he himself was currently disguised as an ES person. Please come with me. This ES person was a black market employee. He sized up Shinshur, but couldn't discern anything. Only a chill ran down his spine, knowing that the other's mastery of primal energy far surpassed his own. In fact, this was also a way to screen customers. For these powerful Class B civilizations, unlike weaker ones, the concept of talent doesn't exist. With advanced genetic manipulation and early childhood education technology, the primal energy potential of all Asians is roughly the same. Therefore, primal energy mastery largely depends on one's choices and the resources available. Thus, primal energy mastery in these civilizations can be seen as a symbol of status and power. While not absolute, it's sufficient in most cases. For example, right now, this Asian didn't take Shinshur directly to the information market. Instead, he went to another person, then another, and then another. Later, as Shinshur ventured deeper into the building, the people he met became increasingly high-ranking and respectful, because no one could discern his primal energy cultivation, until finally, a 3-day being appeared before Shinshur. 3-day beings exist as spiritual entities residing within special devices. Meeting one 3-day being usually meant meeting the spiritual base of all the 3-day beings within the entire device. But this one was different. He possessed his own independent physical body, and in human form. This meant that the A-level civilization had already revealed the basic form of its relic civilization in this war, or at least was no longer hiding its form. Interesting. Shinshur sat in the soft chair, looking at the 3-day human before him, a clear sense of amusement in his expression. You think you're a traitor to the 3-day civilization? I'm not a traitor. I simply chosen a different way of life. The other person was clearly unsurprised by Shinshur's reaction. In this universe, Even the most rigid civilization should allow for the existence of a few exceptional individuals. That's the cornerstone of racial diversity, isn't it? Of course. Shinshur nodded slightly. It's just that it's rare for the 3-day humans. It seems this war is changing you. War is indeed the greatest driving force behind the transformation of civilizations. The other person didn't object to this. You can call me Gao Ting. How should I address you? Call me the antique dealer, Shinshur said, using a transliterated name from the Eastern language. After all, it was just a code name. Whatever was convenient didn't matter. It's an honor to meet a powerful figure like yourself, Gao Ting said respectfully. But I'm already the highest-ranking member here. If you're not satisfied with me handling the transaction, I can inform my superiors, but it will take some time. Once you understand the details of the transaction, you can also inform your superiors. Shinshur glanced around. It's best to go straight to the end and directly inform the A-level civilization member behind you. If I'm not mistaken, that person's status shouldn't be low. Gao Ting remained silent for a moment. For most people who knew them, it was hard to imagine that they had an A-level civilization noble behind them. That was an extraordinary big shot even for most intelligent life in a B-level civilization. But the other party had stated it directly. Either the other party already knew, or it was information obtained from his mind. However, individuals like him have defenses in their consciousness. Breaking through those defenses isn't surprising, but breaking through them without being detected implies an extremely high probability, the highest level he could deduce, and even that might not be the opponent's true strength. Using his powerful primal energy cultivation, this rare individual from the 3-day civilization analyzed the situation almost instantly, and the possibilities it contained made his emotions tremble. Please rest assured, he said, this is ultimately the front line. The upward communication channels are incredibly smooth. In fact, even if you didn't come here, you could easily contact the highest levels of power from any slightly larger location, provided, of course, that the transaction you wish to make truly has value. Of course. Shinshur understood this perfectly well, but he merely smiled slightly. But I prefer the black market. In fact, after arriving here, he had already roughly grasped the structure. Beneath the seemingly relaxed atmosphere lay a well-ordered wartime system. Therefore, the black market, in reality, wasn't truly black. Without the tacit approval, or even the demand, of higher-ups, such a place simply couldn't exist. Nominally a black market, it was, in reality, rife with officialdom. However, Shinshur's choice of the black market over other places naturally indicated his attitude. An attitude that adopted a black market trading method. I understand. I will convey your will. Gao Ting's attitude became increasingly respectful. Shinshur noticed that he even slightly bowed. This way of expressing respect wasn't common to all civilizations. Only some civilizations used this method to express respect and apology, while others would even see it as a provocation. Clearly, the 3-day people, existing as spiritual beings, did not possess this kind of culture. Combined with his human appearance, perhaps, the Class A civilization of the mud system obtained more than just human form from the remnants of the ancient civilization. They also acquired a small portion of its culture. Shinshur increasingly realized how correct it was to choose to leave the Milky Way and the mud system within the main timeline. Otherwise, as they gradually grew stronger and attracted the attention of advanced civilizations, their potential connection to the ancient civilization would likely be discovered sooner or later. Now, Future Line 2 has already exposed this, and Future Line 3, as the immediate future of the main timeline, doesn't need to worry about this issue. Only Future Line 1 probably needs to be expelled as soon as possible. A thought flashed through Shinshur's mind, followed by a calm statement. The first piece of intelligence is that a third-party force, different from the mud system and the Thousand Alliance system, has appeared on this battlefield. Yes, Shinshur was planning to sell himself for a good price first. After all, their arrival couldn't be hidden, but before they were discovered, this intelligence was still extremely valuable. Since that's the case, rather than letting others benefit, it's better to benefit oneself first and make a fortune. A third party? Gao Ting's emotions were impossible to hide in front of Shinshur. Clearly, he was shocked. While it's true that many civilizations exist outside the Mud and Thousand Alliance systems, many have fled to the wastelands, barely surviving in resource-scarce environments. It's clear that even if these civilizations came to the battlefield, they wouldn't qualify as a third party. Because third is relative to the second of the Thousand Alliance and Mud. At the very least, it has to be a force like the ancient lands, exceeding B9 level and approaching A-level civilization, to qualify. And if such a civilization were to arrive in large numbers on this battlefield, it could completely change the course of the war. Chapter 279. That's right, it's a third party. Shinshur affirmed this point again. You should know about the ancient lands, right? The third-party forces appearing on this battlefield now are no weaker than the ancient lands. As he spoke of this, Shinshur couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Once upon a time, the ancient lands seemed like a true behemoth to him. A civilization independent of the ancient lands was practically the goal that human civilization strived for. But now, human civilization was indeed no weaker than the ancient lands. In this interstellar space, some opportunities cannot be considered using normal logic. The ancient lands had accumulated its formidable strength little by little over tens of thousands of years, while human civilization relied on plunder and holy sites. The strength Shinshur had plundered from various star systems alone, coupled with the knowledge and wealth acquired from the Starshine civilization in future Line 2, and some A-level devices, had already made human civilization significantly stronger than B9-level civilization. If that were all, it still wouldn't compare to the ancient lands, which are approaching the A-level civilization within the Mud system. But if you add the Holy Lands, the situation changes drastically. Currently, human civilization is truly qualified to utilize a portion of the Holy Land's power. For example, although it seems only Shinshur has arrived here, if he so desired, he could bring the entire military strength of human civilization in a very short time. And he could take it away in an equally short time. He truly comes and goes without a trace. If human civilization were to truly clash with the ancient lands now, the outcome would actually be more favorable for humanity, because the ancient lands, in most cases, would only serve as a sitting duck. Of course, Shinshur's words, spoken after pressing the honesty button, amplified the shock in the other party's heart several times over. Gao Ting naturally knew about the Land of Gus. After all, the Three Sun civilization also had a base in the Land of Gus. Over tens of thousands of years, they had gained enormous profits through trade with other civilizations via the Land of Gus, driving the development of their entire civilization. The Three Sun civilization, as a spiritual collective culture without much selfishness, fared somewhat better. However, in the eyes of individuals from other civilizations, such as the AES civilization, the Land of Gus was a famous tourist destination and commercial hub, known to everyone. While their strength was insufficient to participate in the war between the Mud system and the Thousand Alliances, simply participating in the war within this star system was enough to change the status quo. This is a truly powerful and undeniable third party. Is there any more information? Gao Ting asked. Please rest assured, even with just the information you provided, we're willing to offer you a perfectly reasonable price. But if you have more information, its value will double. Information, when accumulated, is always more valuable than fragmented pieces. Of course, I have it, Shinshur nodded. However, I don't need an ordinary reward. You know about the star system jump device in the ancient lands, right? I need that. Gao Ting's emotions surged again. He certainly knew. It was a genuine A-grade device, and even among A-grade devices, it wasn't weak. This was also the most powerful proof that the ancient lands had reached the level of star-level civilizations in some technological fields. Of course, the Starshine civilization was far more powerful than the ancient lands, so they could also provide such a device. However, the conditions Shinshur offered made it clear that this was something Gao Ting couldn't possibly negotiate. I will transmit this transaction and your requirements as soon as possible, Gao Ting said, relieved to realize this. For someone like him, a 3-day human who had betrayed his own civilization, while he had gained the attention of other civilizations and achieved the life he desired, his foundation was ultimately too shallow. It was best to avoid such matters if possible. Shinshur didn't wait long. As he had said initially, the so-called black market was actually extremely bureaucratic. The entire frontline military base was completely under official control. Soon, a new person appeared before Shinshur. She had the same human appearance, a woman, so beautiful she seemed otherworldly. This wasn't just about her looks, but more about her strength. After all, in the interstellar age, appearance is no longer inherently ugly, rather, people's aesthetic standards are constantly evolving. However, the only thing that allows for comparison is the aura bestowed by primal energy cultivation, the pinnacle of the art. AIXINer is also a master in this area, but the person before him surpasses her in this realm, his charm almost overwhelming the vast majority of civilizations and races in the interstellar space. Clearly, this is a Starshine human. His strength is slightly inferior to the Empress, but only marginally. I have seen your high regard. Shinshur stared at the other party, his outward emotions remaining completely unchanged. In that case, I will raise the price. It's not just what I want. I also need to add some other devices. The other party stared at Shinshur, speechless for a long time. Communication between higher-level life forms is incredibly quick and convenient. It's simply a matter of weighing information. The other party had presented such a figure. If Shinshur's strength wasn't sufficient, he might be influenced by charisma, a kind of charisma based on primal energy and originating from art, far more practical than the so-called public relations skills Blue Star used during its Earth era, not to mention that the person was a powerful figure, often invincible in transactions. But if Shinshur's strength exceeded their expectations, then it would be the opposite. Sending such a person precisely demonstrates the Starshine civilization's high regard for the information Shinshur possessed. Of course, the Starshine Empire wouldn't lose out either. Exceeding her strength wasn't so simple. Okay. She directly agreed to Shinshur's increased offer, then stated bluntly, "You're the representative of that third party, right?" With such strength, the possibility was infinitely amplified. Just for this possibility, paying a higher price wasn't a loss. Of course, Shinshur wouldn't lose out either, because he was prepared to expose the identity of the third party in order to facilitate more transactions. One at a time, let's complete some transactions first. Shinshur calmly transmitted his thoughts, then gave the other party the list of additional requests he had made. How long will it take? My intelligence is already prepared. We have a stellar system jump device here, but it will take about 30 years before we can give it to you after the backup device is migrated here, the other party said. That's settled then? Shinshur stood up. You can try to track me, but if you can't find me, you have to pay an extra price for the next transaction. After speaking, he turned and left. From beginning to end, he didn't even ask for the Starshine person's name or code name. It could be said that even without revealing the slightest emotion, his arrogance and confidence were on full display. However, not long after leaving, he noticed traces of the Starshine civilization's investigation. They weren't just investigating him, but were thoroughly investigating all the surrounding space, trying to find out how he got here. However, for Shinshur, who had mastered time and arrived alone, this investigation was clearly useless. Oh no! It could be confirmed that Shinshur came from a mysterious third party. Looks like I can ask for more good stuff next time. Shinshur wasn't dissatisfied, on the contrary, he was somewhat pleased. High-level confrontations are mostly this simple and brutal. It's nothing more than probing each other's intelligence. All actions are based on intelligence and strength. Thinking about the many devices he was about to acquire, Shinshur was quite satisfied. For weaker civilizations, the most precious thing about an A-level civilization isn't the equipment, but the technology, a development path that even 18B9 level civilizations would pursue with fervor. However, for human civilization, this most difficult aspect could be easily obtained from future Line 2, and it was even offered up voluntarily by the Starshine civilization. With Shinshur's privileged access, he had already backed it up as much as possible. The equipment, on the other hand, was harder to acquire. After all, information could be backed up directly using privileges, even to the point of being unknown to anyone. But equipment required a convincing reason for the highest council. Unexpectedly, they managed to gain a foothold on the front lines of future Line 3. Especially the Stellar Migration device. With this, humanity in future Line 1 would have a last resort. In fact, after realizing that A-class civilizations, like the Starshine civilization, were no longer concealing their appearance, future Line 1's situation was already quite precarious. The appearance of A-class civilizations would inevitably be known to the A civilization, and once the A civilization took notice of humanity, future Line 1's humanity would be in grave danger. As for the other devices, taking them into the main timeline should be able to positively influence the timeline changes in future Line 3 again, but I need more. Shinshur thought to himself. Just as he was pondering what intelligence to use to exchange for resources from the Starshine civilization in the next deal, a massive wave was already sweeping across this planet, and even the entire stellar system. An investigation originating from an A-class civilization had penetrated every corner, including this planet. But it yielded nothing. Even the Asian who had previously mentioned wanting to make a deal has completely vanished, as if it had never existed. This has caused considerable concern among the higher-ups. No trace of spatial jumps has been found, not even a change in curvature. The entire planet has been thoroughly scanned 13 times, still nothing found. The other party is using a false identity and a false appearance. We have discovered the original owner, but we have found nothing in their consciousness world either. This concealment technology and primal energy technology are somewhat beyond our understanding. There is a greater than 99.78% probability that they used an unknown relic device, and a less than 1 in 100,000 probability that they possess corresponding technology superior to ours. Even with the use of relic devices, the threat level remains extremely high. We must enter a state of highest alert. There are too many unknown factors, and the probability of any dire situation is increasing dramatically. Just as Shinshur had previously realized, this was the front line of the war, arguably of paramount importance. How could it be as relaxed as it appeared on the surface, with even a black market existing? Only the high-ranking officers stationed here, originating from the Starshine civilization, knew just how tight their defenses were. Even detection devices hidden in phase space had spread throughout the entire star system, ensuring that nothing within this range could escape their detection. But even with all this still happened. What does this mean? Regardless of what relic devices were used, and regardless of whether they truly possess such overwhelming technological strength, the other side had proven their absolute power in this field. This also meant that if the other side sided with the Thousand Alliance, there was a very high probability that they would lead the Thousand Alliance to break through the defenses of this base, or even use this as a breakthrough point to shatter the balance of the entire star system war. After calculating the probability of this possibility, every high-ranking member present felt rather grim. The disadvantages of a third party were starkly apparent. Is it possible to contact the Thousand Alliance and eliminate this third party first? Someone suggested. It's difficult to reach a consensus, another countered. The Thousand Alliance also needs a third party. Their interests in allying with a third party are greater than their interests in allying with us. Moreover, we don't yet understand the situation of this third party. The complexity of the interests involved exceeds conventional calculations. Therefore, the only thing we can do now is to obtain more intelligence. The deal must continue, even if it means giving up some benefits. As long as we can obtain more intelligence, it will be advantageous. Ultimately, they are an advanced civilization, they wouldn't be at a loss. It's simply a choice, and once the choice is made, everything becomes simpler. Shinshur couldn't say he had anticipated all of this. However, his position with human civilization had long been such that no matter what choice the other side ultimately made, he could easily change course to obtain maximum benefit. Otherwise, there would be no reason to go through the arduous process of strengthening one's power, and then travel thousands of miles to get here. Therefore, Shinshur only hid and waited for several years, and everything he needed had already been transported here. However, the location where the device was placed had clearly undergone multiple layers of special treatment. Intelligence is both the most difficult and the easiest thing to obtain. The prerequisite for easy acquisition is contact. Chapter 280. As long as contact is made, some intelligence can be obtained, more or less. Even if Shinshur directly uses the Holy Land to silently take away all the trading devices at once, it will still expose the fact that the third party can perform large-scale, seamless matter jumps. Combined with other detection devices, the intelligence that can be obtained is likely even greater. After all, there are always things that cannot be detected. This is an open strategy, and also an unavoidable loss. However, there are ways to minimize the loss. Since the trade involves intelligence, Shinshur simply writes this intelligence directly into the transaction as part of the deal. The rest can be further concealed, and Xinghui will likely be unable to say anything. After realizing that the other party has prepared for the transaction, Shinshur once again appeared alone in the black market. And he appeared directly in front of Gao Ting. The moment Gao Ting saw Shinshur, his emotion surged dramatically. Although he was an insignificant figure here, he had been involved in this matter, and was roughly aware of the commotion that had occurred at the front lines recently. Even those higher up, the leaders of the entire regional base, had expressed great concern, a level of attention that was far too dangerous for him. He thought it was no longer relevant to him, but unexpectedly, this person approached him again. Respected sir, Gao Ting's thoughts raced, but ultimately he dared not utter any unnecessary words, only respectfully asking, "Is there anything I can do for you?" "It's just completing the transaction," Shinshur said with a smile, tossing over an information storage device. "This contains the information you wanted. As for the goods, we already taken them." Gao Ting stared at the storage device, his mood unusually low. How could he not know that the person before him was the real third party? It was obvious they chose someone as insignificant as the middleman in this transaction. The reason was clear. His strength was weak enough, his status low enough. He wasn't easily manipulated, but he was equally easy for both sides to exploit. The balancing act, the negotiation, just thinking about it made him realize how dangerous it was. Not to mention, after their last meeting, his consciousness had been repeatedly scanned by a group of powerful individuals under advanced equipment, hoping to obtain even the slightest trace. But even so, did he have a choice? No. "Your satisfaction is our greatest fortune," Gao Ting said, finally reaching out to take it. And the next moment, Shinshur's figure vanished before his eyes. Shinshur wasn't lying when he said he'd taken everything he truly did, just moments ago, in a mere instant. When the power of time acted upon him, he could place himself in another dimension. In this dimension, he was unobservable and moved at incredible speeds. While this might be impossible for long-distance, prolonged actions, he could achieve a near-simultaneous presence in two different places within a short time frame. Furthermore, it was equivalent to having clones in different timelines. Clearly, this power was enough to shock Xinghui, and even the entire Mutter system, especially when they realized that none of their instruments had detected a trace of it. Furthermore, the intelligence report mentioning their mastery of long-range, seamless teleportation technology provided them with even greater deterrence. Simply put, this technology was practically designed specifically for third parties. As long as neither side could find, restrict, or even eliminate them, they would only be able to profit from both sides, otherwise, they would suffer even greater losses. Of course, as an incredibly powerful civilization, one of the two known superpowers in the universe, the Mud system wouldn't sit idly by. We need to mobilize sufficient forces to deal with this third party. That's right, we can't let this continue. In this transaction, the other party only provided what they could possibly give, and our losses are considerable. However, we must also recognize that until we find a targeted method, we can only accept this plunder. Yes, this is plunder. Go and contact the Thousand Alliance, tentatively inquire about some information, see if they understand. Unbeknownst to Shinshur, consciousness from the highest levels, from the true pinnacle figures of this universe, was constantly being transmitted, exchanged, and even further spread. In areas inaccessible to ordinary people, the entire universe seemed to be rippling with invisible waves. However, although he didn't know the specifics, Shinshur could roughly guess the reactions of these two major forces. But as long as the home planet remained undiscovered, what was there to fear? This was, after all, a future timeline that could change at any moment along with the main world. Let's take all the spoils from this round back first. Shinshur looked at the things he had in his personal space, and a little bit of excitement rose in his heart. This time, he brought some rather crucial devices. Not military devices, but developmental ones. The Mud system's ability to create such a vast and sophisticated region in such a short time couldn't have been limited to military equipment. It must have brought a large number of developmental devices. These were the devices he was acquiring. The most valuable among them was the Phase Space device, also known as the Space Overlay device. Initially, Shinshur thought such technology was already commonplace, but after truly understanding the current state of the universe, he realized that even for sea-level civilizations, this technology was somewhat unimaginable. Only B-level civilizations could truly grasp it. For example, the Cave Heaven immigration spaceship that Shinshur had traded from a collector used this technology. It could compress the entire Cave Heaven spaceship to only a fraction of its original size. However, this application was still very rudimentary. The device he was acquiring now was different. It can be described as extremely mature, possessing everything from small devices implanted on the body to large-scale devices capable of housing megafactories. Furthermore, Shinshur acquired a crucial production line. With this, humanity's solar system could accommodate far more space than ever before, allowing for further development of the home planet's leapfrogging regions. The importance of this for leapfrogging civilizations is indescribable. Putting aside other factors, the Land of Gus would absolutely be willing to pay an unimaginable price to acquire the production line and technology for such devices. Even if this thing isn't considered particularly valuable among truly established civilization A, it still is. If this war hadn't elevated human civilization to a level nearly equal to the Thousand Alliances and the Mud system, acquiring such a device so easily would have been virtually impossible. Not to mention, there were other things involved. And when Shinshur brought all of this to the main world, unsurprisingly, the timeline shifted once again. This time, not only did human civilization become stronger 3,000 years later, but a series of chain reactions occurred, ultimately resulting in human civilization no longer being unknown. Its reputation had transcended the Pirate Alliance. At least the Mud system knew that behind the Pirate Alliance existed such a powerful civilization, and that human civilization's strength, like that of the Land of Gus, had been given a suspected A-level rating. The reason was simply that human civilization had engaged in deep cooperation with the Land of Gus. The cooperation, naturally, involved those spatial overlap devices. While the Land of Gus may not be as technologically advanced as the three Class A civilizations in most aspects, its average strength is indeed significantly greater than these Class B9 civilizations. In a sense, human civilization has already achieved such an assessment, yet a new timeline has still not emerged. Shinshur pondered the information contained within this change, while reviewing the new history and circumstances of future Line 3. The previous two new timelines both occurred 3,000 years later, when human civilization reached Class C or Class B. But this time, it seems different. Clearly, at the level of civilization surpassing Class B9, there are no longer clear-cut ranks. Comparing the land of Gus to the three Class A civilizations, some technologies are very similar, such as interstellar travel technology, but some technologies differ greatly, such as spatial overlap technology. If Shinshur's prediction is correct, there are likely similar technological gaps even among the three Class A civilizations. To forge a fourth future timeline, humanity might have to wait until its raw power is sufficient to rival the three Class A civilizations. This would signify humanity's true dominance within the known regions of the universe. That day doesn't seem too far off, Shinshur murmured, gazing at the vast starry sky, reflecting on the journey ahead. He felt an unprecedented sense of anticipation. And the current war presented the perfect opportunity to take a giant leap towards that goal. Now that we established a certain reputation, let's be more direct, Shinshur said, looking at the star map. Send someone to the Thousand Alliance, and tell them we're willing to assist them in capturing the Mutter System's frontline base. Ask them what price they're willing to pay. To target Mutter? Some counselors asked, puzzled. But balance is the most advantageous outcome for us. In this star system, the Thousand Alliance is powerful while the Mutter System is weak. Besides, we already made initial contact with the Mutter System, and the second step will be easier. Shouldn't we help Mutter? If this were the only frontline battlefield, then yes, Shinshur shook his head. But this isn't it. A defeat here won't cripple the Mutter System. Most importantly, have you forgotten about the Rancher's existence? The Rancher. Everyone fell silent. Unlike the Thousand Alliance, the Mutter System has a supreme ruler, the Rancher. Even in this intense war, the Rancher remains shrouded in mystery. His known interventions have all been crucial in turning the tide. I dare not say more. However, his individual strength absolutely surpasses all known life forms. At the very least, even Shinshur, after being modified by the bronze altar and possessing the power of time, wouldn't have absolute confidence in standing before the Rancher and surviving. The difference in scale is too great. According to records, the Rancher's first move in this war between systems was to annihilate all enemies on the entire battlefield in one fell swoop. That immense primal energy had become completely materialized, even surpassing the power of a supernova explosion. No one knows just how powerful the Rancher has become after being nurtured and sustained by the entire Mud system for so long. If individual strength weren't ultimately limited on such a battlefield, this war might never have occurred. Shinshur even suspects that the Rancher itself is a super civilization that has transformed all its citizens into spiritual forms and integrated them into its own consciousness world. Otherwise, there's no reason for it to display such power. Unfortunately, human civilization at this moment is also a civilization relying on individual strength. The existence of the Holy Land and Shinshur's strength each occupy half of human civilization's territory. Losing either would be enough to annihilate humanity on this dangerous battlefield. And now, one is needed in front of the Rancher. Therefore, realizing that human civilization has gained considerable prestige after this timeline shift, Shinshur decisively changed his original plan. He decided to side with the Thousand Alliance as much as possible. After all, the Rancher poses a far too great threat to him. He might not have come here to join the fray before, but he might not now. After listening to Shinshur's analysis and discussion, the other counselors also began to realize that while human civilization's involvement in this war seemed to offer advantages and substantial gains, it was ultimately a high-stakes gamble. Let alone the Ranchers, who could guarantee that the Thousand Alliance didn't possess some trump card capable of delivering a fatal blow. Since the situation could become dangerous, instead of continuing to delay and reap benefits, it was better to try and make a killing before withdrawing. Leaving aside the benefits the Thousand Alliance could offer, the looting after breaching the Mud base alone presented an excellent opportunity. Of course, there were risks. For example, the Thousand Alliance might turn around and settle scores after the war. The probability of this was definitely not small. Therefore, careful planning and cautious handling were essential. After a long period of planning, the delegation set to negotiate with the Thousand Alliance finally set off. This time, Shinshur did not go personally. Historical records suggest that his presence might already be under the watchful eyes of the Mulder faction and the Thousand Alliance. If he were to reappear at a Thousand Alliance or Mulder base as before, the most likely scenario would be not negotiation, but rather an attempt to directly arrest him, the leader. Even if he were confident of failing to capture him, Not only would it expose his true intentions, but it would also significantly reduce the likelihood of negotiation. Chapter 281. It can only be said that this shift in the timeline isn't entirely a good thing. While constantly gathering updates on the mission through the Holy Land, Shinshur was also pondering his next steps. Even if they were to defeat the Mutter system this time and make a fortune, human civilization's strength wouldn't be enough to rival the two major interstellar systems, and it would be far inferior to the 3A-level civilizations. The effects of 3,000 years were diminishing, and human civilization seemed to have once again reached a threshold, unable to see the true path ahead, unsure how to step out. Perhaps, it will take a long time to digest the gains of the past 1,000 years, Shinshur murmured to himself. Since there was no longer any way to reap huge profits, they could only develop slowly. In reality, human civilization's current strength was rather unstable. Almost all advanced devices were obtained from other places. Even in the third future timeline, their technological capabilities were only around the B7 level, far inferior to the B9 level civilizations that were merely ordinary soldiers on the front lines. This superficial strength might initially allow them to profit by leveraging Shinshur's personal power and the Holy Land's presence, but once they become aware of the situation, as is the case now, such opportunities will be difficult to regain. Otherwise, Shinshur could continue to play both sides, instead of choosing the Thousand Alliance as he is now. After making this profit, we take some time to consolidate, Shinshur decided. Of course, consolidation doesn't mean doing nothing. Even ordinary development has its methods. The 3,000 years still need to be utilized to the fullest extent, but that's a matter for later. Right now, the more important thing is this last deal. However, upon the arrival of the envoy at the Thousand Alliance, the first news was not good. The Thousand Alliance is behaving coldly. Shinshur frowned slightly. At this level, even the slightest fluctuation can reveal a lot, at least increasing the probability of a certain possibility by a certain percentage in high-intensity calculations. Therefore, the Thousand Alliance's behavior must have a reason. But there is no reason. According to current intelligence, the Thousand Alliance is actually at a disadvantage in the other two main battlefields. Their size and overall strength may even surpass the Mud system, but with the Ranchers' activity on the front lines, coupled with the 18B9 level civilizations gradually relocating their homeworld regions, showing a willingness to do anything to win, the pressure on the Thousand Alliance has increased significantly. Under these circumstances, they undoubtedly need a victory, a major gain, to reverse their disadvantage. This is also why Shinshur chose to cooperate with the Thousand Alliance. From the perspective of the overall system war, it is still the simplest and most effective means of balancing. However, the Thousand Alliance's reaction was somewhat unexpected. It's quite possible they're trying to intimidate us, but this tactic is probably meaningless, Shinshur pondered to himself. High-level negotiations are often very direct, because both sides possess extremely high computational abilities. As Shinshur had always emphasized, all conflicts ultimately boil down to intelligence. Even strength is a form of intelligence. Therefore, there must be some information they don't know that leads to the discrepancy between the actual situation and their predictions. Shinshur narrowed his eyes, already fully utilizing his time manipulation abilities. He was about to unleash his cheat code again. Peering into the future was incredibly taxing for him, and he couldn't see too far into the future. Even though his avatar from the third future timeline was significantly stronger than the one from the second future timeline used against the G-Emperor, he could only see about 7 or 8 years into the future. In interstellar warfare, this was practically useless. But this time, Shinshur discovered crucial information. Does the Thousand Alliance truly have the confidence to swallow up the Mud system on this galaxy's battlefield? Shinshur pondered. They even seem confident in swallowing up us, this suddenly appearing and weak third party. This is somewhat unexpected. Is it some kind of trump card? Or some kind of strategy? Calculating the possibilities, a trump card was more likely. Strategies were unlikely to play a significant role in this kind of war. Even abandoning the other two battlefields to fully support this one would take thousands of years to gradually complete. In such a long time frame, there was no way to hide anything. Therefore, it's highly likely that the recent decline forced the Thousand Alliance to reveal a new trump card. In that case, you may retreat, Shinshur said to the delegation at the end, then issued another important order: compress our people into the smallest possible units, and conceal yourselves as thoroughly as possible. It must be said that humanity's greatest trump card is concealment. With the Holy Land in place, humanity can compress its existence to the size of a single spaceship, or even just a single person. With such a large-scale concealment, even the Thousand Alliances, and the mud system would find it difficult to detect any trace of human civilization. But if there's a need, then, in an instant, human civilization's fleet could be spread to every corner where the Holy Land's personal terminals exist. Yes, although the situation has changed, Shinshur is still not prepared to give up. Whether successful or not, after this battle, human civilization will inevitably come into the view of the higher-ups of both systems. Perhaps even the rancher will personally intervene. The subsequent sedimentation of the plan is an inevitable trend. In other words, this may very well be an opportunity for human civilization to fish in troubled waters during this system war for a certain period of time. At least in the third future timeline. Therefore, Shinshur doesn't want to leave just like that. He thought for a moment, then added, by the way, send someone to conduct intelligence trading with the mud system again, saying that we have discovered the Thousand Alliance's confidence and decided to withdraw. This isn't to say he intends to side with the mud system, but rather that he doesn't want them to be simply wiped out. After completing all this, Shinshur and human civilization seem to have entered a state of dormancy ahead of time. Most traces disappeared, including Shinshur himself, who didn't go anywhere but stayed near the Mutter system's forward base, silently observing and waiting. Indeed, quite a lot could be observed. The Mutter system clearly believed the intelligence he had traded, exhibiting a noticeable contraction, gradually reducing its deployments and increasing the construction of defensive devices. The constantly overlapping phase spaces alone were somewhat unimaginable. At least when people attacked, they absolutely couldn't have imagined how many warships, weapons, and traps had been buried there. The Thousand Alliance's reaction was somewhat intriguing. Given the obvious changes in the Mutter system, the Thousand Alliance couldn't possibly have been oblivious. Yet, they remained unchanged, simply seizing the territory the Mutter system had shrunk and steadily advancing. This at least confirms that the Thousand Alliance's confidence didn't stem from lengthy strategic adjustments, but rather from some immediate, effective method. Some kind of special weapon system, or even a relic device, is the most likely candidate. Furthermore, the Thousand Alliance significantly intensified its search for human civilization. Shinshur received reports almost daily of humans lurking in dangerous areas. Possessing personal terminals and considerable mastery of primal energy, they were like a drop in the ocean in this battlefield. Even with the Thousand Alliance's technological capabilities, it was unlikely they could all be discovered. At most, a small fraction could be found. But even so, the Thousand Alliance showed no signs of letting up. Upon conquering a new location, their first action was to conduct large-scale reconnaissance, using both conventional and primal energy technologies simultaneously, even switching back and forth, determined to find everything. They're worried about us, Shinshur thought to himself. Due to the shift in the timeline, human civilization had indeed gained considerable renown in this war, and a significant amount of information about them had been gathered. At least, both the Thousand Alliance and Mud were well aware that this rather mysterious third party possessed extremely advanced seamless teleportation technology, capable of deploying large fleets in a very short time. However, they probably hadn't yet confirmed that human civilization's seamless teleportation technology required the prior establishment of coordinates. At most, this speculation exists as a list of possibilities. In other words, the current situation is merely an action taken in response to such speculation. To be so vigilant over a mere speculation, this concern is written all over the place. In other words, we might actually pose a significant threat to the Thousand Alliance's plan this time. Shinshur reached this conclusion, and felt a surge of anticipation. Sometimes, the enemy understands you better than you understand yourself. From the enemy's actions, you can see what you can do. Keep hidden at all costs. Shinshur ordered again. Anyone discovered and killed must be replaced. In war, as long as it's for a greater good, there's no fear of sacrifice, especially after completely controlling the Holy Land. Battlefield casualties are greatly reduced. After all, if you're outmatched, you retreat immediately. Total annihilation is simply not an option. And in Shinshur's eyes, the sacrifices at this moment are worthwhile. He even tripled the merit points for each coordinate using a personal terminal for covert operations, both as a reward and to demonstrate his high regard for them. Time began to slow down. The atmosphere across the entire galactic battlefield seemed to be taking a strange turn. Even the peaceful cities on the frontline planets, where people were born and lived freely, seemed to be gripped by a sense of heaviness. This continued for 10 years, 50 years, 100 years. 340 years had passed since Shinshur issued the order to shrink the galaxy. The Thousand Alliance seemed to have already taken control of 3/4 of the galaxy, surrounding all of the Mutter system's controlled areas, even including external nodes, appearing poised to completely annihilate the Mutter system. However, Shinshur was perfectly clear, and the Mutter system was equally clear that the Thousand Alliance's apparent strength was simply insufficient to accomplish this. Most importantly, Shinshur had received information from the other two battlefields that the rancher hadn't appeared for over 100 years. This news couldn't possibly have reached here in such a short time. Only the human civilization possessing a holy land and having already dispatched personnel with personal terminals to those two locations would know. Yet this news greatly alarmed Shinshur. The reason was simple. The speed of intelligence transmission far exceeded the speed of warp travel. Given the Mutter system's technological level, it would only take about 200 to 300 years to transmit the information from here to the central battlefield, the star system the rancher had previously been in. Calculating the timeline, that seemed to be precisely the beginning of the rancher's disappearance. So it really did come here. Shinshur narrowed his eyes slightly. It's somewhat conceivable, given that the Mud system currently holds an advantage in the other two main battlefields, yet here, the Thousand Alliance appears brimming with confidence. Therefore, regardless of their true intentions, revealing the rancher as their trump card is a highly probable choice. Furthermore, Shinshur hadn't forgotten that the rancher was ultimately an individual, not a civilization as a whole. As a fellow supreme ruler, Shinshur was acutely aware that when something seemed amiss, he trusted himself more than the civilization. After all, he possessed far too many strengths and trump cards, and when even he couldn't fully grasp their potential, he always felt uneasy about the rest of the civilization. He dared not gamble everything on others, making personal intervention or deep involvement a crucial option. While he didn't know if the rancher felt the same way, given the Thousand Alliance's hidden trump cards, the probability of the rancher coming personally was indeed not low. So, he had a chance to meet this rancher? Realizing this, even Shinshur felt a surge of unease. His memories easily returned to the very beginning. When Shinshur first heard the name Rancher from Future Line 1, he immediately envisioned him as a terrifying interstellar overlord. Putting it into his own mind, he was like Thanos from Marvel. He treated the entire universe and countless civilizations as his farm, capable of shattering galaxies, annihilating all things, and plunging civilizations into oblivion with a single thought. By all accounts, he seemed like an invincible, ultimate villain, bringing despair to countless civilizations. As human civilization's strength increased, and its understanding of the universe deepened, this perception remained unchanged, becoming even clearer. It was a true mountain weighing heavily on Shinshur's heart. Only after truly mastering the trading market and undergoing the transformation of the Bronze Palace did this pressure and vague fear begin to ease. And now, after more than 3,000 years, was it finally time to encounter this rancher? Chapter 282. Realizing this possibility, Shinshur felt no worry, but rather a vague anticipation. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. In this interstellar society where intelligence is paramount, human civilization's information about the ranchers remains pitifully scarce. This undoubtedly exacerbates unease and severely limits future actions. However, obtaining intelligence about the ranchers within this variable future timeline would be extremely important. In Shinshur's view, this might even be more important than plundering more equipment in this war. However, now that this possibility is recognized, preparations must be made in advance. Designate the Mold System's base as a core observation area, and simultaneously increase personnel transfers from the home planet, especially those with personal terminals. Shinshur issued a series of orders. In short, it's about increasing investment, especially in reconnaissance. Although the extent of its effectiveness is unknown, as long as it's effective, even if all the equipment is destroyed here, or even if personnel suffer heavy losses, it will be worthwhile. It was only because Shinshur now held a significant position within Future Line 3 that such an order could have been issued so easily. Regardless, Shinshur's will remain crystal clear and unwavering. Once everything was prepared, all that remained was to wait. Shinshur hadn't forgotten himself either. He even once again infiltrated the Mutter System's base, replacing himself with a high-ranking individual. The head of a military base was named UC, a Lori, whose individual combat abilities were the best among the 18 B9 level civilizations. This civilization was obsessed with modifying their own military capabilities. Their life evolution devices were top-notch among all B9 level civilizations, and their individual modifications were even more so. Therefore, they were relatively easy to disguise, as Shinshur could completely conceal himself with various devices, and coupled with his primal energy strength, even people from A-level civilizations couldn't detect his inner workings. At this moment, in this position, Shinshur could clearly feel the confidence transmitted from the higher levels of the Mute system. Clearly, the Thousand Alliance had ample confidence, and the Mute system also had ample confidence. It seems the rancher is really coming, Shinshur murmured to himself. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine where this confidence came from. Just as he was keeping a close watch, a message suddenly came from above. It wasn't news of an attack or other combat preparations, but rather a retreat. Yes, a complete retreat. This made Shinshur think that news had also come from other battlefields. Whenever the rancher made a move, even members of the mud system couldn't openly observe, and the enemy was annihilated as much as possible. This leader probably doesn't want his information to leak out, but to be so wary even of his own people. This kind of leader. Shinshur analyzed the current situation, while following orders to his troops. He realized that it wasn't just him who had received the evacuation order. Many other places, quite far apart, were in the same situation. Clearly, the rancher didn't even want to reveal information like where he would make his move. However, this cautious attitude gave Shinshur a peculiar feeling. Too cautious. He recalled everything about the rancher. Basically, all the recorded information highlighted his immense power. For example, personally leading the team to eliminate the children of the Earth civilization, suppressing the 3 major A-level civilizations. Even the mysterious history of the early days of the mud system subtly emphasized the rancher's strength. He single-handedly changed the war situation between the 3 major A-level civilizations, even incorporating them all into the mud system he led. Why would someone so powerful, seemingly unmatched in the entire universe, be so wary and worried about others knowing his basic information? This wariness was clearly inconsistent with his power. Shinshur could easily think of many possibilities. For example, the rancher didn't want to expose himself, or perhaps the rancher's actions would reveal some of his trump cards, or even some weaknesses. The more it's like this, the more interesting it becomes. Shinshur narrowed his eyes slightly. Ordinary people might not be able to pinpoint which battlefield the rancher would appear on, but Shinshur was different. Through the Holy Land, he could largely ignore the impact of distance. He only needed to place people with personal terminals from the Holy Land in every possible location to receive intelligence information immediately and arrive as quickly as possible. Thus, while Shinshur was making preparations, due to the current retreat of the mud system, the Thousand Alliance once again exerted its pressure without restraint. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense. Especially from Shinshur's perspective, this vast starfield resembled a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment due to the slightest change. However, the true fuse, the ignition point, was also crucial. The rancher should have arrived already. Both sides are waiting for a critical moment, a moment they can control. Shinshur frowned slightly. Observing Chiameng's actions, he vaguely sensed that Chiameng might already know of the rancher's arrival. Or rather, they had prepared for this from the beginning. If this possibility holds, then their previous inexplicable confidence, their disregard for them as a third party, and the subsequent extensive search of them. Shinshur suddenly realized something. This was a trap. A trap to deal with the rancher. And the rancher knew it was a trap, yet he still came, because he might intend to use it against them. If that's really the case, then in the end, it's still a battle with all cards in the air. Shinshur felt that this time, his chances were getting increasingly greater. Wasn't it about igniting the fire? His emotions began to rise steadily. How can you decide this ignition point yourselves? It's time to demonstrate the disruptive power of a third party in calculating possibilities. Shinshur stared at a spot, his previously hidden base, where he had already prepared everything. At a certain moment, countless silent, colorless, yet breathtaking roars simultaneously erupted throughout the entire universe. Those were weapons Shinshur had already deployed. Their activation at that moment almost instantly destroyed most of the automated defense devices of the Mutter system in this large area. Even in the relatively weak intelligence transmission of the universe, this was enough for both sides on this battlefield to receive the news immediately. A third party has intervened. Both the Mutter system and the Thousand Alliance realized the source of the explosion in an instant. Especially the Thousand Alliance, they realized this is an opportunity created specifically for them by a third party. The Pirate Alliance. What kind of ancient artifacts and devices does their civilization possess? They already conducted a large-scale search. How did they manage to hide them? Never mind, this opportunity can't be missed. That's right, the Pirate Alliance's goal is at most to plunder some artifacts and wealth, while our goal is to annihilate the ranchers. Our goals are different. Maintaining a certain level of tacit cooperation is not bad. But we're not ready yet. Murd and the ranchers certainly aren't ready either. Although Shinshur didn't know how the Thousand Alliance's decision-makers were thinking and making their decisions, he could imagine that the Thousand Alliance would never easily let this opportunity slip by. A huge gap had already appeared in Murd's defensive system. In a fraction of a second, before even a message could be relayed, the Thousand Alliance's army launched a rapid offensive, plunging deep into the breach. The Mud system was caught completely off guard and could only retreat under the fierce onslaught, losing a large number of frontline bases in a short period and further reducing its defensive capabilities. It could be said that the Thousand Alliance had already snowballed its advantage in this offensive and defensive war involving most of the star system. Even though the war seemed to have just begun, even Shinshur, as an observer, could see that unless the Mudder system seized an opportunity to achieve a major victory, their defeat was almost inevitable. And that opportunity had arrived. It was the Thousand Alliance's command fleet. Yes, as the Thousand Alliance's command fleet in this interstellar battlefield, it should have been a top secret. Even the Thousand Alliance members themselves would have difficulty knowing the location of this core brain. Yet now, it had appeared so openly on this dangerous battlefield, practically handing the Mudder system a chance to turn the tide of battle right to their doorstep. Could it be a fake? Gong Chu, who was also closely watching the battlefield, couldn't help but ask, or rather, how can they convince the Mudder system that this really is their command fleet, that all the core commanders are in this fleet? The primal energy, of course, Shinshur said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Primal energy? Yes, in interstellar society, being powerful in primal energy doesn't necessarily make one a leader, but a leader is definitely powerful in primal energy. And right now, there's a large group of people in this fleet with extremely high primal energy proficiency. Even if these aren't the core commanders, they must be important figures. If I were the rancher, I'd probably give it a shot. If I succeed, the Thousand Alliance will suffer heavy losses no matter what, Shinshur said. But what if we fail? Gong Chu frowned. I won't fail, Shinshur said calmly. At least I won't fall into a trap. That's my absolute confidence. So now it's up to the rancher to see if he has that confidence. What do you think, sir? Gong Chu asked again. He was somewhat tense. Clearly, he knew what the rancher's appearance would mean. It meant they would have the opportunity to truly understand some of the intelligence about this cosmic overlord. However, this time, Shinshur shook his head. I don't know, he said. They knew too little about the rancher. Normally, the rancher would come for the bait offered by the Thousand Alliance, and he already knew that this was likely a trap set by the Thousand Alliance, yet he still came, which was enough to demonstrate the rancher's confidence. However, his previous overly cautious behavior was enough to demonstrate the rancher's caution. Therefore, even Shinshur didn't know if the rancher would come. But Shinshur understood that if the rancher didn't come, then at most 5 years later, even if he appeared, the Mud system would be powerless to turn the tide in this galactic battlefield. Individuals ultimately cannot truly dominate the battlefield. So, all that remained was to wait. In the first year, the rancher did not appear, and the Thousand Alliance continued its attacks. Although the Mud system began to organize a decent counterattack, it could only barely delay the inevitable defeat. In the second year, the rancher did not appear, but the Mud system's counterattack was broken. The Thousand Alliance seemed to have unleashed a completely new trump card. Countless primal energy spores formed an enormous interstellar monster, tens of millions of times the size of the sun, resembling a planet devourer from mythology. Its body was imbued with terrifying primal energy, filling the entire battlefield. Villages under the primal energy master's level only needed to be viewed from tens of light years away to experience a collapse of consciousness, plunging into boundless delusion and fear. This devastating weapon startled even Shinshur. It was utterly chaotic, a pure frenzy, like a brutal blending of countless primal energies from different cultures, civilizations, and races. Shinshur was certain that its destructive power was indiscriminate, friend or foe. While frantically attacking the Mud system, it was also frantically influencing the Thousand Alliance itself. However, the Mud system was ultimately the most affected, because the Thousand Alliance could choose where it appeared. Is this the Thousand Alliance's trump card against the rancher? A pale-faced human counselor asked beside Shinshur. But Shinshur shook his head. Clearly, this is still a lure. This is telling the rancher that they already revealed part of their trump card. Even without this, the Mud system's defeat was inevitable, so revealing it prematurely was clearly not a provocation, but rather a show of weakness, a further enticement. However, the rancher still hadn't appeared that year. In the third year, the Thousand Alliance's offensive noticeably accelerated, and they didn't do anything specifically targeting the ranchers. It was as if they had given up hope, and only wanted to sever all the tentacles of the Mud system in this star system. In the fourth year, the core command fleet, originally intended as bait, was gradually withdrawing, as if they had truly given up on luring the ranchers. Chapter 283. Human civilization, as bystanders, was forced to hesitate in the face of this situation. If the rancher doesn't show up in the end, we might miss the last chance to plunder and reap the rewards, a human counselor expressed his concern. Indeed, to profit on such a battlefield, the necessary condition is that both sides are too busy to deal with them. The present moment was indeed a good opportunity. However, fearing that the rancher's appearance would cause unpredictable changes to the battlefield, Shinshur did not order an attack. Now, the war was nearing its end. If even the rancher's appearance couldn't change the outcome, the mud system should retreat completely, and the Thousand Alliance would also be confident of victory, even having the opportunity to protect their spoils. At that point, human civilization would truly have no chance to profit. Furthermore, on the battlefield afterward, both the Thousand Alliance and Mud would inevitably take them, this small third party, seriously, and there might never be another opportunity like this to make a final profit. To exaggerate a bit, the profits from this round could even determine whether the fourth future line will emerge. Mr. Shin, I think we should make our move. That's right, Chairman Shin. It's easy to calculate. The ranchers have already missed the optimal time to act. The likelihood of them making a move is extremely low. If we side with the Thousand Alliance and attack the mud system, they will be completely routed and will primarily retreat, making it even less likely they will act. From a profit-driven perspective, that's indeed the case. Counselor Shin, one human counselor after another offered their opinions to Shinshur. Although Shinshur possessed extremely high prestige and power within human civilization, even to the point of being virtually unchallenged, this didn't mean the other humans were without the right to voice their opinions. In fact, Shinshur had been actively cultivating the initiative of the other high-ranking humans. Therefore, more and more counselors were now offering their opinions. That is, to intervene. The reason for this unanimous agreement was naturally because the situation on the battlefield was already quite clear. If they intervened now, humanity still had a chance to reap a huge final profit. Conversely, the risk was minimal, and even in the worst-case scenario, humanity, relying on the Holy Land, had the ability to minimize losses. Even Shinshur himself, in his rational analysis, felt that intervention was necessary. However, Shinshur always had a vague sense of unease. He felt that this war shouldn't be heading in this direction. If they truly missed their chance, or were hesitant to act due to fear of the Thousand Alliance's trump cards, then why did the rancher even bother coming? At least a basic probe would be necessary. Quiet, Shinshur said, and the meeting suddenly fell silent. At that moment, Shinshur closed his eyes. He needed to see the future. At least the most probable future. What he saw made Shinshur gasp. The reason was simple. He saw a trap set for human civilization. That's right. In one possible future scenario, humanity made its move, but at the moment of attack, the Thousand Alliance and the Mud system simultaneously abandoned their mutual attacks and instead targeted them. Caught off guard, countless human warships were unable to escape through the limited personal terminals of the Holy Lands. Humanity suffered devastating losses. Good heavens, this possibility is actually the most likely, Shinshur muttered to himself. With the powerful computing capabilities of interstellar societies, they naturally couldn't overlook this possibility. However, in their calculations, the probability was extremely low. Even if they did this, it would at most only teach them, the third party, a lesson. Neither side in the conflict would gain any significant benefit, especially the Thousand Alliance. Temporarily abandoning their attack on the Mutter system was practically giving the Mutter system an opportunity to withdraw, or even turn the tide. This was undoubtedly not in their best interest. Yet, Shinshur's short-term exploration of the future revealed a considerable possibility. This meant that the Thousand Alliance and the Mutter system must have reached some kind of agreement targeting them. There must be reasons I don't understand, Shinshur murmured to himself. He was perfectly clear that in such a system, it was impossible for them to coordinate an attack on a third party simply to vent their anger or to get rid of onlookers. There must be underlying interests that Shinshur was unaware of. In other words, both sides believe that temporarily joining forces against human civilization is more advantageous. However, whatever the possible reasons, now that the outcome is known, this is an opportunity. We won't intervene, Shinshur suddenly ordered. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Although Shinshur didn't even give a reason, once he made his decision, no one dared to object. This is the prestige Shinshur now commands. In the second future timeline, things wouldn't be so simple. However, in the third future timeline, destroying Shinshur's prestige would require at least several major blunders. Before that, no matter how unreasonable Shinshur's orders seemed, the entire Supreme Council, and indeed everyone in human civilization, would obey them 100% and follow Shinshur's central ideas. Thus, humanity remained inactive. In the fifth year, the core command personnel deliberately exposed by the Thousand Alliance, after partially retreating, actually paused their withdrawal. Many of the human civilization's counselors had already begun to change their emotions. This was due to the influx of more information. If we consider reaching a conclusion as solving a complex calculation problem, then, as the known conditions change, the answer will also constantly change, and this was the case now. Some people's gazes toward Shinshur now carried a hint of greater surprise and reverence. Although it wasn't immediately apparent, some clues were already emerging from Shinshur's choices. In the 6th year, the mud system had begun a complete collapse. Even with the rancher personally taking action and destroying all the core commanders of the Thousand Alliances used as bait, it was difficult to reverse the mud system's crushing defeat on the battlefield. In the 7th year, the mud system seemed beyond saving. In the 8th year, the mud system was left with less than 1/5 of its original territory. All its fleets and weaponry were compressed to a minimum. In the 9th year, the Thousand Alliances seemed to have already decided on the final outcome. They appeared to have given up on luring the rancher, and all the core personnel exposed as bait began to retreat, disappearing without a trace in a short period of time. Just when many human counselors began to believe the war was over, a sudden upheaval erupted. Extremely high-level primal energy fluctuations detected. Extremely high scale, completely exceeding our previous detection limits. This is definitely not something a single intelligent life form could accomplish. Location: District 13. Where is our envoy stationed there? Can he report the results of close-range observations? At this moment, not only human civilization, but also the Thousand Alliance, and even the mud system itself, were instantly abuzz with excitement, as if everyone's attention had been focused on the primal energy eruption zone. Even Shinshur, who had already known about this event from his future probes, began to get excited. It's the rancher, no doubt about it. As expected, he made a powerful move. This power indeed exceeded Shinshur's expectations. However, not in terms of scale. The sheer size and vastness of this energy were predictable. After all, the rancher, strictly speaking, was essentially the master of primal energy within the entire mud system. The primal energy of the vast majority of intelligent life within the mud system was concentrated in him, and after hundreds of thousands of years of herding, the amount of primal energy the rancher could control was beyond imagination. This was, after all, such a massive accumulation. But what truly surprised Shinshur was that he could clearly sense a transformation beginning within this surging primal energy. Yes, just like him. The primal energy Shinshur now possessed could no longer be called primal energy. This power allowed Shinshur to directly interfere with the rules of reality, achieving effects that were fundamentally incomprehensible and unstudyable. The rancher's primal energy already possessed this familiar feeling, perhaps not quite reaching Shinshur's level, but coupled with its unbelievably exaggerated size. Shinshur was certain that he, in his current state, would likely not be able to withstand the rancher for long. There should be something else. Shinshur sensed carefully, then his figure suddenly vanished. I need to go. Also, you can begin your operation. Take this opportunity to send out all our preparations and launch a frenzied attack. Whether it's the Thousand Alliance or the Mute System, take as much as you can. Mr. Shin, you mean? Some people's emotions suddenly became agitated. That's right, that's exactly what I mean. The Thousand Alliance should also be in a certain degree of chaos now, and they can also be targets for plunder. As for the Mute System, the rest are the toughest nuts to crack. As for how to deal with them specifically, we adapt to the situation. I trust your abilities. Shinshur's words had already been transmitted to the others through the Holy Land's communication function. As for himself, he had already appeared near the edge of the battlefield. Shinshur wanted to use the Holy Land for rapid movement, but unlike others, who had to put themselves into slumber and have others take them away through a trade, he could directly return to the main timeline and then go directly from the main world to his desired destination. This was much more convenient. Therefore, the instant Shinshur appeared, he concealed himself within a unique temporal dimension, ensuring he remained undetected by anyone. At least, those unable to control the temporal dimension couldn't possibly observe him. If the rancher could discover him, it would actually indicate that the rancher had also accessed the realm of time. Compared to this intelligence, being discovered was a minor matter. In short, Shinshur was silently hidden on the battlefield. When he noticed the most intense part of the battlefield, he was also deeply moved. He was astonished, utterly astonished. Because what he saw was not a lone rancher, but a legion, an incredibly massive legion. These legions were completely different from the warships of common knowledge. They resembled some kind of mechanical life form. Some even maintained humanoid shapes, with bodies and heads larger than planets, and tangible energy constantly surging along the patterns on their bodies. These things are less like technological creations and more like mystical artifacts, Shinshur thought at that moment. His first thought wasn't of armor or Gundams, but rather of a kind of being called the Celestials from Earth-era fantasy works. Of course, not exactly the same, but the feeling they evoked was quite similar. Just as Shinshur said, from a scientific point of view, whether it's warships or weapons, being made like this would be completely disadvantageous for interstellar warfare. Moreover, when Shinshur saw one of the giants raise his hand and gently wave it, instantly annihilating countless thousand Alliance warships, his lips twitched. There was no mistake. The opponent had altered the laws of physics. Just as Shinshur had said, his primal energy could even influence, or even change, the most fundamental rules constituting the reality of the universe, not merely materialize them. These legions brought out by the rancher possessed such abilities. While not as powerful as Shinshur, their sheer size allowed them to unleash terrifying power. For example, what Shinshur had just witnessed. In reality, it involved subtly altering some parameters of warp drive, extremely minor, yet enough to plunge all the warships in that area into a state of warp annihilation. Given the rigor of technology, this alteration seems to have struck at the very foundation of the technology. Let alone the warships of the Thousand Alliance. Even those with several levels of advanced technology would likely struggle to withstand it, because the very foundation of their technological tree is flawed. All parameters, all designs, all understandings, are completely wrong. So, this is why the ranchers are so powerful. Shinshur felt that even just obtaining this information was a huge gain. He had even stopped paying attention to the human fleet's continuous plundering elsewhere, focusing entirely on observing the ranchers' legion. This close observation revealed things he had never imagined. They're not even real entities. This energy, this structure. This thing is simply a fantasy legion from the world of consciousness. If Shinshur were younger, he would probably have gasped in shock. Chapter 284. The world of consciousness is a truly wondrous place. When intelligent life forms become masters of primal energy, it means that a relatively complete world of consciousness has formed within their minds. Within this world, unique rules have developed. And these rules are clearly different from the material universe of reality. Taking human civilization as an example, the world of consciousness created by human masters of primal energy basically includes the past of human history. Slightly more powerful masters not only recreate history, but also include mythology. Shinshur's world of consciousness has experienced the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of mythology, and in its subsequent refinement, it has gradually filled in the initial primordial stories, including Hongjun, the 3 pure ones, and even the subsequent investiture of the gods. To some extent, the so-called world of consciousness is actually the delusion of intelligent life. However, under the increasingly powerful influence of primal energy, this world becomes extremely realistic. To put it simply, if we compare the brain of an intelligent life form to a computer, then the world of consciousness is a game world constructed by this computer. Therefore, altering the laws of physics is practically standard practice in the world of consciousness. However, primal energy cannot change reality. Even if one possessed an antique copy of Journey to the West and constructed a Monkey King in the world of consciousness, this Monkey King could not truly materialize, or even if he did, he could not possess the power of the myth. This is because the physical rules of reality do not support the materialization of such imaginary power, not even primal energy. What he could do was, within the realm of primal energy attacks, invade the consciousness of other intelligent beings using his own power of consciousness. Only in this kind of attack could the great sage equaling heaven truly unleash its power. This is why primal energy attacks require primal energy methods to defend against, while other forms of physical attacks are largely ineffective using primal energy methods. But what he was witnessing completely shattered this understanding. Because these armors, which were actually appearing before his eyes, and playing a significant role, could not be explained by mere technology. At this moment, Shinshur even felt an indescribable sensation. Is this universe, this world, that I inhabit, truly real? It seems this perception has existed for a long time. Logically, the universe shouldn't contain so many incredibly complex, unimaginable technologies. Yet, the entire universe seems to contain an endless treasure trove, from the wondrous curvature to the wondrous primal energy, to various wondrous technological principles. Everything seems somewhat beyond comprehension, yet it can be easily explained with the phrase, "The path of knowledge is limitless." But now, even this true manifestation of fantasy has appeared. Even the fundamental rules constituting the material world have been broken. This is almost indistinguishable from true mythology, as if nothing is impossible in the entire universe. Considering the power of the time crystal he possessed, this universe is definitely not a simple material universe. Shinshur slowly exhaled, this thought surfacing in his mind. After all, no matter how unreal it may seem, what appears in reality is real. He continued to observe the battle unfolding before him. It must be said that under the irrational attacks of the Fantasy Legion, the Thousand Alliance's A-class warships and high-energy weapons were utterly meaningless. It was a one-sided crushing defeat. Shinshur even witnessed a gigantic, beast-like mechanical monster open its mouth, creating a small black hole before him. Countless warships were instantly and frantically sucked in, compressed to their absolute limit, and vanished. Shinshur was at a loss for words. These were A-class warships. Even a B-class warship could escape a real black hole in space, let alone such a small one. After all, advanced phase space technology could grant them terrifying resistance to gravity. Yet, this scene still unfolded. Undoubtedly, the laws of physics had changed at that moment. Although he hadn't yet seen the actual rancher, just this one look was enough for Shinshur to draw a conclusion. Human civilization at present was absolutely no match for the rancher. Perhaps Shinshur could easily escape using equally unreasonable methods, like manipulating time, but the human fleet would be utterly vulnerable against this fantastical legion, and would be destroyed in an instant if it faced the rancher directly. It seems we haven't reached the point where we can directly confront the mud system, Shinshur muttered to himself. As the war neared its end, and the rancher still hadn't appeared, Shinshur was about to leave when the situation suddenly changed. One colossal beast after another appeared on the battlefield. It was primal energy spores. Shinshur recognized it immediately as the Thousand Alliance's method. However, while these primal energy spores were wondrous and powerful, they were merely manifestations of primal energy, lacking the ability to alter the laws of physics. Shinshur suddenly realized something. That's right, while primal energy spores didn't possess the rancher's ability to alter the laws of physics, as manifestations of primal energy, existing in a state of flux between reality and illusion, this monster army composed of primal energy spores was also unaffected by the laws of physics. No wonder this war has been deadlocked, Shinshur seemed to understand. Sure enough, with the appearance of the primal energy spore army on the battlefield, the rancher's fantasy army finally suffered losses. Both sides seemed to have abandoned all long-range attacks and advanced weaponry, turning instead to the most primitive and brutal hand-to-hand combat in this universe. If one disregards the planet-like size of these individual legions, from a distance, it resembles a battle from the age of cold weapons, where all techniques are meaningless, and only physical clashes and impacts truly matter. If this isn't the case, the Thousand Alliance and the Mud system are far from evenly matched. Moreover, Shinshur quickly realized that the outcome of this war might still be a defeat for the Mud system. Because the Thousand Alliance had clearly anticipated the rancher's appearance, if they hadn't lured the hidden human civilization into action beforehand, they would likely have focused all their efforts on the rancher from the very beginning. The current situation is exactly as Shinshur predicted. The rancher still appears ferocious, but it's clear his legion is avoiding direct combat as much as possible, instead focusing all its efforts on dealing with the bait thrown out by the Thousand Alliance, the fleet that serves as the core command center of this star system. To lure the rancher out, this bait is incredibly realistic, and it's probably currently on the verge of abandoning the plan. Its defenses aren't as strong as they were at their peak, so the last remaining forces have already been brutally attacked by the rancher. If the rancher manages to devour the rest, even if the Mutter system completely withdraws from this star system, it can likely reclaim it quickly. The outcome is uncertain. However, judging from the current situation, it's still quite precarious. It's about to appear. Shinshur suddenly looked in a certain direction. Just as he suspected, the Thousand Alliance definitely has a trump card. At the edge of the battlefield, a pitch-black mist appeared out of thin air in the universe and spread rapidly. Everything in its path was swallowed up. Even the eternal starlight vanished with its appearance, giving the impression of a vast black curtain completely enveloping the battlefield. This was completely different from the black curtain that Uren had created. Uren's was merely used to block the light of stars, yet it already required immense effort. Now, the black mist was omnipresent, filling every corner of the battlefield. Even Shinshur was within its coverage. He could clearly sense that this so-called black mist was essentially a manifestation of primal energy, but it seemed very different from the manifestation he had named primal energy spores. It appeared to have no specific size, no material existence, and was instead a constantly fluctuating, overlapping space. The specific effects were imperceptible to Shinshur. However, he had already astutely concealed himself within the dimension of time. Just then, a fierce conflict erupted somewhere on the battlefield. The Thousand Alliance's spore legions disbanded one after another, surging madly towards a certain direction along the black mist, like a tidal wave, brutally destroying everything in their path. Even Shinshur realized the root of this change. The rancher's location had been exposed. With a slight thought, Shinshur rushed towards that direction. If the rancher had truly perished here, then the future actions of human civilization would undergo a drastic change. Therefore, he had to confirm this. However, he ultimately dared not use warp drive technology, nor even induce warp changes, as that would disrupt his control over time. This directly resulted in an extremely slow travel speed. Before Shinshur arrived, the entire battlefield seemed to undergo another unknown change. The intense, invisible primal energy erupted suddenly and then subsided, and even the black mist that had enveloped the battlefield spanning tens of light years began to dissipate rapidly. Is it over? Shinshur frowned slightly, and made a sudden decision. Evan, full speed warp. At this moment, he didn't even care about revealing himself. After all, it was only him and the Evan here. He was fully capable of instantly trading Evan away and hiding himself in the time dimension. Such an action would undoubtedly expose him. Suddenly, the black mist reappeared, but it all surged towards his location. That strange feeling resurfaced, as if within the black mist, the Thousand Alliance could know everything in an instant, and the Bin district could react instantly. However, before the primal energy spores could even surge in, Shinshur had already appeared on the battlefield. The scene before him astonished him. It was an incredibly massive device, or rather, an incredibly massive crystal, emitting a soft light. Wherever it went, all the primal energy spores were blocked, even the omnipresent black mist. As for the rancher, there was no trace of him. Only large fragments remained, the wreckage of the Thousand Alliance warship. Clearly, the rancher had won. He not only accomplished what he wanted to achieve, biting the bait's tail and swallowing it whole, inflicting heavy losses on the Thousand Alliance, but also managed to escape successfully. However, the Thousand Alliance also won. Because the rancher left behind this thing. A relic device? That was Shinshur's first thought, but he quickly shook his head. It shouldn't be. The traces of this primal energy are exactly the same as the rancher's, so this thing is a relic device that the rancher copied? Shinshur had given up on guessing, because the Thousand Alliance's attack was rushing towards him relentlessly. Clearly, having lost the rancher, they didn't want to lose Shinshur, their third-party trace. However, this speed was still too slow for Shinshur. Yiwen, Qingmian, Shinshur decisively ordered, then instantly stored Yiwen in his personal space. Immediately afterward, his figure vanished from the spot. The Thousand Alliance's actions became even more intense. If the Thousand Alliance's leadership team didn't possess strong primal energy mastery, they would be absolutely furious at this moment. It was one thing to fail to capture a rancher, but how could even a third party vanish without a trace within their black mist domain? However, what tormented them even more was yet to come. The enormous crystal floating in midair also disappeared in the next instant. Yes, it was Shinshur who had taken action. Since he had seen it, there was no reason to let it go. Everyone, prepare to evacuate. Shinshur's order was relayed to the others. Although it may seem like only a short time has passed since the rancher appeared, this war has actually lasted for several years. The human civilization's legions had already begun looting other battlefields, and they were even raiding the Thousand Alliances and the Mud system simultaneously. With the Holy Land personal terminals already spread throughout the battlefield, this swift raid was decisive, erupting almost instantly, a frenzied plundering before either side could even react. Receiving Shinshur's order at this moment didn't mean the plundering would stop. On the contrary, it meant the plundering had entered its second phase. Because the time between the end of the main battlefield and the Thousand Alliance recovering was the best time for plundering. Human civilization was making a final, frenzied effort, utilizing the Holy Land's incredibly powerful communication capabilities and mobility. They even extended their reach to the logistical bases of both sides' rear areas along with the Thousand Alliance's offensive. Furthermore, they learned the rancher's secret, and even seized the Thousand Alliance's greatest spoils of war. Shinshur could only say that this time, they had won decisively. Chapter 285. Finally, only after the Thousand Alliance had essentially conquered the Mud system and begun targeting the human civilization forces that were plundering their spoils, did Shinshur issue the final order to retreat. Although this resulted in the sacrifice of some, it ensured the maximization of profits. As the leader of a civilization that had existed for over 3,000 years, Shinshur naturally wouldn't hesitate in such sacrifices. However, he was also well aware that this continuous development and struggle that had lasted for over 3,000 years was likely to come to a temporary end. If this round of spoils were fully digested, while it wouldn't be enough to contend with the two major systems, at least in terms of power, they would possess a degree of open strength capable of confronting them. For example, Shinshur estimated that they might even have the strength to engage in a hard-fought battle with an A-level civilization. However, this was merely relying on open strength, at most reaching the limit of world line changes, but unable to allow human civilization to achieve any further breakthroughs, because their technological level was still far too inferior. Therefore, what follows will be an extremely long period of development. Shinshur doesn't plan to make any major moves. At most, he monitors the developments of this war, while focusing all his efforts on his own development. At the very least, he wants to ensure that the technological level of human civilization in the future timeline reaches the level of the 3 major A-level civilizations. Prepare to return. Head straight back to the pirate base, Shinshur ordered. The so-called pirate base refers to the place where all the looted goods were gathered. It's also the Pirate Alliance's headquarters, hidden in the desolate land, but maintaining a certain distance from the solar system. Trade between them is only conducted quickly through the Holy Land. After all, these looted devices contained a vast amount of technology far beyond comprehension, some of which was simply unusable and posed unknown risks. Therefore, even digesting the spoils would be a massive undertaking. After returning to the solar system, Shinshur convened another high-level meeting. This meeting has 2 purposes. First, to summarize the current situation, and second, to define and envision the next phase. Shinshur didn't rush to take the spoils to the main world. Even the human civilization of World 3 struggled to digest these spoils, let alone the main world. Devices that couldn't be used correctly wouldn't be able to help with the timeline changes. Therefore, he planned to digest these technologies in future Line 3, and then gradually bring them to the main world. He had a premonition. Once digestion was complete, the main world would once again head towards a completely different future. Perhaps, at that time, future Line 4 would truly emerge. This is the interstellar social system of human civilization that Shinshur yearns for. We have already categorized these spoils of war through the capture technicians. It must be said that, technically speaking alone, the technology contained within these devices surpasses our own by at least 10 generations. In other words, simply using these devices will be a massive undertaking, Shinshur continued. Therefore, I have prepared a 5,000-year plan. Within 5,000 years, we aim to reach a point where we can correctly use the devices and maximize their effectiveness. 5,000 years, and they only manage to use the devices properly. It seems incredibly lenient. However, only those who truly understand will realize that this is an exceptionally arduous goal. The higher the technological level, the more difficult it becomes to develop. For the 3 major A-level civilizations, a mere 5,000 years is a significant achievement if they manage to break through even 1 or 2 key technologies. Yet Shinshur demands a complete overhaul of all devices within these short 5,000 years. If this demand were told to Emperor Ji at this moment, he would surely think it was utterly delusional. However, Shinshur naturally has his confidence. Firstly, human civilization has, over its long development process, created a program specifically designed for assimilating technology. After all, it can be said that human civilization has almost no experience in developing its own technology. All its development has been about rapidly absorbing new technologies. Perhaps this has certain drawbacks, namely, when technology cannot be directly acquired, human civilization's level of independent research and development can drop to a frighteningly low level. However, Shinshur has consistently been able to produce more powerful and advanced technologies. Even if one day we truly assimilate all available technologies and must develop independently, humanity will likely have no rivals. The initial disadvantages of early development can be easily overcome with a much longer period of time. At that point, time will be the most meaningless element. Like the ending of a fairy tale, the prince and princess live happily ever after. As for the specifics of this happy life, there's no need to consider that now. As Shinshur continued his narration, and the other council members engaged in ongoing discussions, an incredibly grand plan gradually took shape. For a considerable period to come, 2/3 of the human population would become researchers. While this wasn't a proportion conducive to the healthy development of a civilization, it represented the driving force behind humanity's rapid advancement. Thus, the 5,000-year high-speed development plan was officially launched after this meeting. As for Shinshur, he would also enjoy a long and precious period of rest. Yes, rest. The stage that followed no longer belonged to him, but to all of humanity. Therefore, this important figure could step back, temporarily leaving the stage to oversee the overall situation from behind the scenes. He would also have more time and energy to focus on the other future timelines. The main timeline goes without saying. Technologies that could be absorbed from future timeline 3 would be gradually incorporated into the main future line, inevitably bringing significant changes to future timeline 3. Moreover, 5,000 years had effectively covered this intense war. Shinshur would then personally create a completely new future. If things go well, perhaps we won't even need to wait 5,000 years. We could create the fourth future line in just 3,000. As for the first future line, there's not much to worry about right now, because Shinshur had already given them the star system migration device during the previous war. Therefore, the human civilization of the first future line has already broken away from the mud system, fled into the wasteland, and also used the Holy Land to create a pirate alliance. However, Shinshur's investment in future line 1 was naturally less than that in the main timeline. Therefore, future line 1's development speed had actually slowed down, and it had been completely surpassed by the main timeline. This was unavoidable. At least, Shinshur's current requirement for them was simply to preserve themselves while developing at full speed. He didn't expect them to bring anything significant. Future Line 2, on the other hand, became Shinshur's primary focus during this rest period. Future Line 2 also went through that crucial star system battle. Without human intervention, the outcome was similar. The rancher, after taking the bait offered by the Thousand Alliance, decisively abandoned that star system, sacrificing one for the victory of two others. However, considering the loss of the replica relic device, he actually suffered a loss, falling behind in this confrontation. Under these circumstances, Emperor Ji was clearly somewhat anxious. Clearly, he had already identified the Holy Land as the breakthrough point for the entire mud system in this war. And indeed, that was the case. The Holy Land absolutely deserved it. Unfortunately, although Emperor Ji had successfully obtained the position of standing counselor over the past millennium, he was still far from his goal. He hadn't even achieved becoming the sole ruler of human civilization, let alone its most powerful controller. His influence and power remained below Shinshur's. If it weren't for the confirmation that the Holy Land's rights were related to human civilization's recognition, Emperor Ji would likely have already abandoned his original plan and begun considering other methods. The reason he persists is naturally because he still believes he's just a hair's breadth away from bringing down Shinshur. And indeed, that's been the case, especially during the period when Shinshur focused his main efforts on the battlefield of Future Line 3. Future Line 2 had indeed allowed GD to advance step by step, even gaining the approval of a large number of primitive humans and truly securing his position as a standing counselor. Unfortunately, GD doesn't know that his future will be even more difficult. Because Shinshur, who has now turned his guns on him again, is no longer the same person he once was. I object to your proposal. At this moment, Shinshur, at the Supreme Conference of Future Line 2, revealed his true colors after a long absence. Our strength is still weak. Even with your help, we lack the capacity to reach the front lines. Moreover, you know the importance of the primitive human race's numbers. It directly relates to the number of personal terminals and the power of the Holy Land. How can we waste them on this meaningless war? A meaningless war? Are you insane? GD's expression was incredulous. This is a war between our mute system and the Thousand Alliance system, a life-or-death struggle for both systems. How dare you call this a meaningless war? Ever since Shinshur exposed his ability to feign emotions at the Supreme Conference 1,000 years ago, GD's emotions at these conferences had become increasingly obvious. He no longer feigned them. This was also one of the main reasons he had gained the trust of many. At this moment, GD truly thought so. This war between systems was a life-or-death struggle between the mute system and the Thousand Alliance system. Only one could survive. The vast universe could accommodate different civilizations within a single system, but it couldn't accommodate two systems. Therefore, Shinshur's statement of meaningless was almost a direct challenge to the decisions of the Mutter system's higher-ups, and even the ranchers. Even the G Emperor felt a tinge of fear. The ranchers were the fear of the Mutter system. However, Shinshur's expression remained utterly calm. This is why I haven't been able to truly hand over power, human civilization to you yet. Shinshur's calm tone seemed to transport the G Emperor back to the first Supreme Conference he had attended. Your loyalty has always been placed on the Starshine civilization, on the Mutter system, but not on human civilization. But human civilization is a part of the Mutter system. The G Emperor stared intently at Shinshur. He had anticipated what Shinshur was about to say, but he still found it unbelievable. Who said that? Shinshur's rhetorical question caused a sudden uproar among many present. There was excitement, tension, fear, and mostly the same disbelief as the G Emperor. These negative emotions naturally mostly came from the outsiders, who had accompanied the G Emperor, while the majority of the primitive humans only felt tension and excitement. These differences made many people realize once again that primitive humans and these foreign humans are ultimately not the same. Shinshur continued speaking. To truly integrate one force into another, the most important things are power and recognition. Power is the fundamental determinant of hierarchy, while recognition stems from culture. Clearly, our human civilization has never recognized the mud system. Have you forgotten, Emperor G, that the greatest contributor to the development of human civilization to this point is not mud, but the Star Sea? And the greatest enemy of human civilization to this point is not the Thousand Alliance, but mud. Shinshur seemed intent on delivering a shocking statement. This was indeed an established fact, yet one that no one dared to speak aloud. Because human civilization was currently in the midst of mud. Opposing mud was opposing human civilization's present, and even directly threatening its future. I see. GD now fully understood, staring intently at Shinshur. No wonder you seem so confident today. If you're not insane, then you receive further support from the Star Sea. Could Shinshur be insane? That was impossible. Mental illnesses were equally severe in interstellar space, but primal energy was the best cure for all psychological ailments. For Shinshur, whose primal energy mastery surpassed GD's, to say he was insane would be the biggest joke. Therefore, the answer was quite obvious. But even so obvious, GD's emotions were still tinged with disbelief. He couldn't believe it. He had been conducting detailed investigations into the Star Sea ever since he began learning about humanity. However, no one knew the specifics of the Star Sea, except for Shinshur. However, various pieces of information already indicate that Xinghai's strength is not great. Otherwise, given the value of the Holy Land, Xinghai should have already taken decisive action, and wouldn't have simply allowed them to join in like this. This is a very simple analysis, so simple that there are no extra possibilities. Chapter 286. But now, Shinshur has actually received support from the Star Sea, and the strength of this support even gives him the confidence to separate human civilization from the mud system? Even Emperor G is completely unable to analyze it. What kind of existence is this so-called Star Sea system? Is it truly a powerful interstellar system comparable to the mud system? Then why is it supporting human civilization in this way? It's as if it's specifically waiting for human civilization to grow and preparing corresponding support, completely defying the logic of self-interest. However, Emperor G is also very clear. According to the rules of interstellar space, all actions that don't conform to the logic of self-interest ultimately boil down to a lack of intelligence. In other words, the Star Sea must have had a reason for making this choice. It's just that he doesn't know the reason behind it, which is why the actual situation differs so greatly from the calculated situation. Emperor G is now completely serious. Stop doing meaningless things. Just reveal your trump card. His emotions surged throughout the meeting, as did everyone else. Especially some of the primitive humans. Shinshur's reputation in future timeline 2 is indeed the lowest among all timelines. However, no matter how low it is, he is still a sage who has followed human civilization from its initial, incredibly weak state to its current state. It could even be said that without Shinshur, there would be no future for human civilization. Therefore, his reputation remains undeniable. Even if other civilizations were to directly penetrate human civilization, even if most of the primitive human race's interests were relinquished, even in the current situation, there would still be a segment of the population willing to believe that Shinshur could once again bring miracles to human civilization. Not to mention, a significant portion of them were die-hard fans of Shinshur. So at this moment, most of the primitive humans were actually anticipating something. The outsiders, sensing this sentiment, were far from pleased. They had realized something was wrong. Their brains, comparable to supercomputers, were constantly updating the possibilities, and the likelihood of an unfavorable outcome was steadily increasing. Shinshur, however, wasn't going to waste any more time. He raised his hand, and a large number of devices appeared before him. Starshine battleships. GD keenly spotted the battleships they controlled among them, her expression completely silent. Thousand Alliance. He said finally, these battleships were all lost in the battles against the Thousand Alliance. You have already defected to the Thousand Alliance. You should know that compared to us defecting to the Thousand Alliance, another possibility is actually more likely. Shinshur's voice remained calm, but he still uttered the fact that almost everyone present couldn't believe. Star Sea didn't defect to the Thousand Alliance, it plundered them. Yes, that possibility was more likely. Because the Thousand Alliance's technological level is inferior to the mud system, if the Thousand Alliance were actively supporting humanity, they wouldn't be offering up their spoils. These spoils are crucial resources for the Thousand Alliance, crucial for closing the gap with the mud system in high-end technology. Therefore, the most likely explanation is that the Star Sea behind Shinshur plundered these items from the Thousand Alliance. It's even unlikely to have been a trade, Moreover, this answer explains much more. You have never used your own resources to support humanity, but rather ours. Why? Do you believe human civilization should follow our path? GD questioned. You can interpret it that way, but I will not tell you any intelligence. Shinshur had no intention of explaining. He simply looked calmly at GD and slowly said, as if delivering a verdict, allowing so many ill-intentioned outsiders to join the sacred human council for 1,000 years has been a grave dereliction of duty on my part. However, today, this humiliation ends here. You should feel honored, because you will be etched in the history of human civilization, so that countless future generations of civilization will remember your names and the shame you have brought us. And now, I formally announce the freezing of all GD's status and rights as a standing counselor. All other outsiders will be dealt with in the same way. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire meeting began to act, and one after another, the outside counselors were stripped of their rights. It shouldn't have been this simple. After all, their numbers and power already accounted for half of the council. However, Shinshur's mastery of primal energy far surpassed theirs. There was no longer any intention to contend with them over authority. Having already explained the punishment, their minds had been controlled, and all their powers frozen. Then, looking at everyone again. Reinforcements will arrive in rapid succession within a very short time. We will leave the mud system. What follows will be a brand new future for human civilization. A future free from any threat. Shinshur's voice wasn't loud, but after a brief silence, all the remaining counselors unleashed their emotions. However, beneath this clearly deliberately displayed emotion, a newfound reverence and awe for Shinshur was impossible to conceal. Shinshur knew this too. It was impossible to say that none of these primitive counselors were on GD's side. But none of that mattered anymore. He now possessed the power to lead the entire solar system to escape before the mud system in future line 2 could react. This place would also enter a long period of development, during which he had ample time and energy to thoroughly reorganize the entire civilization from top to bottom. Whether it was his own reputation or the internal turmoil of the civilization, everything had to be resolved. With his mastery of primal energy, this wasn't particularly difficult, because no one could hide their true nature from him. All interstellar conflicts could be resolved with greater technological strength. The current state of human civilization in future line 2 was a true reflection of this statement. However, speaking of which, this swift and decisive approach wasn't Shinshur's original plan. He had initially intended to make good use of the G-Emperor and the power behind her. However, he quickly realized that once his strength reached a certain level, such actions were unnecessary. For example, once Future Timeline 2 was activated, the crisis in Future Timeline 1 seemed insignificant to him. Therefore, Shinshur indeed spent a considerable amount of time working on this. The problems within Future Timeline 2 were indeed numerous. The higher-ups were relatively easy to resolve. The real trouble lay with the lower levels. The previous millennium had indeed influenced the attitudes of many. This directly led to a stark contrast between Future Timeline 2 and the other future timelines. Shinshur had to dedicate significantly more time to dealing with the situation. Time flew by in the midst of his busy work. Unbeknownst to him, several hundred years had passed. At this moment, the main timeline was in the 5,421st year of the Star Era. The future timelines were already over 8,400 years old. Human civilization had entered the Star Era, and so much time had passed. As one gets older, one tends to reminisce about the past, and recently, Shinshur had felt the same way, especially when he began returning to the main timeline from Future Timeline 2. He could feel an indescribable sense of alienation. To put it bluntly, for over 5,000 years, he had been traveling between different timelines, always standing at the pinnacle of human civilization, contemplating problems, and facing all difficulties. The lower strata of civilization, even those merely in the middle or lower strata, felt incredibly alien to him. This was the primary reason for this alienation. If it weren't for the numerous underlying issues he had to confront in Future Timeline 2, Shinshur might not have forgotten this. It had been nearly a century since he and AI Xiner had last contacted each other. When did they start to lose touch? That's right, it was after AI Xiner also became a counselor, and it was also when Future Line 2 began to face a crisis, and human civilization began to make contact with A-level civilizations. So the anchor point was lost, Shinshur murmured. He gazed at the person in the mirror. He still looked so young, unchanged from over 5,000 years ago, but his eyes seemed to contain a galaxy. Even looking at himself, he could feel an awe-inspiring weight of presence. Human civilization is currently approaching a crucial juncture. Once it crosses this threshold, it will truly reach the greatest level known in this universe. Perhaps, it's time to reflect and mature. Shinshur rarely acts on impulse, but at this moment, he felt a strange surge of emotion. He opened his personal terminal, looked at the familiar name on it, and sent a message. Xiner, do you have time? Within just a few hours, AI Xiner appeared before Shinshur. Unlike Shinshur, who always favored old-fashioned clothing, AI Xiner consistently followed modern trends. Or rather, as the wife of a sage, she embodied the trends of the time. She was currently wearing a deep blue dress, its wide embellishments completely concealing her figure, yet without a trace of frivolity, only weight and composure. Shinshur believed that even a 360-degree spin wouldn't alter the dress's shape due to gravity and inertia, as it bore obvious traces of technology. The last time you asked me if I had time was 432 years ago, AI Xiner said with a hint of teasing. What's wrong with you today? Suddenly remembering you have a wife? You're right, Shinshur nodded. Huh? I did suddenly think of you, Shinshur said. AI Xiner was speechless. However, I do have something I want to ask. Shinshur spoke again. How did you get rid of the sense of aging on your body? Yes, this was the civilization Shinshur noticed after seeing AI Xiner this time. If he hadn't looked in the mirror earlier, and if his thoughts hadn't suddenly wandered to this point, he might not have noticed it. That is, after thousands of years of companionship, AI Xiner appeared completely untouched by the ravages of time. If AI Xiner were thrown into a crowd now, she would likely blend into the crowd. After all, her outstanding appearance is nothing special in this era. Under the genetic challenge, beauty has long had a new definition, beauty based on personal aesthetics. In other words, it changes at any time, so there is no longer the kind of beauty that amazes everyone. Only the aura is different. In the era of primal energy, aura is universal. If Shinshur were to walk among people now, even if he had suppressed all his primal energy, he would still inspire genuine awe. To some extent, this is also why Shinshur has never descended to the lower classes for thousands of years. It's actually quite simple, AI Xiner chuckled, seemingly anticipating Shinshur's thoughts. Learn more about the world young people live in, and then immerse yourself in it. Then you truly be young, and time won't leave any marks on you. Shinshur remained silent, but his emotions were far from calm. For in that instant, he seemed to have realized something. He understood why he had suddenly had this sudden impulse. In truth, ever since witnessing the rancher's fantasy army, he had been pondering how he could produce something similar. His primal energy, after being modified by the bronze altar, already possessed the power to rewrite reality. However, compared to the rancher, he couldn't even achieve what the rancher had. He could clearly sense that the problem wasn't power, but himself. The long years had bestowed upon him accumulated power, but they had also limited his thinking. If, from the beginning, he hadn't been given primal energy, but rather a creator god capable of rewriting reality, then perhaps he could, like the rancher, easily materialize the rules he imagined into this material universe. So to solve this, must he break the limitations imposed upon him by time? Thinking this, Shinshur's clothing changed. It transformed into a similarly loose robe. Yes, the same style as AI Xiner's, only with a more masculine aesthetic. AI Xiner had already walked up and taken his arm, saying with a grin, "So, you're planning to keep me company from now on, right?" "You're keeping me company," Shinshur narrowed his eyes slightly, a gesture seemingly to subtly conceal the vastness of the stars in his gaze, "to show me our civilization, to see the achievements of these thousands of years." "Of course." AI Xiner patted her chest lightly, a smug look on her face. "I'm different from you. My gaze has always been on places you can't normally see. I knew you come down and see them sooner or later." Chapter 287. Shinshur noticed AI Xiner's choice of words. She used the word come down. Indeed, in her eyes, or in the eyes of most people, he, as a sage, was already high above, standing completely at the top of everyone else. "Now that you mention it, I'm curious," Shinshur smiled, accepting this reality. However, he was genuinely curious at this moment, because he had no idea what life was like for the vast majority of people in this interstellar society. "Then listen to me. First, we need an identity. Luckily, I recently acquired a pretty good one." AI Xiner raised her hand, and snapped her fingers crisply. Shinshur could clearly feel her anticipation and excitement. It seemed that, as she said, she had already made preparations, and had been looking forward to this day. Therefore, Shinshur didn't think much of it. He directly followed AI Xiner's arrangements. They didn't even board the Yuan, they simply greeted Yuan and left Blue Star in a tiny spaceship only about 10 meters long. This spaceship is the latest civilian small spaceship produced by Red Flag Company. It not only features a small warp drive, but also a space expansion system. The price is also very affordable, only about 3 million. AIXINer enthusiastically introduced the spaceship to Shinshur. Red Flag was a large spaceship manufacturer in human civilization, its name dating back to the Earth era. However, after entering the interstellar era, it underwent several reforms, and this Earth-based brand had long since disappeared. However, around 1,400 years ago, a legislator proposed that reviving some ancient brands would help deepen cultural heritage. Therefore, many brand names were reinstated. Besides Hongqi, brands like Mercedes-Benz and BMW remained unchanged. However, Shinshur hadn't really understood these things before, as they were just civilian spaceships, not even warships, and unsuitable for long-distance interstellar travel. However, Shinshur experienced its speed firsthand. After entering space and the warp drive zone, it only took a brief moment to warp to its destination. Haicheng 231. Yes, this was a member of the solar system's urban cluster called Haicheng. Human architecture in cities now cover the entire solar system, not just the 5 major star regions, but a super large curvature bubble with a diameter of 3 light-years. Its diameter alone is even larger than the land of Gus. Not to mention the large phase space widely used in recent centuries, which has made human living areas unimaginably vast. There are over 3.2 billion existing cities alone. Moreover, they are ranked by level, from the weakest G1 to the most powerful A9. Each city's level has undergone rigorous review, and they are even required to have their own unique characteristics. And this Haicheng 231, although bearing the name Haicheng, is actually only a C3 level city, because it was only recently established and is currently in a newly created phase space. At this moment, as the spaceship slowly entered, the entire city's layout appeared on the ship's projection. Looking at the projection alone, it was a remarkably orderly three-dimensional structure, appearing as a regular hexahedron, but riddled with slightly chaotic cracks throughout. In reality, each crack was a massive passageway, dividing the city into distinct sections. From factories to research facilities, from living quarters to schools, everything was here. This city is larger than our home planet. How many people live here? Shinshur asked. Not bad, about 1.3 billion, AIXINer replied. The average population is quite generous. More than generous, it was incredibly generous. You see, it wasn't just the surface that was habitable, every part of the entire three-dimensional structure was habitable. Even if it were 130 billion people, it would still be significantly larger than the average living space per person on Earth. This is a new city. The actual population is still increasing, and it will eventually reach between 10 billion and 30 billion, AIXINer said, having already discerned Shinshur's thoughts. Even 30 billion is not bad, Shinshur replied. It's only because spatial overlap technology hasn't yet reached the civilian stage that the size is actually quite meaningless. However, during the Starry Sky era, people's needs for living space are indeed different from those during the Earth era. Shinshur knew this was his own fault. He was too unfamiliar with the lives of ordinary people, to the point that many of his concepts were still outdated. Actually, he wasn't entirely unaware of it. In the beginning, he and AIXIN often experienced the lives of ordinary people in interstellar civilization, like this. However, as human civilization developed rapidly and changed drastically, coupled with his extended stays in other timelines, he became increasingly unfamiliar with the place. As the spaceship officially entered the city, Shinshur noticed how incredibly bright it was. From the outside, it didn't seem like daytime, but inside, it was completely bright. And the light source was nowhere to be seen. Shinshur knew this was actually a very simple optical technique. However, the last time he visited an ordinary city, it used a light source-based technology to simulate the sun, unlike this natural, casual, or perhaps antique style. As for the surrounding architecture, he was already used to it. Interstellar architecture was increasingly diverse. Shinshur had even seen a building that was a statue of a person, someone quite famous in the area. That's Baron Fons. AIXIN noticed Shinshur's gaze and chuckled. I met him. He's very mild-mannered and not as vain as he appears. However, he is indeed using this method to enhance his reputation, which is also for his own company. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to have much effect. What does his company do? Shinshur looked at the building but couldn't discern anything. As for being a baron, that's indeed quite impressive. In the interstellar era, there's no concept of equality for all. Instead, one can obtain higher status and rights based on their own efforts and talents. However, there aren't overly detailed hierarchies. It's a modification of the ancient aristocratic system. There are only a handful in total. It's easy to imagine how difficult it is to obtain a title. As far as Shinshur knows, many counselors are still not earls, because the power of an office and the title are completely independent. This means that contributions made in one's position do not earn a title, and all power and honor are lost with the loss of the position. However, Shinshur himself does not have a title. A counselor had previously offered him a higher title, but Shinshur refused. Over time, Sage became his title, a symbol of his unique status. In any case, in such a small place, a baron is practically the pinnacle, wielding power equivalent to the city lord of a city larger than Earth. He is definitely a big shot. But according to the hierarchical system of human civilization, even with a good birth, one can only obtain a higher status through their own abilities. Therefore, Shinshur is curious about what this baron has done. It's nothing special, he actually got his title by a trick. AI Exiner seemed to know something about it, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. I heard from my best friend that this baron invented a life evolution device that could give people all sorts of superpowers, but in reality, the internal technology isn't that advanced. He only had an advantage in inspiration, so even though he obtained the patent, there were still many copycats. This title can be considered compensation for him. Shinshur roughly understood. He's the kind of person who is easily influenced and completely impossible to stop. Indeed, such a compensatory system exists. The development of civilization requires not only advanced technology, but also a great deal of inspiration. However, this alone shouldn't be enough to earn him a baronial title. There must be many other factors at play. Shinshur simply checked the person's detailed information. As expected, during his 300 years of study in the primal energy world, he had received several special rewards, most of which were related to inspiration. He was an inspiration-based genius. You see, with the immense computing power of the interstellar age, almost every possibility can be calculated in detail. To be able to seize opportunities that others cannot under such circumstances is truly rare. With the detailed information, Shinshur understood what AI Exiner meant by life superpowers. Magic. Yes, magic in quotes. This includes automatic cleaning with a wave of the hand, as well as automatic meal preparation, automatic repair, and automatic item retrieval. All of these functions are easily achievable with the technological level of interstellar societies, and there are even specialized integrated devices for them. However, what Baron Fons did was to integrate all these abilities into the genes of life forms, manifesting them as superpowers. Therefore, it has indeed gained popularity among some, and with the help of imitators, it has gradually risen in popularity, becoming a popular option for many to modify themselves. It is precisely because of its universality that the founder was given a title of nobility as encouragement. Of course, it was only something he could give or not give. His ability to obtain it was definitely related to a high-ranking official in his family. However, everything was within the rules. Under the supervision of the current core intelligence of civilization, the Protoss, this loophole was deliberately created. After all, thousands of years of social experience have shown that rules with slight loopholes are more efficient than absolutely strict rules. Human civilization's culture dictates that they cannot abandon the independence of every individual, which requires allowing space for desires, selfishness, baseness, and other negative emotions to manifest. Because only with these elements can a person be considered truly human. And what about you? Shinshur suddenly became curious about AI Exiner's identity. What does your identity do? You find out when you get there, AI Exiner smiled, her eyes narrowing. Subsequently, Shinshur followed AI Exiner to the very center of the city. To the right of the central administrative building was an equally enormous building, shaped like a giant piano, but each key was far larger than a skyscraper from Earth's time. Back in Earth's time, this building alone could be considered a sizable city. It could easily accommodate millions of people. This entire building is yours? Shinshur asked, speechless. So this is what you mean by living a life at the bottom of society? That's right. I don't intend to fake my personality. That wouldn't be living, it would be just being idle. AI Exiner didn't see anything wrong with it. These people don't know my identity. They just see me as a wealthy lady from a bigger city. This identity also allows me to not pretend to have anything else going on. Shinshur seemed lost in thought. Indeed, even though AI Exiner's demeanor didn't reveal her status as a counselor, her knowledge, experience, taste, and lifestyle were already quite different from ordinary people. Just as she said, she simply wanted to live a life far removed from the pinnacle of power, not to pretend to be an ordinary person. However, Shinshur knew how he should approach this situation. At first, he genuinely wondered if he needed to disguise himself as an ordinary young man. So, I'm your long-lost wealthy husband? Shinshur asked. Of course. AI Xiner raised her chin. Then, she took Shinshur's arm and stepped off the spaceship. Their appearance immediately attracted a lot of attention. Some people who were nearby even raised their hands to greet them. Mrs. AI? Mrs. AI? Good afternoon, madam. Hello, Sister AI. Shinshur noticed that most of these people were looking at him, their emotions filled with surprise and curiosity, but not much reverence. Instead, there was a certain warmth. You see, even though he was trying his best to restrain himself, the aura he had cultivated over thousands of years still exuded an air of authority, even just standing there. Plus, his intimate posture with AI Xiner. These people should have guessed that he was AI Xiner's important husband. Yes, although modern human civilization has a certain hierarchy, all rights are clearly written in the rules, and those in power cannot oppress others. Chapter 288. Finally, amidst greetings from many people, Shinshur and AI Xiner entered the building that belonged to AI Xiner. Even in the vast and sparsely populated interstellar era, owning such a building independently was no easy feat. It almost represented the pinnacle of status in the city, signifying a true big shot, someone who would never be ignored here. Shinshur also understood the business AI Xiner was engaged in here. I never knew you had a passion for teaching, Shinshur remarked, surveying everything inside the building. It was divided into individual spaces, each imbued with a rich and unique primal energy. Shinshur could easily discern that these were technologies and devices used for training primal energy. Moreover, the training primarily took the form of music. Music is indeed a suitable path for individual growth in most civilizations. Moreover, in human civilizations that support desires, ordinary people live to strive for their desires, or rather, their ideals and goals. My purpose in doing this is to better understand the paths of growth and advancement for ordinary people, AI Xiner explained earnestly. Shinshur nodded, completely understanding. He was also gazing at the scene before him. He saw ordinary young men and women walk by, each one radiant with energy, discussing their understanding of primal energy technology, their hopes for the future evident. These weren't people with exceptional family backgrounds or outstanding talent. In this interstellar era, they could only be described as ordinary. Even ordinary people possess such confidence and such anticipation for a bright future. It must be said that human civilization, in this respect, fully possesses the characteristics and potential of a powerful civilization. Education now is different from that of Earth. It's completely diversified. They can choose and change at any time. Time is the least meaningful thing for them. They have ample time to do what they want, and generally speaking, it's nothing more than a few things, AI Xiner explained simply. Primal energy strength is fundamental. Whether you pursue scientific research, management, the military, or any other work, you basically need a certain level of primitive energy strength. Those with weak primitive energy cannot hold high positions. This is the mainstream rule of the interstellar era. As she explained, the lives of ordinary people in this new era slowly unfolded before Shinshur. Actually, it wasn't quite what he expected. Firstly, technologies related to enjoyment, whether in entertainment or convenience of daily life, had already almost reached their peak long ago. That's why Baron Fon's innovations had such an effect, because this area had indeed almost reached its limit, and without significantly impacting culture, it was difficult to make any further breakthroughs. After all, in this era, people can do almost anything they want. The few things that remain unattainable become the higher pursuits for most people. For example, personal development, scientific and technological exploration and progress, and improving one's social status. There's even a growing notion that only when people find what they want to do and begin striving for it does their long life truly gain meaning, and only then can they truly be considered adults. As for those who still linger in entertainment and enjoyment, they are simply not yet mature. One day they will transcend base desires. And human civilization at this moment is built up layer upon layer by ordinary people like these. Let's take a good look around, just to experience your daily life, Shinshur requested. So AI Xiner indeed took Shinshur on a thorough tour of the city. From her company, to other companies, to their residence, and later, even to lower level and higher level cities. This tour lasted a full 200 years. During these 200 years, Shinshur turned down almost all work. He didn't originally need to do much, since he frequently disappeared before, and civilization still functioned normally. Shinshur hadn't originally planned to take this long. The reason it became this long was simply because human civilization was now so vast. Even just learning a little more about a few aspects, a few corners, required an extremely long time. Of course, this process wasn't just about seeing the benefits. Even in today's human civilization, shadows still exist. At least in places where desires are particularly strong, there also exist lawless lands, where all the rules and order established by human civilization are meaningless. They abide by local rules, fighting, trading, stealing. But the existence of such places is naturally due to their necessity. Ultimately, the matter boils down to a counselor. This counselor believed that such a place could compensate for the shortcomings of normal human civilization in certain areas, bringing together a group of experts with unique abilities in specific fields, who had indeed played a significant role in the development of human civilization, especially since it was closely related to the operation of the Pirate Alliance. Therefore, Shinshur even went so far as to confirm the legality of this special area, and even proposed to gather all the lawbreakers from other regions here, allowing them to atone for their sins, while also continuing to contribute their light and heat to human civilization. And finally, when Shinshur sat back on the throne, he seemed to have changed. At least, when Gong Chu and the others saw him again, they were all amazed by his transformation. The sage is becoming more and more powerful now. Yes, Gong Chu could only use the word powerful to describe him. Unlike the immense pressure of the past, Shinshur was now unusually calm, like a truly ordinary person. Even his actions seemed extremely casual. For example, Shinshur no longer maintained a perfectly straight back. Instead, his posture became somewhat relaxed. If this posture were on anyone else, even a standing counselor, it might give the impression of disrespect or a lack of solemnity. But on Shinshur, it only made him seem more mysterious and elusive. The essence of primal energy lies in control. Control of the mind, control of emotions. But as we grown stronger, we subtly drifted away from the realm of intelligent life. This change may not necessarily stem from our true nature, so returning is what truly matters, Shinshur said, glancing at the thoughtful Gong Chu, and smiled. Don't rush. This isn't an easy thing. Take your time. In truth, if AI Xiner hadn't been by Shinshur's side for the past 200 years, Shinshur might not have been able to achieve this so easily. AI Xiner was inherently different. Being with her always allowed Shinshur to easily rediscover his initial feelings. The emotions and feelings he had before possessing Ling, before acquiring power, before stepping into this magical starry sky. So what brings you here? Shinshur looked at the others again. Qin Feng was also there. They were all counselors in the military field of human civilization. And all were clearly Shin faction. Clearly, they had come together with a purpose. Yes, we hope to revitalize the Pirate Alliance, Gong Chu said, as their representative. This is no small matter, so before raising it in the council, we hope to hear your opinion first. To some extent, this scene was a clear demonstration of Shinshur's personal prestige. Such private discussions before a formal meeting clearly violated the foundation of the highest council's rules. This thought, and even this action, could not be concealed under the rules of the Supreme Council. The reason it didn't cause problems was simply because no council member cared. Even consulting Shinshur and seeking his opinion on crucial matters where a decision couldn't be made had become an unspoken rule of the Supreme Council. To be honest, this unspoken rule only didn't exist in the second future timeline, when human civilization was under the deep influence of the Ji Emperor. Shinshur at this moment wouldn't care about such things. He was seriously considering what Gong Chu had said. Because for a long period of time, perhaps 5,000 years, human civilization would only need to focus on assimilating technology. Shinshur issued a semi-undercover order to the Pirate Alliance to scale back operations. In reality, they didn't care much about the mere possessions of a B9 level civilization at this point. If they were going to plunder, they would plunder from an A-level civilization. However, engaging in conflict with an A-level civilization at this moment was not a wise choice. If it were the human civilization of the third future timeline, it wouldn't matter, but the human civilization of the main timeline couldn't effectively utilize the spoils brought from the third future timeline, and simply didn't have the strength to fight an A-level civilization head-on. Do you want to focus on plundering, or on training your troops? Shinshur asked again. Training my troops? Gong Chu answered without hesitation this time. Shinshur nodded. He understood. The visible 5,000-year truce instilled a sense of crisis in these generals. As the war between the Mud and Thousand Alliance systems intensified, the battlefield situation was constantly changing, with various technological and military means emerging one after another. Simply staying at home and simulating responses was far from sufficient to represent even a fraction of the real battlefield. Furthermore, as human civilization grew stronger, participating in the war between the two as an independent third party was almost an open secret. Without some preparation, there was indeed an unspeakable sense of unease. Thinking this through, Shinshur began to agree with their advice. The war could not stop. On the other hand, rather than leaping 5,000 years to use the most powerful warships and weaponry all at once, it was better to gradually adapt in the meantime. I see, Shinshur suddenly said, there really isn't much to train against within the mute system. The gap between C9 level civilizations and the 18 B9 level civilizations is too large, and the gap between B9 level civilizations and the 3A level civilizations is also significant. Our strength is stuck in the middle, making it difficult to find suitable training opponents within the mute system. In other words, we can try our luck with the Thousand Alliance. Gong Chu's emotions surged. The others were similar. They actually shared the same idea, but Shinshur's initiative in bringing it up undoubtedly gave them some affirmation. Should I bring this up at the next meeting? Gong Chu asked. Sure. Provide a detailed plan. Reveal the Pirate Alliance's methods of operation, development, and targets for plunder. Give me a plan for everything. I will also release relevant intelligence information about the Thousand Alliance to you, Shinshur said. Although the core objective of these 5,000 years remains technological development, since Gong Chu and the others are interested, appropriate training and enhancing the Pirate Alliance's reputation wouldn't be a bad thing. In the war in Future Line 3, humanity not only seized the spoils of war from the Thousand Alliance system, but also took a considerable amount of the Thousand Alliance system itself. Their understanding of the Thousand Alliance is now much greater and more detailed than before. With this intelligence as a foundation, coupled with the Holy Land, Shinshur believes the Pirate Alliance can gradually build its reputation within the Thousand Alliance. Of course, this decision is not so simple. Shinshur has not forgotten that in a while, the main timeline will also face a similar war, one that occurred in Future Line 3. This shift in prestige will inevitably impact the future, involving the birth of Future Line 4. Shinshur still needs to remain vigilant and attentive. If Future Line 3 experiences negative changes as a result, it will need to be urgently halted and corrected. In short, with the Supreme Council's approval of the Gong Chu plan, human civilization in the main timeline is sharpening its knives towards the Thousand Alliance. And not just to the front lines. It's a true infiltration into the Thousand Alliance. The immense distance meant the entire voyage took a full 1,200 years. Fortunately, once they arrived with their personal terminals, this long distance ceased to exist. However, just as Gong Chu and his group truly arrived in the Thousand Alliance, and Shinshur identified his first target for plunder, preparing to make a name for himself in the Pirate Alliance, he suddenly discovered something unexpected from the changes in the future lines. Such a coincidence that a random target led them to the Thousand Alliance's secret research base on primal energy spores? Shinshur stared blankly for a moment, observing the historical information appearing in Future Line 3 due to timeline shifts. He quickly realized the probability of such a coincidence was low. This could only mean that the Thousand Alliance's research on primal energy spores was being shared at a certain level. Chapter 289. It's likely that civilizations at a certain level are all qualified to obtain this secret weapon and conduct secret research. To be honest, this was somewhat beyond Shinshur's expectations. He truly hadn't considered that such a sharing of key technology would occur within the Thousand Alliance. This would be impossible within the Mutter system. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a vast difference in the level of civilization. Those at the higher levels, who control more power, always try to hold onto that power as tightly as possible and limit the ability of the weak to threaten them. Even the Thousand Alliance is actually the same. Beneath what appears to be a more civilized and harmonious system lies the same plundering, no better than the Mutter system's breeding system. Therefore, the current sharing is somewhat beyond Shinshur's estimation. Is it because of the war? Shinshur wondered. The pressure of war forced the Thousand Alliance to concentrate its forces? This was indeed one line of thought, but Shinshur quickly shook his head, rejecting this idea himself. After all, there are many ways to concentrate forces. Even simply concentrating researchers, technologies, and resources in one place would be far more efficient and reliable than dispersing them among multiple different civilizations conducting their own research. In this situation, other civilizations possessing such powerful technology could easily make decisions that contradict the interests of the Thousand Alliance. Driven by stronger personal interests, the probability of this happening is not low. Shinshur thought of that saying again. Any phenomenon that goes against their interests must be due to unknown information behind it. So, is it necessary to change this period of history? Shinshur examined the historical information from Future Line 3 and realized that this didn't bring much benefit to the future. Even if they abandoned the attack on this civilization, humanity could still easily acquire the relevant research institute soon. However, what truly concerned Shinshur was humanity's future research into the crucial technology of primal energy spores. After plundering the Thousand Alliance's key technology, humanity's research into primal energy spores had even surpassed that of the Thousand Alliance. They had reached a level where they could produce them in small quantities, and use them in small-scale wars. If it weren't for the immense sacrifice required to produce primal energy spores, their research level could likely be even higher. After making a backup of this technology from the future world, Shinshur made a decision. The plan continues. He told himself, but I have to go there myself. Primal energy spore technology was absolutely worthwhile. It was the Thousand Alliance's trump card. Imagine if he could obtain the Rancher's trump card, summoning a powerful fantasy legion just like the Rancher, while human civilization possessed the Thousand Alliance's trump card, using primal spore weapons in war, plus the remaining technologies belonging to the mud system that human civilization was currently assimilating. The foundation for the strongest system among the three major systems would be laid. Therefore, no matter what, it's worth a try. Having made his decision, Shinshur spent some time dealing with current matters. Thanks to the convenience of the Holy Land, he could leave his position at will, and in just an instant, he arrived at the location of the expedition team, the true rear area managed by the Thousand Alliance. This is a star system named Luoshi by the Thousand Alliance. It's smaller than the Milky Way, roughly 3/4 the size in terms of volume alone. However, its galactic density is much higher, which seems to have influenced its prosperity. The number of inhabited planets and intelligent civilizations here actually exceeds that of the Milky Way. Even preliminary analysis suggests it's roughly twice the size of the Milky Way. This high density of civilizations has led to a highly developed interstellar society. Over 70 civilizations are members of the Thousand Alliance, collectively forming the Luoshi Society, a body affiliated with the Thousand Alliance. All other civilizations not eligible to join the Thousand Alliance are subordinate to members of the Luoshi Society, or even considered part of it. Therefore, the interstellar society here is also very prosperous. This is evident from the densely packed spaceship markings on the star map. A larger number of equal-sized civilizations have created more complex interstellar relationships, but even within the chaos, there is a basic order. This is a truly fascinating star system, Shinshur commented. Yes, and the clash between civilizations is quite obvious, Gong Chu said to Shinshur. Our target is a civilization called Zisik. This civilization's technological strength has surpassed that of the 18B9 level civilizations. If we can plunder them reasonably, it will be of great help even to us now. Moreover, they only surpass us in technology, not in scale, so there is not much pressure. This is the difference between the Thousand Alliance and the Mud system. Civilizations, after all, lack a rigid hierarchy for clear evaluation. The Mud system's hierarchical structure is somewhat distorted, a result of oppression of lower levels by higher levels. The Thousand Alliance is indeed much better in this regard. This is also why Shinshur dispatched the Pirate Alliance here. Here, regardless of the stage of human civilization's development, suitable and valuable opponents can always be found. Shinshur is also carefully studying the Zisik civilization. The Zisik civilization's strength in the Luoshi star system is definitely among the top, one of the strongest members of the Luoshi society. Only 4 other civilizations in the Luoshi star system can truly compare to it. Yes, a not-so-stable number. 5 civilizations compete and intertwine. Another reason Gong Chu chose this civilization is that it is currently in conflict with 2 other civilizations of the same level. The cause of the conflict is related to war. Zisik is a staunch advocate of war, their fervor for the Mulder system surpassing that of most other civilizations. They believe they can gain more from the war against the Mulder, and thus have actively poured vast resources into the front lines. However, this has weakened their own base, and as the fighting on the front lines has reached a stalemate, the pressure on their rear has increased. Recently, Zisik has sensed a decline in their influence back home, and has decided to take action. On one hand, they are pressuring the other 4 civilizations to similarly increase their investment in the war. On the other hand, they hope to bring in other equally pro-war allies located in other star systems. Clearly, this met with unanimous opposition from the other civilizations. The other 2 civilizations were particularly vehement in their opposition. Currently, all the communication warships dispatched by Zisik have been intercepted by these 2 civilizations, demonstrating their absolute determination to prevent Zisik's plan from succeeding. The conflict between them has reached a fever pitch. It was only at this point that Shinshur realized that problems weren't limited to the Mud system. The Thousand Alliance also faced numerous internal issues. Ultimately, this is an unavoidable problem caused by relatively inconvenient communication technology, Shinshur commented, adding, "We wouldn't have this problem." Indeed, this situation is often prevalent among large civilizations. Local forces, for their own interests, disobey the central government's orders. And due to the inconvenience of communication and transportation, the central government lacks authority over the localities. But this undeniably gave human civilization an opportunity. No wonder that in the future timeline's history, human civilization's plunder of the Sisic civilization was relatively easy and successful. However, after understanding the details, Shinshur now had a different perspective. Is it possible to take the Sisic civilization, along with its subordinate civilizations, with us? Shinshur narrowed his eyes slightly. Sisic is facing opposition from the majority of the Thousand Alliances, who represent a majority of the interests in this 1-against-4 situation. They are already in a precarious position here, and I have every reason to believe that they have accumulated enough dissatisfaction with the Thousand Alliances' fragmentation and selfishness. Yes, Shinshur saw this possibility. The possibility of abducting Sisic along with a large number of civilizations. With the existence of the Holy Land, there were no technical problems. As long as Sisic was willing to cooperate, the other civilizations couldn't intercept them. In any case, if humanity wanted to build a sufficiently powerful interstellar society, it couldn't possibly destroy both systems. Annexation was inevitable sooner or later. Making some attempts now wasn't a bad idea. Hearing Shinshur's words, the other counselors present began to seriously consider the matter. This was originally a possibility that was already under consideration, but it was ultimately abandoned because of its high difficulty, great risk, and the high likelihood of attracting the attention of the Thousand Alliances. However, if it was proposed by Shinshur, then no matter how difficult or unworthy the choice might seem, it would become the inevitable path to humanity's glorious future. After all, besides his personal strength, Shinshur was primarily acting as a civilization leader, responsible for guiding and determining the path and direction forward. The hardest part of achieving this is changing Sisic's attitude. Gongchu finally spoke. Our strength is ultimately insufficient to compare with the two major systems. If Sisic demands we prove our strength, it will be difficult to satisfy them. And the possibility of getting them to join us voluntarily, without demonstrating our strength, is virtually zero. The Sisic civilization is unlike the former Uran civilization. Their power is even approaching that of the Gus civilization. They have clearly surpassed the 18th B9 level civilization. It could be said that, taking the Mud system alone, it was second only to the three major A-level civilizations. A rating of A1 would not be an exaggeration. A civilization like this would find it difficult to arbitrarily make decisions that alter the entire civilization's background, even for short-term gains, because it concerned the core interests of the entire civilization. However, Shinshur wasn't unaware of this. He simply considered another possibility. Don't forget, we're here to plunder, Shinshur said. Targeting the Sisic civilization system, we start with their subordinate civilizations. As long as they don't change their stance, the conflict with the other four major civilizations cannot be resolved. Add to that the pressure we put on them. Let's see how far the infighting within the Thousand Alliances can go. Upon hearing this, the others understood that Shinshur wasn't planning to get Sisic to cooperate willingly, but rather to take a coercive approach. The feasibility of this approach depended entirely on the reactions of the other civilizations. Therefore, no counselor dared to propose it lightly, because they couldn't predict it. But Shinshur was different. Shinshur saw some crucial intelligence information from the future. This prompted him to make this decision. If it succeeds, it will undoubtedly add a significant chapter to the timeline of human civilization. It's important to understand that a faster way than simply absorbing and developing existing technology is to have a more powerful civilization provide hands-on assistance and support. Just like the Uran civilization, which accelerated humanity's progress towards a Class C civilization at an almost impossible pace. In short, regardless of its success or failure, Shinshur has already greatly advanced humanity's efforts to build its own interstellar social system. Before Shinshur stood a life-bearing planet. Even just looking directly at it, he could clearly see hundreds of millions of intelligent life forms. It was a primitive race, its civilization extremely rudimentary, not even having entered the industrial age, but still in a state of ignorance. Although he had decided to attack a lower-level civilization of the Sisic civilization, he couldn't just choose any random planet. This planet was the weakest among all the Thousand Alliances. But Shinshur had come here simply to wait. Waiting for a suitable opportunity to strike. Since he intended to build humanity's own interstellar society, he couldn't use the name of the Pirate Alliance anymore. The Pirate Alliance was just a preliminary attempt. Shinshur had no intention of establishing a pirate system. Therefore, humanity needed a new entry point. Is everything arranged? Shinshur asked. Everything's ready, someone replied, opening a star map. In 12 years, a fleet from the ancestral spirit civilization will pass through here. They conveniently occupy this planet, control its intelligent life, and incorporate it into their system under the guise of assisting in development. This brutal interference with lower-level civilizations is the Thousand Alliance civilization's method of cultivating weaker civilizations. They don't need many energy cells, but they still destroy the culture of weaker civilizations and forcibly implant the Thousand Alliance's culture, making them forever subordinate and unable to surpass it. And this ancestral spirit civilization is one of Zizek's lower-level civilizations, a rather powerful one at that, and even part of the Thousand Alliance. It's quite rare for a civilization like this to attack a primitive civilization, but that's how it happened, saving more time. Chapter 290. Well done, Shinshur praised his staff. Finding such a suitable target is quite an achievement. It's a gift from fate, the man laughed. A gift from fate, that description wasn't far off. After all, Shinshur hadn't initially planned to target the next level of civilization. Next, he prepared and waited. Shinshur once again turned his gaze to the civilization before him. While the development of intelligent civilizations varied, they were actually quite similar. Carbon-based life forms comprised over 99% of all intelligent life in the universe, mostly originating from life-bearing planets with suitable locations, temperatures, and climates. This small civilization before him was no exception. However, compared to humans, this civilization's natural environment was much harsher. Oceans cover only about 30% of the planet, the rest is entirely inland. Lacking the ocean's role as a climate buffer, the planet experiences extreme temperature variations and harsh climates, with days ranging from scorching hot to frigid cold, a trend exacerbated by the planet's orbital motion. Because of this, the evolution of the planet's flora and fauna has been driven by survival. First and foremost are the forests. Extremely well-preserved forests. They practically cover all the landmass with green. Shinshur could easily understand at a glance that it was precisely these exceptionally dense forests that ensured the surface climate was suitable for the fragile growth of life. In other words, the civilization on this planet did not originate from the ocean, but from the forests. However, the dense forests also limited the growth of civilization. At least, the three vastly different intelligent life forms that have emerged there so far are still in a tribal state. They have established their own hierarchical system, their own way of life, and even their own primitive culture, but they lack knowledge of the sky, the stars, and even the world itself. According to information gathered by others, they still consider the trees to be their entire world, completely unaware that at the very top of the trees, at the very top, lies another vast expanse of sky. However, this situation is changing. The tribe that calls itself the Shum clan is one of the three major intelligent races on this planet. They resemble apes somewhat, with extremely developed limbs and pectoral muscles, arms longer than their legs, and a long, powerful tail. This allows them to move easily through the jungle. Combined with their simple tools, they occupy the top of the food chain. Except for a few extremely dangerous large creatures, there are few creatures that this tribe cannot deal with. And recently, a major event has occurred in this tribe. It all started when a hunter in the tribe, by sheer chance, found an exquisitely crafted metal ring. The overly developed jungle ecosystem meant that the surface of this habitable planet lacked sufficient minerals. Wood was their primary means of survival, so initially, they mistook the metal ring for some kind of extremely hard wood, even believing the grain patterns on it to be natural features of that wood. Until one day, the Shung tribesman who possessed the metal ring accidentally spilled blood on it while hunting. In that instant, a miracle occurred. The metal ring rapidly melted, deformed, and expanded, transforming into an incredibly cool suit of armor, completely enveloping the Shung tribesman. It even propelled him into the air, granting him terrifying power with every movement. A mere wave of his hand could unleash a devastating impact, destroying everything in its path. In the hands of such a primitive race, this was a true miracle. Thus, this planet possessed a god. The ring was, of course, a human creation. While from an interstellar perspective, this armor might seem ordinary on the surface, the technological level it contained was anything but low. Because it didn't employ raw material compression, but rather spatial layering. This miniaturized spatial layering technology alone is extraordinary in the universe. Only a Class A civilization would be qualified to manufacture and produce it. Without such a level of power, how can it be proven that this is a creation of the human system? In short, having acquired overwhelming power, this god wielding the armor has completely transcended his race. When he first broke through the thick forest and arrived in the previously unknown sky, when he truly understood the vastness of the world, when he first witnessed the boundless starry night, he began to contemplate his own future, the future of his race, and the use of this power. Not to mention, this armor also requires the assistance and education of an intelligent AI. Thus, the scattered primitive races entered the next stage, a unified civilization. With the help of the armor, the great unification of intelligent life, which might have taken thousands of years to occur, happened ahead of schedule. However, Shinshur did not consider this interference with the development of this civilization, because what he provided was merely technology and power. He did not change the system or culture. Just as the Uran civilization was also established under the profound influence of their divine civilization, they remained themselves and did not become another divine civilization. Even after Shinshur took everything away, it was merely a significant event in their culture. They did not become a different kind of humanity. This is completely different from the Chiemung's approach. In short, as time progressed, intelligent life on the entire planet was rapidly changing. The great unification brought enormous productivity, and intelligent AI brought more powerful technology. They began to forge metals, establish schools, and even attempt to leave the shade of the trees and venture into the wider world. Everything was developing rapidly in a positive direction. Never before have the intelligent races on this planet been so filled with such beautiful aspirations for the future. This includes God himself. He has learned the origin of this divine artifact from the intelligent AI, and he is filled with longing and yearning for the divine race called humanity. He wants to one day build the great ship described in the artifact, soar into the sky, soar into the stars, to find the divine race called humanity. This was almost identical to the initial dream of the Uran. However, their time was too short. As if everything was just beginning, a threat from outer space arrived above the planet. It was the fleet of the ancestral spirits. As a member of the Thousand Alliances, the ancestral spirits, while not as powerful as the Zisik civilization, were by no means weak. According to the ranking system within the Mud system, the ancestral spirit civilization would be at least B6 or B7. A civilization like this, even a single small spaceship, could easily conquer this planet. And that's exactly what they did. Passing by meant truly passing by. Originally, such a weak civilization wouldn't even warrant a glance, but since they happened to be passing by, they casually dispatched a spaceship, bringing with it the brilliance of a true interstellar civilization. The ancestral spirits on that spaceship were clearly very familiar with this tactic. On the first day of their arrival, countless rays of light filled the sky. Even the thick shade of trees could not conceal them. These seven-colored rays easily pierced through the forests, descending upon the earth and bringing with them a divine sound that permeated the minds of every intelligent being. God has descended upon the world. However, what should have been a certainty encountered a problem. They already possessed a powerful, singular God. Thus, panic erupted first. The prosperous clan god, the lucky one who obtained the armor, soared into the sky, his voice, aided by the armor, also sweeping across the world, defying the god. His roar, his rage, was received by all intelligent life in that instant. The ancestral spirits, who had only been passing through on a mission, were completely bewildered. Such powerful primal energy. Does this planet have its own primal energy technology system? The ancestral spirits began their investigation. For them, finding the cause of the situation was effortless. In an instant, they understood the core of everything. That suit of armor. An ancient device? Possibly. The ancestral spirits immediately reported to the fleet, and without hesitation, attacked the prodigy god, also using primal energy. Because they didn't want to destroy the device. As for communication, those lucky enough to obtain the ancient device were merely channels through which it was delivered. They didn't need to be considered anything special. In fact, the ancient devices randomly scattered throughout the universe were basically obtained in this way. Therefore, Shinshur didn't even need to perform precise calculations to easily imagine the actions of this spaceship, and even the entire ancestral spirit civilization. The difficulty of this trap was negligible. Thus, this ancestral spirit, who had initially harbored arrogant thoughts of easily seizing the ruins from the weak natives, encountered the most improbable event of his life. His attack triggered a violent reaction from the armor. A vast surge of primal energy transmitted its consciousness to all living beings. Attacked by primal energy. The attack exceeded its original capacity. Warning, warning, you are launching an attack on the Great Human Clan system. Automatic distress signal activated. Jump point identified. Warning, rescue will arrive in 10 seconds. Cease attack immediately. 10, 9, 1. After the final warning ended, the initially unconcerned ancestral spirit instantly crumbled. Beside the armored primitive man, one small warship after another suddenly appeared, increasing in number and size, quickly filling the entire space and forming a powerful protective shield, completely protecting the armored figure in the center. What are these? Where did they jump from? The ancestral spirit frantically checked his ship's detection systems. But nothing, absolutely nothing. His ship's detection systems detected absolutely no trace of a jump. The curvature of space in this area was as smooth as if nothing had happened, without any fluctuation. This alone proved that the enemy's jump detection technology far surpassed theirs. Damn it! The ancestral spirit had completely lost the will to fight, frantically fleeing from the overwhelming, never-before-seen unmanned warships. But he soon discovered that his ship's jump system was ineffective. This batch of warships was ultimately prepared by Shinshur. They were completely modified using captured warships from the MUD system, primarily focusing on their unremarkable exteriors and the inclusion of top-tier internal systems. Therefore, it wasn't just about detection systems, it also included extremely powerful electronic intrusion technology. This kind of technology, derived from the foundations of 3 Class A civilizations, was a devastating blow to an ancestral spirit civilization. The ancestral spirits were utterly desperate. They simply couldn't imagine that attacking such a weak primitive civilization could lead to such an outcome. Such a probability seemed unheard of even in the countless millennia of history of the Thousand Alliance system. However, interstellar space is cruel. To the Shung clan, the ancestral spirits were invincible gods. To the ancestral spirits, modern human civilization was equally invincible. Thus, the immense, seemingly insurmountable gap in status was easily reversed. However, this was far from over. The ancestral spirits on the spaceship stared blankly as their vessel was suddenly taken over and searched by an unknown enemy. It seemed that at the last moment, something was discovered, and the primal voice once again flooded their minds. Unknown civilization detected. Threat level 14, exceeding intelligent processing standards. Connecting to higher command. The special envoy is arriving soon. All prisoners, obey the special envoy's orders. Special envoy? Before they could truly understand the meaning of this term, a peculiar spaceship abruptly appeared in the sky. Just as unnoticed. But so special that its very appearance made its extraordinary nature easily discernible. Because what shimmered on the surface were clearly traces of advanced phase armor. The ancestral spirits were completely stunned, even beginning to deeply regret that they had actually sent a distress signal to the fleet. This unknown civilization, which clearly possessed powerful warp-like abilities, was at least among the top tier of the Thousand Alliances. Let alone them, even their overlord civilization, Sisek, might not possess such warp-like technology and phase armor technology. Why did this happen? The ancestral spirits painfully closed their consciousness. Although anything was possible in the universe, this possibility was far too overwhelming.